Survivor deployment in progress. Area selection complete. Doomsday building selected. Current floor 066 assigning room. Room number 666 deployment complete. The survival trial begins now. Lin Ye abruptly sat up from the ground, staring wide-eyed, looking around in bewilderment. He still remembered that today was the weekend and he had planned to sleep in. But now it seemed he was no longer in his rented room. The surrounding light was dim and the air was filled with the smell of freshly dried cement mixed with a faint hint of mold. Where is this? Before he could continue observing and thinking, the same voice that had woken him echoed in his mind. Survival guide issued. All survivors please read carefully. As the voice faded, a translucent pale blue light screen emerged in Lin Ye's dim vision. Lines of text continuously refreshed on the screen. Survival Guide 1. All survivors in this trial are assigned a separate room. 2. Rooms in the Doomsday building are absolutely safe but consume energy. Once energy is depleted, unpredictable dangers may occur. Please replenish room energy in time. 3. It is not recommended to open the door or leave the room before you are strong enough. 4. The survival system is the only hope for survivors to stay alive. Please study it carefully. 5. The first 3 days are the newbie period. Entering trial instances costs no energy. 6. During the newbie period, the chance for treasure chests to appear is increased and the chance to obtain room upgrade blueprints is also raised. 7. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Lin Ye read every hint on the screen, utterly unable to accept the situation. How did it come to this survival trial? Before he could think too much, a flash of light appeared and a new interface emerged. Room info, personal info, communication channel, trial instance system announcement. This must be the survival system just mentioned. Lin Ye looked at the new sections on the interface. For someone who had experienced various games and novels, this was easy to understand. With a thought, the interface disappeared, then reappeared and disappeared again. It was very convenient to control with his mind. Then he began to examine each section carefully. Room info, level 0, energy 20, consumes 100 energy points every 24 hours, area 10 square meters, facilities none, special effects none, special effects count equals room level, conflicting effects cannot be active simultaneously. Upgrade conditions, level 1, room blueprint 1, common crystal core 5, energy stone 5. Evaluation, the lowest level shelter, no special effects, provides basic safety during the early trial. Lin Ye stared blankly. Not only was the room small, but the energy was only 20 points. He calculated silently, less than 5 hours and the energy would be exhausted. Damn, this is a trap. How do I get energy? Why didn't you make it clear? Such critical information and you're being vague. Lin Ye took a deep breath, forcing down his rising anxiety and irritability. Calm down, calm down. There must be a solution. He continued to check the system functions. Personal info, name Lin Ye, level normal, below, rank physique 7. 8 strength 7. 5 agility 6. 5 spirit 5. 2. The maximum attribute limit for a healthy adult human is 10, energy 0, talent none, ability none, evaluation, a perfect example of being strong but simple-minded. Lin Ye ignored the system's not quite accurate evaluation and looked at his own attribute panel. Except for spirit, the other attributes were above average, not bad. This was all due to his habit of exercising regularly. He wondered if anyone's attributes could reach 10 points. Based on his guess, most likely not. Lin Ye looked at the communication channel, which was divided into 2 subsections, floor channel and private chat. At this moment the floor channel kept flashing, indicating people were posting. He opened it and glanced at a few messages. Inside there were nothing but wails and cries for help. No useful information at all. Continuing to read was just a waste of time. He stopped paying attention to the meaningless chat. The most important thing now was to find a way to replenish the room's energy. Trial instance. Currently open, first level survival trial instance. Introduction, single participant, return after meeting the return conditions. Upon successful return, the settlement interface is activated. Generate return rewards based on the tasks completed, materials collected and actions performed by the survivor in the trial. Return rewards include but are not limited to survival points, energy stones, settlement chests. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Energy stones. Finally found them. As long as he participated in the trial instance and returned successfully, he could get energy stones to replenish the room's energy. But this was a survival trial. Getting energy stones would certainly not be easy. Lin Ye didn't rush into the instance. Life and death were at stake. He must not be careless. He then looked at the system announcement section which displayed the previous survival guide and would show future system updates. After finishing with the system functions, Lin Ye closed the panel and surveyed the room. The visibility was a bit better than before. Faint light came through a window on one wall. The room was square with gray-black cement walls and floor, not even a toilet. Not that I need to pee now, what am I going to do? On the wall opposite the window was a wooden door. It looked flimsy with cracks in it. Lin Ye bent his finger and knocked on the door panel. The sound was crisp and loud. Just after he knocked, a distant roar came, followed by heavy footsteps outside the door. Lin Ye was alarmed and quickly retreated from the door in fear. The system wasn't joking. There are unknown dangers outside the room. At the same time, he felt a fear for his reckless act. After the outside had completely quieted down, Lin Ye noticed a wooden chest sitting quietly on the ground beside him. Is this the newbie gift pack? Could there be energy stones inside? Lin Ye picked up the wooden box and a system prompt appeared. Newbie chest. Open. With a thought, the chest opened. Newbie gift pack opening. Mineral water 500 ml, 2 bread 500 g, 2 talent settlement interface enhancement. A total of 3 items were obtained. No energy stones. Lin Ye's heart sank. Sure enough, he still had to risk his life. However, at least there was food and water. He wouldn't die of thirst or hunger soon. With a flash of light, the food and water appeared in his hands. Then a stream of information appeared. The talent settlement interface enhancement. Effect: randomly enhances one settlement item on the settlement interface. Frequency: once per day, cannot be accumulated. Evaluation: your settlement, my settlement, they seem different. This. Good news, he had a talent. Bad news, he didn't know if he'd live long enough to use it. After all, this talent only takes effect after successfully passing a trial instance and returning when the settlement occurs. It doesn't help at all with survival inside the instance. If only it were a talent to enhance strength. He glanced at the system interface. Time: more than an hour had passed. Energy 15. Lin Ye became anxious. Less than 4 hours left. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Having made up his mind, Lin Ye opened the trial instance interface and selected Start Trial. Matching trial instance. Matching condition: none. Newbie benefit match successful. Entering soon. Doomsday Ruins. A first-order survival trial. Solo mission: survive for 2 hours. Return upon completion: instant teleportation from any location. Death in the instance means true death. Lin Ye's vision went black and a wave of discomfort washed over him. Fortunately, it didn't last long. As light returned to his sight, the teleportation was complete. Before him was another room. He was sitting on a soft wooden bed. Beside the bed were 2 nightstands, and against the wall stood a wardrobe of matching style along with some shelves holding daily necessities. This bedroom was similar in style to those on Blue Star. Dust covered every surface, showing that it had not been cleaned for a long time, and a musty smell hung in the air. The room was empty with no bedding on the bed, as if no one had lived here for a long time. A dead silence reigned outside, not a single sound to be heard. The oppressive quiet made Lin Ye uneasy. Lin Ye got off the bed and opened the wardrobe. Inside there was only a set of light blue coarse cloth work clothes. They looked quite clean. He took them out and held them in his arms. He then opened the nightstand and found a lighter inside. Snap! A flame flared up. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction and put the lighter into his pocket. He found nothing else useful in the room. Lin Ye looked at the closed door. Should I go out? The mission required him to survive for 2 hours. If he stayed put, he could return after that time. But could the trial really be that simple? Besides, the reward after returning was based on performance in the instance. This was the first time, probably the easiest one. He had to go all out. Otherwise he would die eventually anyway. With his mind made up, Lin Ye walked to the door, grasped the handle and slowly pulled it open. Outside was a small warehouse filled with some rotting wooden furniture and useless odds and ends. The lighting was poor, so Lin Ye stepped in slowly. Next to him an iron-barred door was half open and light came streaming in from outside. Before Lin Ye could examine the warehouse further, a faint sound came from beyond the door. The sound was soft and strange, like the scrape of a shoe sole being dragged across the ground. On alert, Lin Ye crept to the door, poked half his head out and looked outside. Outside was a long corridor. A figure was slowly shuffling along. When Lin Ye's eyes adjusted to the sunlight and he saw the figure clearly, his heart gave a heavy lurch. Was that A person. No, more precisely it had once been a person. Gray-black rotting skin, missing teeth, one eye socket was empty, oozing dark viscous fluid, while the other eye had no pupil, just a pallid gray. Its clothes were tattered, its arm hung limply, and its body was twisted unnaturally. A zombie. Lin Ye instantly recognized what this was. It was exactly like the zombies in movies. At the same time the zombie spotted him. A hoarse inhuman roar erupted from its throat and it began to charge at him. At first slow, then faster and faster, completely different from its earlier sluggish movements. The distance between them was not great. As the zombie sped up, the gap closed in an instant. Lin Ye could already see sticky strands of saliva hanging from its gray-white teeth. A putrid stench washed over him. What to do? He didn't even have a wooden stick in his hand, let alone protection against the zombie's virus. A single bite would be the end. I can't fight it, Hedon. He looked at the half-open iron door in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation he reached out and pulled the door shut. Then he quickly stepped back several paces away from the closed door. No sooner had he retreated than the zombie slammed heavily into the iron door. Bang! Dust scattered and drifted down from the door. Seeing the zombie blocked and temporarily safe, Lin Ye's panicked expression eased a little. Outside the door the zombie thrust its hands through the gaps in the iron bars, its dark rotting fingers spread wide and flailing wildly. The door clattered against the frame with each impact. The jarring clatter echoed far in the silence. I have to kill this zombie. There was no telling what else might be drawn by the noise. While keeping an eye on the zombie's movements, Lin Ye searched the warehouse for a tool to kill it. In front of him were some old sofas covered with dust and mildew. He tried to tear them apart, but they were too tough to get the wooden support poles inside. After shoving aside the sofa and some clutter, he spotted an iron rod in the corner. The iron rod was about the thickness of a thumb, covered in rust, about a meter long with one end sharpened. He tested it in his hand. The weight was decent, it would do as a weapon. Lin Ye quickly approached the door. The zombie was making the same movements as before. It seems this zombie has speed and strength but no intelligence, only an instinct to feed. This boosted Lin Ye's confidence considerably. As long as he found the right method, dealing with it would not be difficult. He gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands and moved to a spot just outside the zombie's reach. He raised the weapon, aimed at the zombie's head, and with all his strength thrust forward. Pft! The iron rod pierced through the zombie's skull, its sharp tip protruding from the back. Dark viscous blood mixed with a foul liquid oozed down the rod and dripped slowly onto the ground. Easier than I thought. Seeing the zombie's movements slow, Lin Ye kept pushing and stirred the rod inside its brain. A massive flow of blood poured out and an indescribably foul stench hit him, making Lin Ye dizzy. He quickly held his breath. Finally the zombie ceased all movement and slowly slumped to the ground. Lin Ye didn't let his guard down. He continued to observe through the iron door for a long while before he was sure the zombie was truly dead. His tense nerves finally relaxed, leaving his body aching and weak cold sweat soaking his back. He took several deep breaths of fresh air to recover. After a while there was no other disturbance outside. Fortunately no other zombies were attracted. Lin Ye opened the iron door, pulled the weapon out of the zombie's skull. Seeing the dark red on the tip, he wrinkled his nose and wiped it clean on the zombie's clothes. He put away the weapon and looked down the corridor. To the left was a row of rooms, several with doors ajar. To the right was the city outside. This was the first time Lin Ye saw the outside clearly, and his pupils contracted sharply. What the hell is going on here? Before him stretched vast expanses of ruins, the earth itself shattered and splintered, filling his entire field of vision. Once smooth orderly highways now contorted by some unfathomable force, crisscrossed with spiderweb-like fissures. Rusted automobiles littered the road like skeletal remains haphazardly abandoned. Some had slammed headlong into guardrails, their windows shattered and doors mangled. Others bore deep frontal dents and burst tires. Several clearly collided in panic, doors flung open bearing silent visceral testimony to the terror that once gripped their drivers. In the distance the city, once a beacon of prosperity, lay in utter ruin. Buildings collapsed, skyscrapers toppled, and exposed steel rebar jutted forth like desiccated bones from lifeless corpses. Nameless weeds sprouted defiantly through cracks in the concrete carpeting the ground. Thick serpentine vines coiled freely over crumbling structures, scaling fallen towers and fractured floors to engulf derelict high-rises. Though vegetation thrived, the air held no trace of freshness, only a faint cloying stench of decay drifting unseen from some unknown quarter. Dried black bloodstains stained the ground everywhere. Nearby several mutilated corpses lay scattered, partially devoured by something unseen. An overwhelming silence pressed down, suffocating and heavy. A primal dread rose unbidden from Lin Ye's core. This was the aftermath of apocalypse, devastation so absolute it resembled the scarred landscape of war. So this world's technological level mirrors that of Blue Star. I must locate useful resources, urgently. Suppressing his turmoil, Lin Ye approached the first door. He twisted the handle, locked tight, impervious from the outside. Forcing it open was unnecessary, he lacked suitable tools and the noise might draw danger. Besides, he'd already noticed several doors left ajar. Lin Ye moved forward. The second door too was locked. At the third, however, he found exactly what he sought, one of the open doors he'd glimpsed earlier. Clutching his weapon, Lin Ye peered cautiously into the room. Inside lay a modest living room adjoining a bedroom, kitchen and bathroom. He entered the living room on high alert, scanning the blind spots beyond the other 3 doorways. Fortunately, all 3 doors stood wide open. Only after meticulously inspecting each room did he relax. Good, no zombies. The layout matched that of an ordinary Blue Star apartment. A long sofa occupied the living room, beside it a waist-high dining table. Opposite the sofa a black glass panel was embedded in the wall, once a television now shattered. A grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, 2 ornamental paintings adorned the walls. Beyond these nothing of value remained. The bedroom yielded the same emptiness, only an immovable bed and wardrobe. Even the wall-mounted air conditioner had been stripped away. Lin Ye abandoned all hope for this room. As expected, the kitchen and bathroom offered nothing but dust, not even a single spoon. Lin Ye stepped out and continued toward other open doors. Before reaching the second one, faint irregular sounds reached his ears. Instantly on guard, he crept closer and glanced inside. The layout mirrored the previous apartment, yet this time something differed. A zombie lay pinned beneath the sofa, its upper torso protruding while its lower half, rotted, severed and held together only by brittle bone, remained trapped beneath. Seeing it immobilized, Lin Ye entered. The scent of living flesh ignited its frenzy. The creature thrashed wildly, arms flailing, throat erupting in guttural snarls. Its head snapped toward Lin Ye with sickening crunches, twisting at an angle no living human could ever achieve. Though restrained, it remained a latent threat. Lin Ye raised his iron rod high and brought it down with crushing force upon the zombie's skull. The rod pierced clean through, and struck the tiled floor with a sharp metallic ring. He withdrew the weapon and struck again, repeatedly, until all movement ceased. Its skull lay obliterated, a grotesque slurry of gore and decay. As Lin Ye prepared to rise, something caught his eye, a jagged translucent crystal glinting amid the ruined flesh within the zombie's shattered cranium. Using the iron rod, he carefully extracted the crystal and placed it on the floor. Roughly the size of a peanut, it shimmered with flawless clarity, like a shard of pure quartz. He dared not touch it barehanded. Crouching low, he leaned in for closer inspection, when suddenly his system interface flickered, displaying a message. Crystal core. Type material. Rank common, unranked. Description: extracted from the brains of ordinary mutated creatures, essential for upgrading safe rooms and crafting certain equipment. Evaluation: congratulations, you have slain the lowest tier creature in the survival trial. This marks your first step toward true strength. A crystal core. Lin Ye recalled instantly the upgrade tab on his system's safe room interface required precisely 5 such cores. The safe room served as a survivor's sanctuary, an absolute haven of security. Thus the crystal core was equally indispensable. Wait, had the first zombie he killed yielded one? He hadn't noticed before nor known how to retrieve it. Now that he knew, he couldn't afford to overlook any. He hurried back to the warehouse entrance where he'd first materialized. The zombie still lay motionless. With a firm strike of his iron rod, he cracked open its skull, revealing another translucent core. Wiping it clean with a tattered curtain he'd picked up nearby, he placed it alongside the first in his pocket. Risk is unavoidable. Lin Ye regarded his haul with cautious satisfaction. Returning to the room where the pinned zombie had lain, he noted the bedroom door was now closed. He tried the handle. A soft click echoed, the door opened. Lin Ye eased it ajar just enough to peer inside. Silence. Only then did he swing it fully open. This time the bedroom was intact, household items still in place. Could it be that the zombie in the living room deterred looters? That very fact worked to his advantage. He lifted the bedsheet, mildewed yet serviceable. Not ideal, but better than nothing. Beside the window stood a vanity strewn with cosmetics. And there, incongruous against the room's worn aesthetic, sat a wooden chest carved with strange arcane patterns. What kind of chest is this? As Lin Ye reached out to open it, a notification flashed across his vision. Wooden treasure chest. Type special. Description: the most rudimentary treasure chest, most likely containing only basic survival supplies. Yet precisely such essentials sustain survivors in their earliest, most desperate days. A system spawn chest. Luck's on my side. Lin Ye pried it open, 3 items appeared and the chest dissolved into mist. Really? Was the system so frugal it reclaimed chests for reuse? Fine, fine. If even the system economizes its resources to this degree, Lin Ye had certainly taken note. Chocolate bar 100G2. Compressed biscuits 1000G3. Simple wooden bed 1. Simple wooden bed. Type facility. Quality gray. Description: can be placed indoors to provide minimal rest comfort. Evaluation: don't underestimate these thin planks, they're infinitely preferable to sleeping on bare concrete. The chocolate and biscuits materialized directly in Lin Ye's hands. The simple wooden bed appeared as an apple-sized bubble within which floated a miniature version of the bed. Popping the bubble allowed him to place the bed anywhere he chose. He arranged his newly acquired supplies alongside the bread and water he'd brought through the teleportation, setting them all atop the vanity, then resumed searching the bedroom. Most of the bottles and jars on the dressing table had already expired and spoiled, so there was no need to take them back. He turned and opened the wardrobe. The clothes had been kept in the wardrobe and looked very clean. Lin Ye picked out several well-fitting men's garments, folded them and placed them on the bed. He also took a number of women's clothes similarly folded and put them together. This wasn't because he had a peculiar hobby. The system would likely unlock a trading function and the women's clothes could be sold. Perhaps even now some people still believe that clean, good-looking clothes were more important than life itself. Especially undergarments, they might be traded for something unexpectedly valuable. After putting away the clothes, Lin Ye found a backpack at the bottom of the wardrobe. Perfect, he could use it to carry things. He packed all the supplies and clothes into the backpack, lifted it and weighed it in his hand. Not bad, it wasn't very heavy. Next was the kitchen, where everything was still in place. The pots and pans went without saying, stored in the lower cabinets beneath the marble countertop. He found half a bucket of cooking oil, a small bag of flour and some rice. Lin Ye checked their condition, they were all still good and could be eaten after a little processing. He found a large sack and packed everything he could take. Finally, the bathroom, he put all the useful items into the sack until it was stuffed full. This load was much heavier than the backpack. Looking at the 2 full bags of spoils, he actually felt a hint of the joy of a survival game. I can't carry them around all the time. Carrying these 2 large bags, forget about running, even walking normally was a struggle. After thinking for a moment, an idea came to him. In terms of safety, the warehouse he had teleported to was better. The iron door wouldn't be a problem if it closed, and it could create a terrain advantage to help him kill the zombies. He slung the backpack over his shoulders, grabbed the quilt from the bed and held the large sack in his hands. Lin Ye looked like a student returning home from Blue Star School, covered in bags and bundles. Arriving at the warehouse, he placed everything in the restroom at the back. Opening the system panel, all other functions were unavailable except for the dungeon interface. Dungeon quest successfully survived for 2 hours, remaining time 58 minutes. Only half the time had passed, he could still go out and scavenge some more. He stood in the warehouse thinking. He pushed the old worn-out sofa to the warehouse entrance, blocking the bottom of the doorway. This was safer. When he wasn't around, given the zombies' intelligence, as long as nothing inside attracted them, they wouldn't be able to get over the sofa and into the room. Then he found a rope and tied it to the lock side of the iron door. He opened the iron door and the rope went over the sofa, extending into the room. If zombies chased him, he could jump over the sofa and pull the rope directly, closing the iron door. He wouldn't need to turn around and close it, making his safety more assured. After doing this, Lin Ye held an iron rod in his right hand and a kitchen knife he had just found in his left, and continued his search outside. The corridor was on the 3rd floor. Besides the warehouse, there were 7 rooms on this floor with a stairwell at the end. Most of these 7 rooms were locked. Apart from the 2 rooms Lin Ye had just searched, there was one other room with its door open. Next to the stairs, Lin Ye approached the last open door. Inside was a mess just like the first room. Someone had beaten him to it and ransacked the place. He'll have to check other floors. Lin Ye, weapon in hand, looked toward the stairs. Up or down? He decided to go up. If he ran into danger, going down would always be easier than going up. Arriving on the 4th floor, the layout was the same as the 3rd. Lin Ye looked ahead. 2 rooms were unlocked. After a while he finished searching both rooms and walked out disappointed. Again nothing. Still unwilling to give up, he tried other doors, but they were all locked. He had no choice but to continue upward, hoping the 5th floor would yield something. On the 5th floor things were worse. Only the innermost room had its door open. Lin Ye didn't give up and approached slowly. When he was within 5 meters, a noise came from the room and a putrid smell unique to zombies spread out. A zombie. Lin Ye's pupils contracted and he gripped his weapon even tighter. Should he continue? He couldn't always be lucky enough to get an easy win. But as the saying goes, since he was already here, he might as well take a look. The safe places had all been scavenged clean. Finding another open room would likely be the same. Moreover, based on his observations, the zombie's speed was only a little faster than his jogging pace, definitely not as fast as his full sprint. Lin Ye sidled up, steadied his breathing and tried not to make a sound. He tilted his head and glanced into the room. Just one look and Lin Ye immediately pulled his head back, cold sweat trickling down his back. He admitted his previous thoughts had been careless. There wasn't just one zombie inside, 3 of them. They haven't noticed me. Calm down, calm down. Lin Ye retreated even more slowly than he had approached. He didn't feel safe until he reached the stairwell. Then, recalling the scene he had just seen inside the room, it seemed there was something else besides the zombies. It looked like a treasure chest. But the color was different from the one he had before. The wooden chest was wood-colored. This one had the same shape as the wooden chest, but it was black with a metallic sheen. Could it be a higher-grade treasure chest? He had to get it. It wasn't greed. The zombies had no intelligence and he had the warehouse set up. Using the advantageous conditions, he could easily take down these 3 zombies. At the very least, with the iron door as a barrier, he could just hold out for the remaining time and return directly. Having made up his mind, Lin Ye hesitated no longer. First, he needed to attract the zombies' attention and lead them to the warehouse. Standing at the stairwell, he raised the iron rod and slammed it hard against the stainless steel handrail. Bang! The spot where he hit dented and the entire handrail trembled. The loud noise echoed, making his ears ring. He had used too much force. As soon as the sound rang out, the zombies inside the room were attracted, roaring as they charged out the door and rushed toward Lin Ye. Without a word, Lin Ye dashed downstairs, heading for the 3rd floor. He didn't dare look back, running for his life. Arriving at the warehouse, he pushed off the ground with all his strength, leaping over the sofa, blocking the way. The moment he landed, he grabbed the rope and pulled hard. The iron door closed quickly, driven by the rope. Seizing this gap, Lin Ye looked at the corridor. The zombies hadn't appeared yet. But from the stairs came the sound of rapidly approaching heavy footsteps. Lin Ye hurriedly tied the rope to the sofa leg to secure the iron door. Then he stepped back 2 paces to create enough safe space. At that moment, the zombies appeared at the stairwell. Whether they smelled the living or not, they pushed and shoved each other, rushing toward Lin Ye as if competing. Then came a loud bang, as if they hadn't seen the iron door crashing straight into it. The 3 zombies were squeezed together, stretching out their rotting arms, opening their mouths and snarling at Lin Ye. Just as Lin Ye had expected, the zombies were blocked outside. As long as he kept enough distance, they couldn't reach him. Now it's my turn. Lin Ye put down the kitchen knife, gripped the iron rod with both hands and thrust it toward the zombies. With his now ample experience, in less than 5 minutes all 3 zombies lay on the ground. A triple kill. He didn't rush out immediately, he waited a moment to make sure the zombies were dead. Then Lin Ye untied the rope and opened the iron door. He smashed the heads of the 3 zombies, successfully obtaining 3 crystal cores. After waiting a while longer with no other sounds outside, he confirmed it was safe. He went to the room on the 5th floor. Inside, on the living room coffee table, a dark gleaming treasure chest sat quietly. The strange patterns on this chest were more complex and mysterious than those on the wooden one. Lin Ye eagerly picked up the chest and information appeared. Black iron chest type special. Description: your luck is truly remarkable. Obtaining a black iron chest in your first trial adds a glimmer of hope to your survival journey. Indeed, it's a higher grade chest than the wooden one. Not in a hurry to open it now, Lin Ye surveyed the entire room. It hadn't been ransacked. He searched again, found a large sack and headed to the bedroom. He had already packed quite a bit of clothing in the previous room, so he could forego them now. The most important things were still survival supplies. After searching the bedroom, he found a bag of loose biscuits and 2 unopened bottles of mineral water. Arriving at the kitchen, he first packed away all the usable seasonings. He also found over 10 gen of rice, 2 sealed packs of dried noodles and a box of assorted instant noodles. After packing everything, there was still a little space left in the bag. He went to the bathroom and packed all the usable toiletries to take with him. Another bag full of loot. Excitement gleamed in Lin Ye's eyes. After looting, he dared not linger. He hoisted the bag onto his shoulder, clutched the black iron chest in his arms and quickly ran towards the third-floor warehouse. His gaze was alert and sharp, movements swift and decisive. He adapted quickly to the dangerous environment. Back safely in the warehouse, Lin Ye immediately closed the iron door and fastened the rope. Entering the innermost rest room, he gathered all the collected items together. 3 large bags full of supplies were piled on the bed. Finally, there was the chest. He had a feeling this would be the greatest gain from this trial instance. Black iron chest opening. The first item appeared. Lin Ye's eyes widened, his face unable to conceal his excitement. When he saw the item that appeared, he was almost petrified. Wooden bed type facility, quality grade, description: can be placed in a room, barely improving rest comfort. Evaluation: no doubt it is definitely a little better than a wooden plank bed. Damn. A bed again. Lin Ye's heart sank, most of his anticipation vanishing. He ran his hand through his hair, suppressed the urge to curse, and looked at the second item. Ice blue crossbow type weapon, quality white gray, white green, blue purple, description: a low-grade standard weapon from a certain early civilization. It can condense an ice arrow, dealing damage to first-tier supernatural beings with a freezing effect. Can be charged for a shot. Requires energy stones as a power source. Evaluation: sturdy and durable, foolproof operation, suitable for beginners. Jackpot. A weapon and a supernatural white quality one at that. A hand crossbow entirely black with blue inscriptions appeared. Lin Ye grabbed it, feeling a wave of coldness. The ice blue crossbow had a strange shape, lacking a trigger mechanism for firing. It was more like a gun than a crossbow. At the very top of the crossbow was a groove with a movable clasp holding something in place. That object was the size of a lychee, transparent like a crystal core. But inside, a faint light swirled and its color constantly shifted depending on the angle. This is energy stone type, special quality, none, description: can be used to upgrade rooms, craft equipment, replenish one's own or equipment's energy as a bargaining chip, etc. Evaluation: the source of all power, the hardest currency in the survival world bar none. Lin Ye was overjoyed. So this is an energy stone. When I get back, I can take it out and use it to charge the room, right? This solved 2 worries at once: the weapon and the room's energy. As for the problem of the weapon being unable to attack without energy stones, that was a problem to consider when he survived until the next instance. Lin Ye felt much more relaxed. He really felt like he was playing a game. He looked at the last item. Room electrical system, blueprint type, special quality, none, description: can power electrical devices in the room. Requires at least a level 1 room to use. Power consumption: drains room energy. The higher the power draw, the more energy consumed. Evaluation: the improvement of living standard starts with lighting the first lamp. Another good item, but unusable for now. He was still far from a level 1 room. Putting away the blueprint and wood, Lin Ye picked up the ice blue crossbow, caressing it with great fondness. He had a strong urge to try it, but ultimately held back. He feared that if he didn't obtain another energy stone later, relying on this single one wouldn't be enough to replenish the room's energy. At least it's relatively safe for now. Lin Ye opened the system interface. Instance task successfully survived for 2 hours. Time remaining 20 minutes. Almost there, just 20 more minutes until he could return. He decided not to venture out again. This haul was enough. He took out bread and water from his backpack. Although it had been less than 3 hours since he crossed over, the toll on his body was considerable. Lin Ye ate his food while waiting for the return. Just as the timer reached the last 5 minutes, heavy footsteps echoed from the city outside the warehouse. Thump, thump, thump. The sound seemed distant yet clearly reached his ears. Lin Ye shot to his feet. What's that noise? He quickly went to the outer warehouse and peered through the iron door. Amidst the ruins of a street several blocks away, a giant black-furred gorilla was prowling among the collapsed buildings. Even from a great distance, Lin Ye could clearly see the gorilla's form. Unlike the completely rotten zombies he had seen before, this gorilla was also infected by the virus. But its skin, flesh and fur weren't decaying, instead they were coarser and thicker. The most striking thing was its size. It was as tall as a 3-story building. This was simply not a normal creature's size. Could it be that zombies can evolve? This was not good news. The previous type, as long as one was prepared and careful not to be surrounded, posed little danger. But a giant zombie gorilla like that was something he absolutely could not provoke. And if zombie gorillas could evolve, what about zombie humans? Could they evolve intelligence? Thinking of this, a chill ran down Lin Ye's spine. Oh my god, stay low-key, I must stay low-key. Returning to the rest room, there were 2 minutes left. Lin Ye didn't know the conditions for the survivors' collected materials to be brought back during the return teleportation. To avoid any accidents, he put the backpack on his back, draped the blanket over himself, and grabbed a large bag of supplies in each hand. After confirming nothing was left behind, he looked at the time. Time remaining 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Instance task successfully survived for 2 hours. Task complete. Return condition met. Return method met. Return now. Lin Ye didn't hesitate and chose to return immediately. A familiar sensation washed over him. When his consciousness cleared, he was already back in his room. The system interface automatically appeared. The current trial has been completed. Open settlement interface. Lin Ye quickly put down the things in his hands and casually dropped the backpack on the floor. He first looked at the room's energy. Energy 7. There's still time, so let's open the settlement. Settling current trial instance. 1. Obtained a fair amount of basic supplies. Reward 50 survival points. 2. Obtained wooden chest X1. Reward 20 survival points. Items obtained from chests are not counted again. 3. Obtained common crystal cores X5. Reward 50 survival points. 4. Obtained black iron chest X1. Reward 50 survival points. 5. Killed 5 common zombies. Reward 150 survival points. 6. Completed the task. Reward 100 survival points. Settlement complete. Calculating rewards. 1. Survival points X420. 2. Settlement chest X1. 3. Energy stones X4. Just then Lin Ye's talent activated automatically. Enhancing settlement interface. Enhancement complete. 1. Survival points X840. 2. Settlement chest X2. 3. Energy stones X8. 2 glowing treasure chests materialized out of thin air, followed by 8 energy stones. Double rewards. What about the survival points? Lin Ye carefully searched the panel and finally found the survival points in his personal information. Survival points 840. These could be used to enhance a survivor's attributes. From 0 to the first rank, 100 points granted 1 attribute point. Note: except under special circumstances, among the attributes enhanced by survival points, spirit, agility and strength cannot exceed the maximum value of constitution. The function of survival points was to directly allocate them. Lin Ye grew excited and eagerly opened his personal information interface. He looked at the lowest attribute, spirit, and with a thought allocated points. His spirit value, originally 5. 2, instantly rose to 6. 2. A cool sensation spread through his mind. Then he felt completely energized and the previous fatigue vanished entirely. Truly miraculous. Having consumed 100 points, he still had 740 left. Lin Ye pondered how to allocate them, whether to develop evenly or focus on a single attribute. Considering his previous trial instance, it had not only ordinary zombies but also evolved ones. If he encountered that giant gorilla zombie, it seems allocating points wouldn't make much difference, it would still just take one slap. Dismissing that terrifying thought, he decided to first raise the lower attributes and develop evenly. He added 1 point each to spirit and agility, bringing all attributes above 7. Then he noticed another item below spirit. Energy 0. Could this be allocated? He tried to add points to it. Constitution too low, cannot allocate points. With a constitution close to 8, he couldn't even add a single point, the requirement was so high. Lin Ye abandoned this option and distributed the remaining points evenly among the other attributes. Instantly his body felt warm and his depleted stamina rapidly recovered. He clenched his fist, sensing a significant increase in strength and a more robust physique. Personal information: name Lin Ye, level ordinary, unranked, constitution 9, strength 8. 8 agility 8. 8 spirit 8. 8 Energy 0, Survival Point 0, Talent Settlement Interface Enhancement Abilities None Evaluation Among humans you stand at the pinnacle, but in the survival world you must continue to improve to even be considered an ant. Lin Ye looked at his arms now noticeably thicker. Could he not even be considered an ant? He stopped dwelling on it and felt hungry, perhaps due to the recent allocation. Lin Ye looked at the supplies he had risked bringing back. They were still insufficient to make a hot meal. He took out the last piece of bread, wolfed it down in a few bites, then consumed quite a bit of chocolate and drank half a bottle of mineral water before feeling a bit better. He had obtained 8 energy stones. First he checked how many were needed to replenish the room's energy. Consume 1 energy stone to replenish room energy. Yes. The internal glow of one of the 8 energy stones rapidly dimmed until it vanished, turning it into an ordinary pebble. Lin Ye looked at the room's information. Room information level 0, energy 106, consumes 100 energy every 24 hours, area 10 square meters, facilities none, special effects none, upgrade conditions level 1, room blueprint 1, crystal core 5, energy stone 5, evaluation a lowest tier shelter with no special effects, providing safety assurance in the early stages of the trial. 1 energy stone replenished 100 points, meaning 1 stone per day was needed to ensure absolute safety in the room. His talent brought double rewards, which he found acceptable. I wonder how much others have gained each time. He looked at the constantly flashing communication channel in the system. Floor channel 9241000. The number had decreased, indicating that some had already died. I dare not go to the trial instance. Has anyone been? Tell me what it's like. Do you even need to ask? There were 1,000 people before now. Look. How many of those who were reckless enough to leave their rooms are left? I just want to go back. Stop dreaming. Figure out how to survive first. Mom, I need to use the bathroom. Talent beekeeper. If only you'd give me bees. What use is this talent? Bro, as an angler I never come back empty-handed, but even the river has zombies. Lin Ye skimmed through it. Useful information was scarce and most people were complaining. Just as he was about to log off. Sigh, this system is ridiculous. The room doesn't even have hot water, so I have to eat instant noodles dry. Damn bro, where did you get instant noodles? I brought them out from the instance. Can you give me some food? Big shot, I want some too. The system doesn't allow trading. How can I give it to you? And what would you trade in return? Big shot, ignore them. Can you tell us about the instance? Yes, I want to know too. The instance. Nothing dangerous. Just a zombie dog. I took it down easily. Zombie. The kind I know. There are zombies. Good thing I didn't go in. The big shot is amazing. He even killed a zombie dog. Can you explain how to deal with zombies? It was easy anyway. Lin Ye watched the man boast, a faint smirk curling on his lips. Easily handling a zombie dog. He guessed that zombie dogs were even tougher than zombie humans. Without some skill, don't expect to come back alive. Seeing how prominently this person was showing off, Lin Ye leaned toward believing he was mostly bluffing. He thought for a moment, preparing to post a warning. It wasn't that he was too kind, but he had a feeling that too many deaths at once would be a bad omen. Before he could send it, someone else spoke first. Bro, don't mislead everyone. The trial instance is a life or death test. Be well prepared. Is it really that dangerous? That big shot just now got supplies so easily. Yeah, I'm thinking of giving it a try. I don't think it's that simple. Better be careful. Seeing that someone had already issued a warning, Lin Ye paused and continued watching. The man who claimed to have killed a zombie dog spoke again. Who's your bro? I got food from the instance, and by the way, the mission reward points can be used to enhance attributes. Really? It's just like a game, you can allocate points. If others can survive easily, so can I. Many were tempted upon hearing that completing missions could make them stronger. Crystal core information, that's all I'll say. The person who had warned earlier posted a screenshot of crystal core information and then fell silent. Lin Ye stopped paying attention. Good advice is wasted on the doomed, let them follow their own fate. After all, they would have to enter sooner or later. He hoped they would return alive. Lin Ye added another energy stone to the room, bringing its energy to 206 for extra safety. Then he looked at the glowing settlement chest. It was clearly more advanced than the chests found in the instance. Settlement chest opening. Basic healing potion 1, level 1, room blueprint 1, energy stone 3. Jackpot. Another 3 energy stones plus the room upgrade blueprint. Now he had gathered all the materials needed to upgrade his room. He stowed away the energy stones and blueprint, then looked at the last item. It was a glass tube as thick as a thumb and 5 centimeters long, filled with a pale green liquid. Basic healing potion category item, quality white, description: quickly heals injuries. Highly effective for those at the first rank or below. To use, bite the top opening and the potion will be pumped into your mouth. Evaluation: for ordinary people, as long as they are not dead and have no major body parts missing, it can save them. Note: cannot prevent infection. Truly worthy of being a settlement chest item. To some extent it was equivalent to having an extra life. Lin Ye turned his gaze to the second chest, his eyes burning with intense longing. The settlement chest was opening. Primary energy potion 1 wooden bed blueprint 1 energy stone 3 primary energy potion type item quality white description quickly restores 5 points of personal energy. Evaluation: a very practical item that can rapidly replenish one's energy during combat. Another combat-oriented item. It seemed that fighting was the theme of survival. Both potions looked identical except the energy potion contained a blue liquid. Lin Ye stored them together and turned his attention to the final item. Wooden bed blueprint type item quality gray description requires a simple workbench to craft and consumes room energy. Materials: wood 10 evaluation well suited to the early needs of a survivor. Staring at the blueprint in his hand, Lin Ye felt quite helpless. He already had 2 finished products. What use was this blueprint? Lin Ye shook his head but still put it away. After opening the chests, his resources had grown considerably and he now had 12 energy stones. More than enough to upgrade the room. Room upgrade conditions met. Upgrade. Upgrade. The moment the thought settled, a ripple spread through the room. The space quivered like the surface of windswept water. The floor began to change, the rough hard concrete started to recede. A layer of pale yellow tiles with gray veins emerged, replacing the original floor. On the walls a pristine white lime coating rapidly seeped out, covering the previous cement surface. The gaps in the wooden door vanished, becoming heavy and solid, instantly elevating the sense of security by several notches. The previously narrow and dim window also disappeared, replaced by a large glass pane in its original position, brightening the interior significantly. When the transformation ended, the ripples faded. A brand new room appeared. Not only had its appearance changed, but the area had also expanded considerably. Room info: level 1 energy 204 consumes 100 energy every 24 hours. Area 25 square meters. Facilities: none. Special effects: none. Upgrade conditions: level 2 room blueprint 1 tier 1 core 5 energy stone 15 evaluation: a passable shelter. Adding some facilities could make it safer and more comfortable. Lin Ye surveyed the upgraded room. The changes were substantial, but it was still bare, nothing but 4 walls, not even a single light. Do I have to decorate it myself? He walked to the window and peered through the glass at the outside. But he saw nothing. Thick white fog obscured everything, allowing only light to filter through into the room. Abandoning the idea of scouting the outside, Lin Ye took out the room's power system blueprint obtained from the iron chest. Level 1 room already met the blueprint's usage conditions. The blueprint vanished from his hand. In Lin Ye's vision, a blue network materialized, then expanded to cover the entire room. Now all that was needed were sockets and appliances to make it functional. He then took out the light orb containing the wooden bed, crushed it and placed the bed in a corner. After spreading the quilt, Lin Ye, ignoring any dirt, lay down to rest. A bit hard. I should find more quilts to pad it, or maybe get a mattress. Just as he was pondering these trivial matters, a message appeared in his vision. System update announcement, please check. Lin Ye shot up instantly. The system has updated. He immediately opened the system announcement panel where new information appeared. Update announcement 1. 100 survivors on this floor have completed the first trial instance. The trading channel is now open to facilitate exchanges among survivors. 2. The point ranking will commence at 2400 today with rewards as follows. 1st to 3rd is settlement chest 2, 4th to 10th is settlement chest 1, 11th to 50th iron chest 2, 51st to 100th iron chest 1, 101st to 200th wooden chest 2, 201st to 300th wooden chest 1. This reward chest has increased drop rates for high quality items. 3. Given that a survivor on this floor has reached the attribute limit, all 4, physique, strength, agility and spirit, at 10 points, the limit challenge instance is now open. Only by completing this challenge can one continue to improve their abilities. A series of announcements left Lin Ye dazzled. He opened the main system interface and saw the newly appeared trading channel. Bread 500 G1 for 1 energy stone. Note: urgent room energy is running low. Small dagger 1 note trading for food essential weapon for the trial. DM if interested. In just a moment several trade posts had appeared. However, most of the trade offers were absurd, with many trying to snatch bargains early on. As for the rankings, he had gathered quite a few resources during the trial: 1 wooden chest, 1 iron chest, and had killed 5 zombies. This performance should be decent for a first trial. With the bonus from his talent, even if he didn't break into the top 3, making the top 10 shouldn't be too much to ask. With 1,000 people on the floor, if double points couldn't even get him into the top 10, how monstrous must those ahead be? What was the point of playing then? Finally there was the new instance, which was even more terrifying. On the very first day someone had already pushed all their attributes to the human limit. He had spent a full 840 survival points just to average his attributes to 9, which made him doubt his ranking. Maybe not, perhaps others had a much higher base than me. Thinking that only made him feel worse, he really was a weakling. The system's impact was significant. Lin Ye had no desire to sleep now. The chat channel was blinking frantically as many people exchanged messages. Looking to buy energy stones, anyone willing to trade, DM me. Also seeking energy stones plus cores, trade, DM. I have 100 points, can I rank? 100 points. That's the bare minimum. If you just come back alive and grab a handful of sand, you'd have more points than that. Not necessarily. Many people are afraid to even enter the trial instance. Didn't you see the system notice? Only 100 have completed it so far. Completing it this quickly already makes you a big shot. Speaking of big shots, that person who reached the attribute limit must be the real deal. I wonder who it is so impressive. Yeah, is the big shot here? Big shot, can you tell us how you did it? 1. Many were curious about the person with maxed attributes, and Lin Ye was no exception. Unfortunately that person never spoke. Lin Ye also composed a message and sent it. Looking to buy appliances, DM if you have any. Bro, the room has no electricity, what use are appliances? Is it a feature after room upgrade? I upgraded my room, but aside from the walls and floor everything else is the same. Lin Ye stopped paying attention and turned to the trading channel, hoping to find something useful. Before he could open the trading interface, a private message appeared. Pan Zichuan, brother, you're in a level 1 room, right? Lin Ye frowned, slightly unsure of what he meant. Yes, what's up? Nothing, just wanted to ask, does your room have electricity? Yeah, after upgrading to level 1 there's a blueprint to add functions to the room. Is that so? Thanks, brother. No problem. Lin Ye had no intention of hiding it, such news would eventually spread to everyone. Most importantly, concealing it would yield no benefits and might even offend someone. Mineral water 500 milliliters, 1 note trade for weapons, PM if interested. Instant noodles, 1 pack, note trade for level 1 room upgrade blueprint. Lin Ye casually browsed but didn't find what he wanted. He sorted through his supplies. Food and water were not for sale. If luck turned sour in the next trial, they would be his lifeline. Kitchen tools and seasonings were kept for cooking later. Energy stones were also off limits if the market was chaotic with inflated prices, so he'd hold onto them for truly useful items later. As for potions and equipment, selling them would be sheer folly. Survival in the next trial depended on their effectiveness. After some thought, Lin Ye pulled out an extra kitchen knife and retrieved the simple wooden bed from the wooden chest. Let me list these 2 items first. Kitchen knife, 1 note trade for electrical appliances. Simple wooden bed, note trade for electrical appliances. After editing he sent the listings. Lin Ye lay on the bed, his mind blank, unsure of what to do next. Was this how life would be from now on? Constantly facing death, endlessly growing stronger. What was the purpose? He had no answer, at least not yet. He could only struggle, relentlessly striving to survive by any means. His thoughts were interrupted by a private message. Qian Xiangjiang, what kind of electrical appliance do you need? Lin Ye's spirits lifted as he quickly replied. Do you have a lamp? Yes, what are you offering in exchange? Lin Ye pondered. Food or a kitchen knife, would that work? I need energy stones. Lin Ye was taken aback. What audacity. One could live without a lamp, but without energy stones death was certain. No, I only have those 2. Take it or leave it. Lin Ye had lost patience with this man. Forget it, I don't need food or weapons. Lin Ye didn't bother replying, he wasn't in a hurry. Since someone had asked, others would surely bring back electrical appliances. He waited until evening fell. The light dimmed, plunging the room into darkness. Outside the room, unknown footsteps and howls echoed. Fear crept into everyone's hearts. Lin Ye tossed and turned on the bed, restless. Whether it was due to his improved attributes or his ranking, he hadn't rested well all afternoon. He opened the chat channel again. Sure. Can you all hear the noises outside? Damn, not only can I hear it, I think something was knocking on my door just now. Did you open it to check? Do you think I'm an idiot? How many have completed the trial instance? I killed 2 zombies. Don't even mention it. The moment I teleported in, 3 zombies lunged at me. If I hadn't reacted fast and hid in a room for 2 hours, I might not have made it back. Haha, brother, you're really unlucky. Everyone share what types of zombies you've seen. I spotted a zombie that could climb walls from afar. Lin Ye perked up at this, finally some useful information. What? Zombies that can climb walls? That's terrifying. There's even scarier animal zombies. They're faster than human zombies. Good thing I didn't encounter any. I suspect zombies evolve. I met one that wasn't very decayed and had strength surpassing a professional weightlifter. Luckily it was slow, or else. So evolution was real, just as Lin Ye had guessed. He shared his own intel. A zombie gorilla, enormous, no less than 10 meters tall. Its defense and strength are terrifying, speed unknown but certainly faster than us. A 10-meter tall zombie. Wow, even the big shots have encountered these. Remember, if you see zombies that aren't very decayed or have unusual sizes, run immediately. Regular zombies are manageable. They're slower and weaker than us with no intelligence. With caution or a simple trap, a few can be handled. True, but you need proper weapons. If you don't have any, contact me. Limited stock, first come first served. I need weapons. What do you want in exchange? The chat instantly shifted from intel sharing to a trading frenzy. Lin Ye closed the interface and grabbed some bread and biscuits to eat. Honestly, he craved instant noodles. But he had no appliances to boil water. There might be a way. He retrieved the wooden bed from the trading channel. Since no one had bought it, he'd use it as firewood. He took the remaining kitchen knife and dismantled the bed in no time. Finding 2 sturdy planks, he set them up as a stand and placed a pot on top. Pouring in mineral water, he used a lighter to ignite the wood beneath. Soon white steam rose as the water came to a boil. The instant noodles were already in a bowl, ready. He poured in the hot water and a rich aroma wafted into Lin Ye's nose. Gulp, the sound of him swallowing saliva echoed. Covering the bowl, after 5 minutes Lin Ye devoured the noodles ravenously. Before eating, he posted a picture of the noodles in the chat channel. The flavor seemed even better. Wait, where did you get hot water for noodles? I haven't eaten all day, let alone anything warm. You beast. Is this something a human does? Brother, no big brother, can you spare some hot water? I'll trade you instant noodles. Lin Ye read the comments while eating, feeling immense satisfaction. After his meal he lay on the bed watching others chat. Time slipped away in the darkness. Soon midnight arrived. As the clock struck 0, an announcement appeared. Ranking first Lin Ye 842nd, Chen Long 723rd, Lin Jixia 674th, Wang Yuxuan 655th, Li Yi 600. End of ranking. Rewards distributed. Before Lin Ye could feel surprised, the rewards materialized before him. 2 radiant settlement chests. I didn't expect to actually be first. His goal had been the top 10 given the existence of those with maxed attributes, so he hadn't dared to hope too high. The chat channel erupted with excitement. I'm in the top 200. 2 chests. Haha, I'm rich. Damn, is the first place player even human? Over 800 points, how is that possible? I only got 160 points. System, I'm reporting someone for cheating. What do settlement chests look like? I didn't get any. I have over 300 points and didn't see any. I got one with over 400 points. So you need over 400 points to get one. The first place player must be that big shot who reached the limit. I remember him, he shared intel about the giant zombie gorilla earlier. So it's him. Truly a big shot. Lin Ye broke out in a cold sweat. Being first in points but not in attributes was embarrassing. Yet he had to clarify. That person really isn't me. My attributes haven't reached the limit. Please stay calm. Even so, your brilliance still shines, big shot. And you call that a big shot? With so many points and still not at the limit. Humph. Oh. Are you better than him? Ha, definitely better than you. Lin Ye never expected to be mocked for no reason. He didn't know this person and couldn't have provoked them. He checked the name. Ji Miannan ranked 95, not even 400 points, and yet you mock me. I'll remember you, humph. I hope I don't run into you. Lin Ye is not someone to be trifled with. He set aside his unpleasant thoughts as he looked at the 2 reward chests from the system. With a piercing gaze he opened the chest. Reward chest opening. Spatial satchel 1 room waterway blueprint 1 energy stone 5 A spatial satchel, could it be a spatial type equipment? Lin Ye quickly grasped it in his hand and information appeared. Spatial satchel type equipment quality white description contains a 1 cubic meter pocket dimension where time is relatively still and living beings cannot be stored. Evaluation: a personal small space essential for theft and murder. Lin Ye couldn't help but cherish this satchel made of an unknown material. He casually picked up an energy stone and in the next moment the stone vanished. Lin Ye focused his consciousness on the satchel. A faintly glowing void appeared with an energy stone quietly floating within it, surrounded by endless darkness. Take it out. The energy stone immediately appeared in his hand. The entire process took less than 0.1 seconds, more convenient than retrieving it from his body. Lin Ye was extremely satisfied. With spatial equipment he could gather resources more efficiently without worrying about affecting combat or accidentally losing items. He secured the satchel close to his body, covering it with his clothes. After performing several large jumps it didn't affect him at all, nor did it fall. Room waterway blueprint type special quality none description can lay out a waterway for a room. It requires at least a level 1 room to use, consumes room energy to provide a water source, and the larger the water demand the more energy consumed. Evaluation: improvement in living standard starts from the first hot shower. Another basic room blueprint ready for immediate use. Once related facilities are installed water usage will be free. Lin Ye glanced at the second chest. With a lesson learned from the past his confidence surged. Reward chest opening. Ability phasing 1 multifunctional bathroom 1 energy stone 5 ability phasing type ability quality white learning conditions spirit above 10 energy above 1. Description: consume spirit and energy to enter a phasing state, immune to physical damage. The longer it lasts the exponentially greater the consumption. This is a skill. A life-saving skill. Unfortunately it cannot be learned now. It requires a spirit level of 10 and at least 1 energy. It means he needs to break through his limits before he can learn it. This is definitely a valuable item. He speculated that only the top 3 reward chests might contain abilities. No. Perhaps this is an opportunity only for the first place. Soon after going through the trial again tomorrow my attributes will reach their limits. The second item was the bathroom. Lin Ye chose a suitable location to place the bathroom. A flash of light and the bathroom appeared, merging 2 walls with the room. The door is made of glass but it doesn't reveal any shadows. There are several switches next to the door and Lin Ye took a closer look. The bathroom is quite equipped with lights, warm air ventilation and hot water. He turned on the bathroom light and the white glow illuminated the darkness of the room. Inside the bathroom there is a mirror for washing, a shower head and a squat toilet. The bathroom is entirely white with a non-slip tiled floor and white waterproof tiles surrounding it. Lin Ye turned on the shower head switch and water evenly sprayed out, steaming with heat. The hot water flowed over his palms, slightly warmer than body temperature, perfect for a shower. Lin Ye eagerly stripped off his clothes, grabbed the toiletries he brought back from the dungeon and took a thoroughly enjoyable hot shower. After washing up he felt completely relaxed. The bizarre experiences of the entire day left his enhanced body and mind feeling fatigued. The bathroom with its warm water washed away his exhaustion. The next day at dawn the hazy light streamed into the room. Trial dungeon entry conditions have been reset. A system announcement startled Lin Ye awake. He glanced at the time on the system interface. It was exactly 7 in the morning. With water, electricity and now a bathroom his quality of life had significantly improved. He opened the room information to check the energy. Energy 92. He calculated roughly 1 liter of water costs about 3 energy points and 1 kilowatt of electricity is similar. If consumed a single energy stone wouldn't last long. He casually supplemented the room with 2 energy stones, leaving him with 16 energy stones. After taking out some biscuits and chocolate to fill his stomach, he checked the items he was carrying. 2 potions, an ice blue crossbow, energy stones, a kitchen knife and a metal rod for a weapon. Plus food and mineral water. Finally he put the backpack he used to carry supplies and 2 pockets into the spatial satchel. After all, the satchel only has 1 cubic meter of space, which is still too small. He had to prepare thoroughly. After ensuring nothing was left behind, he took out the ice blue crossbow and held it in his hand. He hadn't forgotten that someone had encountered danger right after teleporting yesterday. I hope I won't be that unlucky. Trial Dungeon Matching. Dungeon matching conditions: none. Newbie benefit matching successful. Entering soon. Dungeon name: Doomsday Ruins. Dungeon type: first tier survival. Trial dungeon. Dungeon tags: solo participation. Tasks: collection, survival. Return dungeon tasks: 1. Survive for 2 hours. 2. Kill a normal zombie. Return conditions: complete dungeon task 1. Return method: any location. Instant return time. Anchoring. Current time ratio 1:1. A familiar feeling of teleportation surged over him. Lin Ye was already prepared and on high alert. Before he could regain his sight, a desperate, hungry roar echoed in his ears. The unique stench of decay from the zombie hit him hard. Just beside Lin Ye, less than 3 meters away, a zombie was wandering. As Lin Ye's figure appeared, the enticing scent of flesh and blood instantly attracted it. It immediately lunged at Lin Ye. By the time Lin Ye saw the situation before him, the zombie was already very close. The decaying, peeling flesh and the incomplete black teeth were clearly visible. Lin Ye felt a chill down his back with his hair standing on end. He didn't expect to be so unlucky. Thankfully, after his body was enhanced, his reaction speed had greatly improved. He bent his knees and pushed off hard, quickly jumping back 2 or 3 meters. The distance was quickly created. Lin Ye raised his hand and aimed the ice blue crossbow at the zombie, releasing a shot. The ice blue crossbow glimmered and a semi-transparent ice spear shot out from it. The ice spear instantly pierced through the zombie's head, flying far away before hitting the ground. The zombie's movements stilled. Then, following the direction it was running, it collapsed to the ground motionless. A layer of visible frost gradually covered the entire head of the zombie from the point where the ice spear penetrated. Just as Lin Ye was preparing to fire a second shot, he stared at the zombie on the ground, which was completely still, as if it couldn't be more dead. He was momentarily stunned. It died just like that. This crossbow is so powerful. The main point is the distance. Hitting the head at such close range took it out in one shot. Lin Ye looked at the ice blue crossbow in his hand. There was no recoil at all when he fired. At close range, it's as if he could hit anything he pointed at. Lin Ye looked around. There were no other zombies. He took out the metal rod from the spatial satchel and quickly approached the zombie. He raised the metal rod and struck the frozen head. Crack! The zombie's head shattered into pieces, revealing a crystal core. Lin Ye collected the crystal core and, after standing up, chose a direction to leave quickly. This was a street littered with abandoned cars. On both sides were stores that had long been destroyed. It was only then that Lin Ye realized he couldn't recognize the characters on the store signs, yet surprisingly he could understand their meaning. Is this a convenience granted by the system? Approaching a store, he saw that the rolling shutter door at the entrance had been damaged by some unknown force. A half-meter-long gash marred the center of the door, its edges torn outward and curled. Beside it was a large glass wall, now shattered, with shards of glass scattered all over the ground. Lin Ye skirted around the broken glass and entered the store. It was a small convenience store. Rows of merchandise shelves lay haphazardly, toppled over, thick with dust. The goods that had once been on them were gone, with clear signs of having been ransacked. Lin Ye circled around inside but found nothing useful. He approached the checkout counter where the equipment had already been destroyed. It appeared to be a device similar to a monitor with some buttons scattered on the counter. He examined it closely. Though he didn't recognize the equipment, he could roughly guess its purpose. I need to find a safe stronghold first, set it up, and then venture out to explore. A side door appeared beside the store. He opened it, revealing a stairwell leading upward. It was very narrow, barely enough for one person to pass through. Perfect. If a horde of zombies came, he could lure them here and take them out one by one. Clutching his ice blue crossbow, he cautiously ascended the stairs. The building wasn't tall, 3 floors in total. There was a room on each side of the staircase. Before long, Lin Ye had thoroughly inspected all the rooms and found no trace of zombies. Only then did he relax, deciding to use this place as his safe stronghold. He opened the instance panel. It was the same instance as the first time, but the teleportation point was different. Aside from the instance mission, nothing else had changed. There's an additional elimination mission. Judging from the last result, the mission reward offered plenty of points. This was to encourage survivors to adapt to combat as quickly as possible. He then looked at the energy stone in the ice blue crossbow. Judging by its glow, it had consumed about 1/10 of its energy. The power of the ice blue crossbow was certainly no less than that of a pistol, and with its added freezing effect, its lethality was even greater. Moreover, in terms of maneuverability and concealment, it completely outclassed firearms. There was no need to worry about recoil being too strong and missing the target. Even less need to worry about the sound attracting unpredictable dangers. As long as there was an energy stone, he could keep firing. For all these reasons, Lin Ye wouldn't trade it even for a Gatling gun. First, I need to determine its effective firing range. He went to a window on the second floor and opened it. Raising the ice blue crossbow, he aimed at the wall directly opposite. The distance was about 20 meters. Whoosh! The ice bolt shot out with incredible speed, crossing the 20-meter gap in an instant and embedding itself entirely into the opposite wall. The next second, a terrifying burst of cold erupted, freezing the wall around the ice bolt. This distance was too close to gauge its effective range. He raised the ice blue crossbow again, angling it forward and aiming at a target roughly 50 meters away. Holding his breath, he fired. Swish! The ice bolt struck the aiming point with precision once more. Lin Ye switched targets and fired repeatedly, experimenting continuously. In the end, he determined that within 60 meters the ice bolt could hit its target with accuracy. Next came the charged shot mode of the ice blue crossbow. After several shots, Lin Ye had roughly grasped its performance. A normal shot consumed a tenth of the energy and had an effective range of 60 meters. A charged shot consumed 3 times the energy, extended the range to 100 meters and boasted greater penetration and freezing power. He removed the depleted energy stone from the crossbow and replaced it with a new one. Gripping the ice blue crossbow in his right hand, Lin Ye went downstairs, opened the door and stepped onto the street. The nearby stores were all destroyed and empty inside. It seemed he would have to look for places where zombies lingered or areas that were locked. Clutching his weapon tightly, he kept his ears sharp and his eyes peeled as he ventured further out. Ahead, a hardware store caught Lin Ye's eye. Inside, various pipes were in a chaotic mess. Though it had been looted, quite a few items remained. Maybe he could find something useful. Drawing closer, he listened carefully. The place was dead silent with no movement. Lin Ye stepped inside and began searching gently. Water pipes, cracked, no use. A roll of electrical wire, still in decent condition, into the spatial bag. Screws and nuts, useless, skip them. A large wrench, this was good, could be sold as a weapon to other survivors. A power drill, out of battery, no use. Faucets, these were useful, could be installed in a room to get water. He collected over a dozen. This is a light bulb. Lin Ye grinned. This was exactly what he needed. He similarly stashed away over a dozen. Later he found some more tools and put anything suitable as a weapon into his spatial bag. After looting, Lin Ye continued forward. He reached a point 200 meters from his safe spot without any other gains. He decided to head back and explore in a different direction. Suddenly a faint sound came from around the street corner ahead. Lin Ye instantly shifted into combat mode and moved toward the source of the noise to investigate. Rounding the corner, he spotted a small courtyard ahead where 5 zombies were wandering. Lin Ye's heart tightened. He hadn't expected to encounter 5 at once. He averted his gaze, suppressing his slightly rapid breathing to avoid being detected by the zombies. Should I take them on? The zombies weren't fast and his body had been enhanced once, making him quicker than before. Moreover, he had the ice blue crossbow, a divine weapon. Even if his aim wasn't perfect, saturation fire could still take down these zombies. Making up his mind, Lin Ye sidestepped and aimed the crossbow at one of the zombies. Whoosh! A faint sound rang out as the ice bolt like a streak of lightning pierced through the zombie's head, killing it instantly. 1 down. The remaining 4 zombies stared at their fallen comrade, not understanding what had happened. Another soft sound. Thud. 2 down. After swiftly dispatching 2 zombies in quick succession, Lin Ye adjusted his aim toward the third. But before he could fire another bolt, the remaining zombies finally spotted the uninvited guest. They let out a roar in unison and charged at Lin Ye. Too late, he thought, his arms steady as he held the crossbow and pulled the trigger. Pfft. The ice bolt, trailing a wisp of grayish-black blood, embedded itself into the ground. The third zombie's head was pierced through and it collapsed motionless. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Ye had taken down 3 zombies. The remaining 2 still alive had only just reached the entrance. Lin Ye retreated 2 steps, creating enough distance, and fired toward the doorway. Moving targets were not as easy to hit. The ice bolt passed through one zombie's chest and pinned itself to the road behind. The zombie's chest rapidly froze from the cold. But only part of its torso was encased in ice and its movement wasn't significantly hindered. It continued lunging at Lin Ye. Seeing that the hit zombie could still move normally, a flash of insight struck Lin Ye. He then adjusted his aim, targeting the zombies' lower bodies. He fired 4 consecutive ice bolts, 2 of which missed. One pierced the thigh of the leading zombie while another struck the crotch of the one behind. The next moment, at the points where the ice bolts had penetrated, a burst of cold erupted. A layer of frost spread and quickly froze, slowing the zombies' running movements. They were soon frozen in place, their legs unable to move. Lin Ye didn't dare let his guard down. He raised the crossbow and fired 1 bolt into each of the 2 zombies' heads. Just then the energy stone was completely depleted. He swiped his left hand across his abdomen and with 5 fingers curling as if grasping an energy stone materialized out of thin air. Quickly replacing it with a new one, he then pulled out an iron rod. He swung at the frozen heads, the immense force shattering them completely, and collected the crystals that appeared. In 5 successive blows he harvested 5 crystals. Just as he stored away the last crystal, a thunderous roar erupted from a room in the small courtyard that had been securely shut. Lin Ye's ears rang from the sound and his body stiffened. Terrified, he slowly turned his head toward the locked door. Boom! The next moment the door was violently smashed open from the inside, the entire wooden door splintering into pieces. Broken planks of wood scattered all over the yard. A burly male zombie burst out from the room. His skin was similarly dark but without decay, and his muscles were even more robust than a normal person's. Lin Ye's mind went blank. Is this an evolved zombie? Run! The moment Lin Ye saw the zombie clearly, he sprinted out of the courtyard. Given its size and the force with which it had just burst through the door, there was no way he could face it head-on. Damn it, why didn't it show up before? If he had detected a zombie of this level earlier, he would have fled long ago instead of being this close. Just as Lin Ye reached the entrance, heavy footsteps sounded behind him. The burly zombie bent its legs, its thick muscles erupting with terrifying power. In just 2 or 3 strides it closed the distance between them. Lin Ye didn't even have time to escape through the courtyard gate. He felt as if a heavy truck had slammed into his back. A spray of blood burst from his mouth. Then his entire body was sent flying, hurtling nearly 5 meters before crashing heavily onto the road outside. He rolled forward several more times before coming to a stop. Coughing up another mouthful of blood, Lin Ye felt as though his body had shattered. His internal organs burned as if scorched by flames, and even breathing became excruciatingly difficult. Fortunately, his body had been somewhat strengthened by the system. Though grievously injured, he remained conscious. With difficulty he stretched out his left hand, reaching for his spatial satchel. A glass tube containing a pale green liquid appeared. Primary healing potion. He placed the potion in his mouth and bit down hard. The next moment a cool, faintly fragrant medicinal liquid was pumped into his mouth. He swallowed it in large gulps. As the cool liquid entered his stomach, the burning sensation within him quickly subsided. His injuries healed, the pain vanished, and his numb limbs regained sensation. Lin Ye opened his mouth, gasping deeply for fresh air. I'm alive. In that instant just now he had truly believed his body had been torn into several pieces. But the crisis was not yet over. In fact, for the burly zombie it hadn't even begun. A white-grade potion had a miraculous effect on someone like Lin Ye, who was still an ordinary human. Within seconds, aside from some lingering discomfort, his injuries had fully recovered. Lin Ye looked up toward the courtyard from which he had been flung. The burly zombie was walking toward him step by step. Perhaps its intelligence was too low, or maybe it had never encountered a creature so weak that could survive its blow. It didn't rush over to check if Lin Ye was truly dead. It just advanced slowly. Should he run again? No. Given its terrifying speed, even a 50-meter head start would be useless. I have to gamble. If I win, I live. Otherwise, well. Lin Ye raised his ice blue crossbow, aimed at the burly zombie, and pulled the trigger. A pale blue ice bolt shot straight toward the zombie's chest. The burly zombie hadn't expected Lin Ye to still be alive, let alone counterattack. Caught off guard, the ice bolt struck it with full force. Contrary to expectations, the ice bolt didn't pierce through like it did with ordinary zombies. Instead, it only penetrated the skin, getting lodged in the tough, sinewy muscles. This type of zombie had terrifying defenses if the ice blue crossbow could barely breach them. Lin Ye didn't hold back, firing ice bolts one after another, exhausting all its energy in a single burst. Under attack, the burly zombie raised its arms to shield its chest. In the end, 3 ice bolts struck its chest and 3 hit its arms. The remaining bolts missed their mark. Wounded, the zombie's ferocity was reignited. It spread its arms wide, tilting its head back and letting out a furious roar. Then it charged at Lin Ye. Before it could take 2 steps, the cold energy within the embedded ice bolts erupted. Ice began to form on its chest and arms, spreading outward from the points of impact. With 6 ice bolts in total, the terrifying cold overcame even its formidable defenses. Its chest froze, its arms stiffened, and its running body lost balance. With a thud, it crashed to the ground. The burly zombie writhed and roared, struggling to get up. But its frozen arms couldn't support its weight. Its powerful legs kicked wildly against the ground. Lin Ye had already stood up after his initial barrage. Seeing that the attack had worked and the zombie was frozen, he didn't flee. Instead, he took out another energy stone and loaded it into the ice blue crossbow. Aiming at the zombie's still moving legs, he fired several bolts into each. The cold energy froze the burly zombie's legs, rendering it completely immobile. Lin Ye finally felt safe. His clothes were soaked with sweat, partly from fear, partly from the pain of the impact. His legs weak, he plopped down onto the ground. It had been far too close, he had nearly died here. Thank goodness for that healing potion. After recovering a bit of strength, Lin Ye got up and approached the zombie. The burly zombie turned its head, baring its sharp teeth and snarling fiercely at him. Lin Ye raised the ice blue crossbow, aiming at its head. He began to charge the attack. 3 seconds later, a thicker ice bolt shot out. Thud. The ice bolt pierced the zombie's skull, embedding itself nearly a third of the way in. Transparent ice crystals spread, freezing the entire head. Lin Ye took out an iron rod and struck the head with all his might. Bang! The rod bounced back, the powerful recoil numbing his arm. This defense is insane. Ordinary weapons couldn't even break its tough skin. Putting away the iron rod, he pulled out a sledgehammer he had found earlier at a hardware store. I refuse to believe I can't smash you. Gripping the handle tightly with both hands, Lin Ye brought the hammer down on the zombie's head in a frenzy. Once. Twice. 3 times. After exhausting most of his strength, he finally cracked open the burly zombie's skull. Breathing heavily, Lin Ye reached out with a trembling hand. Among the mess of flesh, he found a larger crystal core. He stashed it happily into his spatial satchel. Rising, Lin Ye gazed toward the rooms in the courtyard. Was it finally safe now? One thing puzzled him though. Why hadn't the burly zombie inside come out when he was killing the 5 ordinary ones outside earlier? As he understood it, zombies should attack any sign of living humans without hesitation or reason. Lin Ye entered the courtyard and closed the gate. Then he headed toward the shattered wooden door. The door was completely splintered, leaving only the frame. Lin Ye stepped over the frame and entered the room. Inside were everyday household items. Lin Ye looked around. On a chair he spotted something familiar. Is that a black iron chest? Another black iron chest. Delighted, Lin Ye stepped forward and picked it up. Could it be that the burly zombie hadn't attacked him immediately because of this chest? He recalled the scene from yesterday when he had found a black iron chest. There had been 3 zombies near that chest too. Were they guarding the high-grade chest? Lin Ye speculated. Storing the chest in his satchel, he began searching the house for useful supplies. The entire building had 3 floors totaling 7 rooms. Lin Ye searched each one, stashing anything useful into his spatial satchel. Soon all the rooms were scavenged and the satchel was full. Lin Ye didn't linger any longer. The commotion from the fight was considerable and he had to leave immediately. Along the way, Lin Ye treaded with caution. He safely returned to the previously chosen stronghold. This experience was a narrow escape from death. Had his luck been even slightly worse, he would have been crushed to death directly. Or if he hadn't obtained the healing potion, he would now be a corpse. No, the corpse would have been devoured by zombies, leaving not even a complete body. Lin Ye ascended the stairs and found a room on the 2nd floor. After entering, he closed the door. Having confirmed the environment was safe, a surge of exhaustion washed over him and he slowly sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall. He took out food and water, beginning to replenish his strength. After resting for a while, his body recovered by more than half. He then retrieved the black iron chest he had just obtained. The previous chest had yielded the ice blue crossbow which had saved his life today. He hoped this one would also bring a surprise. The black iron chest was opening. A wooden bed X1, a simple workbench X1, a dark green dagger X1. 3 items appeared and Lin Ye picked up the first one. Damn it, are you kidding me? Why another wooden bed? He had only been here 2 days and had already obtained 3 beds. Even if he changed to a new one every day he would still have extras. Wasn't that infuriating? He forcibly swallowed the curse words about to escape his lips and continued to look at the next item. Simple workbench. Type facility. Quality special. Description: a special crafting facility that must be used with blueprints. It can produce items up to white quality consuming room energy. Evaluation: give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. This is a special type of room facility. As long as you have materials and blueprints you can craft items. This represented productivity, the ability to produce finished goods endlessly. Combined with the trading channel, one could directly become a wholesaler. He remembered obtaining a blueprint before and rummaged through his spatial satchel. Found it. Wooden bed blueprint. Why was it a bed again? He didn't seem as happy as before. For the last item Lin Ye was full of hope. Dark green dagger. Type weapon. Quality white. Description: a dagger for self-defense capable of easily piercing the defenses of most first-tier supernatural creatures. It was soaked in venom for a long time during its forging, making its toxicity potent enough to kill upon drawing blood. Evaluation: suitable for ambushes unless you possess exceptional close combat skills. Oh, and never lick the dagger to show off after a successful sneak attack. The dagger had a total length of nearly 30 centimeters with a black wooden handle. The handle was carved with anti-slip patterns and felt quite good in the hand. The blade, however, emitted a faint green glow. Just getting a little closer made one feel dizzy and lightheaded, a testament to the ferocity of its poison. After checking all the acquired items he stored them all in his spatial satchel. Lin Ye opened the mission panel. Dungeon Mission 1. Successfully survive for 2 hours. Remaining time 33 minutes to kill 1 ordinary zombie. Completed. This trip had consumed considerable time and was extremely dangerous. However, the rewards were equally substantial. With little time left, Lin Ye decided not to go out again, quietly waiting for the return. Return conditions met. Return method confirmed. Return now. Did it need confirmation to return? Lin Ye tried selecting no. Return not agreed. Maximum stay duration for this dungeon 1 hour. You can teleport back anytime within 1 hour. After 1 hour you will be forcibly returned. Please be mindful of room energy consumption. Lin Ye was surprised. He hadn't expected to be able to stay and continue exploring. Moreover, being able to return at any time added an extra layer of insurance. If he encountered another evolved zombie like that, as long as it wasn't a sudden face-to-face attack, he could teleport away and return safely. As for room energy, he had replenished it with 2 energy stones before leaving. With a 1/1 time flow rate he didn't need to worry about insufficient room energy. Emboldened, Lin Ye went downstairs again. This time he explored in the opposite direction. The air was occasionally filled with the stench of decay. In many abandoned cars one could still see mutilated corpses that had been gnawed on by zombies. Dried blood was visible everywhere on the broken roads. In the distance tall buildings were broken and collapsed and the faint roars of unknown creatures drifted over. Lin Ye stood beside a wrecked car, raising the ice blue crossbow, aiming forward. 20 meters ahead an ordinary zombie swung its arms, charging forward recklessly. Lin Ye slowed his breathing and pulled the trigger of the ice blue crossbow. The ice bolt flew across the distance between them, precisely piercing the zombie's head. This was the 7th zombie he had encountered on his second outing. Through these few real battles his accuracy with the ice blue crossbow had improved considerably. These ordinary zombies were the perfect targets for training through combat. They offered high safety and yielded crystal cores. After collecting this core, Lin Ye looked up ahead. A tall building appeared. Its style was similar to office buildings on Blue Star, with the entire exterior clad in glass curtain walls. This building was relatively intact, with only a few panes of glass broken on the higher floors. Lin Ye cautiously approached. As he drew nearer, the sounds of zombie growls reached his ears. He skirted around a flower bed that served as landscaping and looked towards the building's entrance. It was a 5-meter-wide double glass door standing wide open. And most importantly, inside the door a dense mass of zombies was gathered, too many to count. They were like specters, body against body, wandering slowly and aimlessly. Lin Ye gasped, a chill running up his spine. How many are there? 50. Or 100. That pitch-black mass left no gaps. Lin Ye immediately turned and hid behind the flower bed. He dared not make a sound, terrified of attracting the horde's attention. So many zombies were not something his ice blue crossbow could handle. Perhaps swapping it for a minigun would be a better choice. Lin Ye shook his head. He would have to be mad to mess with this zombie horde. And it wasn't just those downstairs. On the second floor and even the third he could see rows upon rows of zombie figures by the windows. No wonder there are so few zombies nearby. They're all gathered here. Why? Lin Ye didn't want to know the reason. He just wanted to get far away from this place. He had barely taken 2 steps when a muffled bang of glass being struck came from behind. Lin Ye halted, whipping his head around to look at the second floor. By the window on the second floor stood a very peculiar zombie, its fists pressed against the glass. It looked down at Lin Ye. Its gaze was unusual, unlike the bloodthirsty madness of other zombies. In those eyes there was hostility, doubt, curiosity and thought. Lin Ye felt his scalp tingle from that stare, a chill creeping from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. What kind of gaze is that? Was it appraising me? This insane thought spread relentlessly in his mind. Through the glass Lin Ye couldn't see very clearly. The zombie's physique wasn't large or strong and its skin showed signs of decay. Another evolved zombie. It just stood there on the second floor silently watching Lin Ye. It formed a stark contrast with the mindless zombies surrounding it. Strangely, other zombies had detected Lin Ye's presence, including those downstairs. Yet they didn't charge out recklessly to attack him. They only roared restlessly inside the building, moving about incessantly. But none of them stepped past the glass door. This bizarre scene made Lin Ye's throat dry and his heart race. He swallowed hard, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Could these zombies be controlled? Is it that one? Its behavior doesn't seem mindless. The situation was getting complicated. Perhaps this was a type of social structure among zombies. He wondered if there were still normal humans in this world and what they would make of intelligent zombies. From this perspective, the depths of this world were far greater than he had seen. He couldn't stay any longer. Return. Right now. When his vision returned, Lin Ye found himself back in the room of the Apocalypse building. He took several deep breaths of fresh air to calm his emotions. He sat down heavily on the bed and opened the settlement panel. Settling this trial instance. 1. Acquired a considerable amount of basic supplies, rewarded with 50 survival points. 2. Obtained an iron chest X1, rewarded with 50 survival points. 3. Acquired 13 ordinary cores, rewarded with 100 survival points. The survival points for this category have reached the upper limit, only the first 10 instances are counted. 4. Killed 13 ordinary zombies, rewarded with 300 survival points. 5. Acquired a first order core X1, rewarded with 50 survival points. 6. Killed 1 first order zombie, rewarded with 100 survival points. 7. Completed task 1, rewarded with 100 survival points. 8. Completed task 2, rewarded with 200 survival points. Settlement complete. Calculating rewards. 1. Survival points X 950. 2. Settlement chest X1. 3. Energy stones X9. Talent settlement interface enhancement activated. Enhancing settlement interface. Enhancement complete. 1. Survival points X 950. 2. Glimmering settlement chest X1. 3. Energy stones X18. Lin Ye stared at the enhanced panel, his brow furrowed. The points remained unchanged at 950. The settlement chest had transformed into a glimmering settlement chest. As before, the energy stones were doubled. So it's not a fixed double. This time only 2 items were enhanced, 1 in quantity, 1 in quality, Lin Ye murmured to himself. He stored the reward energy stones in his spatial satchel. Before him, a chest emitting a constant shimmering light firmly captured Lin Ye's attention. It was immediately apparent that this was no ordinary chest. Opening glimmering settlement chest. Special effect slow recovery X1. Ability burst X1. Energy stone X5. Aside from the fixed energy stones, there was another ability. And something I've never seen before. Special effect slow recovery type special. Quality white. Description: a special room effect. Once integrated into a room, as long as the survivor is within the room, it slowly recovers physical injuries. Evaluation: don't underestimate its mild effect, it can heal hidden injuries. You'll appreciate it once you use it. Lin Ye opened the room information interface and applied this special effect. The next moment a warm soothing sensation enveloped him as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The discomfort in his body began to fade, especially in the organs forcibly healed by the potent medicinal energy of the recovery potion. They were slowly transforming towards a normal healthy state. The lingering aftereffects of his injuries were vanishing and Lin Ye let out a long comfortable sigh of relief. This effect is truly practical. Ability burst: type ability. Quality white. Learning conditions: Physique 6, Strength 6, Agility 6, Spirit 6. Description: drains a large amount of stamina and mental energy to unleash a burst of enhanced attack power. After the ability ends, the user enters a weakened state. Evaluation: the burst is fleeting but weakness is the norm. It was an ability he could learn right now. Delighted, Lin Ye picked up the ability. He immediately chose to learn it. A strange surge of memories flooded his mind, the knowledge of how to activate the ability. Following the memories, Lin Ye activated it. Instantly he felt his body swell with power. An inexhaustible force surged within him. His vision and senses were heightened dramatically. He took out an iron rod and gripped it. The rod, which had previously felt somewhat heavy, now felt as light as holding a chopstick. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Ye casually swung it in the air a few times. The iron rod cleaved through the air, producing a series of whistling sounds. He felt he could now go head-to-head with that hulking zombie. Of course, that was only if this state could be maintained indefinitely. The next moment the immense power rapidly drained away. Lin Ye's legs buckled and he collapsed to the floor, breathing heavily. His body was completely drained. He lacked even the strength to lift his arm, utterly weakened. After resting for a full 10 minutes or so, Lin Ye felt he had recovered slightly. Using both hands he struggled to push himself up, rising unsteadily to his feet, his steps weak and faltering. No wonder the learning conditions were so low with aftereffects this severe. I will never use this unless it's a life-or-death situation. It was fortunate he had tested it today. If he had impulsively used it in the trial instance, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Ye sat on the bed. Only half an hour later did he regain some mobility. He opened the system interface and began to allocate his points. With over 900 points he didn't hesitate. Max everything out. Personal information: name Lin Ye. Level ordinary unranked. Physique 10. Strength 10. Agility 10. Spirit 10. Energy 0. Survival points 450. Talent settlement interface enhancement. Ability burst. Evaluation: you have reached the current stage's limit. You must complete the limit trial instance to continue improving. After the enhancements, a wave of hunger struck. Lin Ye took out some food and devoured it ravenously. With his stomach full he retrieved the spoils from his spatial satchel. First were various portable daily necessities, unexpired food and the assortment of tools he'd found at the hardware store. Then came the lighting fixture, the faucet and the simple workbench. He first picked up the simple workbench and placed it by the window. A highly futuristic one-dimensional miniature countertop materialized. Lin Ye reached out to touch it. Its material was an unfamiliar metal. The moment he touched it, a holographic screen appeared. It could store blueprints. After inserting the wooden bed blueprint, Lin Ye opened the crafting interface. It displayed the required materials, crafting time and energy consumption. The functions were comprehensive, but he currently lacked the materials to craft a wooden bed. He closed the workbench, picked up the lighting fixture, stood on the bed and stretched to hold it up to the ceiling. As the light touched the ceiling, the surface warped. The next moment the two fused perfectly together. He could control the lights on and off functions through the system panel. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. Finally starting to look like something. Next he needed to prepare for breaking through his limits. For weapons he had the ice blue crossbow for ranged attacks and the dark green dagger for close combat. Moreover, the ice blue crossbow offered both damage and control. The chances of finding a better weapon at this stage were slim. Even if someone were willing to sell, the price would be beyond Lin Ye's means. His best bet was to find a piece of defensive equipment. Oh, and healing potions too. These were all necessities for surviving instances and their prices were naturally high. Currently the items of higher value he had for trade were his cores and energy stones. He had 13 ordinary cores, 1 first-order core and 26 energy stones. He hoped to trade them for something satisfactory. Lin Ye opened the trading channel and a long list of trade offers appeared. In total there were over 1,000 trade listings. Compared to yesterday it was many times more. 500 milliliters mineral water, note trade for weapons food is also acceptable. DM me for trades. 300 g raw beef, note trade for fever reducer urgent. Lin Ye continuously scrolled through the trade information. Unfortunately most people here were trading basic necessities like food or ordinary weapons. What he wanted was for now relatively high-end. Not wasting time searching line by line he opened the chat channel ready to post an advertisement. I think I got bitten by a zombie. What will happen? No hope, just wait to die. Bro, when you turn into a zombie can you give me your crystal core? I just need one more to upgrade my room. I want one too. I have a healing talent but unfortunately we can't meet, or I could try. Trading food for crystal cores, anyone? Trading food for energy stones. My room's energy is running out. Can anyone save me? Lin Ye looked at the number at the end of the channel. 863. It was only the second day and nearly 140 people had already died. It was foreseeable that this number would continue to dwindle. Life here was truly just a number. No struggle was visible, no despair of death, only numbers constantly changing. Lin Ye edited the information he needed and sent it out. Crystal cores and energy stones for white quality defensive equipment or healing items. A big shot captured alive. The big shot plays differently, already going for quality gear. I don't even have a crappy kitchen knife. Who says so? Shortly after Lin Ye's message was sent, a private chat appeared. Hong Jintong, I have a healing item. How do we trade? Seeing this name, Lin Ye immediately recalled that this was the survivor ranked 8th in points. As expected, only the top-tier players had goods. I need to see the info first. The other side replied quickly. Basic healing potion, white quality. Its effect won't disappoint you. Lin Ye was no stranger to this potion, he knew its effects well. Do you want crystal cores or energy stones? The other side paused as if thinking. Do you have any weapons? Same quality. Lin Ye was taken aback. The other wanted weapons, which put him in a bind. Both of his weapons had their uses and were worth far more than the healing potion, he couldn't trade them. No weapons, only crystal cores and energy stones. Still want to trade? Then 15 energy stones. Lin Ye looked at the number and was almost amused. What a huge demand. After one instance run, obtaining more than 5 energy stones meant being in the top 20 in points. After room consumption or upgrades, how many people could spare 15 energy stones? After all, it's a one-time consumable. It's not worth that much. What's your offer? At most 5. Lin Ye was gambling, betting that the other hadn't used the healing potion and didn't know its exact effects. Too few. No deal. Really can't add more. If you don't want to trade, fine. The other side quickly replied, how about this 5 energy stones plus 3 crystal cores? This is a white quality item after all. Lin Ye thought for a moment and agreed to the terms. Finding a suitable item elsewhere wasn't guaranteed, high-quality items were too scarce. Paying 5 energy stones and 3 crystal cores, a potion identical to the one he had used appeared in his hand. Storing the potion, Lin Ye waited while browsing trade information. Seeing many people trading food for weapons, Lin Ye selected a few with larger food quantities and exchanged some tools that could serve as weapons. During this time many people privately messaged Lin Ye wanting to trade other things for energy stones and crystal cores, but he refused them all. Time slowly approached noon. Finally a message caught his attention. Chenlong, bro, still need equipment. Lin Ye's expression sharpened. This name left a deep impression on him. The second-ranked big shot had appeared. Strictly speaking, this person should be first. Lin Ye's points boosted by his talents, double points barely edged him out. Lin Ye, yes I do. What kind of equipment? A system appraisal message came through. Blackrock shield. Type equipment. Quality white. Description: a shield crafted from Blackrock using special techniques. It is resilient, capable of blocking most first-tier creature attacks and slightly reducing impact. Evaluation: refining a not so precious rock into a shield is quite a skill. Lin Ye hadn't expected a shield, he thought it might be armor. But after thinking armor, a full-body defensive item, would be extremely valuable and he might not have enough to afford it. How much? 15 energy stones. Again 15 energy stones, but this time it wasn't a huge demand. In Lin Ye's view the price was reasonable. But he still had to haggle. 13 okay. My price isn't high. At this stage how many white quality items are there? Let alone being willing to sell. Lin Ye thought about it if the other was right. He was about to agree when another message arrived. Chenlong, I can include a piece of information as a bonus and we can be friends. Oh. What information? Lin Ye was intrigued. About the limit challenge instance. Your attributes should be at their limit, right? Lin Ye's gaze turned serious. It wasn't surprising that the other guessed his attributes were at their limit. Given his points ranking from yesterday, reaching that score meant his physical attributes were already high, and with the massive points hitting the limit was normal. The key point was that the other knew about the limit instance, which meant he had already entered it. You entered the limit challenge instance. Did you complete it? Barely did. Personal info. A screenshot of personal info appeared in the private chat. Personal info. Name Chenlong. Level Transcendent First Tier. The specific attributes weren't included in the screenshot, that was top secret. No one casually revealed their stats. Lin Ye's pupils contracted. Transcendent. First Tier. Was this the level after breaking the limit? Deal. The moment the trade was confirmed, the space before him began to warp. The energy stones vanished and a pitch-black shield appeared. Lin Ye didn't rush to examine the shield, instead he looked at Chenlong's private message. The first-tier limit challenge instance requires killing a first-tier creature, what we call an evolved zombie. Kill a first-tier zombie. Indeed, it was no simple task. Though Lin Ye had killed one that morning, that was due to luck and the healing potion which barely saved his life. Moreover, from his observations, zombies evolved in different directions. If he was transported to a place with a zombie possessing troublesome abilities, could he still luckily kill it? Alright, thanks. About to end the chat, Lin Ye remembered something and asked again, by the way, were you the first to reach the limit yesterday? No, I entered quite late. When I came out, someone had already reached the limit before me. Lin Ye hadn't expected a negative answer. Besides Chenlong, there were others who had reached the attribute limit on the first day. Maybe there were more than two. Who knew? Lin Ye let out a long breath, his expression unreadable. Truly, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After receiving the desired information, Lin Ye picked up the newly acquired shield and examined it closely. The shield was light, weighing around 20 pounds. The shield had an irregular round shape, approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, and was entirely gray-black. Lin Ye tapped on the surface of the shield with his fingers. A dull sound gave a solid and reassuring feeling. On the inner side of the shield there was a handle embedded, which Lin Ye grasped with his left hand. He placed it in front of his chest, adopting a blocking stance. It feels pretty good. The energy stone was worth it. After storing the black rock shield, it was still early. Lin Ye thought of the wooden bed blueprint on the workbench and considered making it to sell. It would also be good to exchange for more food. He opened the trading channel and found information on wood trading. A cursory glance revealed that there were quite a few people trading wood. The prices were not high, mainly because wood was not very useful and was mostly used as burning material. Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining it was the simplest among all resources. After spending some food, he exchanged for 2 large piles of wood. Lin Ye opened the workbench and pulled up the wooden bed blueprint. Materials: wood 10. He added the wood piece by piece until the required amount was met. Wood 1010. Crafting time 10 seconds. Energy cost 3 points. Would you like to craft? Lin Ye selected yes, and the workbench emitted a faint humming sound as streams of white light gathered towards the center. 10 seconds later, a bubble the size of a crystal ball appeared containing the crafted wooden bed. Lin Ye looked at the wood he had traded for and realized he could craft 8 more, so he crafted them all at once. The cost was not high. The small amount of food exchanged for wood could be neglected, amounting to only 27 points of energy, which was slightly precious. He listed all the wooden beds on the trading channel and set the desired exchange quantity. He went to the trading channel to continue collecting healing items while also advertising the wooden beds. Has the big shot not received any healing items yet? Not many seem to have them. I only found one wooden treasure chest and it was filled with food. Have you guys come across any room upgrade blueprints? It's not that simple. I haven't seen a single treasure chest. What's the rush for that? I think it's fine to live like this for now if the material requirements for room upgrades are too high for me to gather. Yeah, we might as well use it to exchange for food. Lin Ye shook his head as he watched everyone's conversation, thinking, is it really that simple? He waited until deep into the night but no one exchanged for healing items. The system also did not provide any hints about whether there would be point-ranking rewards today. Lin Ye decided not to wait any longer and peacefully fell into a dream. Time reached the third day and Lin Ye woke up on time. Today was the last day of beginner protection and he hoped to find another black iron treasure chest. After carefully checking the items he needed to bring, Lin Ye opened the dungeon. First level Extreme Challenge Dungeon entry conditions, all attributes 10 matching successful. Entering soon. Dungeon name Insect Plague Invasion. Dungeon type First level Extreme Challenge Dungeon tag Single participation task Collection Survival Challenge Return Dungeon task Kill a first level creature. Return conditions Complete the dungeon task. Return method Anywhere Instant return time Anchoring. Current time ratio 1:1. In a dense forest several ragged figures were fleeing. They were thin and pale, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. Their clothes, unable to fully cover their bodies, were stained with dried dirt everywhere. They moved with proficiency, deftly maneuvering around obstructing trees, darting through the jungle at great speed. Leading the way was a middle-aged man around 40 years old with an unkempt beard. He ran quickly while anxiously looking back. "Xiao Song, keep up!" He shouted loudly at a young boy behind him whose speed was slowing down. "Uncle Sean, there's no need to worry about me, I will definitely catch up." The boy named Xiao Song gasped heavily, but his pace remained close to the others. Sean was leading the way at the front, occasionally glancing around to confirm the direction of escape. "Everyone hold on a little longer, we're almost out of the forest. We might encounter the hunting team soon." The others did not respond, simply running forward desperately. They were still over 10 miles away from the gathering place and the hope of encountering a hunting team was very slim. Lin Ye regained his sight and what came into view was no longer the ruins of a broken city but a lush and vibrant forest. The forest was eerily quiet, devoid of birdsong and floral fragrance, only a blanket of silence. Has the dungeon changed? Fortunately there was currently no danger. Insect Plague Invasion. Is this the danger of this dungeon? Lin Ye looked at the return conditions. Kill a first-level creature with no survival time task. If he didn't kill anything, would he be stuck here indefinitely? Unable to return until death. Before he could ponder further, movement came from ahead. Lin Ye instantly reacted, raising his ice-blue crossbow towards the direction of the sound while his left hand summoned the black rock shield to protect his vital points. Just as he prepared for battle, several figures appeared ahead, moving at great speed. Neither side expected to suddenly encounter fellow beings. The fleeing group quickly halted, looking at Lin Ye with wary expressions. Lin Ye was even more shocked. He had not expected to encounter living humans. He felt as though it had been a long time since he had seen anyone like himself. Cautiously, Lin Ye did not attack immediately, nor did he speak up to inquire. At that moment the middle-aged man at the front pointed behind him in terror, speaking urgently, "Little brother, the insect race is chasing us, run." Without waiting for Lin Ye to respond, he waved to the others and led them to continue fleeing in the chosen direction. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. This was a language he had never heard before. Surprisingly, he understood its meaning. Insect race. Lin Ye instinctively looked towards the direction from which the group had come. All he could see were dense trees, flourishing growth, and sunlight struggling to penetrate the forest, casting dim shadows. Suddenly a strange and sharp screech echoed from afar. The leaves began to shake and the sound of branches snapping echoed densely. A strange insect half the height of a person appeared in Lin Ye's line of sight. The insect resembled a giant mantis but was far more grotesque. Its twisted body and menacing mandibles were unsettling. It had a pair of 1 meter long greenish-blue pincers covered in sharp spikes glinting coldly. Lin Ye shuddered and took off towards the group ahead. This creature was too hideous and unknown, it was best to flee. The group ahead was not slow, but Lin Ye was even faster. His agility had reached its limit, making him faster than any sprinter on Blue Star. Moreover, his endurance was higher, allowing him to sprint at maximum effort for longer periods. In no time Lin Ye caught up with them. There were 5 people in total, 3 adults and 2 youths. All 5 had remarkably high physical fitness, especially the 2 adults at the front. The one leading the way was clearly still with energy, not running at full speed. These people must have at least 7 agility, the strongest among them is probably not far from the limit. How terrifying was the insect race that these people had such thoughts of only fleeing for their lives. Lin Ye longed to inquire about the specifics so he could plan his next steps accordingly. Alas, though he could understand their speech, he himself could not utter a word in their tongue. He had no choice but to flee alongside them. As he ran, Lin Ye cautiously observed this band of unexpected intruders, ragged and gaunt, none of them appearing particularly robust. Their weapons were especially telling, most wielded chipped long blades or crudely sharpened iron rods. Only the two strongest at the front bore arms of any real distinction. One gripped a heavy poleaxe, the pale gleaming blade massive and unmistakably weighty. The other carried a sturdy iron mining cleaver in hand and a bow slung across his back. Having assessed their armaments, Lin Ye noticed the forest thinning ahead, the edge of the woods was near. Glancing back, he saw the mantis-like creatures closing in swifter than the fleeing group. Should I break away from them? Lin Ye hesitated, then dismissed the thought. For now he would stay with them, not out of kindness but because he was utterly lost. He had no idea which direction offered safety nor any clear understanding of the insect race's true strength. To dash off blindly would invite peril just as surely. At least for the moment death would claim another before him. Perhaps the insects had already fed their fill. The group burst from the treeline into an open, desolate wasteland. The middle-aged man leading them wore despair like a shroud upon his face. We cannot outrun them. They were a foraging party, sent into the forest to hunt game and return with sustenance. Given their collective strength, even encountering one or two isolated insectoids would have posed little more than a challenge, and success in securing food remained highly probable provided fortune did not betray them. Alas! A sudden sharp rustling filled the air, a flurry of wings beating behind them, as the pursuing insects soared over the group. Then, boom! They landed directly ahead, blocking the only path of escape. Lin Ye's heart lurched. He had not expected them to fly. This changed everything. Simultaneously several more insects, varying in size, surged from the forest, encircling Lin Ye and his companions on the barren plain. Lin Ye swept his gaze across them, 5 in total. His heart sank into icy depths. These were no sluggish, feeble, mindless zombies. Each loomed colossal, armored in thick chitinous plating, even their elongated pincers gleamed with lethal intent. Worse still, they coordinated, tightening their ring with chilling precision. Shan let out a grim hollow laugh and spoke in a voice raw with exhaustion, Xiao Song, Xiao Bo, I'm sorry. I won't be taking you home. The two youngest youths stared in mute despair, trembling uncontrollably, yet still drew their weapons and stood firm. Uncle Shan, it's not your fault. Without you my sister would have starved long ago, and I know. I'm the one who held you back. Xiao Song is right. You're the only one who never looked down on our weakness, never refused to bring us along to forage. We're not ungrateful people. Damn these wretched insects, if only they hadn't. Save your breath. Conserve your strength, we'll fight them, heathen. Every one we fell counts. Lin Ye joined them, forming a tight circle back-to-back, bracing for assault. Shan glanced at Lin Ye, his expression shadowed with quiet remorse. My apologies, young brother, I never imagined meeting you here of all places. Lin Ye said nothing, only gave a slight solemn nod in reply. The insects circled outward, pacing like predators, seeking the slightest opening. Their jagged mandibles emitted shrill grating shrieks. Beady emerald-sized eyes burned with feral bloodlust. The weakest among them, Xiao Song and Xiao Bo, were nearly overwhelmed by the piercing cacophony, dizzy and disoriented. One insect seized its chance, barbed pincers snapped forward in a blur. An adult nearby reacted instantly, yanking Xiao Song aside with his left hand, and driving his iron-tipped spear forward with his right. Clang! The spear had struck the chitin, leaving only a shallow dent. Yet that deflection saved Xiao Song. Watch out! Seeing their formation broken, the other mantis creatures surged forward en masse. They slashed with frost-edged pincers, 3 pairs of spined legs propelling them forward in terrifying speed. The two leaders fought with exceptional skill. One wielded a massive axe with both hands, parrying blow after blow, but even that heavy weapon could not pierce the chitin. Defense alone was unsustainable, defeat loomed inevitable. Shan, strongest among them, swung his mining cleaver with sweeping, brutal force, holding his own against the mantis creature evenly matched for now. The other 3 fared far worse. Xiao Bo rolled aside to evade a strike, only to rise into the downward lunge of a second pincer which pierced straight through his calf. He screamed in agony, hacking desperately at the pincer embedded in his leg, yet each blow shattered harmlessly against the unyielding carapace. The remaining 2 bled profusely, their garments soaked crimson. The situation collapsed into utter hopelessness. Lin Ye watched, every strike from the group deflected effortlessly by those impenetrable shells. No holding back. These insects could fly, he could not flee. His only path to survival lay in killing them all together. He raised his ice-blue crossbow aiming steadily at the mantis creature poised to finish Xiao Bo. Obsessed with its prey, the creature remained oblivious, until the frost-laced bolt streaked forth. Its unarmored skull exploded inward. Viridian ichor sprayed across Xiao Bo's body, releasing a rancid metallic stench. The creature froze mid-motion, then crumpled, its ruined head flash-frozen solid. With one kill secured, Lin Ye pivoted instantly, sighting his next target. Others held the creature's attention, buying him perfect unobstructed range. At such proximity he could not miss. Thwip. Another bolt tore through chitin and brain, another corpse collapsing lifelessly. Only then did the third mantis creature sense something amiss. Its two kin lay motionless. It lifted its head, shrieking a piercing alarm to its remaining comrades. Lin Ye showed no mercy. Seizing the split-second gap as its jaws parted, he fired, striking true. A third fallen. That unnatural cry did more than alert its kin. It turned every surviving human's gaze toward Lin Ye. Xiao Song, Xiao Bo and the wounded adult stared slack-jawed and stunned. Moments earlier these same mantis beasts had been savagely overwhelming, on the verge of slaughter. Now one by one they had fallen to this young man's hand. The last two mantis creatures beheld their fallen kin, and the bloodlust in their eyes dimmed, replaced by something rare among their kind, fear. Slowly they began to retreat. Relieved of pressure, Hishan and the other leader finally turned, only to freeze at the sight of three grotesque corpses sprawled upon the dust. Their shock was absolute. Hishan, voice trembling with disbelief, blurted, "This is..." Xiao Song clutched his bleeding wound, breathless with awe and exhilaration. "Uncle Shan, it was him. This young master, he's extraordinary." Once certain, Hishan locked eyes with Lin Ye, his expression alight with dawning reverence. "Young brother, I had no idea, your strength is beyond measure." Lin Ye offered a faint enigmatic smile, and nodded once. He intended to cultivate the persona of a silent, inscrutable stranger. But this was not the time for idle chatter. Lin Ye had no intention of letting the surviving mantis insect escape. He raised his hand, took aim and fired. A sharp sound pierced the air as an ice spike tore through the hard carapace of one mantis insect, plunging deep into its body. The frigid energy erupted from within, freezing it from the inside out. The fleeing creature crashed to the ground, unable to move. It was not dead, however, merely gravely wounded and incapacitated. Lin Ye was not disappointed, if this had already achieved his goal. The last remaining mantis insect, witnessing its companions fall one after another in rapid succession, finally felt fear, a creature driven solely by slaughter and possessing little intelligence. It turned and fled, spreading its malformed wings and flapping them wildly as it dashed toward the forest. It leaped with all its might, gliding on its twisted wings while emitting frantic cries. Its calls were utterly different from those during the attack, laced with terror. As it turned, Lin Ye had already fired an ice spike, but the angle was slightly off. The spike grazed the insect's wing and flew into the forest ahead. The creature closed in on the trees with alarming speed, and Lin Ye knew he could no longer hold back. He aimed the ice-blue crossbow at the fleeing mantis and unleashed a barrage of ice spikes. 5 shots in quick succession, all directed at the insect's body. Overwhelmed by the sheer number, the mantis insect found no escape. 2 ice spikes almost simultaneously plunged into its body. The frigid energy from both spikes erupted together, unleashing devastating force. Most of the mantis insect's body was frozen solid, and it perished on the spot. Thus all 5 mantis insects were dead, swiftly slain by Lin Ye alone. Hishan and his 4 companions stared in shock at the ice-blue crossbow in Lin Ye's hand. Only now did they realize that it was this powerful and mysterious weapon that had allowed him to dispatch the 5 mantis insects with such ease. Lin Ye turned back and caught their gazes. As if oblivious to their astonishment, he calmly replaced the energy stone with a new one, his fingers tightening around the crossbow. The 5 of them snapped out of their daze as Lin Ye finished the battle. Hishan strode forward, his voice thick with emotion as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young brother, for saving us. If not for you, we would have..." His voice trembled, unable to continue. The other 4 hurried over as well, voicing their thanks in unison. Lin Ye nodded silently, then walked past them to the mantis insect carcasses, collecting the crystals one by one. He clutched the gathered crystals in his hand and slipped them into his pocket, secretly transferring them into his spatial satchel. Behind him, Hishan and the others approached. "Young brother, my name is Hishan." He gestured toward the middle-aged man of considerable strength. "This is Lu Daqing, we call him Old Lu. And these are Chao Wan, Xiao Song and Xiao Bo. We're from Shuangyang settlement about 10 li away. We're all neighbors out searching for food together." May I ask your name, young brother? Are you from Shuangyang settlement as well? Lin Ye observed their grateful expressions. Xiao Song and Xiao Bo even had a hint of admiration in their eyes. He let his guard down slightly. He pointed to his mouth and shook his head indicating that he could not speak. He Shan and the others were startled at first then quickly understood. He Shan said with a hint of regret, "Ah. Haha, young brother, what are your plans? Why not come with us to Shuangyang settlement?" Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Xiao Ba's thigh pierced through with a wound had been hastily bandaged and he sat pale-faced to the side resting. The others had minor injuries and treated each other casually as if accustomed to such hardships. Xiao Song, lively by nature, approached Lin Ye with a look of admiration. "Brother, you're incredible. Don't worry, I'll never forget your kindness. I will repay you someday." Lin Ye believed him. From their conduct in the face of death these people seemed trustworthy. Clutching his bleeding wound, Xiao Song grimaced and asked, "Brother, you only want the bug cores? Not these materials?" Lin Ye frowned. What materials? Did bug core mean the crystal? But he couldn't ask. He Shan, tending to another's wound, overheard and smacked Xiao Song on the back of the head with a chuckle. "What are you thinking, kid? Our young brother just saved our lives. This is the least we can do." He raised his voice. "Everyone help gather the materials from the carcasses for our young brother." Xiao Song rubbed his head and scampered away. "Got it." Apart from the severely injured Xiao Bo, the other two joined in processing the remains. So these are materials from the mantis insect carcasses. Lin Ye was encountering this for the first time and had no idea what use the remains had. He Shan approached Lin Ye and spoke solemnly, "Rest assured, young brother. I'll keep an eye on them. I know exactly how much material these 5 mantis insects can yield and I won't let anyone shortchange you." Lin Ye nodded tacitly, allowing it. These people handled the carcasses with practiced skill. Unable to breach the hard carapace with their weapons, they targeted the gaps and weak points, prying off entire shell sections. Soon all 5 mantis insects were fully processed. They presented the materials to Lin Ye for inspection: intact carapaces, pincers used for attack, and insect meat extracted from the back area. The most peculiar item was a white fluid stored in a specialized syringe. It had been taken from the back of the insect's head, a small amount barely filling half the syringe from all 5 creatures. Lin Ye didn't bother counting. Without spatial storage they couldn't have hidden anything. Just then a rumbling sound echoed from afar. The noise grew louder and closer. Lin Ye heard it first, but moments later the others caught it too. It was like the thunderous roar of a helicopter's rotors rapidly approaching. Lin Ye first spotted a small speck which quickly enlarged as it flew from the edge of the forest. He Shan reacted first, the joy of their narrow escape vanishing, replaced by deeper despair. His voice turned shrill. It's the mantis leader." At the word leader the others' eyes filled with hopelessness. Even Lin Ye's impressive feat of swiftly killing 5 mantis insects offered them no solace. What leader? Lin Ye was bewildered. But then his expression turned to terror. The distant roar was now directly above them. It was a colossal mantis insect as massive as a combat helicopter descending with savage menace. Dust and weeds were swept away by the violent gale. Visible waves of powerful wind struck the ground, rippling outward from beneath Lin Ye and the others. They had to shield their eyes, their bodies swaying in the relentless wind. With a thunderous crash the giant mantis insect landed heavily on the ground. Its massive frame shook the earth. Lin Ye looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Before him stood a mantis insect at least 3 meters tall when upright. This is the leader. A first-tier insectoid. The mantis lord, nearly 5 meters in length, possessed a twisted and hideous form. Its body was covered in thick dark green carapace that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Each of its massive pincers used for attack was thicker than Lin Ye's entire body, with razor-sharp edges and sharp barbs as long as chopsticks. A single glance was enough to make one's scalp crawl. Its terrifying maw could tear a person apart with a single bite. Beneath its colossal frame 3 pairs of robust legs stood firm, their sharp claws digging deep into the ground. Lin Ye felt utterly despairing as the disparity in strength was too vast. These insectoids moved swiftly, could even fly, and were protected by thick carapaces of astonishing defense. Their 2 large pincers, like long blades, possessed immense offensive power. They were killing machines evolved for pure slaughter. Compared to them even the zombies seemed adorable. Even the evolved hulking zombie was no match for the mantis lord. Lin Ye now deeply regretted not leaving immediately after collecting the crystals. After landing, the Mantis Lord saw its kin's dismembered corpses on the ground. It threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar, a sound so powerful that even Lin Ye could not withstand it. He covered his ears in agony. The Mantis Lord pushed off the ground with all 6 legs, leaving shallow craters. As it surged forward, its broad wings spread and beat with force. This further accelerated its attack. In the blink of an eye it was upon them, its enormous savage pincers swinging down at the group. Overwhelmed and unable to muster the will to fight, the group quickly rolled aside. But the Mantis Lord's attack was too swift. A middle-aged man named Xiao Wan lost an arm, spraying bright red blood onto the ground. The most unfortunate was Xiao Bo, whose leg injury was the worst, leaving him unable to dodge this strike. The sharp pincer struck his chest, severing his upper body and spilling his organs across the ground. Xiao Bo! He Shan and Xiao Song cried out in anguish, their eyes wide with fury. Yet they were not even qualified for a desperate fight to the death. Their weapons could not even breach the defense of ordinary mantis insects, let alone this far more powerful lord. I have to risk it all. Lin Ye rolled aside to dodge the attack, raised his hand and fired 3 ice shards, aiming straight for the Mantis Lord's face. 3 sharp clinks rang out as the ice shards were deflected and fell to the ground. In the next moment, frost spread across the earth. The Mantis Lord reacted with incredible speed. Just before the ice shard struck, it raised its 2 massive hard pincers in front of its face, barely managing to block them. Only a few shallow white marks appeared on its dark green carapace. Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock. Even the ice blue crossbow could not penetrate its defense. The battle was becoming increasingly hopeless. The Mantis Lord's emotionless eyes locked onto Lin Ye, its brutal gaze sending a chill down his spine. In the next second it moved. In an instant it closed the distance between them, its pincer swinging with a piercing shriek as it tore through the air towards Lin Ye. The attack was too fast to dodge. Lin Ye raised the black rock shield with his left hand, holding it before his chest. A deafening crash echoed as Lin Ye was sent flying into the air. At the moment the Mantis Lord struck the black rock shield, he raised the ice blue crossbow with his right hand. A charged shot prepared long ago was fired, aiming for the gap in its defenses opened by its attack. Still midair, Lin Ye bit down on a potion he had placed in his mouth earlier. The cool healing liquid flowed into his mouth and he forced himself to swallow it. His body then crashed heavily onto the wasteland, tumbling backwards. The empty glass vial fell and blood spurted from his mouth. Ignoring his injuries, Lin Ye forced himself to sit up, enduring the pain, and watched the Mantis Lord warily. The Mantis Lord did not attack again. It stood still, letting out a pained hiss from its maw. On its chest a fist-sized wound appeared from which only a small amount of dark green blood flowed. Relative to its massive size, this wound was merely a scratch. However, the cold energy within the enhanced ice shard was not so simple. Ice began to form inside the Mantis Lord's body, spreading from within to freeze most of its chest cavity. It tried to attack Lin Ye again, but the frozen parts made its movements shaky and clumsy, preventing further assault. Seeing his attack had worked, Lin Ye finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. His injuries were healing rapidly under the effect of the healing potion. The black rock shield had blocked that strike and absorbed some of the force, but his left arm was already deformed. A strange itching sensation came from the fractured bones, a sign of the potion at work. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in large beads of sweat. He reached out with his right hand and, enduring the excruciating pain, tried to realign the deformed parts of his left arm as best he could. A cry of agony escaped his throat. The bones, which had just begun to mend in their misaligned position due to the potion's potent effect, were wrenched apart again and reset. The intense mix of pain and itching almost made Lin Ye faint. He forced himself to stay conscious, slowly setting his left arm back in place, panting heavily. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stood up without resting, aiming the ice blue crossbow at the Mantis Lord once more. The immobilized Mantis Lord glared ferociously at Lin Ye. Seeing him rise and aim the weapon that could harm it steadied itself and raised its 2 massive pincers in front of its body, blocking Lin Ye's line of fire. Lin Ye struggled to shift his position, trying to attack from the side. The Mantis Lord turned accordingly, its hard pincers always guarding its front. For a moment the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. Lin Ye noticed that the frozen areas on the Mantis Lord's body were rapidly thawing. Clearly a single charged attack could not inflict a fatal wound. Soon it would regain its mobility. By then, without the freezing effect, the fist-sized wound alone would have virtually no impact on its combat ability. At this rate, I'm just waiting to die. Lin Ye's heart was filled with anxiety. Nearby, He Shan, who had dodged the initial attack, had been watching the entire battle. He understood the situation. He looked at Xiao Bo cut in two and a flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes. Then sorrow was replaced by fury and a resolve to face death. He took the bow and arrows from his back and quickly moved behind the Mantis Lord. With a loud roar, "Brother!" he pulled the bowstring taut with all his might. Attracted by He Shan's shout, Lin Ye looked towards him. Seeing his actions, Lin Ye instantly understood He Shan's plan. He intended to draw the Mantis Lord's attention, creating an opening for me to attack. He Shan was very close to the Mantis Lord and the power of his bow was far too weak against that massive, ugly and hard body. He had to get close and aim for the weak spots not covered by the carapace. Of course it was extremely dangerous. But at this point he could no longer afford to consider that. The bowstring twanged and the arrow shot towards the Mantis Lord like a streak of black light. With a soft thud, the iron arrowhead precisely hit a gap in the carapace and pierced through. A piercing shriek of pain erupted. The Mantis Lord, its mind focused on slaughter, was jolted by the pain. It instinctively turned to attack the one who had hurt it. Lin Ye watched the Mantis Lord's movements intently. The moment it turned, exposing a weakness, he thought now. Lin Ye did not hesitate to pull the trigger, the charged ice bolt darting with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye it pierced through the gap before the Mantis leader and stabbed into its body once more. Its partially thawed body was frozen again. Wounded upon wounds, as it turned around it stumbled and collapsed to the ground. With a resounding crash its massive heavy body thrashed violently, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Lin Ye naturally would not let this opportunity slip. He set down the Blackrock shield, took out an energy stone and loaded it swiftly. Raising his hand he unleashed a charged attack, firing another ice bolt into the creature. Ensuring the Mantis leader could no longer rise to attack, Lin Ye sprinted toward its front. Aiming the ice blue crossbow at its head, he fired two consecutive charged ice bolts without a moment's hesitation. The ice bolts, one after the other, buried themselves completely into its head. The Mantis leader let out a deathly wail as its head gradually became encased in ice. The limbs that had gouged furrows into the ground slowly lost their strength until they ceased all struggle. Is it dead? Lin Ye could not be certain and could only continue to watch from a distance. Even the slightest movement from the Mantis leader would provoke another attack from him. Only after 5 minutes did Lin Ye finally confirm that the Mantis leader was truly dead. Dungeon quest: kill a tier 1 creature. Completed. Return condition: complete the dungeon quest. Completed. Return method: instant return from any location. Return now. No, he still had to retrieve the tier 1 core. With the task complete, his taut nerves relaxed and a wave of exhaustion crashed over him, causing him to slump to the ground. He Shan quickly went to Chao Wan's side and pulled out a simple bandage he carried with him. He tended to the severed arm. Chao Wan clenched his teeth, his face pale from blood loss, though mercifully he remained conscious. Xiao Song with reddened eyes gathered Xiao Boss remains together. The others stared at the body cleaved in two in somber silence, the atmosphere growing heavy. He Shan, as the leader, finished dressing the wound and stood up, shouting loudly, "Quickly gather the materials and evacuate." The others suppressed their grief and began to dissect the Mantis leader's corpse. He Shan came to Lin Ye's side and helped him sit up. "How are you, young friend? Are your injuries severe?" After standing up, Lin Ye felt much better. The wounds on his body had mostly healed thanks to the effects of the potion. He struggled to his feet and shook his head, indicating he was fine. Seeing that he could stand on his own, He Shan was relieved and went to help collect the materials. Lin Ye approached the Mantis leader's corpse and Xiao Song handed him a large core. "Brother, here you go, a leader-level insect core." Lin Ye nodded and accepted it, watching them laboriously break down the materials. The leader-level carapace was too tough. Without proper tools they had to work together to slowly dismantle it piece by piece. Lin Ye recalled he had a white-quality dagger that would be quite handy for processing the corpse. However, thinking of the dagger's eerie green hue, he shook his head. Using it would likely render the materials unusable. About 15 minutes later, all the materials from the Mantis leader were gathered. "Young friend, all the materials are here. According to the market price at the Sun Duel Gathering Point, the materials from 5 ordinary mantises could be exchanged for 2 low-level insect core potions, of course excluding the cores." He Shan finished speaking and observed Lin Ye's expression. Seeing no dissatisfaction, he pointed to the leader-level materials. "This is of great value. In our entire gathering point not many can kill one alone. If you include the core along with the materials and cores from the 5 ordinary mantises, it could be traded for a high-level insect core potion." He Shan's face showed a longing expression. The others were the same, their eyes filled with envy. Xiao Song's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wow, a high-level insect core potion. It can make someone break through to become an insect core warrior incredibly powerful. Hearing Xiao Song's words, Lin Ye's heart stirred. Break through to become an insect core warrior. Transcendent Tier 1. But since he had already completed the ultimate challenge, it would be of little use to him. Insect core potion. The name itself felt somewhat unsettling. Young friend, let's leave quickly. When we get to the gathering point, we'll accompany you to make the exchange, ensuring you won't be shortchanged. Lin Ye thought it over. He still had time. Why not visit the gathering point? With the confidence of being able to teleport at any moment, he could venture even into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. The group shouldered the materials and headed toward the gathering point. Half an hour later, buildings constructed beneath a tall steep cliff came into view. Lin Ye followed Hishan and the others, running swiftly all the way, and reached the outskirts of the gathering point without major incident. More figures began to appear, with people streaming in from various directions. Their attire was similar to Hishan's, tattered clothes and rudimentary weapons. The group, laden with their haul, quickly drew the attention of the crowd. A burly man with a full beard, seeing their spoils, looked surprised. Isn't that Hishan? What kind of dumb luck did they stumble upon to get so many materials? To avoid drawing too much attention, they had camouflaged the leader-level materials. Unless someone looked closely, they wouldn't be noticed. Otherwise, it would have caused more than just a stir. It would have shaken the entire gathering point. At the gate, guards stood watch, clad in uniform combat suits. Their weapons resembled guns but had a more sci-fi design. The entire gathering point was protected by iron fortifications, with people constantly patrolling. Hishan smiled humbly at one of the guards. Captain Tang on duty again. Haha, old he, impressive haul today. Looks like everyone underestimated you. Captain Tang stood tall, his quality combat suit a stark contrast to the others. Captain Tang, you flatter me. It was just luck today. As he spoke, Hishan pulled out several large chunks of insect meat and placed them on the table in front of Captain Tang. Alright, go on in. Captain Tang accepted the meat with satisfaction and waved them in. Inside the gathering point, a stretch of dilapidated houses extended into the distance. Lin Ye surveyed the area, seeing emaciated old people and children. Most wore numb expressions, their faces gaunt and sallow. Hishan explained to Lin Ye, don't mind it, young friend. I offered the insect meat to avoid trouble, otherwise would be interrogated. Lin Ye nodded, understanding that such practices were common in this world. They first sent Chao Wan to the medical station. Then Xiao Song looked at Hishan and then at Lin Ye, seeming hesitant to speak. Hishan took the materials from him. Worried about your little sister? Go on, well, accompany the young friend. Xiao Song nodded firmly and waved at Lin Ye. Brother, see you later. With that, he ran off quickly. Hishan led the way, walking forward. The exchange point is at the very center of the gathering point. As they went deeper, the surrounding houses improved and the ground was paved with cement. Various vehicles shuttled along the roads. Lin Ye even spotted an armored vehicle mounted with a large caliber machine gun. The number of people increased and many gave Lin Ye a sense of formidable strength. Before long, they arrived beside the tallest and finest building in the gathering point. This was the residence of the gathering point's leader, as well as the place for exchanging materials and trading goods. Numerous armed guards patrolled the area, maintaining order. Hishan led Lin Ye into the first floor hall, which was divided into several counters. There were few people inside. They approached an empty counter. Hishan pointed at the screen above and whispered, young brother, take a look and see what you'd like to exchange. Lin Ye looked up to see a dense list of exchangeable resources: food, medicine, melee weapons and defensive gear. There were even firearms and bullets, though at a high price. At the very top, only one item was listed: low-grade bug core serum. There was no sign of the high-grade version, likely too valuable and requiring a separate exchange. He still had use for the first-tier crystal cores and didn't plan to trade them. Instead, he took out all the materials from the 5 ordinary mantis bugs, excluding their cores, and pointed at the bug core serum. The clerk inside the counter glanced at Lin Ye in surprise at the sight of so many materials, then carefully inspected them. After a thorough check with no issues found, 2 vials of clear liquid were handed to Lin Ye. He took them and examined them curiously. Low-grade bug core serum, type potion, quality common, description: extracted from bug crystal cores and brain fluid mixed with herbs. It can slightly enhance an ordinary person's physique. Evaluation: an immature potion with side effects, unless you want to grow a tail. Lin Ye was deeply disappointed that the potency was weak and came with drawbacks. He glanced at Hishan and the others. Though he saw no tails, he noticed an anomaly: head mist before their veins were unnaturally dark. Unlike the normal blue, they resembled the blood color of mantis bugs. The grime on their faces had prevented Lin Ye from spotting it earlier. Now he had no interest in the high-grade bug core serum either. He shook his head at He-shan and walked straight out of the hall. With little time left, Lin Ye prepared to find a chance to return. He took the first-tier materials from He-shan and handed them the 2 vials as payment for their labor. Then through gestures he indicated he had other matters and needed to leave. He-shan anxiously tried to return the vials. "Young brother, what are you doing? You saved our lives, how can we take your things?" Lin Ye offered a smile. These people were truly kind. He strode away, not giving He-shan a chance to follow. Hope they survive a little longer. Turning a corner, he reached another square where many were trading goods. Lin Ye hurried through the crowd. He planned to find a secluded spot. Just then something unusual caught his eye. Lin Ye stopped and stared. "Is that a black iron chest?" He approached the stall, crouched down and examined it closely. The material, shape and patterns all matched. He never expected to find a chest here. The stall owner was a burly bald man with a terrifying scar running from his forehead to his chin. He clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Lin Ye suppressed his excitement and pretended to browse casually. After scanning everything, he pointed at the chest with a questioning look. The bald man's face lit up. "Hey, good eye, this is a treasure. The chest's material is incredibly tough and whatever's inside is bound to be valuable. 10 bug cores and you won't regret it." Lin Ye lifted the chest, examining it for any signs of prior opening. It had no keyhole. Without the system it could only be forced open. Certain it was unopened, Lin Ye held up one finger, offering a single bug core. The bald man's expression darkened instantly. "One? No way." He had found the chest outside the settlement 2 days ago. Its material and pattern seemed unusual, leading him to believe it was a remarkable find. After bringing it home, he couldn't open it no matter what. He even paid for connections to use a large cutting machine at a factory in the settlement, but it still didn't budge. Not a single scratch marred its surface. Unable to open it, he decided to sell it at a high price. This chest's material is truly special. How about 8 bug cores? Lin Ye shook his head. He only had 5 bug cores and this was clearly a ripoff. He held up 3 fingers. The bald man refused outright. "At least 8, not 1 less." Lin Ye frowned, checking the time. Less than 2 minutes remained before his forced return. No time left. He raised his offer, holding up 5 fingers. 5. The bald man was surprised someone would pay such a price for an unknown chest. A smirk crept onto his face as he pushed for more. "Young brother, you know this chest is special." 7. "I'll drop 1 more, but that's the absolute lowest." Lin Ye realized the bald man had noticed his urgency and was trying to gouge him. 1 minute left. Lin Ye suddenly calmed down, stood up and looked around. Guards were patrolling, but they were far away. The bald man, a hardened survivor of the apocalypse, sneered at Lin Ye's movement. "Oh. Thinking of stealing? Do you even know who I am?" Before he could finish, Lin Ye snatched the black iron chest and dashed dozens of meters away. "Damn!" The bald man roared and gave chase. "Call the guards." No one moved. They watched with amused smiles. Clearly the man wasn't well liked. 20 seconds. Lin Ye reached the opposite street. Ahead and to the left was an alley. He dove into it without hesitation. 10 seconds. Lin Ye rounded a corner, losing sight of the pursuer. The alley was empty. Lin Ye's figure vanished instantly. Doom tower inside his room. Lin Ye appeared, clutching the stolen chest. He wouldn't have minded trading resources for it, but the bald man's extortion was unacceptable. He checked the time. 3.5 hours had passed. Settle. Settling current challenge. Instance 1. Obtained black iron chest 1, rewarded 50 survival points. 2. Obtained ordinary crystal cores 5, rewarded 50 survival points. 3. Killed ordinary bugs 5, rewarded 150 survival points. 4. Obtained first tier materials, rewarded 60 survival points. 5. Obtained first tier crystal core 1, rewarded 50 survival points. 6. Killed first tier bug 1, rewarded 100 survival points. 7. Completed mission, rewarded 500 survival points. Settlement complete. Tallying rewards 1. Survival points 962. Settlement chest 1-3. Energy stones 9 enhancing settlement interface. Enhancement complete 1. Survival points 1922. Glimmering settlement chest 1-3. Energy stones 9. Detected survivor successfully completed the first order limit challenge instance, breaking through the limits. In an instant Lin Ye felt his entire body become light and unburdened. His senses were greatly enhanced and his control over his body had also improved, giving him a feeling akin to rebirth from a cocoon. He opened his personal information. Personal information: name Lin Ye, level transcendent, first order, constitution 10, strength 10, agility 10, spirit 10, energy 0, survival points 2300 to 200 points per attribute point at first order, talent settlement interface enhancement ability burst evaluation. You have successfully broken through your limits and your strength can continue to increase. The attributes had not changed, but his level had become transcendent first order. He felt entirely different. The points required for enhancement have doubled. What about the second order? Will it require even more? Lin Ye noticed that his energy was still at 0, wondering if he could allocate points this time. With a thought, his energy changed from 0 to 1, consuming 100 points. He continued to add energy all the way to 10 points, consuming 1000 points. After reaching 10, increasing energy also required double the points. With 1300 points remaining, he distributed them evenly among the 5 attributes. Personal information: name Lin Ye, level transcendent, first order, constitution 11. 3. Strength 11. 3. Agility 11. 3. Spirit 11. 3. Energy 11. 3. Survival points 0. Talent settlement interface enhancement ability burst evaluation. Congratulations, you have become an ant. Keep striving and aim to become cannon fodder. Having used up all his points, he took out the ability he had obtained earlier, etherealization. All conditions were met, so he learned it immediately. A memory of how to use etherealization merged into his mind. He concentrated, and in the next instant his body became blurry. His inner spiritual energy and the ability began to be consumed. He reached out and pinched his own arm. It still had substance if the blurriness was only an illusion. After a second the consumption intensified. Soon the energy within his body was depleted and he felt an extreme mental fatigue. His body automatically exited the etherealization state, returning to normal. Having already been severely injured in the instance, his energy was now greatly drained. He felt dizzy and lightheaded, so he quickly took out some food and ate a little. Then he lay down on the bed to rest. After an unknown period, Lin Ye slowly woke up. He felt parched and ravenously hungry. He got up, replenished himself with plenty of food and water, and finally felt much better. Checking the time, he saw that 4 hours had passed. Lin Ye assessed his condition. His spirit had recovered by more than half, but his energy had only recovered by 40. Energy recovered naturally at a rate of about 1 point per hour. He took out an energy stone and held it in his hand. A suction force came from within his body and the energy in the stone slowly flowed into him. After about 3 minutes the energy stone was completely absorbed. His internal energy increased to 5 points. Using an energy stone he could recover 1 point of energy in 3 minutes. Lin Ye's heart bled, just that one test had cost him 10 energy stones. Fortunately there was no danger now, so he could afford to wait for a slow recovery. His arm felt a little itchy. That was the slow healing effect of the room repairing the deformed bones. Lin Ye took out the treasure chests. One was the black iron chest he had snatched and the other was the enhanced glowing settlement chest. He opened the black iron chest first. Raw beef 3 kilograms, 1 iron longsword, 1 material selection pack 1. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. There was meat. After all, in the past 2 days in the Doomsday Ruins instance, the survivors couldn't find any animals that hadn't been infected by the zombie virus. They only had long-lasting preserved food, and there was an urgent need for fresh food. Oh right, there was also the first order insect meat, that was edible too. The iron longsword was only of grey quality, not very useful. He would keep it to exchange for other resources. Finally he looked at the material selection pack. Material selection pack type item quality white description allows you to choose any white quality material that exists in nature and is recognized by the system. The higher the value, the smaller the quantity obtained. Evaluation: only your imagination sets the limit. A self-selected material pack. This was a great find. For making equipment or items in the future he could pick whatever he was missing. The black iron chest had not let him down, worthy of his sacrifice in reputation to snatch it. Next was the glowing settlement chest. He hoped for an even bigger surprise. Military Telescope 1 Blueprint Armor-Piercing Blade 1 Energy Stone 5. The telescope was nice, in the instance he could use it to observe distant situations. He put away the telescope and energy stones and looked at the blueprint. Blueprint Armor-Piercing Blade Type Item Quality White Description with the corresponding materials and a simple workbench. You can craft a white quality armor-piercing blade. Materials: any first order main material 5, first order crystal core 1, red copper 1. It was a white quality weapon blueprint. He looked at the materials. First order main materials referred to first order carapaces, beast bones or teeth, as well as white quality metal ores suitable for making a blade. In short, there were many options for the main material of the blade. Then there was red copper, a very precious resource among white quality materials capable of conducting a small amount of energy. The required materials were numerous and their value was high. However, compared to the market price of a white quality weapon, these materials were entirely acceptable. He placed the blueprint into the simple workbench. He took out the carapace of the first order mantis insect leader and placed in a first order crystal core. Red copper was still missing, so he took out the resource selection pack he had just obtained and opened it. He selected red copper. Obtained red copper 3. He added the red copper. All materials were complete. Crafting time 1 minute, energy consumption 100 points. 1 minute later a long sword appeared on the simple workbench. The blade was overall green with a hint of a ceramic luster. The edge was sharp and the spine was thick. Lin Ye grasped the hilt and swung it a few times casually. Not bad, it wasn't very heavy. Armor-piercing blade, insect shell type, weapon quality white description, made from a first-order insect shell as the main material, infused with a first-order crystal core and red copper. It can consume internal energy to enhance the blade, increasing its armor-piercing property by 15. Evaluation: a very standard system-issued weapon. An armor-piercing property. Not bad. He wondered how many energy stones he could sell it for. He opened the chat channel. Floor channel is 7831000, already over 200 dead. The number of people was decreasing daily and the pace was even accelerating. Buying level 1 room upgrade blueprints. Still need to buy. Didn't the system increase the drop rate? Increased drop rate doesn't mean guaranteed. Still buying room upgrade blueprints. I'm different, I'm buying room electricity blueprints. Private message if you have any. Food for crystal cores, anyone? So bored, so lonely. Anyone want to chat? I'll give food. Me big shot. I'm wearing fishnets. Heh. Those are probably just your thick leg hair. The channel was lively with most people posting trade offers. Lin Ye composed his needs and sent them out. Armor-piercing blade trading only for energy stones or white quality equipment. The moment he sent the message, his private messages exploded. He checked each private message one by one. Most were people trying to get it for free or find a bargain. Some offered food and water, others offered ordinary crystal cores. One person offered only 2 energy stones. Lin Ye filtered out all the unreliable offers, leaving only 3 people. He thought about it. He had bought a shield for 15 energy stones earlier, so selling this blade for 20 energy stones wasn't unreasonable. He deliberately raised the price a bit to leave room for negotiation. He replied to each of them and then waited for further messages. He still had a complete set of materials, so he forged another armor-piercing blade. This one he decided to keep for now, waiting to see how things would unfold. He opened the trading channel and a dense stream of transaction listings appeared. As time passed, more and more people were trading and the variety of items available for exchange increased. Lin Ye kept scrolling, noticing that weapons were still the most in demand. After some time he managed to exchange for 2 quilts, a mattress and a pillow. He casually placed the mattress on the wooden bed and spread the quilts over it. This would improve his sleeping comfort, and the food he used for the exchange was negligible to him now. Suddenly a message caught his eye. Multipurpose kitchen, 1 note only, exchange for energy stones. This was exactly what he needed. The kitchen came with all the necessary utensils, but he had never been able to find a kitchen before. He sent a private message to the seller. How many energy stones for the kitchen? After a brief wait the seller replied. 4 energy stones. Lin Ye remembered this person, the one who ranked 5th on the first day. 4 energy stones. That price likely indicated gray quality. The price is a bit high. It's gray quality, so 3 stones. The kitchen is fully functional, 4 stones is not too much. After some back and forth, Lin Ye successfully acquired the kitchen for 3 energy stones. The transaction completed and the kitchen was teleported to him. He chose a suitable spot and placed the kitchen in the room. Like the bathroom, the kitchen automatically integrated with the room. Lin Ye pushed open the kitchen door. On the right was a stove with 2 spots for pots and an oven below. Above there were cabinets for storage. On the left was a sink automatically connected to the room's water supply ready to use. The kitchen had a ventilation system, so there was no need to worry about smoke. Notably, the stove burned the room's energy, eliminating the need for separate fuel. Now the room's basic amenities were fully equipped, significantly improving his quality of life. He took out the pots, pans and other kitchen items he had brought back earlier and stored them all inside. Another private message arrived. Lin Ye opened it to find it was from one of the 3 people interested in buying a blade. Tan Weichuan, brother, it's too expensive. Can you sell it for 18 energy stones? Lin Ye didn't want to waste too much time. At least 20. White quality weapons were never hard to sell. At most he would wait a day or 2 and many more people would be able to afford that many energy stones. Fine. It seemed the other party was truly in urgent need of a weapon and didn't haggle further. With 20 energy stones in hand, his total reached 34. He charged 400 energy into the room, leaving 30 stones. By 6 p.m., perhaps due to his advancement, he was starving. His appetite had also increased much larger than before advancement. He went to the kitchen, took out the beef from the black iron chest, sprinkled some seasonings obtained from the trading channel and placed it in the oven. Worried it wouldn't be enough, he also took out some insect meat. This was the meat of the mantis leader, a milky white in color. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed it. Fortunately, it had no strange odor. The mantis leader was huge, yielding over 200 gene of meat. He cut off a piece and placed it in the oven as well, setting it to full cook mode. The oven displayed a timer indicating it would take about 30 minutes. When the time was up, Lin Ye brought out the roasted meat. The rich aroma filled the air, making his throat involuntarily bob. Curious about the taste of insect meat, he picked up a piece and took a bite. To his surprise, the texture was exceptionally good, tender, smooth and refreshing, neither tough nor mushy. The seasonings had fully infused into the meat, making it impossible for him to stop. He also noticed that the energy in this first-tier insect meat was astonishingly high. Just a small piece significantly alleviated his hunger. Not only that, but it also rapidly restored stamina and slightly boosted the recovery of mental energy. This is truly a good thing. He devoured all the roasted meat in a flurry. With a hiss, he opened another bottle of soda, tilted his head back and gulped it down. He let out a satisfied burp, then lay down on the soft, comfortable bed and stretched languidly. As darkness fell, terrifying roars occasionally echoed from outside the room. Lin Ye opened the chat channel and idly read the scattered conversations. Time passed and soon it was midnight. Lin Ye, drowsy and on the verge of sleep, was jolted awake by a sound. System update, please check for details. Lin Ye sat up instantly, fully alert. A system update. What trick is it pulling now? He quickly opened the panel, not daring to slack off. System update 1. The newbie protection period has ended. Entering instances now requires consuming corresponding energy stones. 2. Reduced chest refresh rate and reduced drop rate of level 1 room upgrade blueprints. 3. In 4 days i.e. at 2400 on the 7th day of the Doomsday Tower, the tower will enter the next phase. Rooms not upgraded to level 1 by then will face unpredictable consequences. Please upgrade as soon as possible. 4. As survivors' strength increases, they will begin to interact with local factions in trial instances. To facilitate missions, the language module has been upgraded, enabling seamless communication with local forces. 5. Due to the growing trading demands of survivors, the system will now deduct a certain percentage of room energy as a transmission fee based on the quality and quantity of traded resources. There were 5 updates in total. Lin Ye read each one carefully. He had anticipated the first 2 as they were hinted at in the first day's survival guide. The third update didn't affect him, he had already upgraded his room to level 1 on the first day. The fourth was beneficial. It was foreseeable that as survivors grew stronger, instance difficulty and complexity would skyrocket. Being able to communicate would allow him to gather more comprehensive intelligence. The fifth update had a slight impact. Future trades would incur a handling fee. Especially for high-end players like him, the resources traded were of very high quality, meaning the fees would be higher. The chat channel was flashing frantically, a testament to the chaos within. Why reduce the chest refresh rate? I survive solely on chests. I don't want to face those terrifying monsters. That's not the point. The key is that in 4 days rooms must be upgraded. I don't have the blueprint and my materials are insufficient. Damn system, why didn't it warn me earlier? I just sold my room upgrade blueprint. Exactly, the system is too shady, charging room energy for trades too. No time to chatter. Buying crystals, PM me if you have any. Urgent. Don't panic, there are still a few days. Also buying crystals. No rush, reducing the drop rate doesn't mean 0 drops. Buying room upgrade blueprints. What happens if the room isn't upgraded in 4 days? Who knows? You can tell us when the time comes. Selling crystals and room upgrade blueprints. Only accepting energy stones. First come first served. I'll take them, bro. PMDU. I'll buy them all, don't compete with me. The channel was a mix of curses, lamentations and profiteering, a true microcosm of human nature. Lin Ye hurriedly gathered all the crystal cores, a total of 15. Let your residual warmth serve its purpose. The moment he posted the sale message for the crystal cores, private messages flooded in. Upon opening them, Lin Ye noticed that the offered prices were significantly higher than usual and there were noticeably fewer attempts to freeload or fish in troubled waters. He didn't rush to sell immediately. Instead, he observed the prices others were offering on the chat channel. Previously the exchange rate was roughly 1 energy stone for 3 to 4 crystal cores, but now it had shifted to a 1-to-1 ratio. This was nearly a doubling of value, even considering that ordinary zombies were easier to kill and that survivors' overall strength had improved somewhat. All 15 crystal cores were sold, yielding another 8 energy stones, bringing his total to 38. Should I spend some? He mused. The temptation gnawed at him. What should he buy? Healing items. Reflecting on his experiences in the last 2 instances, without healing potions he would have been long dead. He opened the still active chat channel, typed out his request and sent it 3 times in a row. It wasn't long before several private messages came in. There were ordinary potions, herbs for treating injuries and food that could speed up recovery. Lin Ye browsed through them and finally settled on 2 targets. One was the basic healing potion that had saved his sorry hide twice before, and the other was a piece of equipment, a pendant that could accelerate wound healing. First the potion, the seller asked for 20 energy stones. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. Had this guy never seen an energy stone before, demanding such a high price? Did he think Lin Ye was some naive fool with money to burn? Lin Ye engaged in a fierce round of bargaining with the seller, eventually settling on a price of 10 energy crystals. It was a fair deal where neither party suffered a loss. After securing the potion, Lin Ye turned his attention to the pendant. The seller was a familiar face, Li Yi, who had just sold him the kitchen. Green crystal pendant, a recovery type equipment, 20 energy stones. Lin Ye opened the pendant's information. Green crystal pendant type equipment. Quality white. Description: a practice piece from an apprentice craftsman capable of slowly healing the wearer's injuries. Evaluation: crude craftsmanship, mediocre effect. Unlike the potion, this was equipment that provided slow, continuous healing. For minor injuries in a suitable environment, the pendant would suffice. In emergencies, however, the healing potion could be used directly. Each had its own advantages and they could even complement each other. It's getting late. How about 15 energy stones? Li Yi didn't haggle further and agreed to the trade. Space twisted and a small pendant materialized. It was a pale green shaped like a leaf. Lin Ye hung it around his neck. Opening the room's energy interface, he saw the balance decrease by 15 points. Few, a 1% transaction fee, acceptable. With his safety assured, Lin Ye fell into a peaceful sleep. On the 4th day since arriving at the Doomsday Tower, he awoke as usual right on time. Outside the window the mist was still thick, obscuring the view. Lin Ye checked the items in his spatial satchel. All his weapons and equipment were in order. There was also an extra portion of roasted insect meat which he had deliberately made during breakfast to replenish his stamina within the instance. He opened the trial instance interface and a message popped up. Newly added matching first-tier competitive trial instance. Oh. Another type of instance. The system truly wasn't giving the survivors an easy time. Begin matching. Trial instance matching. Instance matching condition: 1 energy stone. Matching successful. Entering. Instance name: Wild Beast Plains. Instance type: first tier competitive trial instance. Instance tag solo participation multiplayer competition quest collection survival return. Instance duration 6 hours. Competition type points system. Eliminate normal wild beast 5 points. Eliminate first tier wild beast 30 points. Ranking based on points after instance ends. Rank 12 receive full settlement rewards upon return. Rank 34 a settlement rewards halved upon return. Rank 56 a no settlement rewards upon return and a random deduction of 5 body attributes. Return condition instance time expires. Return method instant return from any location. Time anchoring. Current time ratio 1:1. The scenery before his eyes shifted and Lin Ye found himself in a wilderness. Before him were unknown wild grasses taller than a man and a faint refreshing scent of vegetation filled the air. As far as the eye could see there was nothing but dense foliage stretching to the horizon with no cover in sight. The wild beast plains, yet another different world. Lin Ye held the black rock shield in his left hand and the ice blue crossbow in his right, surveying his surroundings warily. After his advancement both his vision and perception had undergone earth-shattering changes. He observed carefully there was nothing unusual around him, only the soft rustle of the wild grass stirred by a gentle breeze. He relaxed slightly and opened the instance interface. This instance was different from all the previous ones. It was a point-ranking mode. One had to finish in the top 2 to earn the same normal rewards as before. Those in 3rd and 4th place would have their rewards halved. The worst part was for the bottom 2, no rewards and a penalty of having attribute points deducted. Hiss, a whole 5 attribute points. Lin Ye drew a sharp breath. How could the system be so brutal? He absolutely couldn't fall behind. If he had his attributes deducted this time or only got half the rewards. If he was unlucky and the next instance was also a competitive one, it would create a vicious cycle. Moreover, the danger this time came not just from the wild beasts but more likely from other survivors. If Lin Ye found himself in the bottom 2 unable to catch up to the others in points, what would he do? Without a doubt, if he couldn't solve the points problem he would solve the people who had the points. Even if his strength wasn't a match for the other survivors he could think of other methods. Ambushes, luring monsters, even if it meant mutual destruction. Besides these, forming alliances was another possibility. Whether it was cooperating to kill monsters for points or cooperating to take down other survivors, it was an option. The complexity of this instance had skyrocketed. On the system panel the current ranking was displayed. Lin Ye .0. Rank NA. Shaking off these hypothetical thoughts, Lin Ye chose a direction and began to move. Points were the foundation. The ground was covered with fallen withered weeds that rustled softly underfoot. The reed-like wild grass was not only tall but had stems as thick as a thumb, exceptionally sturdy. They formed a dense barrier ahead, severely limiting his vision. If danger appeared, by the time he could see what it was, it would probably be right in his face. He had no choice but to put away the ice blue crossbow and take out the armor-piercing blade he hadn't managed to sell yet. In this situation the sharp blade was much more convenient. Just then an unusual rustling sound came from his left front. Lin Ye instantly assumed a defensive posture, his gaze fixed ahead. The shoulder-high reeds trembled continuously, the disturbance moving from afar straight towards him. Judging by the sound, it was probably a small creature. The reeds parted and a wild hare appeared before him. Lin Ye was prepared. Even though he saw it was just a hare, he didn't let his guard down. He swung his long blade, accurately striking the hare's neck. The white-quality long blade did not disappoint, easily severing the hare's entire head. Crimson blood splattered onto the stalks and the smell of blood drifted through the air. Killed one ordinary raging beast, gained 5 points. Lin Ye .5 rank 3. Gazing upon the system's notification, Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged. 3rd place. The others are not slow. This is troublesome. The hares here were considerably larger than any Lin Ye had seen before, comparable to a half-grown mongrel dog. With a single cleave of his blade he split the hare's skull and retrieved the crystal core. He then stored the carcass into his spatial satchel, securing a portion of fresh meat. Observing the spurting blood and inhaling the coppery scent that invaded his nostrils, an idea sparked within him. Perhaps the scent of blood could lure other raging beasts. It's worth a try. First he cleared away the reeds around the bloodstains, creating a small open space. He then retrieved the hare's corpse and sprinkled more blood around the area. Following that, he used his armor-piercing blade to carve a narrow path back the way he came, retreating a full 30 meters. Halting, he slipped into the dense reeds beside the path and concealed himself. Slowing his breath, he began to wait in silence. Wandering aimlessly in search of prey was far less efficient than creating his own baiting ground. This method also made dangerous situations more controllable. His reasoning proved correct. In less than 10 minutes a disturbance echoed from afar. The sound of reeds snapping was accompanied by heavy approaching footsteps. Hidden within the grass, Lin Ye peeked out half his head, his gaze fixed on the trap he had set. A wild boar suddenly crashed into the area, its body covered in coarse black bristles. A pair of long tusks hung from its mouth and its body was as large as a young calf. It first surveyed its surroundings and after sensing no danger lowered its head to lap at the blood on the ground. Lin Ye produced his ice blue crossbow and fired an ice bolt at the boar's head. With a soft whoosh the bolt pierced through its skull before the creature could even react. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye swiftly approached to collect his spoils. The boar's body was too large to fit directly into his satchel, so he used his blade to sever its limbs, leaving the torso and entrails chopped up on the ground. He continued baiting the area. Over the next hour, employing this method, Lin Ye hunted 2 more wild boars and another hare. His points reached 25, propelling him to second place. It seemed the others were also making considerable gains. Just as Lin Ye was storing the freshly killed hare and preparing to repeat the tactic, a sense of being watched, a crisis surged within him. His heightened perception sharpened after his advancement detected the danger with alarming speed. To my front right. Having pinpointed the source of danger, the reeds parted violently, revealing a gaping maw aimed directly at Lin Ye's neck. With no time to dodge, he instinctively raised his black rock shield before him. Bang! The attack was blocked by the shield, but a tremendous force transmitted through it. At the moment of impact, Lin Ye activated his phasing ability to negate the physical damage from the collision. Nevertheless, the force of the blow sent him stumbling back a few steps, crushing a patch of reeds underfoot. Humph. Is that all? While the attacker's power was not insignificant, it was still within Lin Ye's physical tolerance. Seeing its ambush thwarted, the assailant did not press the attack immediately, instead pausing to seek another opening. Lin Ye steadied himself and turned to face his attacker. It was a tiger, a magnificent striped beast. Its frame was several times larger than any tiger Lin Ye had ever seen in a zoo. Its body was covered in lush golden fur that shimmered under the sunlight. Most striking were the 2 canine teeth protruding from its mouth, each as long as an adult's forearm, extending well past its lower jaw. These elongated fangs were crystal white and razor sharp. Is that a saber-toothed tiger? Lin Ye hadn't expected to encounter such a prehistoric beast. Yet he felt little fear. After the brief exchange, he had assessed its strength. The saber-toothed tiger was indeed more powerful than him, but not by an insurmountable margin. Now, even without the ice blue crossbow, he was fully capable of confronting it head-on. Seeing that this human did not flee the tiger, the overlord of this small territory felt provoked. It threw back its head, opened its maw and let out a thunderous roar that shook the air. The sound echoed far and wide, startling birds in the distance. It lowered its body, a prelude to a powerful pounce. Coiling its limbs, it lunged forward, swiping a massive claw at Lin Ye. After breaking through to the transcendent first rank, although his attributes hadn't increased dramatically, his overall strength was worlds apart. The saber-toothed tiger's lightning-fast attack now seemed predictable to his eyes. He sidestepped 2 paces, dodging the claw strike. With an upward slash of his right hand, wielding the armor-piercing blade. Schluck! A large gash opened on the tiger's foreleg, spouting blood. The pain forced a low growl from the beast. The wound did not drive it back, instead it ignited the primal ferocity of this plains overlord. Roar! The moment its paws touched the ground, it lunged again, jaws agape, aiming for Lin Ye. Its elongated fangs gleamed with a cold light. Lin Ye did not retreat either. Mustering all his strength, he raised his blackrock shield to meet the charge. This time he refrained from using his phasing ability, he wanted to test his own limits. Clang! The sharp fangs struck the black surface of the shield. The collision of their full-powered attack sent sparks flying. Lin Ye's body sank slightly, his feet digging 2 deep impressions into the ground. I blocked it. He had withstood the attack of this prehistoric beast using his own raw strength. Leveraging his stable stance, he held the attack at bay with his left-hand shield. His freed right hand tightened its grip on the armor-piercing blade and slashed towards the saber-toothed tiger's massive head. The tiger, still in the midst of its assault, had no time to evade. A wound deep enough to reveal bone appeared on its skull. The blow also sheared off one of its ears. This strike inflicted a grievous injury. A torrent of blood flowed, some streaming into its eye, staining it crimson. More blood matted its once sleek fur, dripping profusely onto the ground in vivid red droplets. The opponent was too formidable. The rage in the saber-toothed tiger's eyes gave way to a flicker of fear, its dominant aura utterly shattered. It turned and fled into the distance, trying to escape. Too late. Lin Ye had no intention of pursuing. The long blade in his right hand vanished, replaced by the ice blue crossbow. He fired 2 ice bolts at the tiger's exposed back. The bolts pierced its body with ease, causing its escape to falter. It then collapsed, frost spreading across its form. Lin Ye flexed his overexerted arm. A warm current flowed from the pendant on his chest, beginning to repair some of the damaged capillaries. Lin Ye approached and extracted the saber-toothed tiger's crystal core. He found himself at a loss regarding the massive carcass. His spatial satchel was too small, already filled to the brim with his previous gains. Forced to discard a significant amount of rabbit and wild boar meat, he then butchered the choicest parts of the saber-toothed tiger and packed them into his satchel. Done. Lin Ye was extremely satisfied, patting the satchel at his waist. He gathered all the leftover carcasses he couldn't carry and piled them up, continuing to use them as bait. Lin Ye once again found a spot not far away to hide, waiting for another opportunity. Killed 1 ordinary raging beast, gained 5 points. Lin Ye points 30, rank 1. The plan was proceeding smoothly and his points ranking had climbed to first place. Lin Ye showed no signs of letting up, hoping only to kill as many raging beasts as possible. The other survivors felt the same, and none could bear the punishment for falling behind in the rankings. Lin Ye mimicked the same tactic and continued his ambush. But this time his plan failed as he waited for half an hour. The blood used for the trap had already dried into hard clumps, yet not a single frenzied beast was lured. By now an hour and a half had passed. Lin Ye points 30, rank 3. I can't keep wasting time here. With no points earned for half an hour, his rank had been overtaken, dropping to 3rd place. Could it be that the saber-toothed tiger from earlier had scared off the nearby frenzied beasts? He found a 2-meter-tall boulder, pushed off with his legs and leaped onto its top with ease, scanning the surroundings. All around were dense towering reeds and the vast plain stretched endlessly beyond sight. No matter which direction he moved, the scene was the same. Forced to choose a random path, he left this area. Lin Ye jumped down from the boulder, drew his long blade and began his journey. Half an hour later, Lin Ye had lost track of how far had traveled, still surrounded by reeds taller than a man. He decided to test whether he could lure prey. He took out the rabbit meat. Time was relatively static inside the spatial satchel, so the rabbit corpse looked exactly as it had when placed inside. He spread the blood, letting the scent of gore fully dissipate. Just like before, he set the trap and concealed himself. Another 10 minutes passed, and just when Lin Ye's patience was wearing thin and anxiety peaked, finally a sound came. That noise, it's a wild boar. Lin Ye had grown so familiar that he could identify the creature drawn by the scent just from the sound. Sure enough, a wild boar appeared and began devouring the bait. Lin Ye raised his frost blue crossbow but paused a second before firing the ice bolt. Wild boars are herd animals, aren't they? Moreover, there were an unusually large number of boars here. If he could find a way to locate the herd, the rewards would far surpass his current gains. He stared at the oblivious boar and suddenly had an idea. Putting away the crossbow, he drew his armor-piercing blade and dashed swiftly toward the feeding boar. The boar barely registered something approaching when Lin Ye raised his blade and struck. He didn't use much force, merely cutting through the surface of its skin. Fierce by nature, even after being wounded and aware of the attacker's strength, the boar charged at Lin Ye, its long tusks thrusting forward. Lin Ye nimbly dodged the tusks, raised his foot and kicked the boar hard on the head. The immense force sent the boar tumbling across the ground several times. Finally realizing the creature before him was far stronger, the boar let out a shrill scream and fled into the reeds. Goal achieved. Lin Ye followed unhurriedly behind the boar, aiming to find its lair. Another 10+ minutes passed. The reeds ahead began to thin and the ground was covered in dense trampled footprints that matched the boar's tracks. Lin Ye's heart stirred. He slowed his pursuit, sensing had arrived. Moving cautiously, he crept forward and a foul stench of animal dung invaded his nostrils. Finally a clearing appeared ahead. The reeds nearby, long trampled and broken, could not grow properly, leaving only short stubs on the ground. Animal droppings and footprints littered the ground. In the center of the clearing, a large pit held 7 or 8 wild boars huddled together, swarming with flies and reeking of filth. Piles of leftover animal bones were scattered at the pit's edge. At the heart of the herd, a boar noticeably larger than the others was sleeping, its snores audible from a great distance. The injured boar, grunting and squealing, scurried back into the herd, squeezing in desperately as if seeking safety. The boar king, disturbed from sleep, turned over in annoyance and lashed its tail at the wounded boar. The latter dared not cry out loudly, only whimpering meekly as it nestled nearby. Lin Ye observed the herd, clearly weighing his options. Should I take the risk? Undoubtedly the largest one was a first-rank boar king. Its strength far exceeded that of the saber-toothed tiger from earlier. With his current stats he was no match for it. Retreat. No, his points had already fallen behind. Just now he had dropped to 4th place. Given the current situation, relying on lone frenzied beasts to catch up in points was nothing but wishful thinking. I have to gamble. Ordinary boars posed no threat to him. It was only that first-rank boar. If he could kill it, the rest would be easy points. He drew his frost blue crossbow and began charging it. Lin Ye moved stealthily, inching forward to find the optimal attack range. When he was about 20 meters from the herd, suddenly a boar that hadn't been sleeping spotted Lin Ye approaching. Sensing a strange creature nearby, it was about to sound an alarm. Before the warning cry could ring out, Lin Ye launched his attack at the boar king. Roar! The piercing alarm sounded and the boar king awoke instantly. Before it could rise, an ice bolt tore through the air, piercing its coarse hide. Half the bolt embedded itself, and in the next moment a burst of cold erupted, forming layers of frost. The boar king had just lifted its front legs when the freezing struck, causing it to collapse back to the ground. The other boars charged madly at Lin Ye, aiming to impale the invader of their den. Lin Ye raised his shield in front, continuing to charge the crossbow, hoping to strike the boar king again. The leading boar had already reached him, its savage tusks inches away. He parried the boar's attacks with his shield, the immense force sending the boar flying backward. By then the crossbow was fully charged. He aimed again at the boar king and fired an ice bolt. As the ice bolt soared through the air, the fallen boar king let out a thunderous roar. An invisible wave of force emanated from its body, kicking up clouds of dust. The frost on its body began to crack and melt. The second ice bolt, before even nearing the creature, was deflected by the shockwave, embedding itself into the ground behind. The attack had missed. Lin Ye, locked in a struggle with numerous ordinary boars, widened his eyes, fixated on the boar king. He had never encountered anything that could maintain such momentum and state after being frozen. Even the more oppressive first-rank mantis insect couldn't achieve this. Moreover, the boar king had risen. Its eyes were bloodshot and the bristles on its neck stood on end. Its nearly 2-meter-tall body swelled another size, exuding a terrifying aura. Lin Ye finally understood why this place was called the Frenzied Beast Plains, because the beasts here truly went berserk. Run! The thought barely formed when the boar king charged. Like an out-of-control bulldozer, it plowed a wide trench along its path. The ordinary boars still attacking Lin Ye were sent flying by the frenzied boar king. 2 unlucky ones were killed instantly. One directly in the boar king's path was trampled, its lower body turned into pulp. Another was grazed by a tusk, leaving a massive gash from which damaged organs spilled. In the blink of an eye the boar king had reached Lin Ye. The shockwave ruffled his hair. Tusks over a meter long gleamed like metal, aimed straight at Lin Ye's chest. Too late to run. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ye braced his black rock shield before him, pressing his body against it. He roared burst phase. Activating both abilities at once drained his stamina and energy while consuming a massive amount of internal power. Lin Ye's strength multiplied instantly and his body entered a damage-negating state. Boom! A thunderous crash sent a ripple of force through the air, stirring the cracked ground. Lin Ye slid backward, his feet carving 2 furrows across the earth. He skidded for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. Thankfully the phase ability spared him from the initial impact damage. The boosted strength from burst offset most of the boar king's momentum, preventing him from being hurled away. During the slide he had already deactivated the abilities. The consumption was simply too great. If his body were drained entirely he would be defenseless, and even an ordinary boar could finish him. At this moment half his stamina and energy remained. He had sustained minor injuries from the shockwave's aftermath, and the pendant was working hard to heal him. Lin Ye gasped for air, wanting to shout out loud. He had held his ground. A noticeable dent appeared on the surface of the sturdy black rock shield, a testament to the sheer force of the collision. Across from it the enraged wild boar king was not faring any better. The powerful recoil wounded it, leaving traces of blood at the corner of its mouth that dripped to the ground, forming a small puddle. It let out a muffled snort, shaking its head to quickly recover from its dazed consciousness. Its fierce eyes once again locked onto Lin Ye, and despite its injuries it surged its aura once more. Just as Lin Ye steadied himself before he could react, another frenzied charge came hurtling toward Lin Ye. Having no other choice, Lin Ye activated his ability again, preparing to withstand this terrifying impact. However, this time he only activated the Etherealize ability to evade the damage. If he used Burst again, his stamina would be completely drained, leaving him to await death. The instant the Wild Boar King crashed into the shield, an irresistible colossal force transmitted through. Lin Ye's body was lifted into the air, sent flying backward. He struggled to adjust his posture midair, but the force was utterly overwhelming. His body slammed heavily onto the ground and a mouthful of blood spilled out. This was from the fall. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he quickly got to his feet and looked toward the Wild Boar King. At this moment the Wild Boar King stood at the spot where he had been thrown, its breathing as labored as a bellows, exceptionally heavy. The ferocious aura it had just displayed began to wane rapidly. Blood continuously flowed from its mouth, its condition no better than Lin Ye's. Its aura is weakening, it seems berserking has its price. After 2 rounds of frenzied attacks, the Wild Boar King's body entered a state of weakness. Now it was Lin Ye's turn. The ice blue crossbow finished charging and he aimed a bolt directly at the Wild Boar King's head. In its current state it couldn't dodge. Ding! The ice spike pierced its skin but was stopped by its hard skull. No matter, the crucial effect was the freezing damage. A layer of frost rapidly formed, freezing everything including the flowing blood. The Wild Boar King collapsed, its body carving a large pit into the ground. Its breathing began to fade, but it wasn't dead yet. Lin Ye knew well the importance of finishing the job. He fired 2 more charged ice spikes, one drilling into its mouth, the other into its neck. Finally the Wild Boar King breathed its last. The system simultaneously relayed the kill notification. But the matter wasn't over if there were still 5 ordinary wild boars. At the first sign of the Wild Boar King's berserk state, they had already hidden themselves on the sidelines. Clearly this wasn't their first time witnessing its rampage, and they sought to avoid collateral damage. With their king dead, the remaining wild boars fled in terror. Lin Ye used the ice blue crossbow to quickly pick them off, killing them all with ease. Silence descended, broken only by the thick stench of blood and the ground littered with wild boar carcasses. The battle had been taxing. He sat down on the ground, ignoring the foul surroundings, and pulled out the roasted insect meat he had prepared before entering the dungeon, tearing into it with large bites. At the same time he took out energy stones to rapidly replenish his completely depleted energy. The gains from this venture could only be described as immense. Lin Ye points 95 rank 1, his points ranking was back at number 1. He believed no one would be able to catch up to him anytime soon. Moreover, there was the corpse of the first stage Wild Boar King, another precious bounty. Its meat could quickly restore stamina, while its tusks and bones could be used as materials. Every part was a treasure, but his spatial pouch was too small to hold it all. After finishing the insect meat and absorbing 3 energy stones, his body had recovered somewhat. He first carefully stored the first stage core, then removed all the worthless items from his pouch. Selectively he packed in the Wild Boar King's corpse until the interior space was stuffed to the brim without a single gap. Only then did he stop, a look of pained reluctance on his face. After gathering all the materials, he piled the remaining carcasses together. He would leave them here for now, hoping to take some more when it was time to return. He then quickly left, his body not yet fully recovered. If the previous battle had attracted other ferocious beasts and another first-stage beast capable of berserking appeared, he had no confidence he could kill it again. After putting enough distance between himself and the area, Lin Ye stopped and sat down on the spot. He took out energy stones and continued to restore his physical state. Half an hour passed, and with the aid of the energy stones his energy was fully replenished. His stamina and spirit were not so easily restored, they could only rely on the natural recovery from eating the insect meat. Stamina was manageable now, about 70 or 80% recovered. The slowest to recover was his mental strength, which at best was only half of its peak. To fully restore it would take at least another hour, as the process slowed down the further along it went. Dungeon time 6 hours, 3 hours remaining, half the time had passed and he was still ranked first. He couldn't just wait idly, if there was still time, and without earning points others would eventually catch up. In his current state he could barely manage a fight against a first-stage ferocious beast. I'll hunt ferocious beasts while I recover. He chose a direction away from the wild boar's lair and advanced. After a while the reeds before him grew increasingly lush. Their verdant color became even more vivid, gently swaying in the breeze. Along the way he encountered only 2 ordinary ferocious beasts, which he easily dispatched with 2 strikes of his blade. 10 points and 2 crystals were added to his tally. His steady footsteps suddenly halted. Lin Ye tilted his head to listen carefully. Ahead the sound of rushing water reached his ears. The sound of water. A river. Lin Ye continued forward using his armor-breaking blade to part the finely furred stalks ahead. A river appeared before his eyes. The river was not wide, at most a dozen meters across. The water was clear and occasionally he could see unfamiliar small fish swimming along the bottom. The current was not swift, meandering its way downstream. By the riverbank there were many pebbles washed ashore by the current. At the same time Lin Ye also noticed a lot of animal droppings scattered on both sides of the bank. His eyes lit up. That's right, animals need to drink too. If I just follow the river there's a high chance I'll encounter ferocious beasts coming to drink. Choosing the downstream direction, Lin Ye moved swiftly along the riverbank. As expected, within just a few minutes a dark shadow appeared by the river ahead. Drawing a little closer. It was a wild deer, also quite robust in build. The antlers on its head were different from any Lin Ye had seen before. They didn't branch out. Instead they resembled bull horns, just two slightly curved sharp points that looked undeniably dangerous. When Lin Ye closed in to 100 meters the deer spotted him as well. However, instead of fleeing in panic it fixed its gaze on Lin Ye with a fierce look. This was an anomaly. As expected of the ferocious beast plains. Even a deer can be this aggressive, nothing like a timid gentle herbivore. An ordinary ferocious beast posed no fear to Lin Ye. Ignoring the deer's threatening glare he continued to approach. The deer hesitated no longer, its eyes turning red it charged toward Lin Ye. It intended to use its two sharp horns to impale the creature before it. Lin Ye didn't use the ice blue crossbow, choosing to conserve energy whenever possible. Gripping his armor-breaking blade tightly the moment the deer drew near. He sidestepped the attack and with a reverse swing of his blade severed the deer's head. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, executed with remarkable ease and grace. He dug out the crystal and left the carcass where it lay. Lin Ye continued onward. After acquiring 2 more ordinary crystals, several gunshots rang out from the opposite bank. The sound echoed far across the open plain. Lin Ye looked up toward the opposite bank. Gunfire. Other survivors. Lin Ye immediately hid within the reeds to avoid being discovered. It wasn't that he feared other survivors, but the situation was too complex. Encountering the second-ranked survivor would be manageable if there was no immediate risk of punishment, and at most they would leave each other alone. The most terrifying prospect was meeting a lower-ranked survivor, as every death could elevate their standing. As the current top-ranked survivor, Lin Ye had no intention of taking risks. As long as he maintained his progress he could safely return and claim his rewards. Not long after he hid, the gunfire grew closer, accompanied by the furious roars of a wild beast. A survivor was battling a feral creature heading toward the riverbank. He wondered how the battle was unfolding. Based on his judgment, the survivor was likely fighting a first-tier feral beast. Though ordinary feral beasts were massive and far stronger than other wilderness creatures, they could not withstand bullets. Only a fully enhanced first-tier feral beast could endure gunfire, barring heavy weaponry. Across the river the reeds began to shake violently. A colossal figure emerged, trampling countless reeds as it reached the riverbank. It was a saber-toothed tiger standing over 2 meters tall. It was several times larger than the one Lin Ye had killed. Its fangs were terrifyingly long, glinting coldly in the sunlight. This was a first-tier saber-toothed tiger. The creature bore numerous wounds, blood soaking its golden fur. A gunshot rang out from behind and the tiger twisted, avoiding a fatal hit. The bullet struck its back, leaving a bloody hole, but the injury was minor for its massive frame. A figure emerged from behind the tiger. It was a middle-aged man of average height but sturdy build. He wielded an automatic rifle, a wisp of smoke drifting from its muzzle. He wore a leather armor that protected his vital areas, but aside from that there was nothing remarkable about him. Lin Ye frowned deeply. How is he able to hunt a first-tier saber-toothed tiger with just that? The man burst through the reeds and saw the river ahead with open terrain on both banks. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He raised his rifle to fire at the tiger again, but the beast seemed to realize the open ground was disadvantageous and charged toward its attacker. The man reacted swiftly. Seeing the attack coming, he didn't engage head-on but turned and sprinted away at a speed that left Lin Ye astonished, nothing but a blur. Is this a skill or a talent? The tiger's attack missed, and though it tried to pursue, it couldn't match the man's speed. When the tiger attempted to flee in another direction to shake off the survivor, the man closed in again with incredible speed, continuing to wear it down with rifle fire. Lin Ye watched in amazement. Such incredible speed. The man was toying with the first-tier saber-toothed tiger king like a cat. The two entered another round of attrition, constantly pulling and retreating. Though the man's rifle wasn't particularly powerful, leaving only small bloody holes with each shot, the constant drain would eventually leave the tiger bleeding to death. Lin Ye hid on the opposite bank watching the battle with envy. Unlike him, who couldn't match a first-tier feral beast in strength or speed, he could only rely on his body and abilities to endure, each time barely escaping with severe injuries. Just as the tiger's counterattack failed again and the survivor turned to pursue, the tiger didn't flee this time. It reared its head and let out a deafening roar. Its aura surged, its body swelled, and its golden fur rippled in the wind. Its bleeding wounds temporarily sealed. The tiger entered a berserk state. Shwa. Its attack speed escalated to a terrifying level, almost instantaneous. As the survivor turned back, the tiger pounced on him with savage ferocity. The survivor never expected such a sudden surge in power. His reaction was far too slow. Seizing the moment, the tiger slammed its massive paw into the survivor's chest. Its sharp claws pierced the leather armor, leaving deep gashes. The survivor took the full force of the blow, spitting blood as a torrent of crimson poured from his chest. He was flung backward and upon landing coughed up more blood. Yet he dared not linger. Gritting through the pain, he fled like a blur into the distance until he vanished from sight. The tiger didn't pursue. Even in its berserk state, it couldn't match his speed. Not only could it not catch him, but the berserk state was short-lived, and once it ended, a period of weakness would follow. The tiger glanced around, chose a direction, and quickly departed. Lin Ye had observed the entire scene from across the river. The survivor was severely injured and had fled. The saber-toothed tiger, though berserk, was also wounded. He watched the tiger's direction of retreat, a slight smile curling his lips. A heaven-sent opportunity. He knew that while the berserk state greatly enhanced power, it lasted only briefly. Once it ended, the creature would be extremely weak. After a period of recovery, Lin Ye's physical condition was back to its peak. Even facing a fully healthy first-tier feral beast, he felt confident. He pushed off the ground with force bursting from the reeds. With a leap, he easily cleared the river and landed steadily on the opposite bank. Then he quickly pursued in the direction the tiger had gone. The tiger was faster, so Lin Ye followed the trail of its escape, pressing forward. 10 minutes later, along the tiger's path, blood appeared on the broken reeds. Lin Ye touched it with his finger, rubbed it. It was fresh. It must be blood flowing anew after the tiger's berserk state ended. He quickened his pace. The bloodstains grew more numerous and the escape trail became chaotic. After another 5 minutes, heavy breathing sounded ahead. Gulu. Caught up. Lin Ye immediately halted, moving as quietly as possible. He began charging his ice blue crossbow, raised his black rock shield, and crept toward the source of the sound. Ahead, a golden figure lay on the ground, drenched in blood. Suddenly the resting tiger lifted its massive head, eyeing Lin Ye warily, emitting low, threatening growls. But it was too weak, its reactions far slower than usual. Lin Ye closed to within 50 meters, and before the tiger could rise, fired an ice bolt. Shoo! A flash of white light, swift as lightning, struck the tiger's body. Even at its peak, it couldn't dodge the ice blue crossbow's attack at such close range, let alone in its weakened state. The crossbow's piercing power was comparable to a rifle, embedding only a few centimeters before being stopped by tough hide and flesh. Having already used its berserk state, the beast was defenseless against the crossbow's chill. Its body began to freeze. Lin Ye didn't relent, striking while the iron was hot. He fired 2 more bolts at the tiger's weak points. Woo! A whimper tinged with weakness and despair escaped the creature. As the overlord of this region, its proud gaze dimmed and a reluctant sorrow surfaced. Perhaps it was recalling the days it roamed the plains unchecked and free. Killed a first-tier feral beast, gained 30 points. Lin Ye points 150, rank 1. Lin Ye felt no sympathy for the saber-toothed tiger's dying expression. Had he not been strong enough, he would have been devoured in a single gulp. Just as he was about to collect the materials, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Brother, are you stealing my prey just like that?" Lin Ye halted abruptly and turned around. A middle-aged man stood amidst the reeds in the distance, his rifle aimed coldly at Lin Ye. A sense of crisis enveloped him. No good. It was the survivor who had fought the saber-toothed tiger by the river earlier. Hadn't he been injured and fled? How did he appear here, and when did he arrive? Lin Ye had been entirely focused on the saber-toothed tiger, neglecting his surroundings. The man had a gun, and Lin Ye's current strength wasn't enough to ignore bullets. This was a dire situation. A direct confrontation would be the worst outcome. In an instant he devised a plan. He could only gamble. A slow grin spread across Lin Ye's face, revealing his stark white teeth. His eyes reddened and his expression twisted into a mix of anxiety and madness. His voice came out hoarse and suppressed. Is that so? And what of it? The man's face darkened further. He had been locked in a prolonged struggle with this first-tier saber-toothed tiger. He had expended a large number of bullets trying to wear the tiger down. To his surprise, the first-tier beast had suddenly erupted, catching him off guard and inflicting severe injuries. After fleeing, he had used precious medicine to quickly heal his wounds. Then he had rushed back, hoping to find an opportunity to kill the tiger, only to find someone else had beaten him to it. He brandished his rifle and said sternly, "Since you killed the saber-toothed tiger, the points are yours, but the corpse must be mine." Lin Ye felt a slight relief. The other party didn't want to fight to the death either. It seemed his rank wasn't low. But he had to keep up the act. "I killed it, so why should it be yours? My points are low anyway. I won't survive this round or the next. If you have the guts, come and take it." With that, ignoring the man's gun and warning glare, he walked to the saber-toothed tiger's corpse, roughly extracted the crystal core and knocked out the 2 long canine teeth to store them. Throughout the process, Lin Ye acted as if the other man's presence didn't matter. But in truth, he was fully alert, ready for any sudden gunfire. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. The man only wore a fierce expression but didn't dare to act. After all, the saber-toothed tiger was dead and the points were irretrievable. Lin Ye then cut off a foreleg and slung it over his shoulder. The still warm crimson blood trickled down his back, dripping onto the ground. Putting on a final act of desperate madness, he looked at the man. "The rest is yours." With that, he prepared to leave. The man opposite raised his gun, his eyes flickering. His finger hovered over the trigger, hesitating. After a few steps, Lin Ye turned around again. He stared intently at the man, a hint of excitement in his voice. "By the way, what's your rank? If I kill you, my ranking would go up." As he spoke, as if finding new hope for survival, his gaze grew more bloodthirsty and savage. The man, seeing Lin Ye's gradually unhinged demeanor, felt a chill in his heart. He gripped his rifle tighter. Seeing Lin Ye like this, he was likely at the bottom of the rankings, not worth a desperate fight. "Brother, let's talk this out. We're both being punished, there's no need for a death match now." Lin Ye maintained his facade while inwardly scoffing. "Liar. The system doesn't show others' rankings, who knows if you're telling the truth." The act was almost over, it was time to retreat. Just as he was about to find an opportunity to leave, the man spoke again. "Brother, we both need points, don't we?" Lin Ye wanted to say, "I don't, but you do." "What do you mean?" Seeing an opening, the man relaxed his guard slightly and forced an ugly smile. "I found a beast lair with 2 first-tier beasts. I can't handle them alone. How about we team up?" A beast lair. 2 first-tier beasts. Lin Ye groaned inwardly. Did he really think he was dead last? Damn it, he had overplayed his role. He shouldn't have put on that final act. He didn't want to go, he just wanted to return quietly. But refusing would likely raise suspicion. He had no choice but to steel himself and take it one step at a time. How far? What kind of beasts? How many in total? Seeing Lin Ye agree, the man lowered his guard, pointing his gun at the ground as a gesture of goodwill. "My name is Xuechong. What's yours, brother?" Xuechong. The name didn't ring a bell. He hadn't seen it in the first day's rankings or in the chat channel. Either he wasn't from this floor or it was a fake name. Yi Fan. Lin Ye said without a hint of shame, casually giving a false name. Brother Yi, right? I encountered a wolf pack, 2 first-tier wolves and about a dozen ordinary ones. It's about half an hour away, we have plenty of time. How do we split them? There's no split. I can only handle 1 first-tier wolf. As for the ordinary ones, whoever kills them gets the points. Lin Ye had no choice but to agree. Fine, lead the way. He discarded the tiger leg from his shoulder and followed Xuechong. The journey was uneventful. About half an hour later, Xuechong, who was leading, stopped and pointed ahead. It's just ahead. Lin Ye didn't notice anything unusual, nor did he hear any beastly howls. Are you sure? Xuechong nodded firmly. Positive. It's right ahead. Should we move together or? Lin Ye, of course, wasn't going to take the lead. He dropped his act entirely now. His expression was utterly calm, with no trace of madness, a completely different person from before. Xuechong noticed the change but said nothing. Points were what mattered. As long as they could cooperate to earn points, nothing else was important. If he got cheated during the collaboration, that would just mean he wasn't skilled enough. Lin Ye said matter-of-factly, "You're fast. Lure them out and I'll intercept them. Well, each take one of the big ones." Xue Chong gave Lin Ye a deep look, surprised that Lin Ye knew so much about him. This wasn't good. But since they had come this far, there was no room for hesitation. Fine. He was still confident. Even if Lin Ye didn't act, he could retreat unscathed. "Wait here. I'll lure them out." With that he ran forward, rifle in hand. Lin Ye stared at his back, his expression unreadable. Once Xue Chong was completely out of sight, he immediately left his spot and crouched at a moderate distance. Whether Xue Chong was sincere or not, this position allowed him to advance or retreat as needed without affecting their plan. Soon roars echoed from ahead. A whir. The howls of wolves rose and fell, shattering the silence of the plains. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted simultaneously. Xue Chong had opened fire. The reeds swayed violently in large patches, accompanied by the crackling sound of breaking stalks moving closer to the agreed-upon location. Both sides were fast. The sounds of battle had barely begun when Xue Chong's figure appeared, followed by a large pack of wolves. A glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. "Here they come." Lin Ye stared at the wolf pack trailing behind Xue Chong. The fastest pursuers were two massive gray wolves leading the charge. Behind them trailed a horde of ordinary wolves much smaller in size, matching Xue Chong's description. It seemed Xue Chong hadn't resorted to any tricks. Having successfully drawn the wolves' attention and returned to the rendezvous point, he found the spot utterly deserted. He showed no sign of anger, only a flicker of disappointment. If he could slay the wolf pack, perhaps his points would propel him into the top 2, securing the full reward. He wielded a gun, a formidable weapon against ordinary beasts capable of wounding even first-tier ones. Yet fortune had been unkind, he had encountered few beasts, leaving his score stagnant. After all, they were rivals. Caution upon first meeting was only natural. He was about to activate his talent, hastening his escape from the pursuing wolves. Lin Ye rose from a distance, his icy blue crossbow aimed at one of the first-tier wolves. The instincts of a first-tier beast were razor-sharp. At the moment it sensed the threat, it dodged with fluid precision. With a soft thud, an ice bolt nearly as swift as a bullet grazed the wolf's body and embedded itself deep into the earth, vanishing entirely. The pursuing pack, startled by the sudden assault, halted in their tracks. In unison they turned to face this third party in the conflict. Xue Chong, catching sight of Lin Ye, abandoned his escape plan. A glimmer of surprise lit his eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Ye to have merely repositioned rather than fled outright. Lin Ye gave Xue Chong a nod, signaling the continuation of their cooperation. Xue Chong immediately raised his gun and unleashed a barrage at one of the first-tier wolves. The beast, caught off guard, bore 2 bloody wounds. A furious pained howl erupted from its throat. Lin Ye, not to be outdone, fired 2 ice bolts. But the distance was too great and the wolves, now wary, evaded them all. The 2 first-tier wolves exchanged glances, exchanging a few howls as if in conversation. Then the wolf Lin Ye had targeted advanced toward him, trailed by 5 ordinary wolves. The plan had succeeded. Xue Chong kept firing, retreating steadily to maintain distance, denying the wolves any chance to strike. He employed the same tactic used against the saber-toothed tiger, wearing them down with bullets. The gunfire persisted, mingling with the wolves' howls, growing fainter as it receded, soon vanishing from Lin Ye's sight. This wolf pack seemed unremarkable, merely large in stature. The first-tier wolf was slightly smaller than the boar king Lin Ye had encountered earlier. The wolves didn't charge it, instead they maintained formation, inching closer to Lin Ye. He showed no intention of retreating into a drawn-out battle. He sought a swift resolution to avoid unforeseen complications. Gripping the blackrock shield tightly before him, he charged his icy blue crossbow with his right hand. As the wolves closed to 30 meters, Lin Ye unleashed the ice bolt. A sharp whistle cut through the air. The charged bolt was far swifter than its predecessors, catching the first-tier wolf off guard by the sudden acceleration. As it tried to dodge, the bolt pierced its hide, burying itself in its flesh. The wound was superficial and the wolf, reassured, prepared to press forward. But before its next step landed, an anomaly spread through its body. A layer of frost formed at the impact site, numbing that part and freezing its muscles. The freezing effect crippled it. Seeing Lin Ye raise his crossbow again, the first-tier wolf let out a roar and entered a berserk state, its body swelling. Shockwaves rippled outward as its blood temperature soared, melting the frost and restoring sensation. It lifted its head, blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Ye, radiating savage brutality. The first-tier wolf reacted too swiftly, entering its berserk state before Lin Ye could fire a second bolt. He quickly stowed the crossbow and drew his armor-piercing blade. The wolf would grant him no time to charge another bolt, and ordinary ice bolts had little effect on a berserk beast. At this moment the armor-piercing blade was the better choice. No sooner had he switched weapons than the first-tier wolf appeared beside him as a blur, its claws extending with razor-sharp edges slashing at Lin Ye. Barely keeping pace with the wolf's speed, Lin Ye swiftly adjusted his Blackrock shield, successfully blocking the strike. He activated his phasing ability, nullifying the damage. The force of the impact sent him stumbling back a few steps. The first-tier wolf's strength was notably less than the Boar King's. Having fended off the berserk attack without using his burst ability, Lin Ye's confidence soared. As the wolf lunged again, Lin Ye braced for the block while swinging his armor-piercing blade. He channeled energy into the weapon, activating its 15 armor-piercing property. While blocking the assault, he effortlessly sliced through the wolf's tough hide, leaving a gash on its foreleg. The wound was shallow, with only a trickle of blood seeping out. Lin Ye checked his energy reserves. Thankfully the armor-piercing blade consumed little. The wounded first-tier wolf, now bloodied, grew even more ferocious in its gaze. With a howl, the ordinary wolves behind it surged forward, encircling Lin Ye and attacking in unison. He held his Blackrock shield steady, firmly repelling the first-tier wolf's onslaught. Simultaneously he cleaved an ordinary wolf that lunged from the side, then kicked away another assailant. He defended successfully again, even killing one wolf in the process. The entire sequence was not yet polished, but his improvement was marked. He relied only on his phasing ability to avoid some damage. The wolves pressed their attack, but Lin Ye countered each move, seizing the chance to slay several. Before long, all 5 encircling ordinary wolves lay dead on the ground. The first-tier wolf bore several fresh wounds, blood streaming steadily. At the same time its berserk state was nearing its end, its attacks waned, losing their earlier ferocity. The first-tier wolf's frenzied mind gradually cleared, realizing it was outmatched. Once the berserk state ended completely, plunging it into weakness, death would be inevitable. The bloodlust in its eyes faded, replaced by terror. It turned and fled toward its companion, seeking aid. Seeing the first-tier wolf attempt escape, a smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. He pursued leisurely, blade in hand, without wasting energy. With just his sword he could end its life. True to expectation, it didn't run far. The berserk state ended and its fleeing form stumbled, tumbling several times across the ground, flattening a swath of wild grass. Lin Ye approached step by step, stopping before the wolf. Gazing at the massive creature, nearly half a meter tall even in its fallen state, he marveled inwardly. Could he now handle even such colossal beasts with ease? Ignoring the terror and plea in the wolf's eyes, Lin Ye decisively ended its life. He extracted the first-tier core and looked at the carcass, a pang of regret stirring within. What a waste. I need to get a storage item with more space. The cooperation had concluded successfully, at least from Lin Ye's perspective. As for Xuechong, that depended on his own skill. In the distance gunfire persisted, growing fainter as it moved farther away. After stowing 5 ordinary crystal cores away, Lin Ye moved to a new spot, sat down and began to recover. He produced his last 2 energy stones and absorbed them to replenish his inner energy. The drain on the energy stones had been tremendous, if the ice blue crossbow combined with his own exertions had emptied his reserves. Instance duration 6 hours 48 minutes remaining. After another 10 or so minutes with 30 minutes left, Lin Ye was almost fully recovered. Footsteps came from afar. He rose on alert, looked toward the sound and braced himself. A middle-aged figure appeared. It was Xuechong. It seemed he had successfully slain the pursuing pack of wolves. Lin Ye had not bothered to hide his presence, and Xuechong soon spotted him upon returning. Xuechong nodded and smiled. "Brother Ye, your strength is not weak, you dispatched the wolves with ease." Lin Ye did not deny it and replied calmly, "Just luck." Xuechong scoffed inwardly. He did not believe it was mere luck. He had not seen Lin Ye actually strike. From Lin Ye's composed demeanor alone, Xuechong could tell the fight had required little effort. And now, with such a placid expression, there was none of the earlier madness. Damn, could I have been deceived? Xuechong muttered to himself. He sat a short distance from Lin Ye, took out food and began to eat. He offered some to Lin Ye, who shook his head and declined. Xuechong paid him no mind and ate while asking, "With your strength, Brother Ye, your ranking should be high, right?" Having teamed up once before, he revealed no secrets in the conversation. Lin Ye dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table. "Not bad. Not bad." Xuechong was surprised. At least that answer suggested he was not being punished by the mission. He had just slain a first-tier feral beast and several ordinary ones, earning enough points to reach second place. If that was the case, Xuechong widened his eyes. Could the other be? "You wouldn't happen to be ranked first, would you?" Lin Ye only looked at him, neither confirming nor denying. Xue Chong understood in an instant Lin Ye was no low-ranked despairing madman, he had been putting on an act. Damn. As I thought, none of the people matched with me are trustworthy. Each one was more deceptive than the last. Xue Chong finished his meal and gulped down a bottle of water. I won't hide it, I did well just now. I'm currently in second place. Lin Ye was unperturbed, so long as he remained ahead. He stood and said, neither of us will suffer punishment. With no fundamental conflict of interest, let's cooperate once more and secure our current rankings. Lin Ye rose as well, agreeing. All right. Is there a feral beast den nearby? Time is short. Xue Chong was incredulous, there was rarely such easy luck. The feral beast plain is vast. Finding a concentrated pack is difficult. We'll have to leave this area and try our luck, every extra kill helps. Very well, Lin Ye said, a little disappointed. Their interests aligned, moving together could avoid many dangers, especially with 4 other survivors in the area. By the way, Xue Chong suddenly stopped and asked curiously, how many points do you actually have? Then, to ease Lin Ye's concerns, he volunteered his own current score. I'm at 150 points. 205. Xue Chong's pupils narrowed, he had not expected Lin Ye's total to be so high. How many beasts had he slain beyond the 2 first-tier ones Xue Chong knew about? There were likely more. It seemed impossible to catch up in the remaining time, best to preserve the current rank. Return conditions met. Return method ready. Return now. Yes. He materialized in room 666 on the 66th floor of the Moridasha. Lin Ye's figure emerged from a flare of light. In the final moments of the instance, he and Xue Chong each hunted down 2 more ordinary feral beasts. They successfully held their ranks until the instance concluded. He did not choose to stay first. He had no energy stones left, and the ice blue crossbow would lack power if he continued. Second, the relentless intensity of the fights in such a short span would overwhelm his body. Those first-tier feral beasts were stronger than him and could frenziedly fight as if they had no regard for their lives. Settlement in progress for this competitive instance. Lin Ye, points 215. Rank 1. He received all instance rewards 1. Ordinary crystal cores 25, awarding 100 survival points exceeding the single acquisition limit. 2. Killed ordinary feral beasts 25, awarding 300 survival points. 3. Obtained first-tier materials awarding 100 survival points. 4. First-tier crystal cores 3, awarding 150 survival points. 5. Killed first-tier feral beasts 3, awarding 300 survival points. 6. Completion of the competition awarding 1000 survival points. Settlement complete. Tallying rewards 1. Survival points 1950. 2. Settlement chests 2. 3. Energy stones 19. 4. Juewang Labyrinth Invitation Scroll 1. Settlement Interface Enhancement Complete 1. Survival points 3900. 2. Shining Settlement Chests 2. 3. Energy Stones 38. 4. Juewang Labyrinth Invitation Scroll 1. Lin Ye gaped at the enhanced settlement rewards. This haul exceeded the combined total of the previous 3 runs nearly. 4000 survival points, 38 energy stones and 2 shining settlement chests. If he digested these rewards, his strength would climb to a terrifying new height. Moreover, the reward package had changed. This time there was an additional prize. Lin Ye checked the details. Juewang Labyrinth Invitation Scroll. The next time he entered an instance, he would be forcibly drawn into the Juewang Labyrinth. Successfully escaping the labyrinth would grant abundant rewards. Something's wrong. Isn't this supposed to be a reward? The Juewang Labyrinth, just the name suggests no good. System, are you mistaken? How can this be issued as a reward and as a mandatory entry at that? The good mood brought by the windfall evaporated almost at once. The next run would inevitably pull him into the Juewang Labyrinth, and that could not be changed, so Lin Ye set the headache aside temporarily. Point allocation, only assigning points could soothe him. Personal information: name Lin Ye. Level Transcendent, rank 1. Constitution 11. 3. Strength 11. 3. Agility 11. 3. Spirit 11. 3. Energy 11. 3. Survival points 3900. Talent Settlement Interface Enhancement. Abilities burst phasing. Evaluation. Congratulations on becoming an ant. Please continue striving to become cannon fodder. Each attribute point cost 200 survival points totaling 19. 5 attribute points. Each attribute could rise by roughly 4 points. He spent all his points at once and every attribute surged to 15. 2. Energy in his body began to expand rapidly, his physical strength increased and his muscles grew steadily more robust. A thunderous roar exploded in his mind as his consciousness dissipated. After an unknown span of time, his blurred consciousness reconstituted stronger than before. His power had been elevated dramatically across the board. He felt that he could now confront the frenzied boar King Hedon without deploying his special abilities. When the enhancement completed, a greasy film seeped from his body, making Lin Ye feel exceedingly uncomfortable. He went to the bathroom and turned on the hot water. Amid the rising steam, Lin Ye luxuriated in a hot shower. He changed into clean clothes, picked up the gleaming enhanced settlement chest and sat on the bed. What followed was the thrilling moment of opening the chest. Lin Ye rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Open. Storage Ring 1. Ability Upgrade Card Green 1. Energy Stone 5. As before, aside from the fixed energy stones, there were 2 additional items. Storage Ring. Type Equipment. Quality Green. Description: a storage item containing 15 cubic meters of space. Time within is relatively static and living creatures cannot be stored. Evaluation: nothing special, just spacious. Lin Ye grinned foolishly, his desires manifesting perfectly. He had just been worrying that his satchel was too small, causing him to waste many first-tier materials. And now it arrived, a green quality piece of equipment with a full 15 cubic meters of internal space, more than enough for his current needs. The ring felt like jade, neither cold to the touch nor adorned with any carvings, its surface smooth and flawless. It looked like an ordinary jade ring. He slipped it onto his finger and the ring automatically adjusted its size, fitting securely. Though somewhat conspicuous, it would be hard to lose. Next came the second item. Ability Upgrade Card Green. Type Item. Quality Green. Description: can upgrade an ability of green quality or below by 1 tier. Evaluation: even a low-tier ability can yield unexpected results after enhancement. This was Lin Ye's first encounter with a card-type item. Now he realized that abilities could be upgraded. He had thought they were fixed, as his personal info panel gave no level indicators. He decided to hold onto it for now and finish opening the chests first. Perhaps the next settlement chest would grant a powerful ability. Without hesitation, he opened the second chest. Equipment Upgrade Card Green 1. Basic Recovery Potion 1. Energy Stone 5. Lin Ye stored the energy stones first, then picked up the potion. Its appearance was identical to the one he had used before, and this one was for recovery. Upon use, it rapidly restored stamina and mental energy. Though it was only white quality, his burst ability made it quite useful. The final item was another card. Its function was the same as the ability Upgrade card, but for upgrading equipment of green quality or below. Without any hesitation, Lin Ye took out the ice blue crossbow and crushed the equipment Upgrade card. A beam of light flew from the card and landed on the crossbow. The originally black body took on a matte texture and its size grew considerably. Blue patterns extended across the entire crossbow, becoming deeper and more intricate. Where the energy stone was once installed, 2 additional slots had appeared, allowing it to now hold 3 energy stones simultaneously. In less than a minute the upgrade was complete and the ice blue crossbow had transformed dramatically. Lin Ye held it in his hands, unable to put it down. It's a bit heavier. The crossbow's lines were sharper and more rugged, giving a sense of reliability. Ice blue crossbow. Type Weapon. Quality Green. Description: originally a standard issue weapon, it has undergone a mysterious enhancement that broke its tier, further amplifying its power. Trait 1: Freeze attacks inflict a freezing effect stronger than before. Trait 2: Accuracy increases hit rate by 15 when shooting. Evaluation: few invest so much into a novice weapon, but the results are impressive. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. The ice blue crossbow had successfully ascended to green quality, and that wasn't all. In addition to the original freezing effect, a new accuracy boosting trait had emerged. One could imagine that the crossbow's lethality had risen by more than a single notch. Increased effective range, greater power, and improved hit rate. Truly worthy of green quality, it enhanced Lin Ye's combat capabilities across the board. Next came the ability upgrade. He currently had 2 abilities, one for combat and one for damage immunity. Lin Ye leaned toward upgrading Burst to boost his fighting strength. Unfortunately, Burst was gray quality while the ability upgrade card was green. Using it on Burst would only elevate it to white, which felt like a waste. But using it on Void could raise it to green quality. After some deliberation, Lin Ye decided to apply it to Void. He feared that upgrading Burst would increase its consumption, potentially draining him dry. He took out the ability upgrade card and crushed it. Another beam of light appeared and merged into his body. Then it ended with no particular sensation. Did it fail? He quickly opened the ability description to check. Ability Void. Type ability. Quality green. Prerequisite Spirit 10 or above, Energy 1 or above. Description: reduces the consumption of energy and spirit during use. While in the void state, the user is immune to physical attacks and suffers a 50 reduction in control effects. The longer the duration, the more consumption multiplies. Thankfully, after the upgrade, the consumption was reduced. Additionally, it gained a 50 control resistance, further enhancing his survivability. The 2 chests did not disappoint him. The enhancements to his equipment and abilities boosted his confidence for the next dungeon. It was already afternoon and the food he had prepared was all consumed in the dungeon. Fortunately, he had obtained plenty of first-tier boar meat this time, allowing for a change of taste. Unfortunately, the tiger meat hadn't been brought out. With Xue Chong present, he couldn't swap the boar meat for tiger meat. What a waste of that supreme yang substance. After grilling the boar meat and boiling 2 packs of instant noodles, Lin Ye opened the chat channel. Floor channel is 7221000. The numbers have dropped a lot. You're not used to it yet. I see a big wave dying by the 7th day. Upgrade blueprints are too scarce, I can't buy any. All my attributes are maxed out. Any veterans can guide me on the ultimate challenge dungeon. I'm clueless. What's there to fear? Just go for it. I saw someone in the channel say the ultimate challenge dungeon task is to kill a first-tier creature. You're lying, right? Answer me. A cross-tier challenge. Isn't that suicide? Based on my days of lurking in the channel, there might be a chance. Veteran, please advise. I want to know too. Lin Ye found this content intriguing, curious to see what strategies others had. A veteran who succeeded said the challenge dungeon involves local factions with no time limit. You can try to join them and use their power to complete the task. Is that so? Doesn't sound easy either. If it were easy, would it be called an ultimate challenge? Anything else? Hold on. Also, buy powerful items and equipment, overwhelm the first-tier creature with resources. That's unreliable. The difficulty is high because resources are scarce and strength is low. Where would you get so many resources? Save up slowly. Stay in the survival trial dungeon for extra days to hoard resources and buy gear. Don't forget upgrading rooms costs resources too. No other choice. Too bad after hitting the limit, dungeon settlements only give materials and energy stones, no survival points. Damn, how is this different from being a wage slave before the apocalypse? No buddy. The system just wants you dead. Being a wage slave is worse than death. Taking out the prepared food, Lin Ye ate while pondering. More and more people were beginning to face the ultimate challenge. The demand for white quality equipment was skyrocketing and his blueprints would prove invaluable. He planned to gather materials later and craft equipment to cash in. The task for the extreme instance required personally killing a first-tier creature. Without a white quality weapon, ordinary arms couldn't even breach its defense. Even cooperating with others wouldn't suffice if he couldn't secure the killing blow. Lin Ye quickly finished the prepared food, then retrieved the first-tier materials from his spatial bag. The bulk consisted of wild boar king meat along with 2 of its tusks, the saber-toothed tiger's fangs, and the teeth and claws of first-tier wolves. These were all collected by Lin Ye. Combined with the wild boar king's bones, there was enough material to craft the main body of the armor-piercing blade. What remained were first-tier spirit cores and red copper, with red copper being the scarcest. He only had 1 unit, enough for a single blade. Lin Ye opened the chat channel and quickly composed a message. Selling large quantities of ordinary spirit cores. Buying first-tier spirit cores, white quality material selection packs or red copper. DM if interested. Boss, do you have any white quality weapons for sale? Same request. Wait a moment, I'm gathering materials to craft some. I'll let everyone know as soon as they're ready. Too bad I can't afford it. Lin Ye switched to the private chat channel, first filtering out useless messages, then responding one by one. Boss, how do you sell ordinary spirit cores? Lin Ye thought it over. Those buying ordinary cores were likely people who hadn't upgraded their rooms, so the chance of them having good items was low. Head just ask for energy stones. Same rule as before, 1 energy stone for 2 cores. Boss, can you make it cheaper? How about 1 energy stone for 3 cores? Lin Ye wasn't one to suffer losses for charity. What do you think? If you don't hurry, they'll be sold out soon. With the system's prompt, everyone knew the importance of upgrading their rooms. Lin Ye's cores sold quickly, yielding 13 energy stones. Combined with the instant settlement rewards, his total reached 61. He opened the room panel to check the energy. Energy 233. Since crafting weapons would consume a lot, he directly added 11 energy stones. Just then a message about first-tier cores came in. Li Xiaoyang, I have a first-tier core. What are you trading for it? Energy stones. Alright, 5 energy stones for 1. 5 energy stones. The price was a bit high, mainly because no one had heard of anyone obtaining a level 2 room upgrade blueprint. This meant first-tier cores were in low demand. 4 energy stones each. How many do you have? Alright, I only have 1. After the exchange, his first-tier cores increased to 4. Lin Ye opened the simple workbench and added the materials. Once everything was complete, a prompt appeared. Crafting time 1 minute, energy consumption 100 points. Start crafting on the workbench. White energy lines emerged, flickering across the materials. The materials rapidly melted and coalesced, forming the outline of a long blade. A minute later, the armor-piercing blade was complete. The blade's main body was made from the wild boar king's bones, appearing white with a shape identical to the previous one. Checking its attributes, there were no changes. All the red copper from the material selection packs was used up, temporarily halting the crafting of more armor-piercing blades. He resumed sending messages in the chat channel to gather materials, then waited for trade requests. When he had brought back the first-tier wild boar meat, he had dismembered it and stored it directly in the spatial bag without processing it. He took out all the meat and drew his armor-piercing blade, beginning to process it bit by bit. First he skinned the boar, trying to keep the hide intact. Then he stripped the meat from the bones. Once finished, he obtained 4 types of resources: bones, sinews, hide and meat. The armor-piercing blade in his hand was too large for combat, unsuited for such delicate work. Coupled with his unskilled stripping technique, the entire process was slow. Looking at the large pile of wild boar meat that needed processing, Lin Ye felt a headache coming on. The workload was truly substantial. After handling just a small portion, a private message arrived. Lin Ye opened it and saw it was from an acquaintance. Shenlong, do you still need the material selection pack? Yes, what's the price? 9 energy stones. Lin Ye roughly estimated the cost of red copper, which should be around that price. No problem, let's trade. With a spatial fluctuation, the material selection pack appeared. He opened it directly and selected the red copper he needed. Without rushing to craft more armor-piercing blades, he continued stripping materials. As the sky gradually darkened, it was not until 7 in the evening that Lin Ye finished processing all the materials he had obtained. He stood up, stretching his slightly stiff body. Approaching the workbench, he added the required materials and began mass-producing armor-piercing blades. During this time, he collected another first-tier core and 1 material selection pack. He continuously added materials and crafted new armor-piercing blades. Soon the materials were exhausted, yielding 4 more armor-piercing blades. All the first-tier cores were used up, and the bones and teeth needed for the main body were also completely depleted. 2 units of red copper remained for future use. Now Lin Ye had 6 armor-piercing blades in hand. He kept 1 for himself and put the remaining 5 up for sale. Lin Ye listed the armor-piercing blades on the trading channel. As for the price, with most people's strength increasing, demand rising, and the amount of energy stones obtained growing, a price hike was only reasonable, right? So 25 energy stones each, not too outrageous. White quality weapon armor-piercing blade now listed on the trading channel. Trade only for energy stones. Limited stock, first come first served. Wow, the boss is finally here. I want a weapon. Save 1 for me, I've been waiting all afternoon. Damn, there are so many rich people. I only saw a glimpse. Blade bro, any left? I couldn't grab one at all. Blade bro, when will the next weapons be available? I want to prepare in advance. Lin Ye was full of question marks. Blade bro. Was that him? No more. Materials are too scarce. As for next time, check back tomorrow. Alright Blade bro, I'll wait. You sell them so expensively and you still rush to buy them. You're just asking to be ripped off. If you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself out here. Exactly. If you don't think it's worth it, don't buy it. Do we need your advice? Humph, I'm just kindly warning you all. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Ye glanced at the person. Well, it was you again, Ji Nanmian. He closed the chat channel, a clown not worth his attention. Next he tested his upgraded abilities and equipment to have a clear understanding, enabling better performance in instances. First, the ethereal ability. When activated, his body entered an ethereal state just like before. However, the energy consumption was significantly reduced. Previously the energy in his body could only sustain it for at most 2 seconds. During combat he only dared to activate it for an instant upon impact, then immediately deactivated it to avoid draining energy too quickly. Now with more energy in his body and lower consumption, he could maintain the ability for nearly 4 seconds continuously. Compared to before the upgrade, the practicality had increased by more than a little. By sticking to his previous tactic of only activating the ability at critical moments, he could greatly extend his combat time. After testing the ability, it was time for the ice blue crossbow. He had a feeling there would be another pleasant surprise. He took out the ice blue crossbow, which had undergone a significant transformation. The body of the crossbow had an energy stone with 2 slots empty, and Lin Ye inserted 2 energy stones into it. The room was too small to measure an effective shooting distance. However, that was not a concern, if the effective shooting range was certainly farther than before. He decided to test its energy consumption first. He aimed at a corner of the room and pulled the trigger. Bang! The speed of the ice spike was much faster than before, crashing into the wall with a thunderous sound. Since the room could not be damaged, the ice spike fell to the ground after hitting the wall, subsequently releasing a burst of cold air. A visible mist of water quickly condensed and frost appeared on the floor, freezing an area close to 2 meters. The temperature in the room dropped rapidly and Lin Ye felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him. Hiss! It's so cold. The freezing power exceeded Lin Ye's imagination. He went to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, letting it flow down, and waves of steam rolled out, counteracting the cold brought by the ice spike. After a while the ice spike transformed into energy and vanished, restoring the room's temperature to normal. Lin Ye checked the energy stone's consumption. In one of the brand new energy stones, nearly 1/3 of the energy had disappeared. This consumption was indeed alarming. But what was even more terrifying was its power, which was definitely stronger than the charged attack before the upgrade. What about the current charged attack? Would it consume the entire energy of 1 energy stone? Just how powerful would that be? Lin Ye could hardly imagine it. Overall, while the energy consumption had increased, the power had increased even more. There was no doubt that this enhancement was certainly worthwhile. After completing the tests, Lin Ye lay on the bed, continuing to gather materials and high-quality items. He browsed through the trading channel. Rice cooker, note exchange for food and water. No kitchen yet, bought it. Induction cooker, no kitchen either, bought it. Lin Ye bought everything he found that he was missing at reasonable prices. Until late at night, aside from purchasing some everyday items, he did not buy any rare resources. On the morning of the 5th day, Lin Ye got up energetically. Perhaps due to his enhanced physical attributes, he now had a very regular and high-quality sleep. As usual, he prepared some food to put into his storage ring and then checked the items he needed to carry with him. He attempted to store his backpack in the storage ring, but there was no response. Disappointed by the nesting doll idea, he had no choice but to reattach the backpack to himself. Matching for trial instance matching conditions 1 energy stone. Despair Maze invitation detected, matching with similar survivors, matching successful, entering soon. Instance name Despair Maze, instance type Tier 1 competitive trial instance tags solo participation group competition tasks collection survival return instance task successfully exit the maze return conditions complete the instance task return method automatically return after exiting the maze time anchoring current time ratio 1:1 Lin Ye's figure vanished from room 666. Appearing in another room. With a shield in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, Lin Ye was fully armed, vigilantly observing his surroundings. This was a luxuriously decorated room, somewhat resembling a presidential suite in a high-end hotel. The room was empty, with various living supplies arranged neatly, showing no signs of occupancy. Strangely, the entire room had no windows, all around were walls, and on each wall there was a door. The doors looked no different from ordinary doors, each carved with a twisted circular ring resembling a Mobius strip. Lin Ye inspected the entire room. It was not large and posed no danger. The only anomaly was those 4 identical doors. Approaching one of the doors, he pressed his ear against it to listen. Outside was silent with not a sound to be heard. He grasped the doorknob and pressed down forcefully. Click. The lock opened, but before he could open the door a prompt appeared. Would you like to enter the next room? Every time you open a door it leads to a different room and you cannot return the way you came. Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Ye quickly closed the door, not daring to enter recklessly. He moved to another door and twisted the handle. The same prompt appeared again. He opened the door and looked outside only to see darkness. There was nothing else. It seemed that the light was swallowed as soon as it left this room, with endless void outside. It appeared that this was the way to leave the room, but each time the room entered through the door was completely random. Lin Ye opened the instance panel. The task was to exit the maze, and like the extreme challenge instance there was no time limit. This meant that once trapped he might be stuck here forever. Before leaving he could first scavenge some items. He came to the sofa, sat down to feel it. It was very soft. It's actually real leather, not bad, I'll take it. He reached out and pressed on the sofa, and with a flash of light it disappeared from the room. Next was the ornate solid wood bed. First he stored all the bedding into the storage ring. Finally the solid wood bed was too large and he failed to store it in the storage ring. He estimated it and found that the bed was nearly 3 meters wide. Goodness, it's so wide that it could probably accommodate many people at once. Suppressing his envy, he approached the wine cabinet, which held many differently shaped wine glasses, some of which Lin Ye did not recognize at all, having no idea what their purpose was. He stored the wine glasses and opened the lower wine cabinet. To Lin Ye's surprise, there were 3 bottles of unopened red wine inside. He picked one up to examine it. He did not recognize the brand, but the vintage was substantial, at least 20 years. What if it spoils if left too long? To avoid waste, I'll just put it in the storage ring. Lastly, he entered the bathroom, and upon entry a large bathtub caught his eye. He turned on the faucet, but no water flowed out. He had hoped to take a hot bath. After storing a few fluffy towels he was about to leave when his gaze fell back on the large bathtub. He placed his hand on the surface of the bathtub, but the prompt for storage failed. The bottom of the bathtub was embedded in the floor, making it impossible to store separately. Frustrated, Lin Ye put his gear into the storage ring and grasped the side of the bathtub with both hands. His muscles bulged as powerful strength erupted and the sound of concrete cracking echoed from the bottom of the bathtub. His attributes now reached 15 points, making his body extraordinarily strong. The bathtub embedded in the ground was slowly pulled out. Finally, with a bang, the bathtub was completely removed from the floor. In the next moment the bathtub was stored in the storage ring. Only then did Lin Ye leave the bathroom satisfied. The room had nothing else. It was time to enter the next room. The 4 doors were identical, leaving no need for choice. Lin Ye approached the nearest door, pressed down the handle, opened it and stepped into the endless darkness. As if passing through a thin membrane, Lin Ye arrived in another room. It was an office area resembling a commercial building, quite spacious. But it had been abandoned, with desks and chairs haphazardly placed and office supplies on the tables damaged. The floor was littered with discarded documents and papers, many stained with dried blood. Feels just like the style of a post-apocalyptic ruin. He stood against the wall, which used to be a corridor in the office area. To his right and ahead there were separate isolated offices. On the glass walls of the office there were splatters of long-dried blood. Lin Ye looked behind him. Aside from a few signs with regulations written on them, he saw no door engraved with the ring. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted 2 doors on the far and left walls of the office area that could lead out of the room. Detecting no danger, Lin Ye began to explore this room. Inside a desk he found a large stack of unused A4 paper and casually stored it in his storage ring. He also collected some usable pens, thinking they might come in handy later. At worst he could discard them again. After circling the office area with no other discoveries, Lin Ye approached the separate office section. Along this corridor there were 5 offices, all with closed doors. Opening the first office he found it small, with a filing cabinet and a computer desk. In the storage compartment under the desk Lin Ye found an unopened pack of tea leaves. Just as Lin Ye finished searching this office and stepped out, sounds came from the adjacent office along with familiar guttural roars. Zombies. Lin Ye quickly moved to the second office. Indeed, inside a rotting zombie was snarling at him. Having endured the trials of insect plagues and ferocious beasts, he now felt a sense of familiarity when seeing these slow-moving, low-attack ordinary zombies. Switching the ice blue crossbow for an armor-piercing blade, Lin Ye pushed open the door and before the zombie could attack, sliced off its head with one stroke, ending its suffering. A crystal core was in hand. Lin Ye searched all the offices, finding 3 zombies in total, which he dispatched with ease. Additionally, he discovered 2 maze doors in the office area. Thus the entire room was thoroughly inspected. Having experienced 2 rooms, Lin Ye still couldn't grasp the purpose and mechanism of the despair maze. Was it just about opening doors and entering them repeatedly? Could he find the exit purely by luck? He couldn't figure it out, but clearly continuously entering the next room was the primary goal. Lin Ye pulled open the door and stepped in. His vision shifted from darkness to light, and as soon as it cleared, 3 zombies lunged at him. Zombies again. Upon realizing they were ordinary ones, he relaxed. He blocked the front zombie with his Blackrock shield and kicked away another that was biting at him. The armor-piercing blade appeared in his hand, and with 1 strike each he swiftly killed them all. Storing the 3 crystal cores, Lin Ye looked around to assess the room. This appeared to be an underground parking garage. The lights overhead were dim and flickered occasionally, making the visibility inside the garage extremely poor. Ahead, many cars of various models were parked. Some were damaged with shattered windows and deformed hoods. Using the intermittent light, Lin Ye tried to find the maze door to the next room, but the garage was vast, stretching endlessly out of sight. Just as he was about to choose a direction, from the corner of his eye several staggering figures approached. The familiar stench of decay reached him. More zombies were coming. Without a word, Lin Ye raised his blade and charged forward, chopping them down like vegetables, securing 5 more crystal stones. Just as he was about to continue searching for the maze door, where the zombie had fallen, the space shimmered and a chest appeared. Lin Ye was astonished. What's this? A treasure chest spawned. But it didn't look quite like the chests he had obtained before. He picked it up and a message appeared: maze chest. Upon opening, there's a chance to obtain maze exclusive items. So it was a maze chest, not one spawned by the system. Maze exclusive items. Interesting. He was curious to see what it was all mysterious like this. Maze key, 1 energy stone, 1 key engraved with the same symbol as the maze doors, and an energy stone. Lin Ye took out the energy stone rewarded from the system settlement and compared it with the one from the maze chest. They were identical. He understood now: kill monsters in the despair maze and they drop chests, right? Then open the chests for energy stones. Was that the gameplay? Of course this was just Lin Ye's self-mockery, it couldn't be that simple. But randomly obtaining energy stones was an unexpected and huge gain. Currently the only source of energy stones was from instant settlements, and Lin Ye knew no other way to get them. And the importance of energy stones was self-evident if the daily consumption of the Doomsday Tower rooms was the most basic necessity for survival and couldn't be interrupted. As for the key, aside from the symbol, it was no different from an ordinary key. Maze key. Some special maze doors have a key mark and require a maze key to open. A new discovery: some maze doors needed a key to open, which he hadn't encountered yet. Knowing that killing monsters in the room had a chance to drop chests, Lin Ye decided to clear the entire room. This way he might get energy stones and also find the maze door along the way. The garage was damp with a musty odor lingering around his nose. Just over 10 meters in, a loud crash of something heavy hitting a car echoed from nearby. The sound reverberated through the silent garage, making it especially jarring. Lin Ye immediately went into high alert. Such a loud noise couldn't be made by ordinary zombies. There's something else in the garage. Switching the armor-piercing blade for the ice blue crossbow, Lin Ye showed due respect to the unknown entity. Screech. The harsh sound of metal being violently torn came from a car roof, followed by footsteps. Lin Ye stared intently in the direction of the sound, but the garage lights were too dim, severely obstructing his vision. He couldn't see what it was. Thump thump thump. Dust fell from above as the sound of something hitting the ventilation duct came. Up there. Lin Ye abruptly looked up at the ceiling. A twisted figure appeared on the ceiling. It had no skin, with dark red muscles exposed. Like a gecko, it hung upside down on the concrete ceiling. Sharp claws grew from the ends of its limbs, deeply piercing the hard concrete wall. As it moved, the claws gouged out pits of varying depths. Not only that, but it also had a long tail constantly writhing in the air, covered in tiny bone spurs. Lin Ye watched the monster crawling rapidly toward him across the ceiling. A name surfaced in his mind. Crawler, an evolved zombie. Encountering an evolved zombie again, Lin Ye was no longer as flustered as before. As his strength increased, he faced more and more ferocious monsters, and his combat awareness had grown immensely. As long as it wasn't a zombie above the first rank, he could at least hold his own for a few rounds. But why bother? Now's the perfect chance to test the upgraded power of the ice blue crossbow. With a series of thuds, the crawler moved at incredible speed. By the time Lin Ye could make out its form, it was less than 20 meters away. Just as the crawler lunged to attack, Lin Ye fired an ice spike. Without using the charged mode, it was just a normal attack. A thick ice spike accompanied by a shrill whistle effortlessly pierced through the crawler's body and embedded itself fully into the concrete ceiling. Lin Ye, holding the black rock shield, saw it clearly. The crawler about to strike suddenly stiffened and halted its movement. Dense ice crystals spread from the point of penetration, freezing half of the crawler's body. Its limbs lost strength and it fell from the ceiling. With a clatter it hit the ground, the frozen parts shattering into pieces. Lin Ye, still on guard, was taken aback. That's it. Solved. The power of the ice blue crossbow exceeded his expectations. This crawler was at least first rank, yet it was instantly killed. The cold energy within the ice spike was terrifying, even the first-rank body couldn't withstand it, completely frozen and losing vitality. Where the crawler had fallen, a treasure chest appeared. A look of surprise crossed Lin Ye's face. Besides the shock from the ice blue crossbow, here was another unexpected gain. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the chest and used the armor-piercing blade to extract the first-rank crystal core. He looked at the zombie corpse on the ground, skinless dark red muscles with a hint of decay. Well, forget it, this one's not edible. However, this tail was quite good, it could be used as crafting material. Storing the crystal core and the bony tail, Lin Ye opened the chest. He received 5 maze coins and 3 energy stones. Delighted, he pocketed the energy stones and examined the new item. Maze coins, a product of the Despair Maze, redeemable for resources in certain special rooms. Like the keys, the maze coins bore a Mobius strip emblem. Exclusive maze currency. He wondered what could be bought with it. Stowing everything into his storage ring, Lin Ye continued exploring the garage. This maze room was enormous. He walked nearly 100 meters straight ahead before finding the boundary. On the wall a maze door appeared, a regular door that required no key. He had no intention of entering the next room yet, as the garage was not fully explored. Moreover, knowing the power of the ice blue crossbow filled him with confidence. He was determined to maximize his gains before leaving. After about half an hour, Lin Ye finished scouring the entire garage, encountering about a dozen ordinary zombies. Unfortunately, no more chests dropped after killing them. In a deep corner of the garage he found several gasoline barrels. Looking at the numerous cars, an idea struck him. Why not take some gasoline? It'll definitely come in handy later. There were 5 barrels in total, each capable of holding 30 liters of gasoline. He stored the barrels in his ring. Searching the garage for a while, he found a soft plastic tube in the trunk of a wrecked car. Approaching a car's fuel filler, he easily pried open the lock cap with his knife, unscrewed the gas cap, and a faint smell of gasoline wafted out. Lin Ye inserted the plastic tube into the filler neck and sucked on it, drawing a mouthful of stale gasoline. The foul taste nearly made him vomit. Spitting repeatedly, he quickly took out bottled water to rinse his mouth. After several attempts, the taste finally faded. He tried a few more cars, but the result was the same as the first. Due to the passage of time, the gasoline had all evaporated, leaving only a layer of sludge. Was his hope dashed? Lin Ye wasn't one to give up easily. He scanned the surroundings and finally selected a car that looked intact and quite luxurious. Opening the gas cap again, a strong smell of gasoline hit him. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This was promising. He inserted the plastic tube and successfully siphoned out usable gasoline. From this car he obtained over 20 liters of good gasoline. Stowing the barrel, he continued selecting targets based on his plan. Eventually he found 13 cars with fuel filling all the barrels completely. Having scavenged everything of value from the garage, he felt satisfied and chose a maze door to enter the next room. As his vision cleared, he found himself in an empty room. It was not large, roughly the same size as his room in the Doomsday Tower. The room had no basic furnishings. On each of the 4 walls there was a maze door, 1 per wall. Lin Ye was puzzled. What did this mean? Could it be a resting room? This maze was surprisingly considerate. Checking the panel, he saw that 2 hours had passed since he entered the maze. The first 2 rooms had posed little danger, so the time spent was minimal. Lin Ye sat on the ground. Although he didn't feel tired, he took out some food to replenish his energy. Perhaps continuous battles lay ahead. After resting for about half an hour, Lin Ye stood up, geared up, and opened a maze door to enter the next room. As he emerged, a breath of fresh air filled his nostrils. Lin Ye stared in amazement at the scene before him. This. A forest. Tall thick trees stood ahead, densely packed, their canopies stretching beyond sight. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting beams onto the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the underbrush. From deep within the forest came the calls of a few birds. Was this also a room in the despair maze? Where was the door? Lin Ye looked around. There were only trees. First find the maze door. This vibrant place felt utterly incongruous with the name Despair Maze, giving him an uneasy feeling. If necessary, he could abandon this room and move directly to the next. Choosing a direction at random, Lin Ye heightened his vigilance and moved forward. 10 minutes later, Lin Ye stopped. This room was enormous. Even while cautiously avoiding danger, he had covered about 3 kilometers at his current speed. Ahead, something different finally appeared. A wall made of giant trees stood before him, trees packed so tightly together there was no gap, as if they had been uprooted and deliberately planted here. The tree wall rose straight into the sky, at least 100 meters high. Clearly this was the room's boundary. Lin Ye glanced at the top of the wall and abandoned the idea of climbing. With his current physical condition, climbing wouldn't be difficult. But since a boundary was set, it was best not to cross it lightly. The maze door should be on this tree wall. Let's search for it. Lin Ye moved to the left, keeping his attention on the forest to guard against potential danger. As he looked, he suddenly realized the trees looked familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Where was it? Then it hit him. It's from the insect plague invasion instance. The trees there are the same species as these. Lin Ye's brows furrowed instantly. This was hardly good news. So far he had slain no small number of first-tier creatures, but none had pressed upon him with such a sense of oppression. Without a doubt it was the first-tier mantis insect, its frame conspicuously larger than other first-tier beings. Its body was clad in hard carapace and its pincer limbs had evolved solely for slaughter. All of this left a deep impression on Lin Ye. Within the same tier, the insect race undoubtedly ranked among the strongest. After creeping forward for a few minutes, a peculiar location emerged ahead. He halted at once, found a thick tree and hid behind it. Ahead a swarm of mantis insects appeared, at least 10 in number. Among them was one massive specimen, a first-tier mantis insect. What surprised Lin Ye most was that beside the swarm a labyrinth gate materialized on the tree wall. Lin Ye observed for a while if the swarm showed no intention of leaving, remaining stationary in place. Could it be that they've made their nest right next to the labyrinth gate? This caught him off guard. The mantis insects were guarding the labyrinth gate. This posed a dilemma. The swarm was too numerous. Once battle erupted, the commotion might draw other insect tribes. He abandoned the idea of a direct assault. First he would check the other labyrinth gates, then plan accordingly. If all else failed, he would charge straight through the gate into the next room. Lin Ye retraced his steps and hurried toward another direction. Half an hour later he reached the second labyrinth gate. To his disappointment, this gate too was guarded by a swarm of mantis insects at its entrance. He refrained from rash action, skirting the swarm through the forest to proceed to the third gate. After nearly an hour and a half, Lin Ye had inspected all 4 gates. The result: every gate was guarded by a swarm. Yet the good news was that each of the 4 swarms contained only a single first-tier mantis insect. With his strength and the ice blue crossbow, reaching the next room was not difficult. The challenge lay in doing so safely while maximizing gains. The 4 gates were far apart, yet the sounds of battle might not carry that distance. Even if the mantis insects had some special means to summon reinforcements from other gates, he was confident enough to annihilate one nest entirely before the others could arrive. Entering the forest to hunt down the mantis insects was also perilous. Once discovered, if all the mantis insects swarmed him together and dragged him into a prolonged fight, it would be over. After much deliberation he decided to seize one labyrinth gate first. If the danger grew too great, he would simply open the gate and leave. If he could withstand it, he would use the gate as a safe haven to continue the hunt. Having made up his mind, Lin Ye began to stealthily approach the labyrinth gate. Using the trees for cover, he steadily closed the distance. Ahead the piercing shrieks of the insect tribe rang out intermittently, accompanied by the grating clack-clack of carapace friction. Lin Ye slowed his breathing and surveyed the swarm. After a thorough observation he determined the exact numbers. 1 first-tier insect and 13 ordinary mantis insects. He climbed the tree he was hiding in and settled on a branch over 10 meters high. The view was better here. The ice blue crossbow was drawn, aiming at the largest first-tier mantis insect. Whoosh! An ice bolt pierced the air, shooting toward the swarm. The distance here was over 200 meters from the swarm, and since this was Lin Ye's first time using the ice blue crossbow at such range, he lacked experience. Despite the 15 hit rate bonus, the ice bolt veered off target, striking an ordinary mantis insect nearby. Its body was pierced, then rapidly froze solid. The first-tier mantis insect's combat instincts were razor-sharp. Even without hearing the sound of the crossbow, it quickly pinpointed the direction of the attack. It rose its massive frame and let out a screech toward Lin Ye's hiding spot. That was the signal to attack. The ordinary mantis insects around it immediately adjusted their course, flapping their malformed wings with force to glide toward Lin Ye. Meanwhile, the first-tier mantis insect took to the air, its powerful wings stirring up clouds of dust as it streaked toward Lin Ye at incredible speed. Lin Ye paid no heed to the ordinary mantis insects that could neither fly high nor far. His gaze was fixed on the massive silhouette in the sky, the ice blue crossbow already primed. When the first-tier mantis insect closed in a bit, Lin Ye fired another charged ice bolt. Sensing the danger, the first-tier mantis insect rolled midair, dodging the incoming ice bolt. The bolt grazed past its body, piercing the rapidly vibrating wings on its back. The freeze effect activated and the wings quickly iced over. The frozen wings became extremely brittle under the mantis' vigorous flapping. They shattered, scattering as a flurry of icy fragments. Having lost one wing, its flight instantly lost balance and it plunged headlong into the ground ahead. Boom! The ground shook and the immense inertia carved a long trench in the earth. The fall was heavy, its 3 pairs of limbs thrashed incessantly, unable to rise for a time. A glimmer lit up in Lin Ye's eyes. A golden opportunity. To ensure it was killed, he charged the ice blue crossbow again. Energy gathered on the bow, and after 3 seconds an ice bolt materialized. Before the first-tier mantis insect could rise, the ice bolt pierced its body with precision. The next moment a fierce burst of cold erupted, freezing its form solid, and it fell dead on the spot. The greatest threat was eliminated. Lin Ye looked down. The ordinary mantis insects had already reached the base of the tree. They leaped high with their broken wings, trying to attack him. But their bodies were too heavy to reach Lin Ye's height. Several ferocious mantis insects began wildly slashing their pincer limbs at the ground, shredding the bushes beneath and scattering them in all directions. The trunk where Lin Ye perched did not escape either. After a few strikes, the thick trunk was gouged with massive gaps. The tree began to sway and crack. Lin Ye, still in the tree, hadn't anticipated this turn of events and had no time to swap the energy stone in the ice blue crossbow. There was still 1 stone inside, loaded after the first attack. Just before the tree toppled, he aimed at the mantis insects on the ground and fired 3 consecutive shots. 3 mantis insects froze and fell dead. Then he swapped the ice blue crossbow for the armor-breaking blade. As the tree fell and he was 4 or 5 meters above ground, he leaped forward with force. Landing with a roll to absorb the impact, he just managed to break out of the mantis insect's encirclement. Once on his feet, he used the black rock shield to block an attack from behind. He channeled energy into the blade, activating the armor-breaking trait. With 1 slash he cleaved the foremost mantis insect in 2. The armor-breaking blade was of white quality, capable of piercing even first-tier defenses, and with its armor-breaking trait the ordinary mantis insect's hard carapace was no sturdier than paper against Lin Ye's immense strength. The only thing to avoid was getting injured himself. Lin Ye fought while retreating, killing nearly 1 with each slash. In less than 5 minutes the remaining 9 mantis insects were all slain. His body was covered in foul green blood. Without pausing to wipe it clean, he swiftly dug out the crystals from the mantis insects' heads and stored them in his storage ring. 2 labyrinth chests had also dropped beside the corpses. He gathered them as well. As for the materials on the bodies, he abandoned them outright. Then he quickly moved to the first-tier mantis insect's corpse, extracted its crystal and collected its chest. No sooner had he finished than a cacophony of snapping branches and falling trees erupted from the forest. Other insect tribes were coming. Lin Ye sprinted toward the labyrinth gate, found a hollow nearby and lay flat, his eyes fixed on the forest. If too many first-tier mantis insects appeared, or if a second-tier one showed up, he would immediately pass through the adjacent labyrinth gate into the next room. Before the forest stirred, 2 level 1 mantis insects descended from the sky. Buzz! Their wings vibrated at a frenetic frequency, thunderous as rolling storm clouds. The gale unleashed by their flapping sent treetops swaying violently, straight toward the recent battlefield. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply as he locked onto those colossal silhouettes, hurtling ever closer. 2 level 1. His body lowered instinctively, chest pressing flat against the icy ground to vanish from sight. Almost simultaneously the 2 level 1 mantis insects arrived above the battlefield, circled once, then landed in unison. Boom! The earth trembled faintly. To Lin Ye's astonishment, the reinforcements did not immediately hunt for the killer. Instead they unfurled monstrous jagged mandibles, and fell upon their fallen kin with ravenous haste. Especially the heads, the 2 level 1 mantis insects wrestled fiercely over them, nearly turning on each other in fury. Only after discovering no core within the craniums did they unleash a shrill and raged shriek in unison. Then they turned to devour the rest of the carcasses. Crack crack. Grind grind. Shards of chitinous armor splintered beneath their mandibles. Viridian blood gushed across the ground, thick and nauseatingly pungent. Crouched beside the labyrinth gate, Lin Ye observed clearly. The two level 1 mantis insects feasted voraciously, utterly indifferent to vengeance, their primal hunger even drowning out basic vigilance. It seemed the insectoid consciousness knew only slaughter and consumption. Even ordinary mantis insects at the forest's edge hurried forward, tearing into their dead brethren with savage efficiency. Perfect opportunity. Their attention wholly consumed by the feast, the mantis insects failed to detect Lin Ye lurking nearby. He aimed steadily at one, and fired his ice spike without hesitation. Whoosh! A streak of white light shot forth, swift as lightning. Pack! It pierced straight through the insect's skull. Upgraded, the ice spike's lethality had surged. The stricken mantis insect's entire frontal cranium exploded in a grotesque burst. It collapsed without so much as a cry or convulsion, its massive frame crashing down with a thunderous thud. Startled by its comrade's sudden demise, the remaining mantis insect whirled its head toward the source of attack. There stood Lin Ye, shield raised in one hand, the cerulean ice crossbow leveled in the other. At the sight of its enemy, the insect's gaze shifted instantly, from gluttonous greed to feral bloodthirsty savagery. Boom! It moved. Its thick, powerful limbs drove deep craters into the earth as it lunged toward Lin Ye with terrifying speed. Lin Ye had no time to charge the cerulean crossbow. He loosed 3 rapid shots while raising the blackrock shield before him. Mid-charge, the mantis insect swiftly swung its scythe-like forelimbs, deflecting the incoming ice spikes. The ice spikes pierced the forelimbs, the hardest part of its armored exoskeleton, honed as lethal weapons. But having shattered against that dense chitin, they lost all penetrating force, unable to breach the insect's main carapace. Though frozen, the forelimbs were non-vital, mobility remained unimpaired. In the next breath, the mantis insect closed the distance, and struck with devastating force. Lin Ye dared not falter. He activated both burst and ethereal phasing, preparing to endure the blow heeded. Boom! A deafening impact reverberated outward. Instantly, the soil beneath Lin Ye's feet fractured like brittle glass. His calves sank deep into the earth as his entire body buckled downward. Ethereal phasing granted immunity to physical damage. He emerged unscathed, holding firm against the onslaught. The mantis insect, however, suffered grievously. The frozen forelimb absorbed the full recoil, shattering upon impact. It shrieked in agony, eyes blazing crimson, its ferocity now twisted into pure ravenous bloodlust. It pressed the assault relentlessly. No longer a novice stumbling through his first dungeon, Lin Ye had honed his instincts through relentless combat. Seizing the opening, he fired another ice spike. This time it pierced the carapace cleanly, boring straight through its torso. Then came the frost burst. Icy energy erupted inward, freezing its body solid. Its attack froze mid-motion, then it crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Both level 1 mantis insects lay slain. Lin Ye exhaled slowly, then swiftly excavated their cores and gathered the dropped labyrinth chests. From the forest's edge, ordinary mantis insects, drawn by the clamor, rushed toward the battlefield in a churning wave. Lin Ye swapped his weapon for the armor-piercing blade, and charged into the swarm. Lacking formal close combat training, he relied solely on overwhelming physical might, wielding it like a merciless tide. When the carnage ended, mangled insect corpses littered the ground, viridian ichor soaking the soil, a vile stomach-churning spectacle. Lin Ye wiped green blood from his face with the back of his hand, and began methodically clearing the battlefield. He cracked open every skull, extracting each core. Once collected 2 level 1 cores, 15 common cores and 4 labyrinth chests. He remained still, just as before, crouched beside the labyrinth gate, scanning the forest's depths. A spent energy stone vanished from his palm, a fresh one appeared, humming with latent power. He pulled out a slab of roasted level 1 wild boar meat and devoured it, replenishing strength and inner energy for the battles ahead. A gentle breeze stirred the treetops. Below, the spilled viridian blood slowly congealed. He waited 30 minutes, his body nearly restored, the surroundings silent and still, no further mantis insects appearing. Rising, he left his hiding place and approached the level 1 corpses to harvest materials. Within 10 minutes he'd stripped all 3 level 1 bodies. As for the ordinary insects' remains, he dismissed them, too trivial to waste precious space in his storage ring. This overwhelming victory owed entirely to the emerald-tier cerulean ice crossbow. Before its upgrade, even uncharged ice spikes could not pierce a level 1 mantis insect's hardened carapace. Even fully charged, such attacks merely grazed its surface, the freezing effect barely impeding its movements. Now, however, even standard ice spikes could bore clean through its entire body. Coupled with its extraordinary freezing potency, a single hit, even off-target, would lock its limbs in ice, rendering it utterly immobile. Lin Ye lifted his gaze toward the horizon. 3 more insect nests remained. They would not be spared. He glanced at his interface. Nearly 6 hours had elapsed since entering the dungeon. Strike while the iron is hot, clear the remaining 3, then rest within this forest chamber. So far no path leading beyond the labyrinth had revealed itself. Completion would take far longer than anticipated. Having resolved his next course, Lin Ye set off immediately, hurrying toward the next labyrinth gate. Upon arrival, the scene matched his earlier observation exactly. One level 1 mantis insect led a dozen ordinary ones blocking the entrance. He employed the same tactic: eliminate the leader first, the rest posed no threat. Half an hour later the battle concluded. He swept the field clean, and hastened to the next nest. En route he continuously replenished stamina and energy, elevating his combat readiness. After racing across 3 locations, he cleaved the final mantis insect cleanly in 2. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping raggedly, sweat and viridian blood mingling on his skin, plastering his clothes tight and unbearable. Relentless travel and sustained high-intensity combat had drained him utterly. All he longed for was to lie still, just to rest. His body could recover, roast meat would suffice, but his spirit was the true burden. Level 1 game meat restored only minuscule amounts of mental energy. Now his mind teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Just as he believed respite was finally within reach, a subtle tremor shuddered through the ground beneath him. Was that imagination? In the next instant he sat bolt upright. The quaking intensified rapidly, dust rising in trembling halos above the earth. He whirled, eyes locking onto the forest's heart. The tremors originated there. Ahead, distant trees snapped and parted violently, toppling sideways as if split by an unseen blade. Buzz. A wing beat far more thunderous than any level ones tore the air. Before Lin Ye's widening, horrified eyes, a colossal mantis insect ascended, slow, deliberate, and dreadfully immense. The sheer pressure of its descent bent thick trunks inward. An overwhelming aura descended, cold, ancient, and dripping with predatory bloodlust. In the next second Lin Ye's spine went rigid, his expression froze blank with primal dread. This is a level 2 insect. As the giant mantis insect rose higher, it pivoted, then shot forward like a fighter jet, barreling straight toward Lin Ye. A jolt snapped him from paralysis, back into the fight. In one fluid motion he dashed to a level 1 corpse, cleaved open its skull and extracted the core, then scooped up the nearby labyrinth chests into his storage ring. Without pause he wrenched open the labyrinth gate embedded in the tree wall, and vanished inside. Inside a bus a disheveled figure appeared. Lin Ye endured the searing pain in his head, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings. Before him lay rows of neatly arranged seats thick with dust. The interior lights were on, barely illuminating the empty space. No danger. Lin Ye instantly relaxed, sinking onto a nearby fabric seat and drawing a deep, relieved breath. That had been far too perilous. Had he been a moment later in eliminating the mantis insect blocking the door and gotten entangled, the consequences would have been unthinkable. This, however, proved that Lin Ye's decision was correct. He prioritized securing an escape route through the maze door before making any further plans. Had he charged straight into the forest center upon entering the room, he would have collided with that at least second-tier mantis insect. Even if he could have fled, the swarm at the entrance would have blocked his path. After a while Lin Ye recovered somewhat and began to sort through his gains. He had 50 ordinary crystals, and this was only because he lacked time to harvest the final nest, otherwise there would have been more. He had 6 first-tier crystals and a handful of first-tier materials. Then there were the maze chests, 13 in total. He discovered that slaying a first-tier creature always dropped a chest. He stowed the crystals and opened all the chests. He obtained 51 maze coins, 15 energy stones, and 2 maze keys. Among the chests, maze coins were the most abundant. Adding the 5 he already had, his total reached 56 coins, and he now possessed 3 maze keys in total. From opening so many chests he discerned a pattern: first-tier creatures not only guaranteed a chest but also yielded richer resources. He packed away all his spoils and wearily leaned back into his seat. Outside the window was an abyss of darkness, with only the dim interior light making the bus feel like a solitary boat adrift in a boundless ocean. He struggled to his feet, stripped off his soiled clothes, changed into clean ones from his storage ring, and packed the old ones away. He retrieved the blanket he had collected in the first room and spread it over the seats. Then without another thought he lay down and began to sleep. He desperately needed to restore his spiritual energy. 5 hours later Lin Ye stirred awake. The headache and fatigue were gone and his body had returned to its peak. He took out food and water eating while opening the system panel. It had been 12 hours since he entered the instance. Fortunately he had sufficient energy in his room. Even if he were trapped in the instance for a week he wouldn't need to worry. As for what to do after a week he hadn't considered it. The instance's difficulty was escalating. Second-tier supernatural creatures had already appeared and things would likely become increasingly absurd. He had no confidence he could survive here for a week. As for choosing a safe room and staying put, that would only be waiting for death. After satisfying his hunger Lin Ye began searching the bus. It was a coach with over 50 seats. He could see the entire interior at a glance. At the back of the vehicle the rear door had transformed into a maze door. Similarly the front door was also a maze door, but this one was different. It bore a key symbol. This was a special door that required a key to open. Lin Ye quickly moved to the driver's seat and reached for the door. A prompt appeared: consume a maze key to open this door. It was exactly as he had guessed, this was a special maze door. He didn't open it immediately, wanting to first check the bus for resources. After a thorough search he only found a few old clothes and some food, unsure if it was expired. He stored it all in his storage ring. Then he approached the front door. A special room. He wondered what lay within. As for danger, other doors also held peril, so he might as well explore something out of the ordinary. Moreover, according to his reasoning, since opening the door required a special item raising the entry threshold, the danger inside the room shouldn't be too extreme. He consumed a maze key and pushed the door open, stepping inside. The scene shifted, revealing a long corridor about 3 meters wide and 5 meters high. Lin Ye stood in the center of the corridor on a stone floor. The walls were made of the same material, and every few meters there was a recess containing dancing flames. The dim yellowish light spread out, barely illuminating the passage. Lin Ye approached the wall, which bore roughly carved patterns. At both ends of the corridor, about 50 meters away, were corners that extended in opposite directions, forming a perpendicular intersection with Lin Ye's current path. The corridor was utterly silent save for the whoosh of the flames disturbing the air. As far as his eyes could see there was no maze door. Lin Ye pressed his back against the stone wall and advanced slowly, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. So far nothing unusual. Reaching the corner he peered down both ends. Surprisingly neither end was long, only about 20 meters. At the far end of each was a maze door. Is that all? Lin Ye was puzzled. For something so special there was nothing inside. Even spawning a monster would have been better. The torchlight made visibility poor, so he approached the maze door on his left. It looked no different from a normal maze door. He could push it open to enter the next room. But at the base of the door a maze chest lay on the ground. This caught Lin Ye off guard. Was it delivering a chest? How generous. The door was right before him, there was nothing to fear. He opened the chest directly. He obtained 10 maze coins, 1 trade room card and 5 energy stones. The chest opened without incident, revealing 3 items. Lin Ye stored the maze coins and energy stones, leaving only the card. He picked it up. Its material was neither metal nor jade, smooth to the touch and unidentifiable. One side of the card was engraved with the maze ring emblem, while the other bore the shape of a maze coin. Trade room card. A maze exclusive item. Upon use it allows a maze door to lead to the maze trade room, where maze coins can be used to purchase items or trade with other survivors. Note: requires a maze key to enter the trade room. So there was a trade room. This was how maze coins were used. Furthermore, the information stated that survivors could exchange items within the trade room, meaning it functioned as a public area where everyone could appear simultaneously. This was hardly good news. It sounded pleasant as exchange, but if a trade failed it didn't take a genius to imagine what might happen. He decided to set those thoughts aside for now. Since this door had a chest, what about the others? Would they have one too? He had to check, if only for a look. There was no danger. He approached the opposite door and found another chest. A grin spread across Lin Ye's face, brimming with delight. A true welfare room. He found 20 maze coins and 5 energy stones. No trade room card this time, but more maze coins, 20 in total. He stored everything in his ring and returned to the original corridor, heading to the other end. The setup was identical, with a maze door on each side. Without further ado he opened both chests. He obtained 30 maze coins, 1 trade room card and 10 energy stones. He had gained another trade room card and 30 maze coins. The energy stones were also plentiful, if the 4 chests provided 40 in total. This was a true windfall. He had exhausted himself in the forest room toiling for far less than what this brief 10-minute venture yielded. Unfortunately, none of the 4 doors bore a key symbol, they were all normal maze doors. He would have liked to enter another room like this. With the chests emptied, the corridor held nothing else. Lin Ye idly rubbed a trade room card between his fingers. Should I take a look? Danger was still a possibility. As a unique item of the Despair maze coins were certainly extraordinary. Others would also be heading there. Glancing at the over 100 maze coins in his storage ring, Lin Ye used the card. The maze door before him flickered, and in addition to the ring emblem, a key and a maze coin symbol appeared on it. Lin Ye adjusted his state, fully armed, and stepped through the door. His vision brightened as Lin Ye entered the trading room. He immediately scanned his surroundings. The room was roughly a 30-meter by 30-meter square. The floor was paved with gleaming tiles, and the walls were made of wood adorned with decorative carvings of angelic winged humanoid creatures. There were also beasts and birds carved into the walls. Against one wall stood a medieval counter, atop which rested a crystal ball. Lin Ye's gaze swept quickly, and he spotted only one exit. The room was eerily silent. Though it was not empty, besides himself there were 3 other people. 2 men stood together blocking the only door. One stood in front of the other. The man in front was tall and had long hair. He crossed his arms, glaring coldly at Lin Ye with a furrowed brow, clearly displeased by his sudden appearance. The man behind him was thin, holding a dagger slightly hunched with vacant, lifeless eyes. Lin Ye focused on the dagger. It was coated in a sinister green. Coincidentally, he possessed a similar one, and its poison was deadly. On the other side stood a single man clad in hard armor, revealing only his head and forearms. His face was pale, lips purple, and he leaned weakly against the wall. On his left arm was a wound from a sharp blade, now clotted. Amidst heavy breathing, he noticed Lin Ye's arrival in the room. His dull eyes flickered with light, then quickly concealed it. Another coincidence, it was an acquaintance. Chenlong. He had bought the Blackrock shield from him, and it served him well. He recognized him because during private chats the system displayed the other's avatar. The situation was clear: Chenlong was on one side and the 2 strangers on the other. They had already clashed, and judging by Chenlong's state, he had suffered greatly. Purple lips, poisoned. Wounded by that green dagger. Lin Ye shifted his gaze back to the thin man. Strangely, since Lin Ye entered, the thin man had remained motionless, his eyes unsettling. Had it not been for the rise and fall of his chest, he could have been a statue. Judging by their stance, he seemed to be the long-haired man's lackey. How odd, had they known each other before the transmigration? After all, everyone here was a first-tier survivor, top players of their level. Why would anyone submit to another? Lin Ye heightened his vigilance. These 2 were no ordinary foes, especially the dominant long-haired man. On his first day of survival, Chenlong had scored over 700 points through sheer strength, nearly double Lin Ye's own score. His prowess was undeniable. Yet even he had suffered at their hands. Truly, no one here was simple. The fleeting look in Chenlong's eyes upon seeing Lin Ye did not escape the long-haired man's notice. His expression grew colder as he turned to Lin Ye. Brother, this has nothing to do with you. Touch the crystal ball on the counter to exchange items. After you're done, I'll let you leave. How about that? Lin Ye remained calm outwardly but raced through his thoughts. Is it that simple? 2 opponents uninjured, clearly stronger than me, and they just let me leave with my items. Chenlong was a living example of the danger. Yet the situation was unclear. He didn't know their capabilities or how much fight Chenlong had left. He couldn't act rashly. Better to agree for now. No problem. I just want to trade. Your business is none of mine. Chenlong showed no disappointment. They were barely acquainted. Self-preservation in the face of danger was only natural. The long-haired man smirked, satisfied. Lin Ye stepped toward the counter, maintaining high alert against a potential sneak attack. But the long-haired man stood still, shifting his gaze between Lin Ye and Chenlong, seemingly with no intention to strike. Lin Ye grew more puzzled. Could it really be this simple? He extended his hand toward the crystal ball. Just then the long-haired man behind him flashed a sneer, his eyes turning vicious. Chenlong, who had been watching closely, saw this and his expression changed. Watch out. His attack is strange. Before he could finish, the previously motionless thin man behind the long-haired man melted into the ground and vanished instantly. The next moment a figure emerged from Lin Ye's shadow on the floor. It was the thin man who had been at the door. He could meld into shadows and burst forth from Lin Ye's in an instant. Without hesitation, the thin man drove the green dagger into Lin Ye's lower back. With a sickening thud, the dagger sank deep into Lin Ye's body. The long-haired man at the door, seeing the successful ambush, smiled broadly, exuding an air of total control. He knew well the potency of the dagger's poison. Even a peak first-tier survivor couldn't withstand it unless they had a white-quality antidote. But regaining full combat strength wouldn't be quick. Lin Ye had never let his guard down. When the thin man appeared in his shadow, he was stunned. He hadn't expected anyone to possess such a bizarre ability or talent. Reacting swiftly, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to his attacker's chest. The blow, backed by his 15-point physique attribute, snapped several of the thin man's ribs. Blood gushed from the thin man's mouth as his chest caved in. The force sent him flying several meters, skidding across the floor until he crashed against the wall. Lin Ye's clothes had a tear at the lower back, but no blood flowed. Intangibility. Immunity to physical damage. Not even a wound remained. Since he had struck, there was no going back. He was not one to suffer in silence. Raising his ice blue crossbow, he fired an ice spike at the prone thin man, striking in an instant. The man, gravely wounded and unconscious, was hit. The ice spike struck his deformed chest, and within seconds most of his body was encased in frost-cold mist dissipating into the air. The long-haired man's eyes widened in shock when Lin Ye sent his lackey flying. He had clearly seen the green dagger sink entirely into Lin Ye, yet he still delivered such a fierce counterattack. As the thin man died, the long-haired man staggered, his face paling, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The death seemed to have wounded him significantly. After killing his assailant, Lin Ye aimed the ice blue crossbow at the long-haired man and fired without hesitation. To his surprise, the ice spike was blocked less than 20 centimeters from its target. A translucent barrier materialized around the long-haired man, deflecting the attack. Lin Ye's pupils contracted. This was a green-tier weapon strike, and it was thwarted so easily. The barrier merely rippled twice before stabilizing. Wiping blood from his lips, the long-haired man stared at Lin Ye, a hint of surprise in his pale face. "You were hit by the green dagger, yet you're unharmed." Then realization dawned. A talent or ability? Lin Ye sneered, keeping the crossbow trained on him. "Do you think I'd tell you? It doesn't matter. Look, I ambushed you and you killed my subordinate. We're even. Let's continue cooperating." Lin Ye was amused by his audacity, his voice turning icy. "You think this ends here? I think it can. See this barrier? It's green tier. Can you break it?" Lin Ye frowned. A green defense barrier, no wonder the ice blue crossbow couldn't penetrate it. The man was hiding in a turtle shell, while Lin Ye had to constantly guard against his attacks. If he possessed similarly bizarre offensive methods, the situation would be dire. This was trouble. After a moment's thought, he forced a smile. "Fine, I can't do anything to you. Let's continue cooperating." He lowered the crossbow, temporarily dropping his aggressive stance. In truth, he was charging the crossbow, determined to try again. He didn't believe the man would let him off so easily. Just as Lin Ye lowered his guard, the long-haired man's eyes shifted, glowing with an eerie green light. Drawn by this bizarre change, Lin Ye's attention instinctively focused on those eyes. The next second, darkness engulfed his vision and his consciousness plunged into oblivion. He felt as though he had plummeted into an abyss, pitch black, utterly silent and suffocatingly still. What is happening? Where am I? He sensed his body remained intact, yet every attempt to move met with paralyzing resistance. Then an indescribable searing agony erupted from within his skull, his consciousness tearing apart, pierced by a pain both intangible and excruciatingly vivid. Lin Ye writhed in silent torment, desperate to clutch his head, yet his limbs lay frozen, unresponsive. In the next instant his mind swelled with unbearable pressure, something alien forced its way inward, relentlessly invading, burrowing deeper into his awareness. What in the name of hell is this? Lin Ye felt his consciousness eroding, fragmenting, growing faint, on the verge of total dissolution. With every shred of will remaining, he gathered his fading awareness, erecting desperate mental barriers against the intruder, neither yielding nor retreating, locked in silent, timeless struggle. It felt like an eternity, or perhaps but a single breath. At last, through sheer unrelenting defiance, he drove the invader back. In the next heartbeat his consciousness surged back into his body, and his eyes snapped open. Guttural ragged breaths tore from his throat. He stood exactly where he had before, posture unchanged yet drained to the marrow. His face was deathly pale, sweat streamed from his brow and his back clung drenched and cold to his soaked tunic. The long-haired man, the architect of this torment, was in far worse condition. His defensive barrier flickered weakly, destabilized first by the earlier death of the slender man, then shattered further by Lin Ye's violent psychic backlash. He could barely remain upright, bracing himself against the wall with trembling hands to keep from collapsing. Gazing at Lin Ye, his eyes widened, not with fury but hollow disbelief, their light extinguished. He had failed. How? Impossible. His innate talent was mind control, a formidable uncanny ability that allowed him to dominate another's consciousness provided their spiritual resilience fell short of his own. More than mere domination, prolonged use subtly rewired the subject's psyche, embedding obedience so deeply that commands persisted even after the talent itself ceased to be actively wielded. To maximize this gift upon ascending, he had devoted every survival point, save those essential for basic physiology, to augmenting his spirit alone. His spirit score soared above 14. He was certain no one else would dare such extremism, sacrificing all balance for raw mental supremacy. Yet today he had failed. I must flee, immediately. He snatched a vial of stimulant, downed it in one gulp and staggered toward the sole exit, the door. But his body betrayed him, so weakened that the distance which once took 3 strides now stretched like a chasm. Lin Ye, regaining full awareness, locked eyes on the fleeing figure at once. At that precise moment the ice-blue crossbow completed its charge. Lin Ye's gaze turned glacial, lethal intent flaring as he raised the weapon, aimed, and fired. The charged ice spike pierced the air and struck the long-haired man's emerald tear barrier with a resonant impact. Crack, crack. Fractures bloomed across its surface, then spread, widening with chilling speed. With a thunderous boom the barrier shattered into 1,000 glittering shards, dissolving into radiant dust. Simultaneously the ice spike lost cohesion, its energy spent, vanishing midair. The long-haired man froze mid-stride, eyes wide with incredulous horror. Shattered. How is this possible? Stunned, he instinctively summoned residual energy, straining to reforge his barrier. But Lin Ye would grant no reprieve. In that fleeting instant, the barrier's final collapse. Surge. Vast reserves of stamina and spirit were violently drawn forth, his body surged with amplified power, magnified several-fold. He moved, blindingly fast, vanishing and reappearing before the long-haired man in a single breath. His arm locked like forged iron around the man's throat, unleashing unstoppable force. He hurled him backward, slamming him full force into the wall. Boom! Splinters exploded outward, a deep crater blossomed in the wood, radiating jagged fissures across its edges. Still not done, Lin Ye drove a crushing knee upward into the man's chest. Snap, snap. Ribs shattered in rapid succession. Blood erupted from the man's mouth, splattering across Lin Ye's front in crimson arcs. Releasing his grip, the long-haired man crumpled like a discarded rag, slumping slowly down the wall. His body twisted grotesquely, his gaze unfocused, breath shallow and ragged, barely clinging to life. Lin Ye played no games with fate. His armor-piercing blade materialized in hand, raised high then brought down in a decisive arc. A head rolled across the floor, tumbling twice before settling. Within its tangled hair, wide-open eyes stared upward, filled not with fear but bitter, unyielding resentment. Only after confirming absolute death did Lin Ye exhale, tension bleeding slowly from his shoulders. This had been perilously close, 2 aberrant talents in one ambush, both unnervingly potent. Had he lacked even a fraction of his own countermeasures, he would have fallen at the first strike. Sinking onto the floor to recover, he began assessing his own condition. The phasing ability had been used only once, its energy cost negligible. The surge too consumed only a modest portion of his stamina. But his spirit, drained mercilessly during the long-haired man's descent into the void, was grievously depleted. And now further siphoned by the surge, it hovered near exhaustion, throbbing with relentless piercing pain. Though the enemies lay dead, others watched nearby. Worse, more survivors might enter at any moment. In this state he was little more than helpless prey. He withdrew a basic recovery elixir, bit open the vial and swallowed its contents whole. Warmth flooded his limbs, stamina surging back with startling speed. Simultaneously a gentle nourishing rain seemed to descend upon his mind, replenishing his parched spirit. Ha! Pure profound relief washed over him. The blinding headache receded rapidly, replaced by soothing calm that filled the hollow void within. Within 3 minutes his stamina was fully restored, and his spirit recovered to roughly 70%. Lin Ye rose and approached the long-haired man's corpse to claim his spoils. From his person he retrieved a jade token and a spatial satchel identical to his own. He then moved to the second corpse, searching thoroughly. Only the obsidian-green dagger remained. Ignoring the wary glances of onlookers, he cracked open the slender man's skull, and after rummaging inside sighed in disappointment. Where is the core? Refusing to accept defeat, he turned instead to the long-haired man's severed head, rolling it over, searching again. Nothing. Wasn't the system designed to foster brutal competition? With capabilities so vast, adding cores would be trivial, and would ignite far fiercer conflict. Only now did he truly take stock of the other survivor, Qianlong. A square-jawed man with neatly cropped hair, his features sharp and resolute. Even drenched in sweat and gravely wounded, his expression remained calm, his eyes unwavering, fiercely determined. He sat upright on the floor, spine straight, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, the taut swell of muscle straining against his clothing. His bearing alone spoke volumes about who he had been before crossing over. Lin Ye lowered his guard slightly and asked, "How are you holding up?" Qianlong's voice was weak, but steady. "I'm managing. The wound isn't critical, I've already taken a healing elixir. But the dagger's venom, it's unusually potent." Lin Ye's suspicion had been correct, he was poisoned. That complicated matters significantly. "How long can you last?" "Not long, but it's manageable. You can exchange for an antidote here. Get yours first, I'll detoxify afterward." An antidote was available for exchange. So Qianlong had already reviewed the exchange list. How did the confrontation begin? Murder and robbery, basically. Qianlong managed a wry, pained smile. "When I entered they were already inside, locked in a standoff. Just as with you, they ordered me to exchange first. As you saw, they ambushed me mid-exchange. They'd been conspiring all along, their tension was nothing but theater. So it was true, complacency was fatal. One misstep and betrayal struck without warning. Let me check what's available for exchange." Qianlong nodded, leaning back once more to rest. Lin Ye diverted a portion of his attention to guard against unexpected events, reaching out to touch the crystal ball on the counter. The next moment an interface identical to the system panel appeared. It was densely packed with an exchange list dazzling Lin Ye's eyes. 3-day food supply 1 maize coin, 3-day drinking water 1 maize coin, 1 watermelon knife 1 maize coin. The first things in sight were lists of food and weapons, all basic resources with low prices. This was not Lin Ye's target. He scrolled down. A new exchange list appeared with noticeably higher quality. 5 units of mysterious iron, 3 maize coins, 1 4-color flour, 3 maize coins. This was a material exchange most of which Lin Ye had never seen before, nor did he know their specific uses. He continued scrolling down. 1 basic antidote potion, 5 maize coins, 1 basic recovery potion, 5 maize coins. Was this the antidote potion Qianlong mentioned? 5 maize coins each. There were also various recovery potions and healing potions. These were quite useful to Lin Ye, but he didn't rush to exchange if there were better items further down. He directly scrolled to the bottom of the exchange list where the most valuable items appeared. 1 spark, 50 maize coins, 2 in total, 2 remaining, 1 maize exit guidance scroll, 30 maize coins, 3 in total, 2 remaining, 1 first order body enhancement potion, 20 maize coins, 10 in total, 8 remaining. Here the list ended. There were 3 types of the most expensive items, each with quantity limits. Except for the most expensive spark, the other 2 had already been exchanged by someone. Lin Ye closed the exchange interface and looked at Qianlong. "What did you exchange?" Qianlong's face grew even paler. Cough. "I didn't have time to exchange before they launched a sneak attack." It wasn't Qianlong who exchanged, so who was it? He took out the space satchel found on the long-haired man and probed it with his consciousness. In a dark void various items were piled haphazardly. There were food and water equipment, energy stones and some materials. Lin Ye searched through it constantly and finally found his target. A scroll, precisely the maize exit guidance scroll. There were also 2 body enhancement potions and 13 maize coins. Lin Ye was overjoyed. It was indeed the long-haired man who had exchanged them. It seemed he hadn't had time to use them, and now they all fell into Lin Ye's hands. Including his own maize coins, he now had a total of 129 maize coins. He also had the maize exit guidance scroll, so there was no need to spend maize coins on exchanging one. He opened the exchange interface again and scrolled to the bottom. The most expensive item was not the exit information but the spark, costing a full 50 maize coins. What on earth is this thing? The exit information cost only 30 maize coins and could be a lifeline. Could it be more important than life itself? Lin Ye didn't know the specific use of the spark, but the system wouldn't joke it must have its significance. With enough maize coins, Lin Ye gritted his teeth. But the next moment a small dancing flame appeared before his eyes. Its light was not dazzling, its temperature was not high, but it felt very warm. Before Lin Ye could reach out to touch it, the flame suddenly rushed toward his head, moving so fast that he couldn't react. In the blink of an eye the flame merged into his head and vanished. What the hell, what's happening? This sudden scene made his body tremble with fright. Lin Ye panicked instantly if the flame had burrowed into his body. He wanted to find the flame but didn't know how. Then, closing his eyes and concentrating in his mind, the small dancing flame burned, spreading waves of warmth. Blinking his eyes, it seemed to have no effect but instead felt very warm. He finally breathed a sigh of relief that was truly terrifying. Now was not the time to explore details, he needed to exchange items quickly. With 79 maize coins remaining, he could exchange for 3 body enhancement potions. Hiss, I'm one short of exchanging another one. How frustrating. If the shortage were large it would be fine, but being just one short was maddening. He looked at Qianlong and spoke somewhat awkwardly, Could you sell me 1 maize coin? I'll buy it with energy stones. Qianlong was taken aback, then revealed a smile. Brother Lin, you're too polite. My life was saved by you, don't talk about buying or selling. Even giving you all of them would be fine. I only need 1 antidote potion. No need, just 1 is enough. Lin Ye admired people like him, saving him was just a matter of convenience. Moreover, they were on the same floor, having a powerful friend was more valuable. After exchanging all his maize coins, Lin Ye yielded his spot to Qianlong. His condition was deteriorating, he feared that if they delayed any longer there would be no need to waste the antidote potion. Qianlong struggled to stand, supporting himself against the wall, moving step by step to the counter. He immediately exchanged for an antidote potion and drank it. System products were always of the highest quality. Qianlong's complexion visibly returned to normal, his purplish lips became rosy and a gleam shone in his eyes. Letting out a long breath, he nodded solemnly toward Lin Ye. Brother Lin, a great favor need not be spoken of in words. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Lin Ye waved his hand with a smile. I was saving myself anyway. We're practically acquaintances and it was just a matter of convenience. Let's finish this dungeon first. Qianlong nodded, he was not a man of many words and he would keep the gratitude in his heart. He continued exchanging items. Lin Ye found a corner to sit down and tally the gains from this trip. He opened the long-haired man's space satchel and examined its contents one by one. A white quality axe with astonishing attack power. A knife and a bow, both ordinary weapons of little value. 32 ordinary crystals, 3 first-order crystals and 86 energy stones. 2 material selection packs and roughly 1 or 2 of various potions. The rest were daily necessities and some first-order materials. Not bad, though not as abundant as his own resources, it was definitely in the top tier. He guessed that this also included the resources of the thin man. Oh, and there was a token. He took out the token, it felt slightly heavy in his hand. Imperial Energy Guard token, type equipment, quality green, description infuse energy to form a defensive barrier. The stronger and denser the attacks on the barrier, the more energy is consumed. Cannot withstand attacks at or above the second order limit. Evaluation: a turtle shell will eventually be broken, hope you are prepared. A fine item, a green quality defensive piece of equipment, even ordinary second order attacks couldn't break through. No wonder the ice blue crossbow couldn't damage it before fully charging. At the current stage it was definitely life-saving gear. He transferred high-value resources to his storage ring, filled the space satchel with previously collected materials and then put the satchel away. He took out a body enhancement potion and information appeared. First-order body enhancement potion, type item, quality white, description randomly enhances first-order body attributes. The higher the user's attributes, the weaker the effect. Evaluation system: product use with confidence. This evaluation was full of reassurance. Not like the insect core potions he had obtained before, what trash daring to claim the same function as the system to enhance strength. There was nothing to hesitate about, any increase in strength was welcome. Unlike other potions he had used, the body enhancement potion required injection. It had a metal casing with a needle at one end and a button at the other emitting wisps of cold air. Grasping the icy potion, he aimed the needle at his body and pressed it in firmly. He pressed the injection button with his thumb and a pale blue liquid slowly flowed into his body. It felt much like allocating points in a system, only that he had to endure a jab. The serum coursed into his veins and he discarded the syringe. After about 5 minutes the changes in his body ceased. Personal information. Name Lin Ye. Rank Transcendent First Tier. Constitution 16. 8. Strength 16. 2. Agility 15. 6. Spirit 15. 2. Energy 15. 2. Survival points 0. Talent Settlement Interface Enhancement. Abilities Burst Etherealization. Evaluation Congratulations on becoming an ant. Keep striving to attain the role of cannon fodder. Lin Ye widened his eyes. 1 vial of physique enhancement serum had increased his constitution by 3 points, equivalent to some 600 survival points. He had exchanged 4 vials himself, acquired 2 for free and still held 5 in his hand. If the effect did not decay, this amounted to 3600 survival points. Even counting only 6 vials, it matched the gains from an entire competitive instance. Not to mention that the settlement rewards could now be pushed to the upper limit of his tier without trouble. Add the crystal cores, energy stones and materials found in earlier rooms and the generous contributions from kind strangers. Hissing inwardly at the staggering tally, he dared not imagine the full haul. Of course all of this hinged on one condition: surviving and leaving alive. He continued administering injections. To grow stronger, the needles could not stop. 1. 2. All 5 finished. Lin Ye waited quietly for the serums to take effect. Some time later his body finished absorbing the concoctions and his constitution visibly surged. Personal information. Name Lin Ye. Rank Transcendent First Tier. Constitution 18. 7. Strength 18. 3. Agility 18. 6. Spirit 18. 5. Energy 15. 2. Survival points 0. Talent Settlement Interface Enhancement. Abilities Burst Etherealization. Evaluation Congratulations on becoming an ant. Keep striving to attain the role of cannon fodder. The 3 vials together had granted nearly 10 attribute points. Though they could not match the first vial's singular potency, Lin Ye was not disappointed. Then he lifted a scroll of information appeared in his hand. Maze Exit Guidance Scroll. Use after use, it will point the way. Follow the indicated direction and open the door to exit the maze. No need to hesitate, he used it at once. A guiding shaft of light appeared in his vision, pointing toward the trade room door. Oddly, the number 3 hovered beside it. Its meaning escaped him. He decided to ignore it for now. Following the guidance was surely the safe choice. There was one other matter that occupied him more: the flicker of flame in his mind. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and the flame reappeared in his consciousness. Lin Ye let his awareness approach until he could touch the ember, and to his surprise it did not burn him. A system prompt manifested. Fire Seed. Type Item. Quality None. Description: a special ember that can temper spiritual power, resist mental assaults and ward off certain negative states. Evaluation: flame is hope. When you touch it you will understand. Clearly the fire seed was important, or the system would not bestow such an evaluation. Is it that my power is too weak to fully sense it yet? He wondered. The system was cryptic and revealed little. Setting that aside, the fire seed's function was undeniably potent. If he encountered a survivor capable of assaulting the mind like the long-haired man, the fire seed would have spared him the peril of that encounter. In any case, the trade room had been a bountiful haul. After digesting all the resources, Lin Ye rose and glanced toward Chen-Long, who was still injecting himself. How much longer will you need? Being together lent a measure of safety. They could wait and let Chen-Long raise his strength. Alas, each time a maze gate opened, the room beyond differed, preventing survivors from forming stable teams to move together. Chen-Long tossed aside an empty syringe, extracted another and shook it. The last one. Lin Ye's heart jumped. Chen-Long had already taken 3, this was the 4th. That meant he had exchanged all the remaining physique enhancement serums. The exchange required 80 maze coins. The exit information was a mandatory swap, bringing the total to 110 maze coins. Just these already nearly matched what Lin Ye possessed. What about the fire seed? Had Chen-Long redeemed it? Curiosity pried at him and he asked, "Did you get the fire seed?" Chen-Long fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Very strong. Lin Ye was genuinely shocked. How many maze coins did he have? Altogether, including the coins used for antidotes, he had at least 165 maze coins. Indeed, one must not underestimate others. With a greenish ice-blue crossbow and other means, Qianlong was no pushover. Couple that with all manner of odd talents and abilities, and none of them were simple. Before long Qianlong finished his final injection. His wounds healed and the toxins were purged. His body returned to its peak, a fierce aura unfurled, pressing heavily upon Lin Ye. There was no doubt his physical stats would not be lower than Qianlong's. Lin Ye nodded and approached the door. "See you outside." With that he pulled open the maze door and stepped through. "See you outside." Qianlong followed close behind, opening the door and leaving the room. A blast of heat assaulted them, a scorching, suffocating wave. Cough. Cough. The instant Lin Ye emerged, a searing, piercing, sulphurous tang filled his lungs. His lungs rebelled and he began to cough violently. The world dimmed, only distant flickers of fire remained. In the faint light the air rolled and twisted, black smoke curling up in thin wisps. Lin Ye covered his nose with his sleeve and surveyed his surroundings. It was an underground chamber ringed with grotesque rocks. By all appearances the subterranean space was vast. Silence lay heavy, broken only by faint crackling from afar. For the moment there was no immediate danger and Lin Ye breathed a small sigh of relief. Yet the environment was brutal, the air oppressive and stifling. After only a short while sweat trickled from his brow and his clothes were damp. What on earth is this place? The light was too dim, he could only discern the outlines of his surroundings. Drawn by the distant flames he decided to go and investigate. The sulfur stung so badly that he wetted a towel and pressed it over his mouth and nose. Only then did it feel somewhat bearable. After a few steps the heat intensified and waves of scorching air lapped at him. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and pressed onward, feeling the soles of his shoes begin to soften. At last he glimpsed the source of the light and froze in place. Before him flowed a river of molten rock. Seething, blistering lava rolled within the river, pockets would bulge and then burst with a pop, emitting a thin plume of black smoke. In places the edges had cooled into thick black crusts of solidified lava. The river snaked onward, winding into the distance with no visible end. The entire cavern was enormous, jagged rocks jutting as the lava river expanded its reach. A searing pain snapped Lin Ye back. He stumbled backward until he reached an area his body could tolerate. He felt as if his hair had been singed into curls. He pulled out a bottle of water and gulped down more than half of it, soothing his parched throat. In his field of vision an arrow sign appeared indicating the exit of the maze. The number behind it changed to 2. This, he reasoned, must represent the number of rooms he still needed to enter. As long as he advanced in the direction of the guide and passed through 2 more rooms he could successfully leave the maze. He wiped the sweat threatening to drip into his eyes and looked toward the direction the arrow pointed. What a coincidence! It was precisely the direction of the lava river. Well, there were pros and cons. The advantage was that the lava provided light, allowing him to spot dangers in time. The downside was that the area near the lava river was scorching hot, the air was extremely acrid and the environment was utterly harsh. With no other choice Lin Ye could only advance along the lava river. The path was far from easy. Inside the cave the rocks on the ground and the walls were covered in sharp blade-like edges and long spikes formed from melted and then cooled lava. A single misstep could result in a cut. Lin Ye had to constantly detour, carefully selecting routes that were both less hot and where he could clearly see the ground. In less than 10 minutes Lin Ye's mouth and throat were parched, his clothes were as if pulled from water. Sweat dripped onto the ground, hissing and turning into white steam evaporated by the intense heat. He took out another bottle of water and downed it all in one go to replenish the rapidly lost fluids. He had brought a fair amount of water himself, plus what he had scavenged from the long-haired man. But in this environment no amount of water would last. I can't delay any longer. I need to find the exit door quickly. He took out his armor-breaking blade and quickened his pace. Where the path was difficult he simply used the blade to chop away protruding rock spikes. These rocks, tempered by high temperatures, were incredibly hard. Striking them with the armor-breaking blade felt like hitting steel, sometimes even producing sparks. What kind of hellish place is this? Surely no creature could survive here. As Lin Ye advanced his mind wandered. Just then a sound came from ahead. A rustling noise, the sound of something scraping across the ground. Lin Ye immediately stopped and listened intently. Rustle, rustle. It wasn't an illusion. There was definitely a sound not far ahead and it was getting closer. The sound grew louder and clearer. In the glow of the lava several dark figures approached rapidly. Lin Ye's body had been enhanced, sharpening his vision many times over. He saw what they were. A group of lizards each about the size of a crocodile scurrying quickly across the ground. The sound was made by their bodies scraping against the rock. Their bodies bore crimson markings like flickering flames. Lin Ye deduced they were likely attracted by the noise of his armor-breaking blade clearing the path. There were 4 lizards in total, all roughly the same size. After sensing them carefully, Lin Ye felt no pressure if they were ordinary creatures. He rounded a blocking rock and the lizards were upon him. Lin Ye was faster. With a swift motion of his blade, 4 consecutive strikes felled all 4 lizards. He extracted their crystals and tossed the carcasses into the lava to prevent the spread of blood sent from attracting unwanted trouble. Advancing once more in the direction of the guide, Lin Ye heightened his vigilance. There were creatures here too. After turning a wide bend, he came upon a relatively flat area. At the edge of the area lay a large gray-black crust formed from cooled lava. To Lin Ye's surprise, a massive lizard was sprawled atop it. It was fiery red all over like flowing magma, with powerful limbs and a tail that thrashed against the lava crust with a scraping sound. Occasionally its tail would swing into the river, hitting the semi-solidified dark red surface, sizzling and throwing up sparks. But the lizard seemed utterly unaffected by the heat, remaining motionless. A first-tier lizard. Lin Ye took a gulp of water and drew his ice blue crossbow. Time was short, he needed a swift resolution. Lin Ye charged straight at the lava lizard lying by the river, moving so fast he left an afterimage. The lizard, which had been perfectly still, suddenly snapped its eyes open, its pupils like rubies fixed on Lin Ye. Soon the distance between them closed to under 100 meters. Just as the lava lizard began to move, Lin Ye had already fired an ice bolt. Whoosh! The ice bolt pierced its body without resistance, embedding itself into the solidified lava ground. Hissing, the bolt melted from the heat, sending up a cloud of steam. The part of the lava lizard's body that should have been frozen also emitted a cloud of steam. Its original red color faded, turning a dark charcoal black like cooled magma. Hissing sharply, the lava lizard flicked its tongue repeatedly to alleviate the pain. Though not frozen solid, the damage it sustained was considerable. Badly injured and unable to move, it fixed its gaze on the approaching Lin Ye. Then, opening its mouth, it shot a stream of red liquid directly at him. Lin Ye halted his advance, sidestepping to dodge. The attack missed and the lava spat by the lizard struck the ground. A cloud of acrid smoke appeared and the ground melted into a small pit. It had a ranged attack. Lin Ye had nearly been hit. Fortunately, he was close enough now to launch a second strike. An ice bolt struck the lava lizard's head with deadly precision, killing it instantly, denying it another chance to attack. Silence fell and no other lizards appeared. Lin Ye approached the riverbank, the hot wind ruffling his hair. The moment he stepped onto the solidified lava, the soles of his shoes grew hot and he smelled burning plastic. He quickly retreated, pulling strands of melted plastic from his soles. It's this hot. He thought it wasn't that hot since the lava lizard had been fine on it moments ago. How was he to retrieve the first-tier corpse and the maze chest? They were a distance from the shore. Looking at the ice blue crossbow in his hand, an idea struck him. He fired 3 ice bolts at the scorching ground before him, evenly spacing them on the path he intended to take. A large cloud of steam rose, only to be dispersed by the hot air from the distant river. Lin Ye stepped onto the cooled lava crust again. This time there was no issue, the ground was finally stable enough to stand on. He quickly moved forward, roughly dismembered the corpse with his armor-breaking blade and stored it in his storage ring. Then he swiftly departed. Having dealt with the blocking first-tier lava lizard, Lin Ye dared not pause, continuing forward according to the guide. His breaths came in heavy pants. An hour passed. The lava river seemed endless, stretching ever forward. Meanwhile, the maze's exit guide remained unchanged, pointing straight ahead. Just how vast is this underground cavern? A little further from the lava, the light failed to reach, plunging the distant cave walls into complete darkness, making them impossible to see clearly. He had no idea if he had passed any other maze doors during his journey. Ahead, the lava river turned again. When Lin Ye rounded the bend, a look of pleasant surprise lit up his face. Not far ahead, the churning lava river disappeared. Finally an end. Lin Ye quickened his pace, arriving at the spot where the river vanished. But when he saw it clearly, his surprise was replaced by shock. The river hadn't disappeared, there was a sheer drop ahead. Below the drop was a colossal cavern and the lava cascaded down, forming a flowing waterfall of molten rock. The spot where Lin Ye stood was at least 50 meters above the cavern floor. The lava flowed continuously, forming a massive lake of magma below. The magma in the lake churned and flowed out, branching into several smaller lava rivers that snaked away into the distant cavern. Looking down from above, the cavern was not only larger than the one above but illuminated by the smaller lava rivers. Its length stretched beyond the horizon, seemingly endless. Lin Ye looked toward the maze exit guidance, the arrow pointing straight down. The maze door lay within the giant pit below. He approached the edge of the cliff, seeking a way down. Before getting too close, the scorching heat from the bubbling lava lake below hit him like a wave. His skin stung and turned red from the high temperature, and his hair began to curl. Lin Ye couldn't help but step back a distance, leaving the searing area feeling slightly better. What to do? If he couldn't even approach, how could he descend? But the maze exit was right below. He couldn't give up. He stepped forward again, progressing little by little, testing where his limits lay. Returning to the same position as before, this time he did not feel the unbearable heat. He continued forward easily, reaching the cliff's edge, looking down. Beside him the lava river flowed, with molten rock cascading like a waterfall into the lava lake below. He focused on the cliff face, which was uneven and extended with numerous half-melted rocks. Fortunately, there were places to find support, making it much easier. If it had been a bare cliff face, he would have had to carve out a path with his broken armor knife. He was about to observe closely, searching for the optimal route. The lava lake below began to churn violently, and in the next moment a massive bubble appeared, then burst, sending a visible wave of scorching hot air rushing toward the cliff. Lin Ye's pupils constricted, finally understanding where the previous heat waves had come from. Not daring to linger, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Ahead, the high-temperature heat waves ravaged mercilessly. Half a minute later, the heat wave dissipated and the temperature dropped. Periodic eruptions. Let's see how long it takes for the next one. If the intervals are short, that would be troublesome. Lin Ye started timing, half a minute, 1 minute, and reached 2 minutes. Boom! The terrifying air wave erupted again. After confirming several times after the heat wave erupts, there is about 2 minutes of safe time for him to go down. Is 2 minutes enough? Enough. As long as he finds the right way down. With his current physique, even jumping from 10 meters high, he could withstand it. As for jumping straight down using his phasing ability to immunize against damage upon landing, that was also very risky. The situation below was unclear due to visibility, and the lava surface was too complex. The duration of the phasing ability was too short, making it hard to control. One mistake and it would be gone. Taking advantage of the safe time, Lin Ye returned to the cliff's edge to observe the route down. After several confirmations, he finally determined the route. Lin Ye took out food and water to replenish his stamina. Once his stamina was nearly restored after another heat wave erupted, he seized the opportunity and rushed to the cliff's edge. 8 meters to the left below, a partially melted rock jutted out. This was Lin Ye's first foothold. He jumped and landed steadily on the rock. The first step was a success. The next foothold was 5 meters horizontally and 3 meters high. Lin Ye completed it with ease, reaching the second foothold. Using the glow emitted by the lava, he looked for the third point. Constantly changing footholds, continuously adjusting his direction. Lin Ye was getting closer to the ground below. He checked the timer on his system panel. 40 seconds had passed and he had descended nearly half the height. Steady, I have time. He looked at the next point, gauged the distance, and jumped again. Lin Ye landed precisely on the planned spot. Just as he made contact with the landing point, the next moment the support beneath him suddenly broke and Lin Ye began to fall. A shock ran through his heart. Not good, the pill. His hand instinctively reached for the nearby cliff wall, but there was no place to find support in this section and his body continued to drop. Sizzle. Sparks flew as a knife embedded itself deeply into the cliff wall, only the handle visible. Lin Ye was hanging on it, successfully stopping his fall. This scared him quite a bit, his heart racing. He took a deep breath to calm down and looked to the sides, missing one of the previously determined descent points. The next point was a distance away, impossible to reach directly. He needed to find an intermediate point to gain support. Time was of the essence, and after confirming the position, he gripped tightly and used the broken armor knife embedded in the cliff wall as a point of leverage, swinging his body in midair. Using inertia, he successfully landed on the newly found foothold. This delay had disrupted his original plan and time was becoming tight. After descending a certain height, when he was still 20 meters from the ground, he could finally see the terrain below clearly. The ground was a complex maze of trenches, their depths unclear. Just then the lava lake on the side began to churn more violently. Lin Ye immediately noticed this anomaly. Isn't it still too early? He hurriedly jumped toward the next landing point, still in midair. Boom! A huge bubble formed in the lava, then instantly exploded, sending a searing wave of heat spreading rapidly. A defensive barrier appeared around Lin Ye as he shouted erupt phase. Both abilities activated simultaneously, and at the moment of contact with the landing point he judged the direction and forcefully jumped directly towards the ground. Before he landed, the heat wave arrived. Even though it was weakened by the barrier, his clothes began to morph. His body, having the phasing ability, felt no discomfort. After safely landing with a roll, he immediately moved away from the lava lake. He finally reached a safe distance before his erupting ability drained his energy. As the ability faded, Lin Ye fell to the ground in a dog-like position, his body feeling completely drained again. Trembling, he took out a recovery potion and quickly consumed it. This was also contributed by the long-haired man. As his body recovered somewhat, he immediately got up to inspect his surroundings. Fortunately, apart from the flowing lava, there was nothing else here. The energy within him was depleted due to the dual consumption of the defensive barrier and phasing ability, leaving not much remaining. He took out a spirit stone to absorb energy. Half an hour later, his state returned to its peak. He looked at the maze exit guidance, the arrow pointing to the right. Several small lava rivers lay in between, and he needed to cross them to head in that direction. Arriving at the edge of a river, the temperature was scorching his skin even from a distance. Lin Ye frowned. How am I supposed to get across? Do I have to take a detour? He looked downstream at the river where the fiery red lines extended endlessly, making detours impossible. He had to find a way to cross quickly. The ice blue crossbow appeared in his hand. He had to rely on it. He took a blanket from his storage ring, then splashed water on it. Then, using the ice blue crossbow's properties, he froze the blanket. He draped the frozen blanket over himself, and instantly a wave of coolness washed over him, alleviating the burning sensation on his skin. So comfortable. He then aimed the ice blue crossbow at the ground ahead, shooting several ice spikes. To cool down the path he was about to jump over. Everything was ready. Lin Ye took a running start wearing the frozen blanket and successfully crossed the lava river, arriving on the other side. I can do it. Lin Ye was overjoyed. He navigated through a rocky area and arrived at the edge of the second river. He used the same method to get across. Several ice spikes shot out, cooling the ground. Amid the rising water vapor, a flash of red appeared within the mist, dazzling to the eye. Lin Ye remained vigilant, noticing this anomaly immediately. As the water vapor dissipated, a fist-sized, entirely dark red stone appeared. What is this? A ruby. Lin Ye quickly approached and picked up the stone, and the next moment system information appeared. Crimson lava iron ore. Type material. Quality green. Description: a rare material found in underground lava. Equipment made from it often exhibits special effects. Evaluation: want it? You can try fishing it out of the lava. A precious material of green quality made Lin Ye's heart race with excitement. He hadn't expected to make such an unexpected gain. He looked at the vast cave filled with lava rivers where the air kept twisting and warping, yet it could not block his fervent gaze. First find the maze door, confirm the situation, and then come back for materials. By employing this method, Lin Ye managed to traverse one lava river after another. Through deliberate searching, he discovered 2 more pieces of red molten iron ore, each roughly the size of the previous one. Upon leaving the lava river region, visibility plummeted sharply, barely allowing him to discern the ground. He advanced in the direction indicated for nearly 10 minutes, arriving at the edge of a cavern where a maze door with a circular emblem was faintly visible embedded within the rock. Finally found it. This underground lava chamber was immense. From the moment he entered until now, a full 3 hours had passed just searching for an exit. Fortunately, the peril within was limited to the harsh environment with no great danger. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a familiar rustling sound emanated from nearby. Lin Ye immediately turned his gaze and spotted several small lizards scurrying swiftly toward him, their legs churning. With no first-tier lizards present, they posed no threat. Lin Ye drew the axe contributed by a kind soul and dispatched them all in an instant. It was a pity about his blade still dangling from the cliff face. A heavy thudding sound echoed from the darkness in the distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A massive fiery red giant lizard emerged. Lin Ye remained utterly composed, swapping his axe for the ice blue crossbow. After a saturation volley, the giant lizard's crimson hide turned black and it collapsed dead. Afflicted by the underground heat, he was now profoundly agitated and had no inclination to engage in a lengthy struggle. Having pinpointed the exit's location, which was not far from the lava lake, it conveniently allowed him to continue searching for red molten iron ore. In the time that followed, Lin Ye endured the extreme temperatures, relying on the ice blue crossbow's freezing properties to tirelessly scout along the edges of various lava rivers. 1 hour. 2 hours. When hungry he ate roasted meat, when thirsty he drank water. When his body became unbearably scorched he used the ice blue crossbow to cool himself down. This continued until 6 hours had passed. Lin Ye finished searching the last tributary of the lava river. By now his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was curled and patches of burn marks covered his face. Sweat trickled over his necrotic skin, causing him to wince in pain. Huff. Huff. I can't take this anymore. I have to get out. More than half of his water supply had been consumed, and with 2 more rooms ahead, the conditions of which were unknown, he had to conserve some for emergencies. During this period he encountered 3 more first-year lizards, all far from the lava lake, as if they were deliberately keeping their distance from it. Lin Ye began his retreat, preparing to leave the chamber. Along the way he couldn't help but glance repeatedly at the lava lake, a nagging feeling that something about it was extraordinary. As he neared the maze door, a sound like something slapping water echoed. Lin Ye spun his head sharply to look. It's there. The lava lake. A colossal tail embedded with shimmering scales emerged from the lava lake. The scales were crystalline and of a vivid fiery red. In the blink of an eye the tail sank back into the lava and vanished. Lin Ye rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. The next moment an enormous claw, also covered in fiery red scales, reached out from the churning lava. With a thunderous crash the claw landed on the shore beside the lava lake. It shattered countless rocks and cooled lava, leaving several claw marks nearly a meter deep on the ground. Molten lava flowed through the fissures torn open by the talons, threatening to form a new lava river. Lin Ye almost forgot to breathe. What? What is that thing? Its size dwarfed even the second-tier mantis bug he had encountered, and its oppressive aura extinguished any thought of resistance. A creature capable of surviving directly in lava, what tier of monster was this? Fortunately his own strength was too meager to approach the lava lake. The temperature there was too terrifying. Time to make a run for it. Before it fully emerged, this was his sole thought. At this moment Lin Ye was in poor condition. The prolonged exposure to extreme heat had left him utterly exhausted. Especially the mental drain. He desperately needed a place to rest and restore his mental state. However, in the maze of despair each room entered was random, and whether danger lurked was entirely a matter of luck. The only rooms that could be considered relatively safe were the trading rooms. As long as he didn't encounter other survivors there was no danger. He took out the trading room card and used it on the maze door before him. He wondered if he could exploit a glitch to reduce the number of rooms. Without lingering he opened the door and entered the trading room. The familiar smooth floor and walls adorned with carved decorations confirmed it was the same trading room he had visited before. He swept his gaze across the room instantly. No one. Not only that, but the 2 corpses from before had also vanished along with the bloodstains on the floor. He looked at the wall the long-haired man had damaged. It had been fully repaired, leaving not a single trace. It seemed that once the room was empty it automatically reset. Lin Ye relaxed, plopping down onto the ground, and retrieved his water to drink greedily. Having just come from the scorching environment, the normal temperature of the trading room felt exceptionally refreshing. Ah, this is pure bliss. A look of contentment spread across his face. After recovering somewhat he examined the red molten iron ore he had gathered in the lava chamber. Including the initial 3 pieces he had found a total of 12 red molten iron ores. It had to be said the quantity was exceedingly scarce. On average he hadn't even found 2 pieces per hour. Yet he had a feeling that these hours of hardship were not in vain. The red molten iron ore would surely bring him a pleasant surprise. Additionally he had obtained new maze treasure chests, 5 from the first-tier creatures and 2 from the small lizards, totaling 7. He opened them all. Maze coins 31, energy stones 17. Another substantial haul. He approached the counter, touched the crystal ball, and the exchange list appeared once more. He scrolled through it repeatedly. I can exchange for some water later. Reaching the end he saw that the fire seed and constitution enhancer had already been claimed entirely by Lin Ye and Qianlong. There had originally been a remaining maze exit guidance scroll, but it was now gone. It seemed that after they left another survivor had come to the trading room and exchanged for the scroll. The most valuable items had all been redeemed, what remained were materials and recovery-type items. After some deliberation he first exchanged for a recovery potion and consumed it, spending 5 maze coins. Next he acquired 1 primary healing potion, 1 primary recovery potion, 1 primary energy potion and 1 primary antidote. With 6 maze coins remaining he exchanged them all for drinking water. The previous room had terrified him. 1 maze coin could roughly be exchanged for 3 liters of water, granting him a total of 18 liters. After stowing away all the obtained items he approached the soul exit. He decided to sleep first, restoring his condition before proceeding. Being near the door would allow him to escape quickly if danger arose. He stuffed some food into his mouth and glanced at the exit indicator before him. The number had decreased again, now showing 1. This meant that by entering the next room and finding the indicated door he could escape. This dungeon run had exceeded expectations. 24 hours had already passed. Sleeping again would cost several more hours, and he had no idea what the final room held. He hoped it wouldn't be too vast or too dangerous. He had endured enough hardship along the way. Spreading a blanket on the floor, Lin Ye closed his eyes to rest. 6 hours later, Lin Ye awoke, having maintained a sliver of vigilance against unexpected events throughout. Fortunately, no one had entered, allowing him to sleep peacefully. His energy and physical condition had returned to their peak. He packed away the blanket, retrieved his shield and weapon, opened the maze door and stepped into the final room. Lin Ye materialized in a bare little room. The space was empty save for a single incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling. He scanned the surroundings. The walls were clad in an unknown material etched with a grid-like pattern. The floor was wooden, streaked with vivid red veins that looked unnaturally bright. On one wall stood a single maze door. Conveniently, the maze's exit indicator pointed directly to that very door. A thrill of hope surged through Lin Ye. Could fate be smiling? Would the final room simply open and let him out? Heart-pounding, he yanked at the maze door. But the door did not budge. A notification appeared: complete 5 rounds of challenges to leave the room. Lin Ye's smile froze, then eased into reluctant acceptance. That made sense. Yet what were these challenges, and how would they be carried out? As he pondered, a luminous screen manifested on the nearby wall. It asked whether to commence this round, offering yes and no options. Not compulsory then, the system attended to such small courtesies. It never forced a choice. When one was starving, one would choose rightly of one's own accord. With a wry thought, Lin Ye consented to the challenge. The next instant the room grew translucent and dissolved. He found himself in an arena, circular and vast, as large as a football pitch. Rows of empty stands ringed the arena, and not a soul occupied them. He stood near the rim, close to the vacant seats. As he reached out, his hand met a pliant yet unexpectedly resilient translucent membrane. Opposite him, a zombie staggered into view and lurched toward him. Is that all? Lin Ye wondered. Was this truly a challenge, or merely an early easing in? He waited when the zombie closed, and he cleaved its skull with a single axe blow. As the zombie collapsed, the surroundings blurred and he was back in the little room. He hesitated. Where was his crystal core? This so-called challenge offered no time even to gather materials. The luminous screen reappeared, querying whether to start again. He accepted, and in the next moment Lin Ye stood once more in the arena. His opponent this time was no longer a mere zombie. For more adversaries materialized: a tiger, a golden leopard, and 2 gray wolves. All were ordinary beasts, if the difference lay only in their number, 5 in all. They ignored one another, their singular focus was Lin Ye. The golden leopard, the swiftest, led the charge. With his heavy axe, Lin Ye dispatched the golden leopard with ease. The tiger and wolves surged forward, his blows fell and the beasts toppled. Only the distant zombie remained. He intended to use the interval to scavenge materials, but the slain bodies dissolved into motes of light before he could move. The arena floor lay bare, even the spilled blood had vanished as if it had never been. Was it all merely a simulation? With no alternative, he abandoned the idea of looting. One strike ended the zombie and he was whisked back to the small room. The first 2 tests had been trivial, no real drain. He readied himself for the next round. Perhaps 10 ordinary beasts now, he mused, and reappeared in the arena only to be met by a thunderous roar. A crocodile over 10 meters long slithered into view. Its limbs were massive, teeth glinting like blades, its body sheathed in thick scuts patterned with stripe-like markings. A first-tier creature. Lin Ye's brow tightened with foreboding. One such beast alone posed little threat, the worry lay in the challenges still to come. The crocodile lashed forward, its colossal maw widening over a meter, a row of needle teeth aimed for him. Lin Ye moved like lightning, slipping aside and planting himself at the crocodile's head. He swung his axe with brutal force rather than finesse. With a sickening crack, a massive wound opened, nearly cleaving half the skull. Before the beast could retaliate, Lin Ye followed up relentlessly and ended it. Back in the small room, he frowned, then accepted the next challenge. No sooner had he arrived in the arena than 5 potent presences surged toward him. Crocodile, saber-toothed tiger, a crawler, a brown bear, and a lion, 5 first-tier beasts in total. Lin Ye's guess had been right, 5 first-tier opponents. Would the next round bring second-tier creatures? He had no time to wonder, attacks came. Lin Ye spared no restraint, his ice blue crossbow Binglan new spat bolts in rapid succession. No first-tier beast withstood the onslaught. Moments later the 5 frozen bodies dissolved into shafts of light. He returned to the small room. If he had guessed correctly, the next foes would be second-tier creatures. He recalled the oppressive presence of a second-tier mantis and could only smile wryly. He could not avoid a cross-dire contest. He replaced the crossbow's energy stone with a fresh one, checked his equipment and rested another half-hour before entering the arena. In an instant a crushing pressure radiated from the far side. He had already activated the token's defensive barrier. So long as it remained unbreached, the energy drain stayed tolerable. A colossal white python emerged. Bone spikes jutted from its head, a fan-shaped fin fringed its neck, and its scales were larger than a clenched fist. Lin Ye swallowed hard as the beast reared, its trunk as thick as a barrel, more than 20 meters long, its menacing head lifted high, and a cold dread settled over him. At his arrival the python hissed, the fan-like flaps on either side of its head snapped open and trembled. Its colossal body writhed, the scales rasped against the ground, and with an unsettling swiftness it lunged at Lin Ye. He could not take the hit heeded and fled at top speed, yet he was a moment too slow. A tail swept with a whistle and struck his defensive barrier. The impact was tremendous. The barrier flared, barely holding. Lin Ye was hurled some dozen meters, slamming into the arena's transparent membrane and bouncing to the floor. He scrambled to his feet. The token's barrier had spared him worse, only a heavy jolt. His energy reserves read 10 points, even a casual strike had cost 5. How was he to fight like this? He downed a basic energy elixir, his power recovered swiftly to 15 points. When a single strike failed to achieve the desired effect, the python's vertical pupils narrowed into slits and it closed in faster. Lin Ye's ice blue crossbow was charged, an ice spike stamped into the serpent's flank. The bolt struck true, piercing the hard skewet and lodging within. Relief brightened Lin Ye's face by his experience. If the ice spike took hold, the freezing property should wound or at least hinder movement and buy him an opening. But an unexpected reality unfolded. The python showed no sign of freezing, the wound was bare and small, devoid of any frost. Another tail whipped out. Slower than the beast, he could not evade and was flung far and smashed down. Undeterred, Lin Ye rose and loosed another ice spike. It struck home. As before, apart from a fist-sized breach in its flesh, the python remained unmoved by the cold, no freezing, no slowing. Having failed to fell Lin Ye with its tails, and having been struck in counterattack, the python's eyes gleamed. It shifted tactics, gaping it exhaled an ice-laden breath intent on freezing him alive. The frigid blast struck Lin Ye, frost formed upon his barrier and his energy plunged. Even with the shield between them the chill bit into him, his limbs went numb and his movements slowed. Burst. Etherealize. Both abilities engaged. A surge of raw force flooded him and granted temporary immunity to the cold's harm, blunting its effects on his body. He drove his legs sprinting beyond the python's attack radius, only then did he feel a measure of relief. Fortuitously, Etherealize had ascended to the green tier, providing a 50% reduction to control effects. Otherwise, even with abilities active, he could not have broken free of the python's freezing reach so swiftly. He at last understood why the freezing trait had failed. The adversary itself wielded ice. That left him in a bind. His greatest trump card could not be relied upon. What options remained? Lin Ye continuously used his abilities to evade attacks, his heart burning with anxiety. He could barely hold on any longer. He had to think of a plan quickly. To deal with someone who wielded ice, he needed fire. A flash of inspiration lit up Lin Ye's eyes. That's it. In his storage ring he had collected quite a bit of gasoline, a full 150 liters. With no time to deliberate, he took out the primary energy potion and primary recovery potion, downing them both. His body rapidly recovered, maintaining a state where he could use his abilities. He pulled out a gasoline can, splitting its shell with an axe. As the fuel seeped through the crack, he hurriedly hurled it toward the giant serpent. The giant serpent glanced at the flying canister, sensing no threat, and ignored it, continuing its assault on Lin Ye. The canister arced through the air, gasoline spraying from the fissure, drenching the serpent's unsuspecting body. Hiss. Provoked by the stench of gasoline, the serpent grew even more ferocious, vowing to crush the insignificant insect before it. When the attack came, Lin Ye activated his ability, barely keeping pace with the serpent's speed. He dodged the strikes while continuing to douse the creature with gasoline. For attacks he couldn't evade, he relied on his defensive barrier and phasing ability to endure. But this drained him rapidly. In less than 5 seconds he had to replenish his stamina and energy. His potions were dwindling fast. If it weren't for the stash head taken from the long-haired man, his own supply would have long run out. Finally all 5 gasoline canisters were thrown. The serpent's body was drenched in fuel with pools spreading across the ground. The arena was thick with the pungent odor of gasoline. By now the potions were completely spent. His stamina, spirit and energy were draining at an alarming rate. Lin Ye dared not delay a second longer. He pulled out a lighter, sparked it and tossed it at the still attacking serpent. The lighter traced an arc through the air, landing precisely on the gasoline. In an instant the fuel ignited and a massive fireball erupted, billowing thick unburned smoke into the sky. The temperature within the arena skyrocketed. Hiss! The serpent's agonized shriek rang out as its colossal body writhed and rolled across the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. But it was in vain. The fire showed no sign of weakening, instead the heat intensified. Switching tactics, the serpent opened its maw and spewed a stream of frigid air, dousing the flames on one section of its body. Yet its body was too long. The icy breath only quelled a small portion of the fire, leaving a large part of its tail and head still ablaze with raging flames. Overwhelmed by the scorching heat, the serpent could endure no more. It thrashed and rolled again. The gasoline had spread over a wide area, and as it writhed, the burning fuel on the ground reddened to its body. Seeing his plan succeed, Lin Ye slumped to the ground utterly drained, not a single drop of energy left within him. The serpent continued to convulse, its heavy body slamming against the earth, causing a faint tremor. The flames raged on for a full 10 minutes until the serpent ceased to move, completely dead. Then it dissolved into light, the flames vanishing along with it. Lin Ye found himself back in the initial small room. He lay sprawled on the floor like a starfish, his gaze unfocused from the immense mental exhaustion. "It's finally over," he murmured hoarsely, his voice barely a whisper. After recovering a shred of strength, he struggled to his feet and, supporting himself against the wall, made his way to the maze's door. This time he encountered no resistance. He successfully pulled the door open and exited the maze. Doomsday Tower Room 666 had welcomed back its master. Unable to care about anything else, Lin Ye only wanted to sleep. Even $1 million couldn't tempt him. Guided by muscle memory, he found his bed and collapsed onto it, unconscious. Some time later Lin Ye finally awoke. He forced his eyes open, their whites bloodshot and riddled with red veins. A tearing, throbbing pain pulsed through his mind, wave after wave, knitting his brows in a tight frown. "Hiss, my head hurts so much." He clutched his head, knocking it lightly, then shook it vigorously to clear his thoughts. His body felt tolerable, no serious injuries, just severe exhaustion. After a night's sleep aided by the healing effects of his pendant and the room, some of the hidden damage had been repaired. With his body's natural recovery, he now felt only a lingering fatigue. He opened the system interface. At the time read 9 p.m. How long have I been asleep? His mind was a jumble. He couldn't recall when had returned to his room or how long had slept. He took out some food, devouring it ravenously, then downed a large bottle of water to quell his hunger. His head was still too painful, so he lay back down and quickly drifted off to sleep. On the 7th day of Doomsday Tower at 7 a.m. Lin Ye awoke again, stretching luxuriously and letting out a long, satisfying breath. He sat up in bed, assessing his condition. His head no longer ached, his back wasn't sore, he felt fantastic. Except for the rather unpleasant smell clinging to him. He had spent nearly 2 days in the dungeon. His body bore the blood of mantis insects, the blood of animals, and the sweat shed in the lava underground. The mixture of odors was nothing short of pungent. Unable to bear it for even a second, he jumped out of bed, dashed into the bathroom and turned on the hot water. The warm, soothing water washed away the grime from his skin along with the last vestiges of fatigue. What a pity, the large bathtub head painstakingly collected earlier had been discarded because the storage ring couldn't hold it due to too many materials. Otherwise, soaking in hot water right now would have been pure bliss. After changing into clean clothes, Lin Ye felt refreshed. He had breakfast and then began tallying his gains from this ordeal. First came the dungeon settlement, the most important and substantial reward. Settling the Despair Maze Arena Instance 1. Basic supplies rewarded 50 survival points. 2. Tier 1 materials white quality rewarded 600 survival points. 3. Green quality supplies rewarded 1000 survival points. 4. Eliminated 78 common creatures 300 survival points. 5. Obtained 110 common cores 100 survival points. 6. Eliminated 12 Tier 1 creatures 1000 survival points. 7. Obtained 15 Tier 1 cores 500 survival points. 8. Completed the mission 3000 survival points. Settlement complete. Tallying rewards 1. Survival points 6650. 2. Settlement chests 3. 3. Energy stones 56. Enhancing settlement interface. Enhancement complete 1. Survival points 6650. 2. Glowing settlement chests 3. 3. Energy stones 112. Settlement complete. Issuing Despair Maze exclusive rewards 1. Limit break attempts 1. 2. Basic combat ability chest 1. 3. Special card chest 1. Settlement finished. The system interface stopped refreshing and the rewards materialized amidst a spatial fluctuation. A total of 5 chests and 112 energy stones. It was a pity that the survival points hadn't been doubled, otherwise he would have soared to new heights. To Lin Ye's surprise and delight, the Despair Maze bestowed not only the settlement rewards but also 3 exclusive prizes. Instead of rushing to open the treasure chests, he first pulled up his personal panel. Allocating points earned with his own life, was far more precious than any hard training. With a total of 6650 points, he first raised the lowest attribute energy, then evenly distributed the rest to reach 20, the pinnacle of the first rank. Personal information. Name Lin Ye. Rank Transcendent. First rank. Despair Maze exclusive reward allows direct breakthrough of current limit. Physique 20. Strength 20. Agility 20. Spirit 20. Energy 20. Survival points 4510. Second rank 300 points per attribute. Talent settlement interface enhancement. Abilities burst etherealize. Evaluation at the first rank limit. Please break through the limit before further enhancing your strength. All 5 attributes had reached their limits, leaving him with 4510 survival points. Conveniently, one of the Despair Maze's exclusive rewards was the qualification to break through the current limit, eliminating the need to enter a first rank limit challenge instance. He immediately began the breakthrough. A peculiar sensation arose as if his body were undergoing a rebirth, shattering its shackles. His physical capacity expanded, the ceiling of his physique was raised, and a craving for flesh emerged. It wasn't hunger that Lin Ye felt, but rather his body entering a new echelon, urgently needing replenishment. In his mind, his consciousness radiated outward as if his soul had left his body. He saw a figure standing in the room, his own body. This sensation was utterly novel, something he had never experienced before. From this omniscient perspective, Lin Ye curiously observed his surroundings. The body he left behind remained intimately connected to him, like the warm embrace of his mother in childhood, comforting and serene. In a fleeting moment his consciousness coalesced again, returning to his body, and his mind became crystal clear. He felt his thoughts racing. Problems that once required lengthy contemplation could now be resolved with almost no effort. Distant memories began to sharpen, and even forgotten recollections resurfaced, becoming vivid. Lin Ye felt as though he had been reborn, utterly transformed. The leap in life's hierarchy was overwhelming, an all-encompassing enhancement. Lin Ye clenched his fists, feeling as if he were no longer the same species as before. The limit breakthrough was complete, his life level had successfully evolved. Allocate, allocate, allocate. He evenly distributed the remaining points across all attributes. He was now certain his approach was correct. Had his spirit attribute not been sufficiently high, his consciousness would have been devoured by the long-haired man in the maze's trading room. Personal information. Name Lin Ye. Rank Transcendent, second rank. Physique 23. Strength 23. Agility 23. Spirit 23. Energy 23. Survival points 10. Talent settlement interface enhancement. Abilities burst ash etherealize green. Evaluation: a cannon fodder of negligible power, now qualified to take a first peek outside the room. So do you want to go out and see? Open the door and go out. No way, he wouldn't go out even if it killed him. The room had food, drink, hot showers, and absolute safety. He casually replenished the room with 10 energy stones, adding 1000 room energy points. Going out is out of the question, never in this lifetime. Otherwise, why would he have worked so hard to earn these energy stones? With his strength now elevated, he felt he could effortlessly crush his former self. The gap was immense. Next up, the treasure chests. Starting with the familiar ones, 3 glowing settlement chests. First one, open. Storage chest 1. Workbench upgrade card intermediate 1. Energy stone 5. Lin Ye picked up the storage chest. Could the system truly read his mind? He had just obtained a storage ring that was proving insufficient and now it delivered new gear. Storage chest. Type facility. Quality green. Description contains 100 cubic meters of storage space. Time within the space is relatively static. Cannot store living creatures. When the storage chest contains items it cannot be moved. Evaluation even more capacious than very capacious. Lin Ye's hopes were dashed. This wasn't portable gear, it was a room facility. Since it couldn't be moved when occupied it could only be used inside the room. On second thought it was still quite useful if the room was now cluttered with supplies nearly overflowing. Some of the earliest food had already begun to rot and spoil. In a while it would be inedible. He found a corner, crushed the bubble and placed the storage chest. A chest 1 meter long, half a meter wide and half a meter tall appeared. Its material looked like ordinary wood, lacking any semblance of a green quality item's prestige. Alright, finish opening the chests then clean the room. He turned his attention to the next item. The intermediate workbench upgrade card could upgrade the simple workbench to an intermediate one. After the upgrade it could accommodate green and blue quality blueprints, allowing the crafting of equipment of corresponding quality. However, there was a restriction: the room must be level 2 to upgrade the workbench to intermediate. That was no issue for now as he didn't possess any green quality or higher crafting blueprints anyway. Continuing, the second glowing settlement chest, open. Material selection pack green 1. Decomposition room 1. Energy stone 5. A material selection pack, this time of higher quality, similar to what he had obtained before, allowing selection of naturally occurring green quality materials. There was also a decomposition room, something he had never seen before. Decomposition room. Type facility. Quality none. Description: a special room facility. When placed in the room it can decompose corpses of transcendent beings, producing standard units of various materials without damaging their original properties. The decomposition process consumes room energy. The higher the quality and larger the volume of the decomposed object, the more energy consumed. Evaluation: freeze your hands, essential for the lazy. The more complete the raw material provided, the more materials are yielded. Oh. A fine item. A special room facility that automates material processing. This came just in time. Lin Ye had brought back quite a few first-rank creature corpses. His storage ring and 2 spatial satchels were stuffed to the brim. To make room he had even discarded his beloved bathtub and leather sofa. One could imagine the torment of processing such a volume of materials by hand. With the decomposition room things would be much easier and it wouldn't damage the materials either. Given Lin Ye's rudimentary decomposition skills, the materials he processed were a sorry sight. It was a testament to the system's power that such crude materials could still be forged into high-quality weapons. Next was the third chest. Thunderflame Crystal Orb 1. Ability upgrade card green 1. Energy stone 5. Lin Ye's gaze flickered, fixated on the ability upgrade card. He had personally experienced the effects of an ability quality upgrade. Without the 50 immunity to control effects he might have been frozen solid by the giant python's icy breath. Conveniently, the maze's exclusive reward also included an ability which might prove useful. Finally, the last item, a crystal orb. As he picked it up, information began to appear. His pupils constricted sharply. Thunderflame Crystal Orb. Type item. Quality green. Description: a magic exclusive item containing the dying strike of a peak second tier thunder mage. It can be detonated with spiritual force, unleashing thunder damage. Evaluation: a genius who fell too soon sealed his mightiest, most peak magic within it before death, thus breaking the limits of the second tier. This is a one-time consumable for the magic class. At first glance it appears to be merely a green quality item, but the system's appraisal is exceptionally high. In the system's eyes, Lin Ye, having ascended to the second tier of transcendence, is but cannon fodder. Yet for that same second tier thunder mage, though described as a peak second tier, the system offered a starkly different judgment. One might say they are as different as heaven and earth. He is cannon fodder if the other is a genius. But Lin Ye had to concede. The evaluation stated that the orb's attack could shatter the limits of the second tier. In other words, its power could reach the third tier. A veritable quasi-blue quality item. Since the system granted this, what harm is there in a little mockery? If he could, Lin Ye wished the system would mock him more. He carefully stowed the orb into his storage ring, terrified that an accidental detonation would leave him with a grievance beyond the grave. All the flash settlement chests had been opened. The system was uncharacteristically generous, yielding a bountiful harvest. 2 maze exclusive chests remained. One was a basic combat ability chest, the other a special card chest. Lin Ye decided to save the ability chest for last, hoping for a powerful skill. He opened the special card chest. Instance escape card. Type item. Quality none. Description: upon use disregards instance rules, instantly teleporting the user out of the instance and back to the Doomsday Tower room without any penalty. Likewise, no settlement rewards. Evaluation: a card daring to break the rules, this system shall remember it. After reading the information, Lin Ye shot to his feet in excitement. A life-saving item. It was an absolute perfect life-saving tool. Once faced with a life-or-death crisis, he could directly teleport back to his room without any punishment. No wonder the system was angered. The system's purpose was to force survivors into instances constantly experiencing life and death, to compel them to grow stronger, with even the lightest penalty being the deduction of attribute points. Yet the instance escape card violated the system's principle, offering survivors a safe retreat. But was the system truly angered? Did it possess its own consciousness? That hardly seemed surprising. Compared to the system's overwhelmingly powerful functions, having consciousness was not strange. Stowing the card away, Lin Ye turned to the final chest. A message appeared indicating he could randomly draw one ability from within. Inside were melee basics spear, melee basics sword, ranged basics bow, and ranged basics crossbow, among others. All 18 weapons were included, even firearm basics. If he had to choose, his top desire was the ranged basics crossbow. His strongest weapon was the ice blue crossbow, boasting long range, immense power, and 2 highly useful traits. Moreover, ranged combat was always preferable to melee. Why risk close quarters combat when you could take an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away? Far too dangerous. Lin Ye clasped his hands together and began to pray, beseeching every influential figure he knew. His eyes snapped open. Open. Melee basics blade. Lin Ye's vision darkened and he nearly fainted. The big shots had let him down. The result could not be changed, so he had to accept reality. Well, it's better than nothing. Lin Ye consoled himself, a smile returning to his face. Melee basics blade LV0. Type ability. Quality none. Description: basic combat technique, no quality distinction. Current level 0. Level can be increased through training combat or learning blade techniques. Description: just focus on wielding the blade, leave the improvement to me, no worries. This was peculiar. No quality but a level system appeared. There were 3 ways to increase the level, and Lin Ye had some guesses. The first was training, practicing on his own. However, he had no knowledge of how to use a blade or how to properly train in blade combat skills. The second was improvement through combat, likely by using the blade in battle to gain insights. The third was learning blade techniques, existing skills. He could inquire about this in the chat channel. If anyone knew any, he would buy them outright. He selected to use the ability, and a new entry appeared under the abilities section of his personal info. Melee basics blade LV0 is 0100. Lin Ye felt no change. It was probably because the level had not yet increased. Need 100 experience to level up. I wonder if it's difficult to improve. I'll test it later. After tallying all his gains, Lin Ye checked the time. It was 10:30 in the morning. This was the 7th day. The Despair Maze instance had consumed a full 2 days, but the rewards were equally immense. There were still many materials to process, and a large number of energy stones in hand had yet to be converted into combat power. There was much to do. He decided not to enter another instance today, opting to digest everything thoroughly. Just then a system notification appeared. Shenlong requests to add you as a friend. Accept. Shenlong was adding him as a friend. He wondered when the man had gotten out. He accepted immediately. Friend added successfully. Under the chat channel, a new icon for Shenlong appeared among his friends. Shenlong, brother Lin, are you there? Yeah, just woke up a moment ago. Glad you made it back safely. I nearly lost my life this time, barely scraped by. Painful memories once again assaulted his fragile soul. He recalled that giant python treating him like a plaything, and a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, it was a true brush with death. He vaguely remembered returning to his room yesterday afternoon and sleeping until this morning before his body recovered. Stop. Don't let those dead memories attack me again. How are you? Haha, looks like you didn't have it easy either. I'm mostly recovered now. Good to hear you've recovered. Alright, I'll sort through my instance gains. If you need anything just call. Sure, you go ahead. No more idle chat. There were plenty of matters awaiting his attention. The first order of business was to clean up his room, which was a mess. He gathered all the items that had been piled directly on the floor and stored them in the storage chest in the corner. The chaotic room instantly looked more orderly, though the floor bore many marks. He opened the trading channel, exchanged for cleaning tools, and tidied the room thoroughly. Then he took out the decomposition chamber and went to an empty spot in the room, choosing to place it. The system prompted that the space was too small and placement failed. Too small. Lin Ye was baffled. According to the information, the space should have been sufficient. Is something blocking it? He had to rearrange the room. Fortunately, he could use the system room panel to freely adjust the layout. He moved the kitchen and bathroom, then shifted the bed as well. Finally, the storage chest also needed to be relocated. This was rather troublesome. He removed all supplies from the storage chest, repositioned it, and then placed everything back inside. After half a day of hard work, he finally freed up enough space to place the decomposition chamber. With a flash of light, a separate room materialized, merging seamlessly with the main chamber. Unlike other facilities, the decomposition chamber had a panel beside its entrance. The panel allowed for real-time adjustment of the chamber's size to accommodate raw materials of varying dimensions. Lin Ye's room was too small, and the chamber was currently set to its minimal mode, incapable of accommodating even a first-tier creature whole. The materials required pre-processing before they could be placed inside for decomposition. Inside the chamber, the walls and floor were etched with an intricate network of silvery white lines and nothing else. He retrieved the corpses of first-tier creatures from his storage ring and stacked them within. He then exited the room. In the next instant, the silvery white lines within the chamber blazed to life, their radiance gradually intensifying to envelop the corpses. Simultaneously, the room's energy began to deplete. The corpses, swathed in the radiant glow, slowly dissolved, transforming into various materials of the system's standard unit size. The entire process was swift. A complete first-tier corpse took roughly 3 minutes to be fully decomposed into refined materials. Lin Ye checked the energy consumption. The room's energy had dropped by about 10 points, an acceptable cost. If he were to dissect it manually, it would take at least 5 hours to finish, and the quality would not match the chamber's output. He re-entered the decomposition chamber. On the floor, several types of materials were neatly arranged: 100 units of first-tier raw meat, 20 units of first-tier bones, 10 units of first-tier hide, 5 units of first-tier sinew, and 5 units of first-tier essence blood. Compared to Lin Ye's own manual processing, items like teeth and claws were absent, likely fused into the bones by the chamber. The presence of essence blood was a surprise. Lin Ye had never noticed it before. When he processed materials himself, the blood would dry up before he could finish the dissection. Superficially, the quantity of these materials seemed far less than what Lin Ye could obtain through manual labor. For example, 1 unit of first-tier raw meat weighed about 2 kilograms, totaling roughly 400 gene. A first-tier creature stood at least 2 meters tall and weighed tons, so the yield of meat was clearly far greater than this. But this was the result of refinement by the decomposition chamber. If the total energy contained within was not much less than the original. In other words, 1 unit of meat now equaled 10 times the previous quantity. Similarly, the bones after fusion showed no indication of which part of the body they came from. Yet their essence and properties remained entirely unchanged. Whether used by the system or by a skilled blacksmith, the quality of the final product would not be compromised. If a human were to break the leg bones and hand them over for forging, the refused equipment would suffer quality issues due to the forced disruption of the bone's overall structure. However, materials produced by the decomposition chamber, even when forged manually, could perfectly merge multiple units into a single seamless whole, free from any quality defects. Satisfied with the chamber's functionality, Lin Ye stored the materials, placed another first-tier creature corpse inside, and continued the decomposition process. After finishing with the animal carcasses, he also put the hard carapace and insect meat harvested from the mantis into the chamber for refinement, obtaining standard unit materials. From this perspective, the most worthless among these creatures were the zombies. Besides their crystal cores, Lin Ye dared not use anything else. The next most useless were the mantis insects. While they yielded some usable materials, the quantity was far less compared to normal animals. He stored all the decomposed materials into the storage box, then opened the material selection pack he had obtained. He chose red copper, which combined with the 2 units left from last time brought his total to 8 units. The primary materials for the armor-piercing blade were beast bones and carapace, both of which were abundant enough. The real shortage was red copper and first-tier crystal cores. He had 15 first-tier crystal cores on hand, but he needed to gather more. Just as he was about to send a message in the chat channel, a private message from Qianlong arrived. I've had quite a haul this time. Is there anything you need? It was like a pillow when you're feeling sleepy. He needed materials right now. Do you have any white quality material selection packs? And first-tier crystal cores? No sooner had Lin Ye sent the message than a trade request popped up. Qianlong Material Selection Pack White 2 First-Tier Crystal Core 10 exchange for Energy Stone 1. Lin Ye was astonished, 2 material selection packs and 10 first-tier crystal cores all for just 1 energy stone. He quickly realized this was Qianlong's way of repaying the life-saving debt from the trading room. Lin Ye rejected the trade offer. He found Qianlong to be a decent person and wanted to befriend him. Although a single transaction couldn't fully repay a life-saving debt, after 2 or 3 such deals the debt would be cleared. It would also leave the impression that Lin Ye was someone who took advantage of others, which was not what he wanted. He needed a friend with both integrity and strength. If he kept buying Qianlong's materials at low prices, Qianlong's strength might fall out of the top tier, or worse, he could die in a dungeon due to insufficient resources. That was not the outcome Lin Ye desired. Energy stones were precious, but Lin Ye was not in immediate need of them. With this connection, he could always count on Qianlong to sell him rare materials in the future. Lin Ye could then craft those materials into equipment and sell them to others, achieving a win-win situation. This was sustainable development, both parties growing stronger together. You're older than me, so I'll call you Brother Chen. Let's trade materials at market price. Of course, if you have something good that I need, sell it to me first. Alright. Deal. Since you're calling me Brother Chen, I won't beat around the bush. Just tell me what you need. Qianlong was not one to hesitate. He accepted the relationship knowing that gratitude needed no further words. So Brother Chen, the material selection packs are 9 energy stones each and the first-tier crystal cores are 4 energy stones each. Fine, no problem. The transaction was completed. He had spent a total of 58 energy stones, leaving him with 322. Curious about whether Qianlong had obtained the exclusive rewards from the Despair Maze, he asked, "Do you have the maze's exclusive rewards?" Yes, 3 of them. After a brief conversation, they discovered their exclusive rewards were identical. Qianlong had also successfully broken through the first-tier limit and advanced to the second tier of the extraordinary. His basic combat ability reward was Melee Basics Blade and Shield. Lin Ye didn't know much about this, only that it roughly related to defense. As for the special card, it was even stranger, a Dual Arena Invitation card. Dual Arena Invitation card type item. Quality none. Description: can invite other survivors to the duel arena. Upon acceptance, both parties engage in a duel. The winner takes the preset stakes. Alternatively, a life or death duel can be conducted, continuing until one party dies. The survivor claims all of the loser's resources. Can spend 1000 energy stones to forcibly set a duel opponent if the opponent cannot refuse. Evaluation: stop yapping, just go beat him up. Lin Ye was amazed. The system truly had all sorts of cards, even one for forced duels. Of course, Lin Ye still preferred his own life-saving card. With the materials in hand, he approached the simple workbench, added the necessary components for the armor-piercing blade and began crafting the weapon. With an ample supply of materials, even though the crafting speed was fast, the first batch took over 10 minutes to complete. Having consumed all the red copper, Lin Ye was forced to stop, ultimately crafting 14 armor-piercing blades. His eyes lit up as he opened the chat channel, intending to first check the prices over the past 2 days. How come I don't have such good luck? Buddy, what's wrong? It's that guy selling guns just now. No idea how he lucked out, but he found an armory and brought back quite a few guns, ammo, and even grenades. That's a goldmine. So many are stuck at the limit now. I hear guns can hurt first-tier transcendent creatures, let alone grenades. You can say that again. Just too expensive, can't afford the ammo. Sigh. It's the 3rd day of missing blade, bro. I'm just waiting for a white quality weapon to finish the limit challenge instance. Let me chime in, buying room upgrade blueprints. Any big shots willing to help? Lin Ye was surprised. Someone actually found an armory. Why couldn't he have such luck? But seeing people still waiting for his armor-piercing blades lifted his spirits. Just as he was about to post his blade-selling message, a discordant comment appeared. Still waiting for blade, bro. No news for days, he's probably dead. Isn't my boss gun good enough? You're price gouging. Who can afford those prices? So. Can't afford. Is that my fault? Guess you didn't work hard enough. Others can afford it. Bro, I really want to buy. Can you lower the price a bit? Not impossible. Don't say we're bullies. We're the only ones supplying weapons in bulk now. Join the 66th floor Mutual Aid Society and all guns and ammo get a 10 discount. Still can't afford it at 10 off. Exactly. Since we're in the society, we're family. Can it be a bit cheaper? What are you thinking? We're not a charity. Buy if you want or don't. Fine, I'll wait for Blade Bro. His prices I can still manage. Oh. So when he raises prices you're okay with it, but when we do it's a problem. Lin Ye was baffled. How was he dead? What was this Mutual Aid Society? What exactly had happened in the past few days? Things had changed so much. He looked closely at the person who said he was dead, Ji Nanmian. It was him again. This time the other had joined that so-called 66th floor Mutual Aid Society, recruiting people and selling guns in the chat channel. On top of that he was cursing and slandering him for no reason. Lin Ye couldn't remember having any grudge with that society. Could it be because he had been selling weapons in bulk? He shook his head, intending to ignore it and just sell his own goods. Just then the other spoke again. What use is that Blade Brothers knife? You still have to risk your life. My boss weapons are guns, direct long-range firepower. Much better than those lousy blades. At this Lin Ye couldn't take it anymore. He shot to his feet, a fierce glint in his eyes. What did he mean? He could say he was price gouging, hiking prices, or had bad character, could even say he was dead. But he absolutely could not slander his blades. He immediately typed in the chat channel. Oh. My blades are no good. Want to come and try them? Blade Bro. Blade Bro spoke. Blade Bro, any weapons left? Will the prices go up? Seeing others asking about prices, Lin Ye found it hard to raise them now and had to reply. No increase. Still 25 energy stones each. See that? Blade Bro isn't raising prices. Some people's greed is just unsightly. Good thing I can't afford the guns. Threatening me. Your blades are just inferior. Am I wrong? Exactly. Our society's guns are better than blades, can't we say it? Looks like someone's embarrassed and angry. Come and try. If you've got the guts, come to my room. I'll open the door for you. Just afraid you won't dare. Blade Bro, ignore them. The society's like that, biting everyone they see. Don't talk nonsense. For example, you're not even worth us biting. Go to his room. Was he stupid? Would he walk to his death? He opened his friend list and sent a trade request. 30 energy stones for 1 dual arena invitation card. The trade was accepted instantly along with a greeting. What's up? Nothing, just a few clowns. Lin Ye received the dual arena invitation card and opened the chat channel. Dual arena invitation card, come on, accept it. Right now. The incessant mockery instantly fell silent. The chat channel with hundreds of people was dead quiet. Those who had been most vocal earlier dared not speak. After a moment of silence, others began to post. Blade Bro is awesome. I've been sick of those guys. They've been taunting us in the chat for 2 days. Exactly. A bunch of bullies relying on numbers to bite everyone. Keep being arrogant. If you accept, I'll really respect you. Heck, so what? I dare not accept. If you've got the ability, force open me. Ha, that's hilarious. You. Worth 1,000 energy stones. Trying to provoke me. How foolish. It seemed this Mutual Aid Society had formed after Lin Ye entered the instance, and they had offended many in the chat with their numbers. Lin Ye's strong counterattack quieted them down considerably. Since the other party didn't accept the duel, Lin Ye had no other choice. Even if he had 1,000 energy stones, he wouldn't be foolish enough to use them that way. He had to let the matter rest for now. Shenlong's private message came again. Do you have a grudge against that society? No idea. I only just learned of its existence. After a short wait, Shenlong messaged again. I just asked around. The society's leader is Wang Yuxuan. You should remember him. Wang Yuxuan. Lin Ye thought for a moment and recalled where he had seen the name. On the first day's ranking, the other was 4th. I remember the name, but I don't know him. I've never interacted with him either. Be careful. By the way, you haven't joined a guild yet, have you? No. I only just learned about guilds. Qianlong paused as if organizing his words. I got an item earlier, a guild scroll, and founded a guild. It's small but everyone's skilled with their own strengths. Would you like to join? Lin Ye was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Qianlong to have already founded a guild. That must have been at least 3 days ago, since they had been in the same instance last time and spent a similar amount of time there. Lin Ye pondered Qianlong's invitation. He hated trouble and didn't want to waste time on meaningless things. But if Qianlong's guild was small and its members strong enough to earn his approval, they were likely the top survivors on this floor. Information about the society was probably obtained within the guild. Moreover, Lin Ye needed many high-grade materials. Instead of advertising in the chat, it was better to collect them from strong survivors with specific targets. Others would trade good items internally first, then convert the rest externally. Joining seemed to have no downsides. Alright, I'll join. Qianlong invites you to join the High Player Squad Guild, do you agree? Lin Ye agreed. The next moment a new tab appeared in the system chat channel, the guild exclusive channel. Qianlong, welcome to the new member. Li Ye, welcome. New member, share your measurements, hehe. Lin Jixia, don't be silly, you'll scare the new member. Welcome aboard. Kang Weiyu, we've gained another formidable warrior. Lin Ye hadn't expected the team members to be so enthusiastic, even asking for measurements. Lin Ye, hello everyone, I'm Lin Ye. Zhang Kurson, we know brother Blade. Li Ye, exactly. The top scorer on our floor. The team members were so warm that Lin Ye felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Ye, just call me Lin Ye. Li Ye, sure thing brother Blade. Lin Ye was speechless, but the team members were indeed of high caliber, all names he recognized, the worst of whom had previously ranked within the top 15, which was quite astonishing. Qianlong, Liang Zhengwen is probably still in a dungeon. Let me introduce you all, Lin Ye, you should know him. Like me, he's a transcendent second order, but even stronger. After Qianlong's introduction, the liveliest member Li Ye chimed in first, wow. You're second order like brother Chen. I'm Li Ye, just call me Yi. Transcendent first order. If you need potions you can come to me. Oh, and I grow vegetables here, would you like some? Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This Li Ye, despite seeming unreliable, actually had potions for sale and fresh vegetables. He couldn't help but swallow. Had been eating nothing but grilled meat lately and was starting to tire of it. Lin Jixia, Transcendent First Order. If you need materials or items you can come to me. Qianlong, she has a wide variety of materials and items in large quantities. Feel free to ask if you need anything. Next was Kang Weiyu, Transcendent First Order. If you need armor you can come to me, but you'll have to wait, I'm out of materials at the moment. Lin Ye was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected to find someone selling armor in the team, something had been searching for a long time without success. Finally, Zhang Kurson, Transcendent First Order. I specialize in archery and can craft special arrows. Joining this team was truly the right move. Not only were the members powerful, but each had their own unique strengths. Lin Ye chatted with the others for a while, then added them as friends. The team chat gradually quieted down as everyone went about their own business. Just as Lin Ye was about to list the armor-piercing blades he had crafted, a private message from an unknown sender arrived. Wang Yuxuan, brother, my apologies. Some unruly members in the guild clashed with you without my knowledge. I apologize here and have expelled them from the guild. There was no intention to target you. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised by the message. He hadn't expected the other party to back down. He couldn't tell if the apology was genuine or not, even if the earlier conflict wasn't intentional. By doing this, the other party had unnecessarily humbled themselves, expelled several guild members, and undermined their own authority as leader. This would likely breed resentment. Better to stay cautious. It's nothing, we have no grudge. It was just petty troublemakers. Haha, since you understand, I'm relieved. Ending the private chat, Lin Ye listed the weapons for sale and posted a message in the floor channel. Within 5 seconds all 14 armor-piercing blades were sold out. Many in the chat still wanted to buy more and hoped Lin Ye would continue selling. He still had plenty of main materials for crafting the blades and 11 first-order cores, but he was short on red copper. Remembering that Lin Jixia in the team had a large stock of materials, he sent her a private message. Do you have material selection packs or red copper? Lin Jixia replied quickly. Yes, I have 5 material selection packs and 4 units of red copper. How much do you need? Lin Ye's eyes gleamed. She was a wealthy woman with so many materials. I'll take all of it. By the way, do you have any first-order cores? Not many left, only 7. Altogether, how many energy stones? Lin Jixia calculated silently and named a price. I'll give you a discount, 85 energy stones. Lin Ye did a quick calculation and found the price for each material was indeed a friendly one. Deal, let's trade. He spent 85 energy stones and got the materials. With 19 units of red copper and 18 first-order cores, he placed the materials into the simple workbench again to craft more armor-piercing blades. Meanwhile, he continued collecting both materials through the floor channel and team chat. After using up the materials on hand, he received another 10 units of each material, most of which came through the team chat. It took him a while to craft another 10 armor-piercing blades, bringing the total to 28. He immediately listed them on the trading channel. But he kept one for himself as it suited his newly acquired ability, and he had always liked blades. After selling all 27 blades, the market demand was temporarily satisfied. Those who didn't buy either already had other weapons or couldn't afford the energy stones. He took out the energy stones and counted them one by one, his eyes gleaming with the light of wealth. 1, 2, 3. After counting them all, the number made his heart race and his breath heavy, a full 1232 stones breaking into 4 digits. He felt like shouting, "Who dares to mess with me now?" Being a businessman was the way to make money. All the energy stones he earned fighting tooth and nail in dungeons didn't even amount to a fraction of this. It was worth being assertive and silencing those dissenting voices. To vindicate his blade. Of course, the main reason was that his blades were reasonably priced and affordable. After a massive material collection spree, it wouldn't be as easy to gather more today. He took out the green ability upgrade card and tried it on Melee Basics blade, but there was no reaction. Just as the system had said, basic abilities had no quality distinction, so they couldn't be upgraded in quality. He was about to crush the card to upgrade his burst ability, but then realized that a green card could only raise a gray burst to white, a bit of a waste. First, let's see if he could buy a white ability upgrade card. That would be perfect. If not, he could trade his card and have the other party add some energy stones. He first stated his needs in the team chat, then posted a purchase request for ability upgrade cards in the floor channel. The difference was that he didn't mention having a green upgrade card in the floor channel. Better safe than sorry. The team chat soon had a response. Li Ye, for stuff like that, go to Sister Xia. She has a lot of items we all buy from her. Lin Jixia, I have some. Private chat. It was her again. It seemed her claim of having many materials and items wasn't just talk. How much? Do you want to buy directly or trade? Buy directly. Lin Ye naturally preferred not to trade. 80 energy stones, same price as for other team members. It wasn't expensive, so Lin Ye didn't haggle and completed the trade directly. He obtained the white ability upgrade card and used it immediately. The card shattered into light and merged into Lin Ye's body. He opened his personal info to check the changes in his abilities. Burst white. Reduced physical stamina consumption during use, everything else unchanged. Lin Ye wasn't entirely satisfied, only reducing stamina consumption wasn't what he wanted most. Although stamina was important with first-order grilled meat, recovery was relatively simple. The real challenge was mental energy. Aside from recovery potions, only sleep could speed up recovery, which took considerable time. He took out the green card and crushed it. The light merged into his body again, upgrading burst to green. Lin Ye immediately checked the ability information and a smile spread across his face. Burst green reduces both physical and mental energy consumption when activated. Activating the ability, he carefully felt the changes. After the upgrade, the consumption was nearly a third less than before. The duration was significantly extended and Lin Ye was extremely satisfied. As dusk settled, the light outside the room gradually dimmed. The floor chat channel buzzed with activity once more, for those who had entered the trial dungeons during the day were returning one after another. Some had obtained a wealth of materials they needed to sell, while others were severely injured and urgently required healing items to survive. Most crucially, this was the 7th day of the Doomsday Tower. After midnight, the tower would enter its next phase, and those who had not upgraded their rooms to level 1 would face unknown dangers. Haha. I got it, I drew a level 1 room upgrade blueprint. Damn. What incredible luck, why can't I get one? Buying room upgrade blueprints, name your price. Buying ordinary spirit cores, sell quickly, they'll be worthless after tonight. Sigh. Spirit cores aren't the issue, it's the blueprints we lack. Regret is useless if the survival guide on the first day already warned you. Why didn't you take it seriously? Exactly, look within yourselves. I'm innocent. I've been diligently grinding dungeons every day. Can you hear me, system? Give me a blueprint. 3 days had passed and even the weakest survivors had grown significantly. Ordinary spirit cores were no longer as scarce as before. The only thing hard to come by was the room upgrade blueprint, whose drop rate had plummeted, leaving everything to sheer luck. Lin Ye listed all 110 spirit cores he had on the trading channel. The exchange rate had plummeted 1 energy stone for 5 spirit cores. Even so, trades moved slowly and he had to part with some for food to clear his stock. Only then did he manage to offload all his ordinary spirit cores. The chat channel's fervor showed no sign of waning, promising a sleepless night ahead. Forget it, maybe this is for the best. Fellow compatriots, I won't suffer with you any longer. I'm off. Right, is survival necessarily a good thing? I'm not so sure. Hey. Don't give up. There might still be hope. I have a daughter, she's 2 years old, tiny, but she has her own thoughts. She knows how to watch TV, plays with toys, and when tired she curls up on me to sleep. Do you know how magical that feels? My greatest joy is just watching her play alone. She's my little elf. I'm going to find her. Pfft, daughter, huh? I have a son a year older than yours. He can smash a hole in the TV, impressive, right? Damn, system, I'm done playing with you too. Whatever happens, happens. Everyone, if you ever encounter the system's true form or the mastermind behind it, pass on a message for me. I curse 18 generations of his ancestors. I'll remember that. If I get the chance, I'll deliver it. The chat channel took on a somber tone. Many lacking upgrade blueprints had no choice but to await the unknown outcome. Lin Ye turned off the chat channel, refusing to dwell on those words. He needed to survive and couldn't let others' emotions sway him. Having fully absorbed the resources from the maze, he recalled the potions depleted during the battle with the giant python. It was time to restock. He directly contacted Lin Ye, asking if she had any potions. Any potions left? Brother Dao, not many. I'm short on materials, haven't made more yet. What materials are you lacking? Aside from that, I need first-tier vital blood. As luck would have it, he had some. I have vital blood. I can give it to you. Really? That's wonderful. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then transferred 25 units of vital blood, pricing it at 5 energy stones. Lin Ye quickly accepted the trade. Soon a reply came. 2 recovery potions and 3 healing potions. Which do you need? He still had healing potions and hadn't used many lately. Recovery potions, however, were highly beneficial to him. I'll take 2 recovery potions. How many energy stones? 2 for 18 energy stones, a friend's price. Thank you. No problem, hee. After buying some fresh vegetables and completing the trade, another private message came in. It was from the High Play Squad members Zhang Kurson and Kong Weiyu. Zhang Kurson, Brother Dao, do you have any first-tier beast sinews and first-tier spirit cores? Only some beast sinews. I'm short on spirit cores too. Is that so? Can you sell me the beast sinews? Beast sinews were of little use to Lin Ye, so selling them was better than wasting them. Kong Weiyu was also buying materials. He could craft defensive gear and needed hard armor and beast hides. Lin Ye sold off all his spare materials to the 2, netting another batch of energy stones. As for Kong Weiyu's defensive gear, it was negligible for Lin Ye, now a transcendent 2nd rank. Wearing it would only hinder his agility. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark. After dinner, Lin Ye took out the armor-piercing blade he had kept for personal use. Standing in the room, he began practicing with the blade, testing the unique ability he had just learned, basic melee blade. He stood with feet apart, firmly planted, and swung the armor-piercing blade wildly in the air. He had no real skill with the blade, wielding it with reckless abandon. Yet his momentum was formidable. The blade, light as it was, moved with his immense strength, becoming a blur in the air. A sharp whistle cut through as it swung at incredible speed. It carried a hint of the chaotic wind blade style. After 5 minutes, Lin Ye's face remained calm, his breath steady. The exertion was negligible for his powerful body, recovering faster than it drained. He checked his personal status. Basic melee blade LV0 1100 of the ability's experience had increased by 1 point, surprising him greatly. Just swinging wildly like that increases experience. This ability felt almost fake, lacking any sense of seriousness. No sooner had he spoken than something changed. Faint insights began to surface in his mind, revelations about the proper way to wield a blade. It meant that during his practice his wrist had been too stiff, risking injury. What was this? The insights came as suddenly and clearly as when he had learned the abilities of Void and Burst. Could it be from the increased experience in basic melee? To test his theory he swung the blade again. Unlike before, his wrist was no longer rigid but relaxed and fluid. This made the previously fierce blade shadows more fluid and elusive. Another 5 minutes passed. Lin Ye opened his panel to check. True enough, the experience had increased again, now at 2 points. Another insight emerged in his mind: don't exert too much force when swinging the blade. He was now certain even random practice could increase his experience. Moreover, each increase in the ability's experience simultaneously fed back proper blade techniques. This reminded him of the system's evaluation of the ability: just focus on practicing the blade, leave the improvement to me. Simple. The system hadn't deceived him. It was a tremendous surprise. Even without proper training methods he could gradually enhance his blade skills through sheer volume of practice, steadily increasing his experience. With persistence, each point of experience would teach him something new. This cycle would continuously refine his technique, and one day he would become a master of the blade. Energized by this positive feedback, Lin Ye practiced relentlessly, correcting his form as he went, watching his experience inch upward. He also posted in the chat channel hoping to gather some blade techniques, but aside from a few fraudsters trying to swindle resources he gained no real knowledge. Undeterred, Lin Ye continued practicing alone in his room, blade in hand. By midnight he hadn't even broken a sweat, though the monotony was wearing. Without the occasional feedback of new blade insights from the ability he would have given up long ago. As midnight struck he paused. A system notification chimed in. System update announcement. Please check it yourself. Lin Ye immediately opened the system panel to check. System update announcement. First, a building-wide chat channel has been added. After the update, all survivors in this doomsday building can communicate within it, while floor-specific chat channels are retained. When speaking, the guild name can be prefixed to the user's name. Second, the trading channel range has been expanded. After the update, all survivors in this doomsday building can freely trade within the trading channel. Third, a unique personal ID has been added to each survivor's profile. Fourth, a forum interface has been added to the system panel. In the forum, each person can post once and reply once per day. Posts are ranked in real time based on a combined score of views and replies. The top 10 most popular posts daily are automatically marked as featured and enter the featured posts section, where the poster can set viewing conditions. Additional posting and replying opportunities can be purchased with room energy: 100 points per post, 10 points per reply. Fifth, the daily energy consumption of a room has increased from 100 points to 300 points. Sixth, in 15 days the doomsday building will enter its second phase. All survivors are advised to upgrade their rooms to level 2 before then. Seventh, the drop rate for level 2 room upgrade blueprints has been increased. Eighth, the floor ranking based on total points accumulated over the first 7 days will soon be announced. Survivors on ranked floors will all receive rewards. Rank 1 10 the settlement chest 2 energy stones 50. Rank 11 50 a settlement chest 1 energy stones 30. Rank 5 1100 the black iron chest 2 energy stones 10. Rank 101300 the black iron chest 1. Points are being tallied. The ranking will be announced shortly. Lin Ye read the long-awaited system update information word by word, not daring to be careless. It felt like returning to his first day after transmigrating, reading the survival guide. A dream back to the beginning. Why does it feel like so long has passed? The first 2 updates essentially meant the scope of survivor interaction had expanded, from the same floor to the entire building. He opened the system panel and looked at the chat channel. Building channel 52138100000. Good heavens! It had expanded 100-fold. That meant each doomsday building had 100 floors, each floor held 1,000 people, and the total population was 100,000. What was chilling was that the current total population in the building was only a little over 52000. In 7 days nearly half had died. Extrapolating to the entire human race on Blue Star, the number of survivors was probably only about half. That was billions of people. Before his transmigration, a natural disaster killing tens of thousands was a global shock. Now lives vanished silently, reduced to mere data. So far Lin Ye had only seen 2 bodies, lacking the visceral shock of a field strewn with corpses, unable to truly empathize. Messages in the building chat channel were flooding in, almost instantly buried as soon as they were sent. Everyone was stirred by this system update. Whoa, honey, are you there? Mom, are you there? Your son has made it now. My name is XXX, does anyone know me? Even enemies are fine. Everyone quiet, listen to me, buying high-level materials, PM me if interested. Damn, too many people can't see anything clearly. The population had increased 100-fold at once, creating utter chaos with all sorts of messages. Even Lin Ye's second-order spiritual sense found it dizzying. Helpless, he closed the chat interface and continued reviewing the updates. The third update was about the ID. Lin Ye opened his personal info and indeed saw a new number. ID 0666666666. It was simple to understand: Doomsday Building 666, Floor 66, Room 666. This string of numbers was incredibly lucky. Next was the forum feature right next to the chat channel. There were already many posts. He skimmed through them, finding most were people searching for others or testing the feature. Everyone was still checking the updated situation and hadn't truly utilized the forum yet. The last 3 updates concerned the room. The daily energy consumption of the room had tripled, which didn't affect him at all. Notably, the room must be upgraded to level 2 within 15 days. This was also no challenge for him. With the increased drop rate for level 2 room upgrade blueprints, he was confident he could upgrade quickly. Finally, there was the floor points competition. If the system hadn't announced the results yet, so he had to wait. He looked at the floor chat channel. Previously there were over 600 people, but now only 483 remained. In the instant of the system update, nearly 200 had died. Don't go out. There's something outside. What's wrong? What's outside? The door is about to break. Who can save me? The door. There's someone. What person? Did someone go out? Don't go out. Those aren't people. What is it? Someone or not? Speak clearly. This was the chat in the floor channel after the system update. Those whose rooms weren't upgraded only managed to send these few vague messages before falling silent forever with no further word from them. Someone outside the door. And then someone said they weren't people. A few lines of text sent chills down Lin Ye's spine. He instinctively looked at the door, vaguely feeling shadows moving outside, making him deeply uneasy. The only certainty was that those people encountered something terrifying, unable even to confirm what the danger was before they died. Recalling that after advancing to the second order the system had suggested he could go outside, he felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he was always cautious and hadn't rashly opened the door. But one day he would go out and see what was causing the trouble. Team channel. Li, ranking. What rank will we get? Lin Jixia, not sure, but it's good to be ranked. Chenlong, yeah, Jixia is right. Even if we don't get ranked, don't be discouraged. Li, I won't. Liang Zhengwen, did you see the messages in the floor channel? Those whose rooms weren't upgraded. Sigh. Chenlong, I saw. Everyone, don't go out. If you need energy stones, come to me directly. Lin Ye, the danger outside is beyond our reach for now. Be careful. If you need energy stones, you can also come to me. Li, MMHM scared, won't go out. Thanks brother Chen and brother Dao. Kang Weiyu, I don't lack energy stones for now. Lin Ye was a bit speechless at Li Yi's nickname for him. Was she just a child? You can call me brother Lin. Got it brother Dao. Forget it, had stopped correcting her and let it be. With this distraction, the floor points ranking was finally completed. The ranking has been finalized. The results are as follows. As the system notification appeared, Lin Ye quickly opened the ranking information. First place level 88, second place level 33, third place level 99. Sixth place level 66. Lin Ye's eyes brightened, he had entered the top 10. Sixth place, not bad, it suits me well. The space rippled slightly and rewards appeared. 2 glowing treasure chests and 50 energy stones materialized. The treasure chests opened directly, revealing 4 items alongside the fixed energy stones. Equipment upgrade card: white 1 swift wind shoes, 1 beginner energy potion, 1 iron long knife, 1. Lin Ye picked them up one by one. Apart from the swift wind shoes, he had seen all the other items before. Swift wind shoes type equipment quality green description made from second tier speed type beast leather. It can increase the wearer's speed by 20. Evaluation: swift wind, a feeling like flying. I didn't expect it to be a green quality piece of equipment. Lin Ye immediately put them on, discarding his previously worn shabby casual shoes. Wearing the Swift Wind shoes, they automatically adjusted to the perfect size. He stood up, jumped a bit and walked back and forth a couple of times. He felt significantly lighter and his speed had indeed increased considerably. This round could only be described as a great profit. After securing the items and energy stones, he realized nearly an hour had passed. The chat channel in the building finally calmed down and many survivors began exchanging useful information. Looking for first-tier crystal cores, high-level materials. Those interested, please DM me. The largest guild on level 88 is recruiting. It's also the strongest guild in this building. The registration fee is 10 energy stones and successful entry comes with benefits. Selling rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles and armored combat vehicles. Those in need, please DM me. Selling a Porsche 111 used by a female student, 99, new price negotiable. Is there anyone with cards for extreme challenge tasks? A white quality explosive crystal ball to help you succeed in transcending. If there's nothing an explosive crystal ball can't solve. If you find one, I suggest buying a few more. Level 2 Technological Civilization Domestic Service Robot 3 with a 90 emotional realism level, highly realistic skin, adaptive temperature control and loaded with hundreds of tone modules, can switch at will. Limited quantity, first come first served. 100 real virtual game pod equipped with a powerful AI model, computing power containing various entertainment modes allowing you to experience a different real world. 5 elements maze, the best choice for killing and looting, trapping enemies and escaping. Add me if interested. Wow. Lin Ye's eyes widened like a cow's. It was truly an eye-opener. Is the outside world really this exciting? There are sellers of sports cars, armored vehicles and even high-fidelity robots. He didn't expect the dungeon world to encompass so many types. Unlike him, who only fought zombies or mantis bugs, there was no sense of style at all. He opened the detailed information about the 5 elements maze. 5 elements maze type, item quality green, description a specialized item for cultivation made from 5 elemental materials capable of trapping second-tier and below extraordinary beings with no lethality. Evaluation after system modification, it can use energy stones to replenish energy. Well, it seems even the cultivation world has come here. He had previously obtained a magic type specialized item indicating that the power system in the dungeon world is quite broad. However, these don't help him much. He opened the forum interface, which revealed many useful posts. The top post was a guild promotion. By Shaoxing organization is collecting intelligence long-term. Upon verification, energy stones will be paid as a reward with the amount depending on the significance of the information. The information includes but is not limited to extraordinary beings, dungeon types, task messages, world types, power systems and local forces in various dungeon worlds. Lin Ye took it seriously and read through this post. The importance of information is self-evident, but collecting it is quite challenging. Firstly, the system is overly complex with too much information and a wide range of topics. Everyone's experiences are different and integrating them requires unimaginable effort. Secondly, how to ensure the authenticity of the information. If the information cannot be guaranteed as true and reliable, it will be worthless. He looked at the second post also from Bai Shaoxing, which was the information they had collected. Bai Shaoxing Intelligence Station 1. Dungeon Types 1. Survival type solo trial dungeons. Tasks mainly focus on survival time with few kill requirements. The following requires 1 energy stone to unlock. Browsing conditions 2. Extreme challenge type solo challenges can enter after reaching the limits of each tier. Tasks mostly involve killing a being 1 tier above oneself with extremely high difficulty with the following methods for reference. 2 energy stones to unlock. 3. Competitive type solo entry, multiple people competing in the dungeon. Most tasks are without direct conflict but carry competitive interests. Detailed task conditions are as follows. 2. World types 1. Zombie type, apocalyptic ruins, umbrella corporation, large numbers of zombie infectees including powerful individuals of the tier. 2. Insectoid type, insect plague, incursion, underground rifts, a powerful interstellar race, numerous, highly aggressive. 3. Beast type, Dian exorcism division, Angie alliance, military department, intelligent and cultivable beasts often feeding on humans with great power. 3. Extraordinary beings type 1. Ordinary zombie, no tier, speed and strength below that of normal humans, no intelligence, can set traps for hunting. 2. Crawler, first tier, fast speed, strong climbing ability, weakness is 3. Snowfield wolf, first tier, thick fur, strong defense, unafraid of cold, can use fire. 4. Power system type 1. Modern firearms, guns, heavy artillery, missiles. 2. Cultivation type cultivating spiritual power varied method strong attacks. 3. Superpower type superpowered individuals with A lot of basic information is directly made public by Xiaosheng and everyone can browse it. However, more detailed information has browsing conditions set and requires energy stones to unlock. Depending on the importance of the information, the required energy stones range from 1 to several dozen. Lin Ye discovered that the information from the public sources when combined with what he knew was indeed accurate and even more detailed. It seems this Xiaosheng organization has means to judge the authenticity of information. He wonders if it's a talent or a skill and whether there are limitations. There are many types of information, a large volume, and it is continuously updating and increasing. Lin Ye carefully reviewed each category. Although it was just some publicly available basic information, it was still very helpful to him. Details he had previously overlooked were all recorded in the information. After reading for a while, he prepared to purchase more detailed information. Suddenly a post below surged in popularity, directly reaching 3rd place. It was second only to Bai Xiaosheng's post. Information post cheap sale, everyone feel free to look. There's such a good thing. He quickly opened it to check, and with just one glance he found the issue with the post. This post was almost a copy of the intelligence post released by Xiaosheng, only requiring fewer energy stones to unlock the necessary parts. Lin Ye looked at the poster, who was from level 88 and claimed to be one of the strongest in the Apocalypse Tower. Interesting. Lin Ye grinned. He felt a sense of conflict beginning. Lin Ye wondered how Xiaosheng would handle this crisis. A misstep would not only damage his credibility but also render all the intelligence he had painstakingly gathered and organized at great expense nothing more than a gift for others. If even one person spent energy stones to access the full intelligence, they could record it and then post it themselves at a lower price than Xiaosheng. Those in need of information would naturally opt for the cheaper post. The potential gains were so enormous that anyone could grasp them. It was just a matter of who could swallow this piping hot cake. Lin Ye, still reveling in schadenfreude, eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Someone spoke in the team chat channel. Chenlong said, "Quick look at the building chat channel." Lin Ye was puzzled. What was there to see? He was waiting for the show to begin. Still, he immediately switched to the building channel. There a pinned message glittered in gold at the very top, dazzling and eye-catching. Survivor Xiaosheng Yifeng has forcibly used a dual arena invitation card on Survivor Mad Battle Society Xia Qing for a life and death duel. Holy crap, what's going on? Messages can be pinned. A life and death duel. What major event happened? Can any big shot enlighten us? This is going to be good, a major clash between two big guilds. Come watch. A message pin card can pin a chat message to the top and make it flash. Mad Battle Society. Isn't that the strongest guild in our building? Who dares to provoke them? Humph. The strongest guild. Who crowned them? Did they ask me? Some people really aren't afraid to die daring to provoke Xiaosheng he. Oh. Brother above, what's the story? A dual arena invitation card can forcibly invite someone to a duel and costs 1000 energy stones. Damn, are you sure? 1000 energy stones. Hee. Just merged zones and they're already at each other's throats. Lin Ye watched in shock, a forced duel and a life and death one at that, ending only when one party died. Tisk tsk. Lin Ye shook his head. Fierce. Despite the gentle elegant name, Xiaosheng was truly brutal in action. 1000 energy stones to take you out, not even waiting overnight. Lin Ye's eyes were filled with a single word: envy. Losing 1000 energy stones just like that. How wealthy and confident in his own strength must one be to act so decisively? But considering the profits from intelligence, it was hardly surprising. Within a minute the survivor named Xia Qing's avatar went dark, signaling his death. It was almost an instant kill. Clearly Xiaosheng wasn't blindly arrogant but genuinely powerful. Now all eyes were on how the so-called strongest guild in the building would respond. This drama was thoroughly entertaining. Lin Ye. Mad Battle Society leader Xiao Zhan, Xiaosheng, what's the meaning of this? Can you post intelligence while others cannot? What is Doomsday Building 666, your private property, leaving no room for others? President Xiao is right. Though you're powerful, you can't just kill people at will. We're all compatriots. Ha! You dare speak of compatriots? When you were lording it over floor 88, did you remember we were compatriots? Now that someone stronger appears suddenly, we're compatriots. Where's your shame? Exactly. They were recruiting recently and I paid 10 energy stones but there was no follow-up. Don't trust them. I don't know about that Mad Battle Society but I trust Baixiasheng's reputation. Everyone can judge right and wrong for themselves. I don't know about that Mad Battle Society but I trust Baixiasheng's reputation. Everyone can judge right and wrong for themselves. The president of Mad Battle Society personally spoke up but the effect was far from ideal. In just a short time he had managed to stir complaints from survivors on other floors, quite a feat. Baixiasheng, not to be outdone, began to reply. Baixiasheng leader Bao Dating, Baixiasheng is dedicated to intelligence gathering, striving to provide all survivors with more accurate and detailed information to help more people survive. Baixiasheng never engages in power struggles, all intelligence is obtained through fair exchange. To ensure the healthy growth of Baixiasheng and bring more reliable information, we ask all survivors not to widely disseminate the intelligence. Baixiasheng never initiates conflicts but fears no provocation. Well said. Though I find the intelligence a bit pricey, it has saved my life more than once. Fair trade for all, unlike some people. Damn, what do you mean? Speak clearly. You dare to jump out again? Don't you know what you've done? Hee hee. Some people still think this is their own little floor, as arrogant as ever. No worries, someone will take care of them eventually. Seeing the name of Baixiasheng's leader, Lin Ye nearly burst out laughing. The guild had such a refined name, yet the leader himself was called Bao Dating, a busybody. Well, it suited them. The Mad Battle Society leader didn't reply further, clearly intimidated by Baixiasheng's forceful and domineering counterattack. Lin Ye opened the forum again and noticed that Mad Battle Society's intelligence post had vanished. When a survivor died, their posts didn't disappear. He wondered what method Baixiasheng had used to make that post disappear. Today he truly learned that there was always someone more formidable. The message pin card and this ability to remove posts were both things he had never seen before. It gave him a sense of unfathomable depth. Pro player squad Li Ye, wow, that was thrilling. Shenlong, it's fine to say that here but don't talk about it outside. Li Ye, I know. Kong Weiyu, have you all seen the intelligence Baixiasheng released? Lin Ye, yeah, I've seen some. Lin Jixia, I saw the publicly available part, it was an eye-opener. Shenlong, I don't need to stress the importance of intelligence, but there's no need for everyone to buy a full set. Each of us buys one item and we split the energy stones evenly. Zhang Kursen, no problem. Liang Zhengwen, is that okay? Won't we get caught? Shenlong, even if they have ways to detect it, we're only sharing within the guild and there aren't many of us. Besides, we don't stir up trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Lin Ye, alright, time's running short. Let's act together and digest the intelligence as quickly as possible. For the next while, Lin Ye constantly switched between the forum and the team channel. He purchased intelligence, uploaded it to the team, and simultaneously received intelligence uploaded by other team members. He was busy for nearly 2 hours before he had fully memorized all the intelligence. Fortunately, his mental strength had grown, otherwise he could never have absorbed such a vast amount of information in just 2 hours. After reviewing Baixiasheng's intelligence, Lin Ye found that some of his own information had not been collected by Baixiasheng, such as intelligent zombies, red hematite ore, and the second-order ice serpent. There was no need to hoard this intelligence. As survivors' strength grew, they would inevitably encounter these things. He contacted Baixiasheng's intelligence collectors and sold them what he knew directly, earning 30 energy stones. The time reached 5 in the morning with 2 hours left until dawn. He stretched comfortably. This day had been so busy, head barely stopped. Now finally it was quiet and he could enjoy a good sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Ye woke up with a spirited demeanor. He prepared enough food to store in his storage ring. The high-level players' channel sent a few messages left by others before entering the dungeon. He glanced at the building channel, which was still bustling with activity, having not quieted down throughout the night. With the increase in trading groups, he took the opportunity to receive 2 low-level energy potions and a recovery potion in preparation for the upcoming dungeon. After checking the items he needed to carry and finding nothing missing, he looked at the energy in the room. Energy 647. This amount was not insignificant compared to 7 days ago. But now the energy consumption in the room had tripled, only enough for 2 days. If he encountered a situation like the last dungeon, getting delayed by tasks and unable to return quickly, it would be troublesome. With a wave of his hand, energy stones appeared, replenishing 24 at once, bringing the room's energy to 3,000 points, enough for 10 days. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction, finally feeling at ease. He opened the dungeon interface and began matching. New dungeon matching. Second-tier team trial dungeon. Lin Ye, being somewhat well-versed, was not surprised by the system's new tricks. After all, survivors had no choice but to accept them. Matching. Trial dungeon matching. Dungeon matching conditions: 5 energy stones. Matching successful. About to enter. Dungeon name: Rifting Wind Giant City. Dungeon type: second-tier team trial dungeon. Dungeon tags: multiplayer team tasks collection survival return dungeon task team shared. 1. In Rifting Wind Giant City, people have been disappearing for no reason. You find clues about the missing persons. Complete task 1, then announce task 2. Return conditions: complete all dungeon tasks. Return method: instant return while in Rifting Wind Giant City. Time anchoring: current time ratio 1:3. 1 day in the Doomsday Building equals 3 days in the dungeon. Amidst a wave of spatial fluctuations, Lin Ye's figure materialized. After reaching extraordinary tier 2, the impact of teleportation on him was minimal. As soon as he appeared, he was greeted by the stench of a sewer. He found himself in a small courtyard behind a dilapidated 2-story house surrounded by similar houses. The ground of the courtyard was a broken concrete surface with a drainage ditch nearby from which the foul odor emanated. At this moment there were 4 people standing in the courtyard, including Lin Ye. 3 men and 1 woman. They all appeared to be quite young. While Lin Ye cautiously observed the others, he also checked the dungeon information. This was a type of dungeon he had not experienced before: a team dungeon. The dungeon task was to find clues about the missing population in Rifting Wind Giant City, and it was a team-shared task. This meant that as long as any member of the team completed the task, it would count as a collective completion for the entire team. It seems these 3 are my teammates. To Lin Ye's left stood a man in his 30s of average height with a beard covering his face and messy hair. His first impression was that he looked unkempt, but his gaze was anything but ordinary. Directly across from Lin Ye was the only female in the team, dressed in suitable casual attire, her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail. Although she wore no makeup, she still made a striking impression, exuding a streamlined and capable aura. One could tell she was a strong woman before the apocalypse, working tirelessly as if her life depended on it. The last person was of similar age to Lin Ye, wearing glasses, not particularly muscular, and appeared to be an innocent university student showing no remarkable traits. While Lin Ye assessed them, the others were likewise scrutinizing their teammates. Having spent so many days in the Doomsday Building, their experiences could be described as quite exciting. However, previously they had all acted alone, and encountering other survivors often brought greater risks. Hence, now that the system had assigned them teammates, they were momentarily unable to adapt. The atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. Ahem. The bearded man cleared his throat, breaking the silence, first his voice somewhat low. Since we are all teammates, let's introduce ourselves. With that, he took the lead. My name is He Jinjan, I'm 33 years old and single, and my job is... Lin Ye nearly burst out laughing. Seriously, brother, are we here for a blind date? Realizing how odd it sounded, the bearded man paused slightly and awkwardly forced a smile. Haha, sorry, I'm used to introducing myself like this during blind dates and I didn't adjust in time, please don't mind. The ponytailed girl did not show any sign of disdain but simply furrowed her brows. I'm Yang Ku. Her voice was crisp and clear. Lin Ye. The last male, feeling somewhat shy, lowered his head and even glanced at Yang Ku, his face slightly reddening. I'm Jiang Chuana University. Student. It seemed he was genuinely shy, stumbling over his words. Lin Ye was not familiar with any of these names and had no idea if any of them were fellow survivors from the same Doomsday Building. After a brief introduction, the only useful information was their names. This was understandable, after all it was their first collaboration, and who would dare expose their detailed backgrounds? The system only stated they were teammates, but it did not say they could not stab each other in the back. Having experienced so many dungeons, those without a hint of vigilance would not have made it this far. The information provided by the system for this task was minimal, but requiring them to complete it as a team certainly hinted at its complexity. It was better to act quickly. He scanned the group, drawing their attention, then said, since we can enter this dungeon, everyone must at least be tier 2. Is there anyone stronger? Speak up and I'll listen. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating there was none. Lin Ye sighed in relief. He believed that among the current survivors the highest should not exceed tier 3, but it was still good to ask ahead. With the confirmation that there was no tier 3, the dungeon task fell within their capability to resolve. Since there's no tier 3 and everyone's strength is comparable, let's discuss how to complete the dungeon task together. If anyone has thoughts, speak up immediately. Currently our interests are aligned. The other three's expressions grew serious. None were fools, and if the team was not cohesive or someone lagged behind, the consequence would be dire. Yang Ke pondered for a moment and spoke first. First is intelligence. We should be in Rifting Wind Giant City. Let's gather basic information about the giant city and analyze the direction for our investigation. This is what the others had in mind as well. Right now they were completely in the dark. Not to mention finding clues, they didn't even know which direction to head in. Lin Ye nodded. Until we understand the situation, I do not advise splitting up. Let's gather basic information together first. Okay. The others agreed. Lin Ye took the lead toward the nearby house. He had sensed earlier that there was no one inside, and outside the house was the street. The four stepped onto the street where many people walked with heads down. Their faces were sallow, their bodies emaciated, and their clothes were tattered, exuding a low spirit. It was evident they were long-term malnourished. The street was also in disrepair, littered with garbage, and smelled no better than the sewer. Looking into the distance, the group was struck with shock. A towering wall stood on the ground, extending on both sides with a distinct arc stretching out of sight. Their vision was sharp. Even from a distance they could make out many details. The massive wall was entirely made of concrete, with a thick base curving upwards like a reservoir dam of blue star. This illogical scene instantly captured their attention. Yang Ke observed the wall and estimated its distance, roughly gauging its height. Her pupils trembled in shock. This is outrageous. Lin Ye noticed her abnormality and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" The other two also turned to Yang Ke. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "That wall is at least 200 meters high, and I suspect it should enclose the entire city." Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of shock. A 200-meter-high wall was something they could accept, but its length was truly astonishing. What kind of engineering would be required to encircle a city? Looking again at the surrounding dilapidated houses, cracked streets, and emaciated pedestrians. Could this be built with their productivity? So is it called a giant city then? Lin Ye murmured quietly. Such a colossal undertaking placed considerable strain on the group, and the situation grew increasingly intricate. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and reminded them, "Focus on the mission. Let's move first." They walked along the streets, occasionally eavesdropping on nearby conversations. Many who saw them cast glances tinged with peculiarity. Lin Ye looked down at his clothes. Compared to the locals, his were much cleaner. More importantly, the style differed significantly from that of the natives. "Let's change our clothes first." The others nodded, feeling uneasy under the stairs. After walking some distance, they spotted a clothing shop ahead and entered together. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged bald man, greeted them with a beaming smile at the prospect of business. "Are you folks looking to buy clothes?" He observed that although Lin Ye and his companions were oddly dressed, the fabric was of excellent quality and very clean, far superior to the garments he sold. Lin Ye carefully sensed the shopkeeper finding him an ordinary person and nodded, "Would like to buy some for a change." The bald man paused, then a look of comprehension dawned on his face. "No problem, take your time browsing. The quality of my clothes is unmatched. I've been here for over a decade, offering great value at fair prices." The shop was small, with several racks packed full of clothes. Yang Ke circled the racks a few times and noticed the clothes were quite worn second-hand items. She looked at the shopkeeper. "Don't you have new clothes?" "Oh dear. Not here. Not just here, there are no new clothes for sale in the entire outer city." Lin Ye casually picked out a garment, held it up to gauge the size, and asked nonchalantly, "So boss, do you know where we can buy new clothes?" "For that you'll have to go to the inner city. The outer city hardly sells any." "Inner city? Outer city?" Lin Ye's eyes lit up, finally some leads. He handed the garment to the shopkeeper, indicating head by it, and seized the chance to ask, "Which direction is the inner city? We're planning to check it out." The bald shopkeeper pulled out a plastic bag, packed the clothes, and wore an expression of, "I knew it. If I'm not mistaken, you folks came from a settlement outside the city, right?" Outside the city? Did he mean beyond the massive wall? He remained composed, lowering his head with a hint of embarrassment. The shopkeeper laughed heartily, unconcerned. "No worries, I often meet people from outside. Some are like you, not knowing how things work in the great city, thinking everyone lives like the rich in the inner city, well-dressed and well-fed." He handed the wrapped clothes to Lin Ye and continued, "Truth is, the outer city isn't much better than your settlements. Except for the giant wall offering more safety, it's no improvement. Prices in the great city are sky-high, and most folks barely scrape by." Lin Ye nodded. "You're right, boss. People like us ordinary folk are always at the bottom." He Zhangjin and Jiang Chuan also picked out their clothes. After searching, Yang Ku chose one that looked relatively new and acceptable. The bald shopkeeper was quite talkative, perhaps a merchant's instinct. As he packed the other's clothes he remarked, "I hear before the ferocious beasts appeared everyone lived a life of luxury like the inner city. What a pity." His tone was filled with longing. Lin Ye and the others exchanged glances, catching a key point. There were ferocious beasts outside the great city. Lin Ye yearned to probe further but restrained himself, fearing he'd raise suspicion. With the clothes in hand they planned to pay with food. From the malnourished looks of passers-by, food seemed precious and would suffice for trade. "Boss, can we pay with food? I figured you wouldn't have iPhone coins." "No matter, in the outer city food is hard currency." "What kind of food are you offering?" Lin Ye pulled wild boar meat from his pre-prepared backpack, likely similar to ferocious beast meat. "With this. How much do you need?" "This is first-tier ferocious beast meat." The shopkeeper stared in shock. Lin Ye quickly explained, "Our family elder traded other resources for it for us to see the city." "Is that so?" The shopkeeper was startled momentarily, thinking they were strong individuals. He cautiously glanced outside, then took a portion of meat, about 5 or 6 jin, and stashed it. He whispered, "Keep this well hidden, don't let anyone see it. The great city has a security patrol but it's not entirely safe." Lin Ye nodded emphatically, acting receptive. "Thanks, uncle. Well, be careful." They successfully bought the clothes and changed in a dilapidated abandoned house by the street. Afterward the four sat together to analyze the intel gathered. Yang Ku, a former high-level executive at a large corporation before her transit, excelled at synthesis and summarized first. One iPhone great city is divided into an inner city and an outer city. Think of the inner as the wealthy district and the outer as the slums. 2. This is crucial, there are settlements outside the city. We can pose as newcomers from there, a solid cover. The city's personnel management is lax, at least in the outer city. 3. Based on the refinement of the clothes, this world's technological level is not low. For the main threat here is ferocious beasts. Our mission is clearly within the city, it's unclear if there's a connection, but we should keep an eye out. Those are the top 4 points. Any additions? Lin Ye and the others nodded repeatedly, deep in thought. Lin Ye spoke up, "Although we don't know the ferocious beast's strength, the fact that 4 of us at the second tier were sent here means the great city can contend with them. It's no pushover. We can't be careless." Jiang Chuan glanced at Yang Ku, his face flushing with shyness, and nervously raised his hand. He Zhangjin grinned, slapped his hand with a loud smack, and adopted a teasing tone. "What's this? Still a virgin?" Jiang Chuan's face turned crimson and he lowered his head even further. Yang Ku shot a glare at the frivolous He Zhangjin and said to Jiang Chuan, "Just say what you want, this isn't a classroom and no need to raise your hand." Jiang Chuan took a deep breath to steady his nerves. If ferocious beasts are outside the city, how do the great city and settlements hold out? With firearms? Lin Ye frowned, his mind racing as he analyzed. Even based on our average strength to counter second-tier ferocious beasts, you'd need at least large-caliber sniper rifles or heavy weaponry. But I haven't seen any large-scale production areas, they might be in the inner city. At that, Lin Ye recalled his first extreme challenge instance, a similar scenario, but their powerful individuals like bug-core warriors existed. Perhaps the great city had them too. He continued sharing his speculation. "I've been in a similar invaded instance. There's a high probability of superhuman individuals emerging, it's just a matter of what tier they reach. With the current intel limited, they needed to keep probing." Yang Ku said, "For now the city is safe and we can easily disguise our identities. Let's split up and gather intel quickly." Lin Ye and the others nodded. He checked the system time. "It's 9:30 a.m. now. Let's regroup here at 1:00 p.m. sharp, 3.5 hours from now." The four acted swiftly, even the shy Jiang Chuan didn't hesitate, rising immediately. They chose different directions and set off separately. While Lin Ye and his team were analyzing intelligence and discussing their next move, the bald shopkeeper in the clothing store was tidying the garments on the racks, arranging each piece neatly. A languid voice sounded from outside the door. "Yo! Boss, business is booming hot." The speaker was a young man with a demon tattoo on his body and a circular earring dangling from his ear. He swaggered in with a roguish, arrogant stride. 2 others followed behind him, dressed similarly. The bald shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly at the sound of the voice. Knowing he couldn't avoid them, he forced a smile and looked toward the door. "Third brother, what brings you here today?" he said, pulling a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering them to the three newcomers. These men were local thugs from the nearby streets, idle troublemakers who had gathered a gang and lived off their so-called prestige. Because they were ruthless and reckless, most people avoided them. The leader, third brother, held the cigarette to his nose, inhaled deeply and wore an expression of pure satisfaction. "Ha ha. Nothing much, just taking a stroll. I saw you made a nice haul just now, boss." The bald shopkeeper's heart sank. So he had been discovered. He wasn't worried about himself. Having run this clothing store for years, he had connections. He paid a considerable sum every month to the higher-ups, the security patrol and others, barely managing to keep his business afloat. As for these small-time punks, a free meal or a few cigarettes usually kept them at bay. What worried him was Lin Ye and his group. Especially those who came into the city from the outer settlements mostly to buy supplies. They carried many goods and were seen as fat sheep by many in the giant city. He gave an awkward laugh. "You're joking, third brother. Those fellows are from Waknoshire, dirt poor. They only bought one piece of clothing each." Third brother didn't seem to mind the shopkeeper's words. He casually slapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we're just asking." He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag and inhaled the smoke into his lungs. "All right, get back to work." Third brother waved his hand and led his men out of the store. The bald shopkeeper sighed. "I hope you folks leave quickly." On the street outside, a shifty-eyed lackey whispered to third brother, "Third brother, I saw them pull out first-tier beast meat with my own eyes. And judging by that bulging backpack, they've got plenty more." Third brother squinted, pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. "Let's go back first." "Well, gather more men." "Sure thing, haha." The two lackeys quickly followed, their eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. After parting ways with his teammates, Lin Ye walked along the dirty, cracked streets. The houses on both sides were dilapidated, the residents' expressions numb and the atmosphere oppressive. He walked a long distance without any change. This was a vast slum. To get useful leads, he needed to find someone of sufficient status. The inner city. Although the shopkeeper hadn't said how to enter, it couldn't be simple. The mission was to find clues about the people who had gone missing without reason, but looking at the surroundings. Outside the giant city, ferocious beasts ravaged the land, causing the complete collapse of the social system. In this dog-eat-dog world, the lives of those without resources or strength were worthless. Though there was a security patrol in the city, in the outer districts dozens or even hundreds of deaths a day were normal. This didn't match the mission's description. As for beasts sneaking into the city, even if it happened, it would result in a massacre, not a series of disappearances. It seems they'll have to rely on the local powers and use their influence to investigate. Lin Ye walked and thought. Behind him, three young men watched from a distance. It was third brother and his men. One lackey grabbed third brother and said excitedly, "Third brother, up ahead, the fat sheep." Third brother looked forward. "Where?" "That one, the one with the backpack. He's the one who took out the food." "Are you sure?" The lackey grew anxious. "Don't you trust my eyes?" "It's definitely him, but why is he alone?" Third brother's eyes flickered. "You're not mistaken. Weren't there four of them?" "There were four before, but now it's just him." The other lackey chimed in excitedly, "Third brother, just one. Should we still go back for more men?" Third brother's gaze turned fierce. He spat on the ground and said harshly, "Go back for nothing. You want to split the loot with more people. Follow me." The lackeys' faces lit up with joy as they quickly followed. Lin Ye had noticed the three men long ago. They stood out from the surrounding crowd. Their faces were noticeably healthier, they wore flashy clothes and earrings, and their arrogant swagger was impossible to miss. "Are they targeting me?" A faint smile played on Lin Ye's lips. "Perfect. People like this might have connections to the upper echelons." He continued walking without changing his expression. When he spotted a narrow, winding alley ahead with no one else around, he turned into it and headed deeper. Seeing Lin Ye enter the secluded alley, third brother and his men grinned triumphantly and hurried after him, afraid of losing their target. Lin Ye maintained a slow pace, ensuring they could keep up, leading them further in. Once he was sure no one else was around, he stopped, leaned against the wall and waited for the fish to take the bait. Footsteps echoed. Third brother and his men arrived, spotting Lin Ye leaning against the wall. Oblivious to what awaited them, they wore victorious smiles. Lin Ye had no interest in wasting energy on these small fry. He spoke directly, "I ask, you answer. Understand?" Third brother and his men were stunned then laughed once they grasped the situation. Third brother, looks like our reputation isn't enough. Third brother sneered. Not enough. Humph. Skinny monkey, go teach him a lesson. You got it. The tall thin lackey stepped forward ready to rough Lin Ye up. Without further words Lin Ye moved swiftly. Before they could react he knocked out both lackeys with a single blow each, leaving only third brother standing. Lin Ye stared at him with calm eyes. What's your name? Third brother finally realized, this was no fat sheep, this was a humanoid beast. These bullies were all cowards at heart. He stammered, third brother. No. Shao San. Lin Ye was speechless, watching the man tremble in fear. Shao San. Why were you following me? Third brother dared not lie. Sir, we were blind. We work for Master Hong. Have you heard of him, sir? Master Hong? Probably the leader of this gang. He might be useful. Lin Ye continued, how many people are in this giant city? Are there any powerful individuals? Third brother found the question strange but didn't dare refuse to answer. Powerful individuals? Aren't they people like you, sir? As for the city's population, I've heard it's over 1 million, but I don't know the exact number. Are there many sirs like you mentioned? Not many. There are none in the outer city at all. Gene warriors as strong as you, sir, are all in the inner city. That's the heart of the giant city. Gene warriors. So that's what they called superhumans in this city. Do you know how strong the strongest gene warrior is? Third brother was on the verge of tears. Sir, how would a nobody like me know? I never even get to see such people. But I've heard they can fight those powerful beasts outside the city hidden, including second-tier ones. This was crucial information. It meant there were at least second-tier superhumans in the city, so they couldn't act too conspicuously. The time to regroup with his team was approaching. Lin Ye decided to take third brother with him to interrogate him for more information. Come with me quietly. I won't kill you and I'll give you food. Hearing he wouldn't be killed, third brother wept with gratitude. Thank you, sir. But if you don't cooperate. Lin Ye punched the wall. A hole appeared in the wall, dust flying as broken bricks struck the man's face. Fighting back tears, third brother looked at the hole in the wall and was once again convinced of Lin Ye's identity. He nodded frantically. He dared not run or refuse. If someone like this killed him, no one would seek justice. Lin Ye tossed the 2 unconscious men into an empty house and led third brother toward the rendezvous point. Arriving at the location where the team members had previously dispersed, the other 3 had already returned ahead of time. Seeing Lin Ye bring back a man from the giant city, they cast inquiring glances. What's this about? Lin Ye briefly explained the situation and shared the intelligence he had gathered. Then they took turns pressing the third brother for more information. Yang Ke spoke first tell us about the giant city. The third brother's body trembled. Seeing how Lin Ye conversed with them as equals, he realized these 3 were also powerful gene warriors. Growing even more terrified, he couldn't stop shaking. I don't know much. I'm not sure what aspects you lords wish to know. For instance, which faction controls the giant city, how many people they have, what equipment they possess. Tell us everything you know. The third brother was truly frightened now. What did these people intend to do? Would they silence him after he spoke? But he had no choice. Trembling, he began to speak. The master of the giant city is Lord Qin. I don't know his full name, only that he is extremely powerful. His control over the city stems from 2 main aspects. Seeing him pause, Lin Ye urged, go on. One is the Public Security Bureau, responsible for maintaining order within the city. The other is the Defense Department, tasked with guarding the city against beast invasions. They all answer only to the city lord. There are many strong warriors like you lords within, well equipped. Yang Ke pressed further, do you know the exact numbers? How many strong ones? The third brother grimaced and shook his head, I really don't know that. I'm just a petty thug. Having obtained the intelligence they needed. Lin Ye and the other 3 moved aside to discuss in hushed tones. Lin Ye, the city is too vast. Searching on our own would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Since the system says it's within the city, the Public Security Bureau that manages order should know everything. How about we find a way to join them? Yang Ke pondered for a moment and nodded, feasible. The key is that our identities must be solid. Posing as Jin warriors from an outside settlement seeking refuge is highly plausible. Then let's do it. By the way, we can't appear too extraordinary. Suppress our strength to just having broken through the first tier. They understood that a sudden appearance of several powerful individuals seeking to join would draw undue attention, hindering their mission. Strength at the initial first tier was just right, stronger than ordinary people, ensuring value for joining yet not too conspicuous. Approaching the third brother, Jin's hand's expression turned cold. He kicked the third brother, sending him rolling across the ground. No, nothing. Then you're useless. Hearing this, the third brother paled in terror. He scrambled to Lin Ye's feet, looking up with hopeful eyes, praying that his earlier promise would be kept. Lin Ye shook his head, a note of regret in his voice. As you see, they may not listen to me. How about this? We want to learn more about the Public Security Bureau. Do you have any way? If not, then. The third brother lowered his head, his eyes darting wildly. After a moment he shouted, yes, I have a way. Master Hong. Master Hong is the boss of our area. He has connections in the inner city. He would definitely know. Lin Ye smiled, helped the third brother up, and his tone softened. Don't worry. We just want to earn a living in the giant city. Take us to meet Master Hong. The four followed the third brother toward a district in the outer city. On the way, Jiang Chuan asked, can't we just approach the Public Security Bureau directly? Say we want to join. With our strength they shouldn't refuse, right? Jinzhan patted his shoulder and replied, that's also a way. But in a place like this, finding a local boss to guide us, as long as we pay the price, things will go more smoothly. Is that so? Jiang Chuan felt he had learned something. A giant city capable of housing at least 1 million people was vast. They walked for nearly half an hour before reaching another area of the outer city. The streets and houses here were noticeably better than elsewhere. Occasionally cars could be seen driving by. Arriving before a house, 2 thugs were squatting by the entrance smoking. Seeing the third brother leading several strangers inside, they couldn't help asking, Xiao-san, who are these? These 4 lords have business with Master Hong. Hearing the third brother address them as lords, the 2 thugs' expressions changed. They quickly stepped aside, bowing and scraping respectfully, not daring to block the way. Lin Ye and his group entered. The interior was well decorated with many electrical appliances. Reaching a living room, the third brother spoke with deference. Please have a seat, 4 lords. I'll go fetch Master Hong at once. Without further delay he hurried to the back. After carefully sensing their surroundings and detecting no strong presences nearby, they sat down to wait. Soon after the third brother entered, faint sounds of scolding drifted from within, followed by approaching footsteps. A portly middle-aged man appeared, clad in silk pajamas, a thick gold chain draped around his neck. The third brother followed behind, his face bearing a red handprint as he clutched it in grievance. Master Hong's face broke into a smile upon seeing Lin Ye and the others, his plump features wrinkling like a chrysanthemum. What business do you lords have with me? Master Hong was merely an ordinary man and dared not show disrespect. Since Lin Ye had brought the man and the intelligence, they tacitly acknowledged him as the leader. Lin Ye did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. Master Hong, is it? We've just arrived from an outside settlement and wish to join the Lifeng Giant City Public Security Bureau. We heard you have connections. Master Hong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, shot a glare at the third brother and forced a smile. You flatter me. That's the purview of the inner city lords. I don't have such influence. Hearing this, Lin Ye's expression darkened. A trace of killing intent slipped through as he let out a heavy snort. Humph. So we've disturbed you for nothing, Master Hong. Master Hong broke out in a cold sweat, nearly dropping to his knees in fright. He quickly spoke, please calm down, lords. I do know some people in the inner city, but in their eyes am nothing. I truly don't have that much power. Oh. Do tell. Young Master Tian. His father is a mid-level official in the Public Security Bureau with considerable authority. I can get a word with him, but... Speak. Master Hong wiped his sweat and continued, young Master Tian is a spoiled brat. He throws his weight around in the inner city, relying on his father's power. Getting him to do things is costly. Lin Ye cared little about the cost, only whether the task could be accomplished. Payment is not an issue. We can provide it. Is he reliable? Hearing that he wouldn't have to foot the bill, Master Hong squeezed out a smile on his pudgy face. Rest assured, lords. I've dealt with young Master Tian many times. As long as the price is right, he can be counted on. Lin Ye exchanged glances with the others and gave a slight nod. When can we see young Master Tian? Master Hong glanced at his watch. Not now. Young Master Tian sleeps during the day. We'll have to wait until evening to find him. There were still several hours until nightfall. Perfect, they could gather more intelligence in the meantime. We've just arrived in the giant city and aren't familiar with the rules here. Could you tell us about the powerful figures in the city? With the goal achieved, the atmosphere lightened and they fell into casual conversation. Master Hong, eager to build rapport, had no qualms sharing more. He ordered tea and specially requested some fruit, shooing away the timid third brother who cowered in the back before settling into a chair. Speaking of the strongest, it's undoubtedly City Lord Qin. I heard he became a Tier 3 Jin warrior long ago. As for his true strength, I'm not sure. This news made Lin Ye and his companions grow solemn. If the City Lord was at least Tier 3, their earlier strategy of not drawing too much attention was indeed correct. Who knew if there were other hidden powerhouses or weapons specifically designed to counter the strong? Master Hong continued, then there's the head of the Public Security Bureau and the Minister of Defense, both are at the peak of Tier 2. The minister in particular is said to be attempting a breakthrough to Tier 3, though I can't confirm it. The Public Security Bureau doesn't have many Jin warriors because within the city ordinary people equipped with weapons are sufficient. The Defense Department is different. They face ferocious beasts directly fighting hordes outside the city, so they have many powerhouses and are equipped with heavy weaponry. Lin Ye and the others listened intently, analyzing the information and gradually building a more comprehensive understanding of the giant city. Of course, the strong aren't limited to these. The bosses of big corporations have abundant resources and formidable strength. There are also privately sponsored experts, renowned hunting squads, lone wolves, and so on. In short, the inner city holds the most resources, and naturally the conflicts of interest are the fiercest. Master Hong talked at length until his throat was parched, then downed a large cup of tea. Leaning forward slightly, he lowered his voice as if afraid it might carry too far. I've had a few drinks with young Master Tian. Once drunk, he let slip that the City Lord has a personal guard of elites guarding the advanced gene potion factory in the inner city. It's the City Lord's private property. Only there can Tier 2 and above gene potions be produced, and outsiders are never allowed near. Indeed, seeking information required someone of high status. Even such secrets could be uncovered. Master Hong knew far more and in greater detail than any common thug. The conversation lasted nearly 2 hours until Master Hong's tongue was nearly worn out. Lin Ye asked him to provide a room for his group of 4 to rest until evening, when they would enter the inner city together. Master Hong personally led them to an adjacent room before withdrawing. The 4 sat down to discuss their next plan. He Jinjian said, the connection is made. That young Master Tian seems to have quite an appetite. What do we use to pave the way? This was unlike the resource-scarce outer city. The inner city concentrated over 90 of the giant city's resources. A scion of privilege from such an environment wouldn't be easily fooled. They had to offer something precious enough to catch his eye. Lin Ye sighed and said, beast meat won't do. Someone like him doesn't lack food. How about crystal cores? Crystal cores, called beast cores in the giant city, were the main ingredient for making gene potions, their value needless to elaborate. As for energy stones, they were a system specialty unseen in any instance world so far. Lin Yi suspected that energy stones were not a natural product, given that equipment from various power systems could be directly powered by them, a telling sign. Crystal cores were perfect, they had a plausible origin here and were sufficiently valuable. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Ye cleared his throat and gave an awkward smile, ahem. Well, I've used up my crystal cores. I'll trade you with energy stones instead. The others didn't mind. At their level there was no need to lie over a few cores. Jiang Chuan smiled shyly, no problem, brother Lin. I have some stock, I can cover it for now. The sky gradually darkened and the time reached 7 p.m. It was just dinner time, and Master Hong had wanted to treat them to a meal, but they declined. This time Master Hong came to summon them for their departure to the inner city. Several vehicles were parked by the road outside the house, their headlights all on, illuminating most of the street. The frontmost vehicle was a 7-seat minivan, Master Hong's personal ride. Behind it were 3 large trucks. As soon as Lin Ye and his group stepped out, they caught a whiff of blood. Their eyes turned to the truck beds from which the smell originated. Seeing their reaction, Master Hong explained with a smile, these are beast materials we hunted from the wild, a gift for young Master Tian. It's under this pretext that I can enter the inner city at night. Security is very tight there, especially after dark. Lin Ye nodded, unconcerned about the material's origin. The group followed Master Hong into the front minivan. The other escorting underlings either climbed into the truck cabs or directly into the cargo beds with the materials. Master Hong reached out the window and slapped the door heavily. The convoy set off heading toward the inner city. Along the way they passed many places, occasionally hearing arguments and fights from nearby. In less than half an hour the convoy arrived at an industrial zone where many lights could be seen in the distance. Master Hong introduced it. This is the outer city industrial zone producing basic daily necessities. Across from it is the inner city. The convoy continued passing through one of the industrial zone's roads. Lin Ye looked out the window. Some factories were lit with the rumble of machinery echoing from within, evoking a faint familiarity with Blue Star. The industrial zone was small and soon traversed. Ahead a checkpoint appeared. Over a dozen fully armed men stood at attention holding automatic rifles, wearing uniform combat gear and even night vision helmets. A defensive line stretched far into the distance with watchtowers built at intervals, each equipped with high-powered searchlights that swept back and forth, figures visible patrolling atop them. Security was extremely tight. As the convoy approached, a security officer stepped forward and signaled them to stop. "Wait for me in the vehicle." With that, Master Hong opened the door and got out, calling from a distance, "It's me. It's me." The officer clearly recognized him, nodded slightly and said no more. Master Hong bowed and scraped, exchanging pleasantries before entering a nearby rest room. Lin Ye and the others had been monitoring the defenses. Sensing carefully, they found all the outside personnel were ordinary humans, but inside the rest room Master Hong entered was a Tier 1 powerhouse. Soon Master Hong emerged from the rest room followed by a security squad leader who announced in a booming voice, "You know the rules, don't wander around once inside." Master Hong nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. I understand. You there, go inspect the materials. If there's no problem, let them through." "Yes, sir." Several nearby security officers approached the convoy and began inspecting each vehicle. Finding no issues, they waved to their comrades, signaling the all clear. The barrier was moved aside and the convoy started slowly entering the inner city. Lin Ye noticed that the thugs who had escorted the materials had all disembarked, leaving only the truck drivers. Leaving the checkpoint behind, the road ahead widened and streetlights began to appear along the roadside. Ahead a brightly lit city emerged. Neatly planned streets, expensive-looking vehicles weaving through a mix of unique low-rise villas and futuristic skyscrapers. The brightest area was a commercial district with densely packed signs flashing in myriad colors, bustling with people. It was the visage of a thriving metropolis, a world apart from the outer city, just a line away. The group gazed around curiously, having not felt such a breath of civilization for days, experiencing a novelty akin to country bumpkins entering a big city. This behavior perfectly matched their supposed first entry into the inner city, dispelling any suspicions Master Hong might have harbored about their identities. The convoy traveled along the clean and well-maintained road heading towards the most bustling commercial area. The streetlights swiftly retreated on both sides and soon they arrived near their destination. Instead of directly entering the commercial area, they took a turn and arrived at the side of the area, entering an underground parking garage. After navigating through several twists and turns, the driver stopped in front of a cold storage. There were guards here, and among them were powerful Jin warriors. Master Hong and the four of Lin Ye got out of the car together. He quickly approached one of the leaders for a brief exchange, gesturing towards the truck behind and then towards Lin Ye and his companions. The leader maintained a stoic expression, ignoring Master Hong as he approached Lin Ye and the others. With a cautious gaze he scanned them, and upon seeing that they were unarmed his vigilance eased slightly as he nodded gently. "Are you looking for Tian Shao?" Lin Ye smiled and replied, "We would like to ask Tian Shao to help us secure a path in the inner city if you would be so kind." As he spoke he took out a first-tier crystal nucleus from his backpack and placed it in the leader's hand. The leader skillfully tucked the crystal nucleus into his pocket and his expression softened considerably. "That's easy enough if the giant city welcomes everyone, especially the strong, but there is one thing: you must abide by the rules within the city." "Of course." He turned to Master Hong and said, "You can take your men upstairs and enjoy yourselves. Tian Shao has already prepared a room. I will take these brothers to meet Tian Shao." Master Hong nodded repeatedly, his eyes revealing an uncontainable eagerness as he called a few of his drivers and hurried towards a passage. The leader signaled for the other guards to take over the materials, then waved his hand at Lin Ye and the others, leading them towards an elevator. They quickly followed suit. The elevator ascended to the third floor. As the doors opened, a mingled scent of smoke and alcohol wafted in, interspersed with other odors, making the air heavy and murky. The exterior was lavishly decorated, accompanied by loud music and flashing lights. 3 stylishly dressed young women approached, their outfits barely covering them as they passed by. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan's face flushed red and he hurriedly lowered his head. Jin Zhan, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment, gave Jiang Chuan a pat on the back. Can't you be a bit more mature? Or should I break you tonight? Jiang Chuan's face grew even redder as he shook his head vigorously. No. That's not necessary. Only Yang Ku remained calm, unaffected by the scene, having seen it all before. The leader noticed Jiang Chuan's reaction and seemed somewhat surprised. The group continued forward, passing through a densely populated and noisy area. Ahead it grew quieter and the decor around them became more subdued, with a hint of sandalwood fragrance in the air. Arriving at a large redwood door, the leader gestured for Lin Ye and the others to wait outside. He then pushed the door open. After a short while the man emerged. You can go in now. After saying this, the leader turned and left without lingering. Lin Ye and the others exchanged glances before pushing the door open and entering the room. The room was filled with people, some were drinking, others were playing games, while numerous beautiful women accompanied them. In a secluded corner, several bodyguards watched them with keen eyes. All of them were first-tier Jin warriors. On the other side of the room there was a luxurious sofa area where a pale-faced young man with dark circles under his eyes held a cigar and waved at them. It seemed this was Tian Shao. They all approached and stood beside the young man. Please take a seat, don't be shy. Tian Shao waved his hand generously. After they were all seated, Tian Shao got straight to the point. Do you want to enter the Public Security Bureau? Lin Ye spoke up first, replying, Yes, Tian Shao. Tian Shao exhaled smoke from his cigar, crossing his legs. This is not a difficult request, but... Lin Ye immediately understood that they needed to show their sincerity first. He took out 10 first-tier crystal nuclei that he had prepared in advance from his backpack and placed them on the glass table, making a clinking sound. Tian Shao's eyes lit up, leaning forward and fixating on the crystal nuclei on the table, a smile creeping onto his lips, clearly intrigued. He did not rush to collect the nuclei but instead asked, It seems you brothers have quite a substantial investment. Have you considered working with me? Lin Ye was taken aback. Work with you? Doing what? His gaze swept over the bodyguard standing rigidly beside him, thinking, as a second-tier survivor with a system, what are you suggesting? He politely shook his head. Tian Shao, we just became Jin warriors outside and are not very familiar with the city rules. How about this, let us enter the Public Security Bureau first, familiarize ourselves with the rules of the inner city, and then we can come to you. Tian Shao chuckled softly and shook his head slightly, seemingly unfazed. Alright, I'll handle this matter. You can stay here for now. Unless something unexpected happens, I will have someone take you tomorrow. After saying this, he stood up, tucked the crystal nuclei away and walked over to his group of friends, playfully slapping the buttocks of a nearby beauty, eliciting a shriek. Money can make things happen, and matters are indeed simple. A bodyguard stepped forward and said stiffly, Follow me. The four of them followed the bodyguard out of the room and took the elevator to the 5th floor. This floor was the accommodation area where arrangements were made for the four of them, along with a reminder. It's best not to wander around at night. Seeing them nod, the bodyguard finally left. The group exchanged glances, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this situation within the instance. Previously they either fought or fled when entering an instance. This time the instance felt more like an exotic lifestyle experience, catching them off guard. Let's rest for now, we'll talk more tomorrow. Each of them entered their assigned rooms. Back with Tian Shao after the bodyguard returned, he took out a communicator, moved to a quiet spot and dialed a number. Before long the call connected and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, Shao Tian. Tian Shao showed a hint of a smile. Uncle Zhao, are you busy? Haha, what busy work does my position entail? What's the matter? A small matter, I have a few friends who just entered the city and want to get into the Public Security Bureau. Could you give Uncle Zhao a heads up? What arrangements need to be made? Just find someone to mention it, right? Uncle Zhao, they are 4 first-tier Jin warriors, so it can't be casually arranged. The man on the other end knew Tian Shao well and immediately understood that he was asking for benefits. Are the people all right? Tian Shao pondered for a moment and said, There are many people seeking stable jobs in the city. This is not the first time we've encountered such cases. In that case, let's arrange them to the Special Operations Team, let them act alongside others and observe for a while. Alright, I will have someone keep an eye on them. Tian Shao smiled. Haha, thank you, Uncle Zhao. Our relationship is like this, there's no need for such formality. Okay then, Uncle Zhao, you carry on, I'll hang up now. With the arrangement for Lin Ye and the others settled, Tian Shao set the matter aside and continued to drink with friends. On the 5th floor in the room. Lin Ye looked at the well-equipped room, approached the window, and outside the lights were dazzling vehicles flowed endlessly, a scene of prosperity. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia truly reminiscent of returning to Blue Star. On the morning of the second day, Lin Ye and his 3 companions gathered together. Under the escort of a bodyguard, they had breakfast and proceeded to the underground parking garage. A driver was already waiting. The bodyguard gestured for them to get into the vehicle, exchanged a few words with the driver, and then departed. The driver started the engine and slowly drove out of the garage. Upon reaching the surface, the visibility was far better than during the night, allowing them to observe the intricacies of the inner city with greater clarity. As the vehicle moved forward, Lin Ye and the others continuously scrutinized their surroundings. Compared to the broad roads, the traffic was somewhat sparse, prompting the driver to accelerate. Within less than half an hour, the car came to a halt in a building's parking lot. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the signboard in front of the building's lobby: Riftwind Metropolis Public Security 3rd Sub-Bureau. The driver swiftly approached the security booth at the entrance and spoke to the person inside. Soon a security officer emerged, walked up to Lin Ye and his group and nodded courteously. "Please follow me." He led Lin Ye into the lobby. The hall was bustling with people, though they were all ordinary civilians. They wore identical uniforms. Some hurried past clutching documents, while others armed with rifles led squads out for patrols. Without lingering in the lobby, they turned and headed for the adjacent elevator ascending to the 3rd floor. Exiting the elevator, they arrived at a meeting room. The security officer pushed open the door, instructing Lin Ye and his group to wait inside before taking his leave. In an office on the 5th floor, 2 individuals were present. One was Uncle Zhao, the man who had conversed with young Master Tian. He served as the deputy director of the 3rd Sub-Bureau, overseeing internal affairs, a position of considerable prestige within the bureau, albeit devoid of substantive authority. Opposite him sat a burly man with a terrifying scar etched across his face. He was a squad leader of the 3rd Sub-Bureau Special Operations Unit, a Gene warrior nearing the pinnacle of the 1st rank. Director Zhao set down his teacup and fixed his gaze on Zhu Yong. "There's one more thing. Keep an eye on the people young Master Tian has arranged. Don't let any trouble arise." Zhu Yong's mind stirred. Young Master Tian, the only son of the 3rd Sub-Bureau's director, had arranged for people to join the security force. He couldn't refuse. Inquiring, he asked, "How many? And what's their strength?" "For just entered the 1st rank." Zhu Yong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected all the newcomers to be Gene warriors. No wonder old Zhao had felt the need to give him a heads-up. He nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I won't let them operate alone for now. I'll oversee them personally. I trust your judgment. Get to it." Zhu Yong exited the office. Outside, a person was waiting to inform him that young Master Tian's people had arrived. Lin Ye and his companions didn't have to wait long before the sound of steady footsteps approached from outside the door. The meeting room door creaked open. A hulking figure entered, his gaze sweeping across the room. A smile curled his lips, causing the scar on his face to writhe like a centipede, lending him a somewhat ferocious appearance. "You must be young Master Tian's friends. I'm Zhu Yong." He took a seat at the conference table and introduced himself. "I'm the captain of the 5th Squad Special Operations Unit, 3rd Public Security Sub-Bureau. You'll shadow me for now to get familiar with things before we make further arrangements." Zhu Yong's strength was not to be underestimated in this context. There was a hint of surveillance in his manner, but it was of little consequence. Lin Ye and his 3 companions introduced themselves in turn. Zhu Yong nodded and proceeded to brief them on the work details and benefits of the security force. "Our Special Operations Unit is generally not very busy. Routine patrols in the outer city are handled by regular officers, while the inner city has dedicated Gene warriors leading patrols. We don't deal with ordinary cases. Our primary focus is incidents involving Gene warriors." It seemed like a rather leisurely post, which would afford them ample time to investigate their dungeon mission. Now about the benefits. The Special Operations Unit provides room and board. There's a cafeteria on the 2nd floor. As for accommodation, someone will take you there tonight. Additionally, you'll receive 1 first-rank Gene serum each month. These benefits might not seem substantial compared to the riches gained from hunting beasts outside the city, but they offered safety, no need to risk one's life. Lin Ye and the others nodded repeatedly, expressing their satisfaction and behaving as one would expect of people from a settlement. "This is already very good. We don't have to risk our lives outside the city. We've just arrived and don't know the rules. Well, rely on you, Captain Zhu." With that, Lin Ye once again produced 3 first-rank spirit crystals and handed them to Zhu Yong. Zhu Yong raised an eyebrow. Ha, this one knows how to play the game. He pocketed the crystals, his smile broadening, and beckoned them to follow. Come with me. I'll take you to get your credentials. With Zhu Yong's guidance, the paperwork was processed swiftly. The credentials resembled work badges bearing their names and photographs. They also bore the emblem of the Public Security Bureau and the name of their sub-bureau. Once everything was done, they proceeded to the third floor, the operational area of the Special Operations Unit. Inside the 5th Squad's dedicated office, several other individuals were present, all first-rank Gene warriors and fellow squad members. Zhu Yong summoned a young man and instructed him to brief Lin Ye and the others on the finer points of the security force. He then retreated to his private captain's office. The young man's name was Chu Chi, not much older than Lin Ye. After the introductions, it became clear that the most important duties of the action team were awaiting special cases and clocking in and out, nothing more. In their spare time they could attend to personal matters or train in the adjacent training room. After explaining the details, Chu Chi led them to the equipment room to collect their gear. They were issued a communicator, a rifle, a pistol, and 2 sets of uniforms. The communicator functioned much like a mobile phone, allowing them to receive mission assignments from the team. After collecting their equipment, they returned to the office area. Lin Ye sat at his assigned desk feeling somewhat dazed. How had he inexplicably started working a job? Could even a survivor not escape this fate? There were no files on the desk. Their role was primarily combat, with investigations handled by others. Simply sitting idle would not do, clues wouldn't come knocking. After a brief discussion, the 4 decided to take the initiative. They approached Zhu Yong's office door, knocked, and entered. Zhu Yong looked somewhat surprised and asked, "Is there something you don't understand?" Lin Ye feigned a hint of discomfort before speaking. "We're used to fighting for resources outside the city. Sitting around like this feels a bit off. Is there any case we could handle?" Zhu Yong smiled slightly at the request. "Trivial matters don't require our intervention. Just wait. Well, could we take a look at some recent cases in the city? We'd like to familiarize ourselves in advance so we don't cause any trouble for you, Captain Zhu." Zhu Yong pondered for a moment. Reviewing cases was harmless. The archive room on the ground floor housed records of recent incidents reported by various security posts under the 3rd Sub-Bureau. He nodded in agreement. "All right then. Have Chu Chi take you there." Lin Ye and the others showed delight, excused themselves from the captain's office and went to find Chu Chi. Zhu Yong watched their cheerful retreat, shaking his head lightly. People from outside the city are truly different. They can't even get used to a life of stability. The 4 returned to the office and found Chu Chi to explain the situation. Since Zhu Yong had already agreed, Chu Chi had no choice but to lead them to the archives downstairs. It seemed Chu Chi held a low status within the team, handling miscellaneous tasks. Along the way they encountered many ordinary security patrol members who would immediately step aside in the corridor, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Arriving at the archives, Chu Chi knocked on the door and summoned an administrator. Upon seeing that it was the action team, the man broke into a bright smile and hurried over. "Master Chu, what are your orders?" This clearly illustrated the rule of the strong within Lifeng City. Though they were all part of the Security Bureau, their ranks were the same but their statuses were worlds apart. Lin Ye and his team, upon joining the Security Bureau, had done nothing yet but were already assigned safe, comfortable and fully equipped lodgings in the inner city along with ample food. In contrast, these lowliest ordinary security patrol members could barely afford to stave off hunger in the inner city with their monthly wages. Not to mention the first-year Gene agents Lin Ye and his team received each month. Even if these ordinary members worked for 10 years without eating or drinking, they could not afford a single one. Such was the difference between the strong and the ordinary in the great city. Of course, the privileges of the strong extended far beyond this. Killing an ordinary person, for instance, only incurred minor punishment, with special rights manifesting in every aspect of life. Chu Chi nodded slightly and gestured toward Lin Ye and his team, saying, "They want to review recent cases. Cooperate with them fully." Though the administrator did not recognize Lin Ye and his team, seeing their positions on their badges revealed they were newly recruited Gene warriors, and he dared not be negligent. "Masters, which cases would you like to see? I'll have them prepared." "Cases concerning missing inner-city residents from the past half-month. Bring them all," Lin Ye replied. The administrator nodded. "Very well, I'll have them brought immediately. Masters, please take a seat here for a moment." After attending to them, he had tea served and called 2 others to enter the inner room, where they began searching through the filing cabinets together. Chu Chi was well versed in such matters and guided Lin Ye and his team to a row of tables and chairs. "Wait a moment. But without a special order it's best not to take the files out of here. Everyone nodded in agreement and He Jinjian chuckled. Rest assured Brother Chu will only look here and won't take them out. Chu Chi disregarded them, occupied with his communicator, keeping a watchful eye as needed. Before long the administrator and 2 others arrived carrying a large stack of files and placed them respectfully on the table. These are all the missing persons cases from the past half-month. Well, take it from here. You may go. The 3 turned and left. Lin Ye and his team picked up the files, examining them one by one. Lifeng City, year 321, May 5th. Someone witnessed a colleague being forcibly shoved into a vehicle on their way home from work, after which the person never returned to work. Security patrol members went to retrieve surveillance footage but could not trace the vehicle's information. This was a kidnapping case with a witness and it seemed of low relevance to the mission. Lin Ye set it aside and picked up the next file. The 4 continued to review and filter, cross-checking when uncertain. Half an hour later a case file in Lin Ye's hand caught his attention. 3 days ago someone reported that her husband had gone out drinking the previous night and never returned. Critically, the missing person was a first-tier Jin warrior, a registered member of a hunting squad within the great city. According to his wife, he had just returned from hunting ferocious beasts outside the city and went out drinking with his squad members that night but never came home. When she asked his squad members, they said they parted ways after drinking and had no other missions. Her husband was very family-oriented and would not vanish without a word to go out of the city or handle other matters alone. Something must have happened. A family man, a Jin warrior who had just returned from gathering resources outside the city, suddenly lost without a trace. This had the flavor of the copy mission. He set that file aside and continued reviewing the rest. They read until noon before finishing all of them. In total they filtered out 3 cases they deemed most likely. Noting down the case details and the addresses of the reporters, they summoned the administrator and returned all the files. Seeing they were done, Chu Chi stood up and stretched. It's meal time. Let's go eat. With that he led the way out of the archives and headed to the second-floor cafeteria. You're new and haven't eaten here yet. The food is decent and there's even first-tier beast meat, though not much. Lin Ye and his team were not particularly interested, eager to finish eating and head out to search for clues. After lunch they returned to Zhu Yong's office. Lin Ye cut to the chase. Captain Zhu, we've identified several missing person cases and want to investigate them for practice. Zhu Yong frowned slightly. Director Zhao had instructed him to keep an eye on them. He thought they would stay put since there was nothing urgent and staying here would cause no trouble. He had never expected them to be so proactive, eager to find work. It was a first for him. Seeing Zhu Yong's somber silence, He Jinjian quickly offered an ingratiating smile. He Captain Zhu, we're just practicing for the novelty. And we don't know the procedures so well, need 2 colleagues to guide us. How about this, tonight we'll find a place to have a good meal and unwind. He winked at Zhu Yong as he spoke. Hearing He Jinjian's proposal and having already received considerable favors from them with others accompanying them, nothing major would go wrong. Besides, he was busy at the moment or he would have joined them himself. Fine. Let Chu and Bin go with you. Having secured permission to go out, Lin Ye and his team called on the 2 named by Zhu Yong and headed to the 3rd Bureau's parking lot. There were public vehicles there designated for missions. Chu Chi found a commercial vehicle and took the driver's seat. There was no helping it, Lin Ye and his team had just entered the city and had no sense of direction, let alone knowledge of the roads. Lin Ye provided the address, which was the missing hunter's case he had found, and it was the nearest. The vehicle sped along the roads toward the destination, with trees lining the streets whizzing past. After a while they arrived at an upscale residential area. They presented their credentials, inquired about the reporter's specific address and entered smoothly. They reached a row of townhouses and parked in front of one. Lin Ye and his team of 6 approached the door and rang the bell. After 2 rings the door opened to reveal a haggard middle-aged woman. Her attire was not luxurious but clean and tidy, with a well-proportioned figure. Even with her pallid complexion she was still somewhat attractive. Chu Chi stepped forward and flashed his badge. We're from the 3rd Security Bureau Special Action Team 5, here to inquire about details of your husband's disappearance. Upon learning they were from the Special Action Team, the woman grew noticeably nervous in the presence of unfamiliar strong individuals. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I've already told everything I know to the Security Bureau. I truly don't know anything else. Just then a young boy ran out from inside, her son. Mommy. Fearing the boy might offend the security patrol members, the woman quickly pulled him close and held his head against her chest. Chu Qi was merely accompanying Lin Ye and his team. He gestured for Lin Ye to ask whatever he needed, then stepped back, leaning against the vehicle to smoke. Lin Ye turned to Yang Ku, signaling her to step forward and ask. With her strong capabilities and shared gender, she could facilitate better communication in this situation. Yang Ku approached, softening her voice. Don't be afraid, we're here to help. Did your husband drink with his squad members every time he returned from outside the city? The middle-aged woman, seeing Yang Ku's gentle and non-aggressive demeanor, felt her fear subside. She nodded in reply. Yes, they always gathered after missions back in the inner city. Before this gathering, did he mention anything unusual or different from before? The middle-aged woman shook her head. No. Yang Ku continued probing details as the woman responded. Lin Ye had no better approach. This was a shot in the dark, still better than idling at the security bureau. Bored, he scanned the surroundings when a peculiar sensation struck him, a deliberate gaze fixed upon him. Lin Ye traced the source to the adjacent villa. Besides Yang Ku, who was questioning, He Jinzhan and Jiang Chuan also sensed the anomaly, turning their attention to the left villa. Yet Chu Qi and Bin Zi remained oblivious. This highlighted the superiority of the survivors, not just in raw strength but across all dimensions. Survivors enhanced their abilities through the system, which elevated spirit and strength simultaneously. In contrast, Gene warriors or the insect core warriors Lin Ye knew of only excelled physically. They boosted combat power through potions that fortified the body. However, mental prowess remained beyond their reach, relying solely on natural enhancement via physical refinement. Without a definitive method to actively strengthen the mind, abilities reliant on perception, which demanded mental fortitude, lagged far behind those of survivors. With three of them sensing the anomaly simultaneously, it couldn't be an illusion. Lin Ye approached Yang Ku and asked, Is anyone living next door? He gestured toward the villa on the left. The middle-aged woman paused, puzzled by his question, but replied promptly, Yes, Teacher Sun lives next door. Teacher Sun? Is he a Gene warrior? The woman shook her head. No, he's a primary school teacher, teaches academics. A teacher, an ordinary person. Can a teacher's salary afford a villa? This contradicted what he knew. Teacher Sun's brother was a Gene warrior, but he didn't make it back once during a beast tide outside the city. So only an ordinary person lived next door. That was highly suspicious. How could a mere civilian provoke such a strong reaction from them? What baffled him most was that ordinary locals usually regarded them with awe, fear, or at most envy. Yet that gaze carried none of that. It was filled with excitement and intense greed. This was definitely abnormal. Lin Ye's expression hardened as he exchanged a glance with Yang Ku and the others. Something's wrong. They instantly understood. Lin Ye called out to Chu Qi and Bin Zi, pointing to the adjacent villa. I sense something off over there. Let's check it out. Bin Zi showed reluctance, but with Zhu Yong's prior orders and the promise of evening entertainment, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and followed. At the neighbor's door, Lin Ye stepped forward and rang the bell. Soon footsteps approached and the door opened to reveal a middle-aged man with glasses and meticulously combed hair. He was frail, short, and despite his neat appearance, signs of hardship were evident. Lin Ye asked first, Do you know someone next door has gone missing? Teacher Sun adjusted his ill-fitting glasses, his voice weary. Yes, I heard he disappeared the day before yesterday. Have you noticed anything unusual? No, maybe he went out alone to earn more resources. Lin Ye frowned. The response was too detailed. He glanced inside, spotting aged furniture in disarray. We need to search the house. Any objections? Teacher Sun hesitated, his voice uneasy. This isn't appropriate. I have nothing to do with the case. Lin Ye's tone turned cold, raising his voice. Whether you're involved isn't for you to decide. This caught even Chu Qi and Bin Zi's attention. Chu Qi stepped forward, flashing his badge, his tone brooking no refusal. Special Operations Team 5, 3rd Security Bureau. Please cooperate. Without waiting for a reply, he shoved the man aside and strode in as if entering his own home. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The man still hadn't adjusted to his new role. Lin Ye followed closely. Unable to stop them, Teacher Sun was pushed against the wall, head bowed. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes, a flash of red that vanished instantly. When Lin Ye sensed something amiss and looked back, Teacher Sun stood meekly by the wall, expression normal. They began a thorough search. Chu Qi and Bin Zi rummaged through items, adding to the mess, while Lin Ye's group heightened their perception, scanning for anomalies. Teacher Sun remained at the doorway, silently watching their search. Apart from daily necessities and furniture, nothing stood out. They combed every corner, upstairs and down. Just as they thought they'd found nothing, He Jinjan entered a room and caught a strange odor. He sniffed, tracing it to a wall, certain the source was there. Yet before him was just a solid wall. At that moment Teacher Sun appeared in the doorway watching He Jinjan. As a top-tier survivor, He Jinjan knew something was hidden. He was about to break through the wall when Teacher Sun roared, "Blood Spirit, kill them." The shout alerted Lin Ye and the others, who quickly converged. In their perception, 6 strong presences suddenly gained an extra one. The wall beside He Jinjan burst open violently. Boom! Amidst flying debris, a figure emerged, throwing a punch at He Jinjan's head. The attack was sudden and swift, arriving in the blink of an eye. But He Jinjan caught the incoming fist firmly, his stance unshaken. The attacker was only a first tier. This ferocious blow posed no threat. Lin Ye and the others arrived, leaving only Chu Qi and Bin Zi, who were slower and still descending the stairs. Without time to assess the situation, Lin Ye entered and swiftly broke the attacker's limbs, rendering him immobile. He neutralized the threat before the two arrived. This allowed them to claim joint action, concealing their true strength. Once everyone gathered, they studied the attacker on the floor. The man was muscular, yet despite his broken limbs he didn't scream in pain. Instead he writhed on the ground, attempting to continue his assault. On his exposed skin vivid red veins bulged, forming dense crimson patterns starkly different from normal blood vessels. His eyes were bloodshot, filled solely with a murderous instinct, like a mindless beast. He bore the face of the missing hunter from next door. Clearly he was in an abnormal state, but someone likely knew the cause. Lin Ye grabbed Teacher Sun and threw him beside the attacker. "Explain. What's going on?" Seeing the attack fail, Teacher Sun sat up on the floor, his eyes turning bloodshot as madness seized him. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're all going to die. The Lord is almost succeeding and you'll all perish." Lin Ye exchanged bewildered glances with the others. "Lord? What Lord?" Teacher Sun continued laughing, blood trickling from his mouth, then coughed violently as his life force waned. Panicked Lin Ye urged, "Hey, don't die yet. Spit it out first." He loathed those who died mid-sentence, leaving him frustrated. He produced a vial of basic healing potion, ready to force the man to live long enough to explain. Fortunately Teacher Sun hadn't expired yet, rasping weakly, "The Greed Abyss Church will avenge me." With those words Teacher Sun died. The thrashing attacker beside him also went, still becoming a corpse. Simultaneously the system chimed. Mission 1 completed. Instance mission team shared. 1. Within the Riftwind Giant City, people have been vanishing without a trace recently. Find clues to the disappearances. Completed. 2. Find an official member of the Greedy Abyss Church. After completing mission 2, mission 3 will be revealed. A series of mission prompts appeared indicating mission 1 was complete and revealing the second mission. Chu Qi and Binzi hadn't witnessed the battle, but the bizarre scene before them left them utterly astounded. "What's going on? Are you two injured?" He Jinjan shook his head, patting his chest in fright. "Thankfully we were all together just now, the attacker had no chance." Lin Ye pointed at the corpse on the ground and asked, "Have you seen anything like this before?" The two crouched down, scrutinizing the corpse's details, their brows furrowed. They shook their heads. Never seen anything so bizarre. Confirming this was related to the mission and combining it with the intelligence Teacher Sun had just shouted out, they could deduce that the Greedy Abyss Church used some method to transform the missing people into what Teacher Sun called blood spirits, which were also under his control. This didn't seem like a method belonging to the power system of the Giant City world. Mission 2 required finding an official church member, but with Teacher Sun dead the lead was severed. Chu Qi stood up and said, "This situation is complex. I'll have someone take the bodies back to the 3rd Bureau first, let the forensics department see if there's anything unusual. When we get back I'll report to the captain immediately." Having said that, he pulled out a communicator and contacted a nearby patrol team, asking them to drive over and collect the bodies. In truth, Lin Ye and his team would have preferred to investigate this matter on their own. Working with the action team imposed too many restrictions, but unfortunately they hadn't yet earned enough trust to operate independently. Soon several vehicles arrived at the townhouse complex and took away the two bodies. Since the missing person had been found, they needed to inform the person who reported it. Yang Ke volunteered, "I'll go talk to her." "I'll come with you." Lin Ye quickly followed. The commotion next door was so loud that nearby residents were stirred. Seeing a large group from the Public Security Bureau, no one dared to gather around, choosing instead to observe secretly from their homes. The middle-aged woman had been watching their actions the whole time, standing at her door with her child. Seeing Yang Ku and Lin Ye approach, she hugged her child nervously. Lin Ye spoke first. How well do you know your neighbor teacher's son? The middle-aged woman shook her head, puzzled by the question. I'm usually home alone, I don't interact much with the neighbors. How was your relationship with them? It was okay. Teacher's son was a pretty nice person. My husband would occasionally give him some food. Lin Ye and Yang Ku exchanged a helpless glance. Do you know who teacher's son has been in contact with lately or who he usually spent time with? The woman grew more confused, a sense of dread creeping in. No, I rarely go out except to take my child to school. Getting no useful information, Lin Ye stopped questioning and looked at Yang Ku, signaling her to reveal the truth. Yang Ku took a deep breath and explained the situation. The woman's face turned even paler. Tears streamed down her face as she held her son tightly, struggling not to sob. She had mentally prepared herself. In this world, once someone went missing, the outcome was unthinkable. She looked at Yang Ku, her eyes pleading, her voice choked with tears. Can I see him one last time? Yang Ku nodded and called over a patrol officer who had stayed to examine the scene. She gave him a few instructions, asking him to take the woman to the third bureau. Leaving the rest to others, they returned to the car and Chu Chi drove back to the third bureau. In Zhu Yong's office, as they entered, Zhu Yong had just set down his communicator. Chu Chi stepped forward and recounted exactly what had happened in the villa, especially the anomalies in the victims' bodies. After listening, Zhu Yong's expression turned grave. He had become captain not only because of his strength but also his intelligence. He knew this matter was no simple case different from past incidents. In the giant city, even the inner city deaths were common. There were killings for robbery, revenge, or by those who broke down mentally and killed aimlessly. But this time was different. He could sense the underlying danger. He opened his mouth to speak, but seeing the four newcomers, Lin Ye and his team, he fell silent. However, thinking it over, they had just arrived in the city. This matter probably had nothing to do with them. I just received a transfer order from headquarters. Each district special action team must have their captain lead the team on an urgent mission. We're leaving soon. Hearing this, Lin Ye and the others were taken aback. An urgent mission? What about their instance mission? Chu Chi asked. Captain Zhu, what's the big deal? Do we all have to go? The exact order is to leave only the most basic defense force and mobilize everyone else. He took a deep breath, his expression serious as he slowly spoke. Something happened at the advanced gene potion factory. Their expressions shifted, their hearts jolting. That place was the guarded treasure of the Riftwind giant city lord, the strongest third-order expert. Who would dare to covet it? To become a second-order gene warrior, one needed a second-order gene potion. Since arriving in the city, Lin Ye and his team hadn't seen a single second-order warrior, highlighting the rarity of advanced potions. Let alone the third-order gene potion, which was considered a forbidden item in the Riftwind giant city. No wonder such a massive mobilization was underway. Lin Ye was about to speak, hoping to refuse. Zhu Yong continued, but with this new development, someone still needs to pursue this investigation. I can submit a report to the higher-ups. He looked at the 6 people before him, especially Lin Ye and his team. It would be better to leave them behind just in case they were connected to the incident. If he personally brought them along and something happened, his best-case scenario would be a life on the run. Alright, you 6 stay. You discovered the case and know it best, so you can continue the investigation. I'll take the others. Lin Ye was overjoyed and quickly agreed. This was perfect. With a large number of first-order gene warriors and all the captains being deployed, it gave them the freedom to act. As for Chu Chi and Binzi, they could just treat them as NPC guides, easily managed. They left the office, leaving Chu Chi and Binzi behind, as Zhu Yong had matters to discuss. It was obvious he was telling them to keep an eye on the 4 newcomers and not let them cause any trouble. Soon Zhu Yong, fully armed, walked out of the office, gathered the remaining team members and hurried downstairs to assemble. The battalion commander's voice could be heard giving orders downstairs, followed by a long convoy departing towards the deeper parts of the inner city. Feeling a sense of freedom, Lin Ye asked where the forensics department was, intending to see if any findings had been made. Having just been instructed by Zhu Yong, Chu Chi and Binzi didn't dare let the 4 roam freely and had to follow. Inside the forensics department, several personnel in antibacterial suits were busy. Some were performing autopsies, others running tests, each at their task. About an hour later, someone came to report the results. Sirs, the preliminary results are in. No abnormalities were found. Lin Ye's eyes widened. Pointing at the autopsy room, his voice raised, with that gruesome appearance, you're telling me there's nothing abnormal? The man was drenched in cold sweat and spoke cautiously, indeed. There are no other anomalies. The body appears normal for a deceased person. The only lead was completely severed. After a busy afternoon, evening arrived. The captain and the others were absent, so the grand dinner was cancelled, as Jinjian put it. Too few people to make it fun. Well, go together when Captain Zhu and the others return. They had dinner together in the cafeteria, then clocked out for the day. Chu Qi led them to their assigned accommodations, which were not far away, right next to the third bureau within a high-end residential complex. Most members of the special action team within the third bureau lived here, making it convenient for emergency callouts. They arrived at a 10-story building where many floors were already lit. The top 4 floors are unoccupied. Divide them among yourselves. Your key is your work badge. I live in the next building. Chu Qi pointed to the building on the left. 3rd floor. You can come directly to me if anything comes up. The 4 nodded in acknowledgement and went upstairs after parting ways. They first reached the 7th floor and found that each floor had only 1 unit. The space was vast, equipped not only with a kitchen, bedrooms and a living room, but also a large training room stocked with various exercise equipment. It was still early, so they didn't rush to sleep. Instead, they sat down in the training room and began analyzing today's intelligence and planning their next moves. Yang Ke said, clearly this target is that so-called Lan Yuan church. Their methods are nothing like those of Jin warriors. We can't afford to be careless. Lin Ye added, the second task is to find a full member of the Lan Yuan church. With teacher Sun dead, that lead is gone. Any ideas? Jinjian ran his hand through his messy hair. What else can we do? Same as before, keep relying on luck. Aren't there 2 other cases that match the mission criteria? Yang Ke replied, that's one approach, but it's too reliant on luck. We could analyze teacher Sun's situation more thoroughly. Jiang Chen took the chance to glance at Yang Ke and asked, how do we analyze it? Teacher Sun was just an ordinary person, a teacher by profession, nothing special. How did he come into contact with the Lan Yuan church? Or rather, what did the church see in him? Lin Ye rubbed his chin, following Yang Ke's train of thought. If I were the leader, regardless of my goal, I'd recruit people who are either powerful or hold high status. That's how you grow. But teacher Sun had neither. What could he have that's close to either? Yang Ke raised an eyebrow. Didn't he have a brother who was a Jin warrior? Could that be connected? Lin Ye nodded. We can check his brother's records at the bureau tomorrow. Maybe we'll find something. After finalizing the details, Jinjian clapped his hands loudly. Alright, that's settled. Tomorrow we'll first check his brother's files at the bureau. If we find nothing, we'll go look into those 2 cases outside. With the action plan set, they parted ways, each picking a room on their chosen floor to rest. On the 3rd day in the giant city, at dawn, the 4 arrived early at the 3rd bureau to clock in. Instead of returning to Team 5's office area, they went straight to the autopsy department to obtain teacher Sun's autopsy report. After inquiring about where to look up resident information within the inner city, they headed directly to the 1st floor resident records room. Before arriving at the 3rd bureau, Chu Qi had stopped by Lin Ye's quarters but found no one. He hurried to Team 5's office area only to find them absent there as well. He asked Bin Zi if he had seen Lin Ye and the others. Bin Zi shook his head. I thought they hadn't arrived yet. Remembering the captain's orders, Chu Qi grew anxious. Hurry and find them. Let's hope nothing's happened. After some searching and inquiries, they finally located the 4 in the records room reviewing documents. Relieved, Chu Qi complained, fellas, do you have to be this eager? You could have called us to join. Lin Ye, aware of their concerns, explained, sorry, we're used to being busy in the outer city. Hard to shake the habit. Since they were on official business, the 2 couldn't say much but resolved to keep a closer eye on them. Found anything? Still looking, Lin Ye replied without turning around. Sun Gang, teacher Sun's brother, was a first-rank Jin warrior. He had worked as security for a mining company but never returned after one mission outside the city. That was the gist of the information, nothing particularly remarkable. Yang Ke asked Chu Qi, do you have basic records for this company here? Chu Qi nodded. Yes. For management purposes, every company must be registered, especially those hiring Jin warriors. They have to report to the Public Security Bureau, otherwise large private gatherings could easily lead to trouble. Yang Ke nodded. Great. Could you take us to see it? Sure. The company happens to be within the 3rd Bureau's jurisdiction, so the records are right here. They went to another records room housing company files. They called for the manager and retrieved the relevant company documents. Yufeng Mining, an inner-city mining company, owned a small iron mine outside Giant City. In life, owned Giant City resources beyond the city were unclaimed, whoever found them owned them. Provided you could hold on to them. The danger came not just from beasts and outer city settlements but more from the major powers within the inner city. The stronger you were, the more benefits you reaped. To mine iron outside the city required not only equipment and personnel but also hiring a large number of gene warriors to protect the mining site and transport the ore for normal operations. Lin Ye looked at the list of gene warriors under Yufeng Mining. Within just this week they had hired several first-rank warriors while all previous ones were marked as deceased. Lin Ye clicked his tongue. This death rate was way too high. What Lin Ye didn't know was that while the outside was dangerous, first-rank gene warriors weren't that fragile, unless a large beast tide struck, causing many deaths. He turned to Chu Chi, curious. Is the mortality rate this high from mining outside? Hiring several people a week. Mining must be profitable, but if a small company loses so many gene warriors, can it still keep recruiting? Chu Chi, who had some understanding of this, was equally puzzled. Mining is lucrative but not to the point of treating gene warriors like expendable tools. Besides, gene warrior mortality isn't this high. This is definitely abnormal. Abnormal. The four perked up. Abnormal was exactly what they were looking for. Such a high turnover of gene warriors, hiring and dying in droves, must hide a secret, perhaps tied to the mission. Lin Ye's expression turned serious. We have to look into this. Gene warriors are the foundation of the Giant City. They can't be dying for no reason. Chu Chi and Bin Zi were filled with respect, impressed that these newcomers from the outer city had such a strong sense of duty toward the Giant City. It was also their job, so there was no reason to refuse. He nodded. Alright, let's go check it out together. With a lead in hand, Lin Ye and the others wasted no time and headed out. They reached the parking lot, got into the car and left the driver's seat to Chu Chi as usual. A free laborer, why not make use of it? The vehicle started and drove out of the Third Bureau's jurisdiction. Once on the road, it headed away from the bustling central district, passing through several blocks where buildings began to shrink in height. Ahead, an industrial zone emerged. This was the inner city, the industrial zone under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Third Bureau. It bordered the outer city and many ordinary factory workers were recruited from the outer city's residents. The factory wages were pitifully low, barely enough to scrape by in the outer city, with even a full stomach being a luxury. Yet such safe jobs, free from the life-threatening dangers outside the city walls, were what countless outer city dwellers desperately sought. Following the address in the documents, the vehicle arrived at the gates of Yufeng Mining. The entire factory was enclosed by a meter-high wall with cameras installed at the corners and an iron electric gate at the front. 2 ordinary guards armed with rifles patrolled in front of the gate. Chu Chi flashed his credentials, signaling the guards to open the gate. One of the patrolling guards, after clearly seeing the badge, changed expression and hurriedly ran into the nearby security booth. Before long, a burly guard emerged, his aura steady and imposing, a first-tier gene warrior. Approaching the vehicle, he offered a smile. Brothers from the Public Security Bureau, what brings you here? Without any signs of abnormality, they couldn't treat these inner-city companies like ordinary folks. Everything had to follow procedure. Chu Chi flashed his credentials again. Special Action Team 5, Public Security Third Bureau. We have some matters to discuss with your boss. The first-tier guard's eyes darted and he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, opening it and offering them to the group while asking, haha, so you're brothers from Team 5. Our security captain at Yufeng Mining is an old friend of Captain Lu from Team 3. May I ask what specific matters you have with our boss? Those who ran businesses or factories in the inner city invariably had some connection with the city's 2 major enforcement bodies, otherwise the time wasted on daily identity checks alone could drive one to bankruptcy. Chu Chi frowned. Knowing Captain Lu was irrelevant, it wasn't his own captain. Besides, all the captains had taken their men to headquarters, so there was nothing to worry about. He revved the engine, his voice turning cold. Do I need to report official business to you? Open the gate. Seeing that they wouldn't be swayed, the first-tier guard dared not obstruct further. The Public Security Bureau held the power of life and death. He wasn't the boss with no such high status if these men wouldn't show him any courtesy. With a wave, he ordered the gate opened while pulling out a communicator to contact the company's higher-ups. He reported the situation. The vehicle entered the factory grounds and after parking, Lin Ye and the others got out. The area was vast. In front was an open space with a large section covered by an iron sheet shed. Beneath it tons upon tons of raw iron ore were piled up, turning the place into a warehouse. From within the factory buildings the roar of heavy machinery constantly echoed, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. The commotion was significant. This was a mining facility that integrated excavation, transport, sorting and smelting outside the city. It supplied refined iron to some inner-city factories while any surplus raw ore was sold to others. Inside the factory the machinery's roar was even louder, with dust flying everywhere and the air shimmering from the intense heat. Before they could observe further, 3 men in the same Yufeng mining security uniforms approached them. From the quality of their uniforms it was clear these 3 held a higher rank here. All 3 were first-year warriors, with the man at the front reaching the late first-year level, a rare sight even in the inner city. The leading man strode over quickly, speaking with a broad smile. "You should have given us a heads up before coming so we could have welcomed you at the gate." He gestured to the side. "Our boss is upstairs in the office. Tea has been prepared for you." Since meeting the boss was also one of their objectives, they nodded and let him lead the way. They arrived at the adjacent office building and ascended to the 3rd floor. The area was clearly soundproofed. The thunderous noise of ore crushing from the factory was nearly inaudible here, and there was no dust or heat. They reached a solid wooden door and the security captain raised his hand, knocking 3 times. "Come in," a steady, powerful voice came from within. Pushing the door open, the captain made a gesture inviting them inside. After everyone had entered he closed the door and took his place beside the boss. The boss of Yufeng Mining was a middle-aged man in his 40s, his hair slicked back immaculately. He was not overweight and possessed strength not weak among first-year warriors. "So you're friends from the 3rd Bureau. Please have a seat. How is Director Li doing lately?" Director Li was the deputy director of the Public Security 3rd Bureau, the 3rd in command, wielding considerable power. This was a hint of connection. "I know your superiors, so don't try anything." Reading the situation, Chu Chi shed his earlier assertiveness and replied with a smile, "Director Li has been well, not too busy." The boss, surnamed Zhao, picked up the tea he had brewed on the solid wood table and personally poured cups for everyone. Steam rose and a rich concentrated aroma of tea filled the air. Just from the scent it was clear the tea was expensive. "Is that so? Then I must find an opportunity to invite him out for some activities to get some exercise." He then gave a knowing look. "And you friends will join us then?" Chu Chi and his team hardly had the status to join a powerful director in such activities, but it was rude to refuse. "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Zhao." With the pleasantries done and small talk over, it was time for business. Boss Zhao raised his teacup, blew on it and took a shallow sip. "So what brings you gentlemen here today?" Chu Chi looked at Lin Ye. They had discovered the anomalies and had the most information, so they should ask. Lin Ye, unconcerned with who the boss knew, went straight to the point. "I've reviewed your company's records. The number of reported deaths among first-year warriors has been unusually high lately. What's going on?" "Oh. Is that so?" His brow furrowed, his expression turning serious as he looked at the security captain beside him. Matters of security were handled by him. "Is that true?" The security captain nodded. "Indeed it is." Slap. He slammed the table hard, his voice low. "How is it that I didn't know about this?" Lin Ye and the others watched the scene, wondering, did the boss truly not know, or was he putting on an act? The security captain explained. "Boss, you've been in negotiations with Heavy Steel Group these past few days. I didn't want to disturb you, so I never brought it up." Boss Zhao slowly exhaled, looked at Lin Ye and his team and forced a smile. "You see, I've been too busy to oversee the company. If you have any questions, ask him directly." He pointed at the security captain, then added with emphasis, "Duly cooperate fully with the Public Security Bureau and explain everything clearly." Duly nodded. "Yes, boss." He looked at Lin Ye and spoke. "Recently, for some unknown reason, many ferocious beasts have appeared near the mining area outside the city. There have even been small-scale beast tides of about a dozen. To ensure the mine's safety, the company's gene warrior mortality rate has been high." Lin Ye and the others exchanged glances. The reasoning was plausible. The outskirts of the giant city were fraught with danger, and encountering a beast tide was simply bad luck. There was no fault to find. "Is that all?" Duly nodded. "Indeed. You can send someone to investigate." After asking a few more details and finding nothing unusual, they stood up to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, Lin Ye halted and turned to face Boss Zhao. "We'd like to take a look around the factory floor if that's all right." Boss Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, then a smile spread across his face as he nodded. Of course, of course. Duly accompany our friends from the action team and show them around downstairs." Duly nodded and gestured forward. "Please." The group once again entered the workshop, where turbid, scorching air rushed to meet them. The space was divided into several sections: the crushing area, the sorting area, the refining area, and the smelting zone. The workers were covered head to toe in dust, their hair thick with grime. In the smelting zone the heat was so intense it radiated outward, causing sweat to pour from their bodies, which mixed with the dust to form a layer of black sludge, rendering them barely recognizable as human. The work here was purely physical labor. They were already poorly nourished and frail. When moving heavy objects they clenched their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads, inching their burdens toward the destination with agonizing slowness. After inspecting the other areas they arrived at the innermost smelting zone. As they drew closer the temperature grew increasingly oppressive. Even Chu Chi and the others with their first-order warrior physiques found the terrifying heat difficult to endure. They took a cursory look from a distance, found nothing amiss, and prepared to leave. Just then He Jinjian sniffed the air, his gaze fixed on the depths of the smelting zone as if he intended to move closer for a better look. But realizing there were too many people around and that approaching further might expose their abilities, he hesitated. Lin Ye noticed He Jinjian standing still and moved closer, lowering his voice. "Found something?" He Jinjian nodded. "The scent is somewhat similar to the blood spirit." Lin Ye's eyes lit up. "Another clue." He glanced at Chu Chi and the others who were some distance away and whispered, "No rush. We'll talk tonight." After several days of operations they had a thorough understanding of the inner city's layout. A large number of Jin warriors had also been redeployed. It was time to move under the cover of night, perfect for shaking off those two tagalongs and getting down to business without restraint. He Jinjian agreed with Lin Ye's plan. The two of them casually fell back in with the main group. After boarding the vehicle and leaving Yufeng Mining, Chu Chi inquired about their next move. Lin Ye pulled out records of the other two missing persons cases and proposed they investigate them. Before leaving, Captain Zhu had stressed the importance of handling this matter with due diligence. Chu Chi and Binzi dared not take it lightly. The group headed to another district. After a round of questioning they gleaned no useful intelligence. Having visited both locations the sky was growing dark. They returned to the third bureau, planning to pursue other leads the next day. Back in the residential building the team gathered together. He Jinjian reported what he had discovered during the day. Yang Ku agreed with their assessment. "We can't afford to overlook any clue." They didn't act immediately. Instead they waited until complete darkness had fallen, when most people had returned home and the streets were less crowded, before heading downstairs together. They evaded the residential area surveillance cameras, slipped past pedestrians on the road and made it outside with ease. Without a vehicle they relied on their own two legs. Given their stamina, reaching the inner city's industrial district was merely a warm-up. Nighttime management in the inner city was strict. Most of the factory workers were from the outer city and were not permitted to stay overnight. As a result the industrial zone was eerily silent, a stark contrast to its thunderous daytime activity. Approaching Yufeng Mining they could see security guards stationed at the entrance. Inside, flashlight beams crisscrossed the darkness, moving columns of light constantly shifting. Every factory here had night watchmen and the level of security was even tighter than during the day. If left unguarded not a single screw would remain by morning. Dodging the patrolling guards they slipped into the factory building. Inside it was pitch black. The chaotic noisy scene of the day was gone, in the silence only the lingering smell of molten iron ore remained. They arrived at the smelting zone. The temperature here was no longer oppressive but instead felt pleasantly warm compared to the rest of the facility. Seizing the moment before the patrol came to inspect they quickly entered the smelting area. Inside stood a massive steel furnace. A narrow walkway ran alongside it and they followed it deeper into the facility. At the very end they encountered an iron door. He Jinjian had detected the same scent as the blood spirit from outside. Without the interference of extreme heat the odor was many times more potent at night than during the day. He Jinjian pointed at the iron door and nodded. "The scent is strongest here. Break it down. Let's go in and have a look," Lin Ye decided without hesitation. He Jinjian gripped the door handle and gave it a try. It was locked. He then pulled outward with force and the door frame emitted a strained creaking sound of protest. He Jinjian gradually increased his strength and the sound of internal components breaking grew more piercing. In the quiet dark factory the noise carried far into the distance. He Jinjian had to stop. Then he opened his palm upward and a medieval longsword materialized in his hand. He thrust the sword at the iron door. With a soft whoosh the blade pierced the metal as easily as cutting through tofu, the sound barely audible. After a few more strikes the iron door yielded and the four of them entered. It was a small windowless room lit only by a dim yellowish bulb hanging from the ceiling. What was horrifying was the sight of several human corpses lying neatly arranged on the floor. Jiang Chuan, startled by the unexpected scene, quickly retrieved a luminescent tool. It was a night pearl emitting a bright soft glow that illuminated the entire room. Now the gruesome details of the bodies were starkly visible to them. They were exactly like the blood spirit they had seen before, blood vessels twisted like earthworms, a vivid crimson covering their entire bodies. This discovery didn't frighten them, instead it excited them. The trail was reconnected. Before they could make another move, their senses detected someone approaching from outside. They all turned their gaze toward the iron door. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the smelting zone. 2 people. Gene warriors. But both were only first order, they sensed nothing else. Lin Ye and his team were all second order, skilled and bold, completely unafraid of the situation. They simply stood there looking toward the doorway. 2 figures appeared one after the other, entering the room and blocking their only exit. It was Boss Zhao and the security captain Du Li. Boss Zhao looked at the people inside and sighed. You found out after all. Is a few vials of gene serum a month really worth this much risk? Lin Ye, however, was completely relaxed. He smiled and greeted him. Well, here we are again. As for the pay, that's none of your concern. Seeing that they could still laugh, Boss Zhao was a little exasperated. I wonder if you're lucky or unlucky. The chairman just so happens to need one more blood spirit. Oh. Lin Ye was even more delighted now, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Are you going to take us to see the chairman? Are you an official member of the Lanyuan Church? Boss Zhao lifted his chin slightly, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at them, his gaze like that of one regarding ants. His voice was filled with reverence and madness. Of course I am. You ignorant mortals have no idea of the chairman's mystery and power. Once I refine you into blood spirits and offer you to him, he will surely grant me even greater strength. The moment Boss Zhao admitted to being an official member of the Lanyuan Church, the system chimed with a notification. Dungeon Quest team shared. One within Lifeng Giant City, people have been disappearing without a trace. Find the clues to their disappearance. Completed. 2. Find an official member of the Lanyuan Church. Completed. The second side quest was successfully completed and the third one emerged. Investigate the purpose of the greedy Abyss Church in refining blood spirits. Lin Ye and his companions were in no rush. Since Boss Zhao was eager to show off, they decided to ask more questions. What is your purpose? Boss Zhao's eyes revealed contempt as he held his head high. The great goal of our leader is beyond the comprehension of mortals like you. Lin Ye was at a loss for words. Could they understand or not? He should at least explain first. He continued, could you tell us? Perhaps we could assist the leader. Boss Zhao frowned. These people showed no concern for their current predicament. Do they have a hidden card? Or is someone waiting outside stalling for time? He decided not to waste any more time and capture them quickly to avoid complications. Humph. Once I present you to the leader, you will find out soon enough. With that, a bloody light blazed in the eyes of Boss Zhao and Du Li, almost spilling forth. They roared, blood spirits, seize them. The moment the command was given, the corpses that had lain motionless on the ground rapidly grew in aura. In Lin Ye's perception, their fluctuations instantly reached the first order level. In the next instant, the corpses stood upright, the bulging veins on their bodies also glowing red. They lunged at Lin Ye and his companions with swift movements. Faced with this eerie scene, the 4 remained unflustered. Lin Ye sidestepped a blood spirit's grasping hand and lightly kicked it. Crack. One of the blood spirit's thighs was snapped, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground. Yet its attack did not cease, it continued to claw at Lin Ye. Lin Ye moved swiftly, effortlessly breaking the limbs of the blood spirit, leaving it writhing on the ground. The other 3 handled their blood spirits with equal ease, not even needing their weapons. Standing at the door, the 2 who had been so arrogant and confident moments before had their expressions freeze in an instant. Disbelief painted their faces. Though the blood spirits were also first order, they felt no pain and knew no fear. As long as the attack command remained active, they would keep fighting relentlessly. Under such uninhibited assaults, even a slightly superior fighter would struggle against the blood spirits. Yet now several of them had been effortlessly subdued, lying on the ground like plucked chickens at the mercy of their captors. How long had it taken them to defeat the blood spirits? 5 seconds. 10 seconds. A terrifying thought crept into the minds of Boss Zhao and Du Li. Only a second-order gene warrior could so easily defeat first-order blood spirits. Could it be? Were all four of them second-order warriors? The moment this thought surfaced, they were seized by panic, the bloody light in their eyes dimming. Lin Ye clapped his hands, flashed to the door and blocked their escape, a smile on his face. Now can you tell me the purpose of your church? Boss Zhao trembled, his lofty demeanor instantly shattered as he crashed back to reality, his voice quivering with fear. I. Before he could finish, he slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Stammering, he finally managed, I don't know. Lin Ye was surprised. Aren't you a full member? You don't even know what your church is up to. I've only met the leader once. The elite members have been handling communications. They told me to secretly find isolated strong individuals and refine them into blood spirits. That's all I know. So that was it. Why act so haughty if you knew nothing? Where is your leader? I don't know. He approached me that one time. Boss Zhao curled into a ball, answering every question. Judging by the quest's progression, they would eventually confront that leader. The previous tasks had been too simple. Aside from the trouble of finding people, the intensity was utterly insufficient for them. The idea of a one-step solution fell through, so they had to proceed step by step. Who is the elite member you communicate with? He's from the Guard Department, the Deputy Director of the Eastern City Guard Division. How was the Guard Department involved now? The situation grew complicated. Unlike the Security Bureau, the Guard Department manned the Great Wall, rarely leaving with a military-like discipline. It wasn't as lax as the Security Bureau. Targeting a Guard Department member, especially a Deputy Director, would inevitably cause a stir, dramatically increasing the difficulty. The four surrounded Boss Zhao and Du Li. Yang Ku asked, a Deputy Director. What's his name? What's his strength? At the mention of the Deputy Director, fear deepened in Boss Zhao's eyes. He paused for a long while before speaking, clearly intimidated. His name is Lifeng, a second-order gene warrior. Indeed, the difficulty was escalating. The elite members of the Greedy Abyss Church were second-order, the leader would be even stronger. They could only hope he wasn't third-order. Otherwise, even with four of them, it would be futile. He's stationed at the Great Wall. How do you contact him? The Guard Department isn't too strict with high-ranking officials. He returns to the inner city every 3 days and we meet then. A glimmer of hope shone in their eyes. As long as he left the main force, it was manageable. When is the next meeting? Tomorrow night. He has a secret residence in the inner city where we always meet. With the information they needed, all that remained was to find the elite member tomorrow night and dig deeper according to the quest. As for these two, they couldn't be left here. They still had to maintain their disguises and work during the day tomorrow. The quest's duration was uncertain and their identities in the Security Bureau couldn't be compromised yet. They had to be detained. Lin Ye asked, if you leave, will the factory have issues? Boss Zhao shook his head repeatedly. No. We often go out. The factory will run normally. Alright, cooperate well and well, spare your lives. Definitely well cooperate. Boss Zhao showed a look of relief. Lin Ye looked at the other three. Take them back to the residence and keep them under watch until tomorrow night. The three nodded in agreement. Lin Ye struck the backs of the two men's necks with just the right force, knocking them unconscious. Then he, Jin Zhan and Jiang Chuan each grabbed one and headed for the Iron Gate. Lin Ye stayed behind to deal with the not-quit-dead blood spirits, all of whom wore the security uniforms of Yufeng Mining. It seemed they had used the recruitment of security personnel as a pretext to refine blood spirits. He drew his armor-breaking blade and finished off the blood spirits. To avoid detection, he threw all the bodies into the steel furnace in the melting area, erasing all traces. He then closed the Iron Gate, restoring the damaged areas as best he could before leaving with his teammates. As before, even carrying 2 extra adults, they easily returned to the residence near the third bureau. Avoiding the cameras, they entered the room. They took out ropes, tied the two up tightly, gagged them and locked them in the kitchen. With that done, it was already late. Any further action would have to wait until tomorrow night. They parted ways and returned to their own rooms to sleep. On the 4th day, during daylight hours, they went to the third bureau as usual to clock in for work. Subsequently, using the pretense that the clues had run dry and they needed to reorganize the case details, they remained inside the bureau without leaving. Chu Qi and Binzi had no better alternative, so they could only re-examine the recently reported cases, hoping to stumble upon some other lead. Due to a large number of personnel being reassigned, numerous serious incidents had occurred within the Third Bureau's jurisdiction over the past 2 days. The Security Bureau officers were overwhelmed with work and the sound of their bustling activity echoed continuously from downstairs. However, these were merely ordinary cases largely unrelated to Lin Ye and his group. Time slipped by swiftly as the light dimmed and night descended. Returning to their residence, they followed the same pattern as the previous day. Once the outside world had fallen completely silent, they escorted Boss Zhao and duly skillfully navigating past surveillance cameras and passers-by and arrived at a secluded street. Guided by the 2 men, they hurried towards another district, one that fell under the jurisdiction of the 5th Security Bureau. With the towering outer walls in place, only a gentle breeze drifted into the city. The weather was not yet cold and the night wind blew softly against their skin, bringing immense comfort. Avoiding the more crowded routes, they moved through the shadows of the inner city, crossing street after street. After an hour's journey, they reached their target area. Ahead lay an artificial lake, quite expansive and gently curving. On both sides of the lake stood rows of uniquely designed high-end sprawling standalone villas. The secret residence of Minister Lu, the elite member mentioned by Boss Zhao, was located within the villa complex right before them. Before they even drew near, they could see numerous patrolling security guards on the perimeter and the roads inside the complex. They were fully armed, carrying flashlights, and constantly swept their gaze in groups of 3 to 5, leaving no corner unchecked. Among them, several squad leaders moved with steady steps and sharp eyes. They were first-order warriors. Those who resided here were either major tycoons of the inner city or individuals of considerable status within the giant metropolis. Their demands for security and privacy were exceedingly high. After a brief observation, as soon as a patrolling team departed, they seized the opportunity and dashed forward. With a running start and a leap, they easily cleared the outer wall and entered the villa complex. Relying on their second-order reflexes and speed, they evaded the interior patrols and smoothly arrived outside the villa Boss Zhao had indicated. The villa's main door was tightly shut, lights were on inside, but no sound emanated from within. With a powerful push from their legs, they leaped up to the second-floor balcony, slid open the glass door and entered the second-floor living room. Inside, various appliances were fully equipped. The polished solid wood floors and walls adorned with gold-trimmed decoration spoke of lavish luxury. Once inside, they extended their perception to its fullest and detected several people in the hall downstairs. From their auras, they were all ordinary humans. Clearly the elite member was not among them. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on Boss Zhao, his eyes turning icy. "Where is he?" Boss Zhao shuddered and hastily replied in a low voice, "The basement. We meet in the basement." Silently descending to the first floor, they knocked out several ordinary people who were smoking and chatting idly. They then entered a side room where a staircase led downward. This was the entrance to the basement. As they followed the stairs to the very bottom, a familiar odor wafted toward them, the unique scent of blood spirits. Lin Ye signaled Boss Zhao with a look to knock on the door. Trembling, Boss Zhao stepped forward, raised his hand and knocked twice lightly, followed by 3 heavy knocks. Before long, the door opened from within. A man in a security bureau uniform appeared. Upon seeing Boss Zhao outside, his face darkened and his voice turned frigid. "What's the matter with you? Showing up only now? I've been waiting." He stopped mid-sentence, noticing the large group behind Boss Zhao. Apart from Du Li, whom he recognized, the rest were strangers. His eyes widened in disbelief. "You? How dare you bring others here?" It was only then that he realized Boss Zhao's demeanor was entirely different from usual, his face pale, his eyes filled with terror and cold sweat beading on his forehead. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Just as he was about to alert those inside that the situation had changed, Jinzhan moved swiftly. In a single stride he was beside the man and knocked him out before he could even react. Lin Ye escorted Boss Zhao through the doorway. The basement was not large. In the center stood a round table with an electric light hanging overhead. At that moment 4 people were seated around the table. Behind each of them stood several blood spirits, motionless like puppets rooted to the spot. The commotion outside the door had already caught the attention of those inside, who all turned their heads toward the entrance. When Lin Ye and his group entered the basement, the occupants' expressions shifted dramatically as they sprang to their feet. Panic, suspicion and murderous intent instantly flooded the entire basement. The person seated at the head of the table unleashed his full aura, a wave of oppressive pressure far surpassing the others, radiating outward. His eyes were sharp as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ye and his companions. "Who are you?" Uncertain of the situation, they dared not act rashly for the moment. Lin Ye swept his gaze around, finally settling on the man with the strongest aura, the only second order among them. "Are you Minister Lu?" Lu Feng did not answer. Instead he was gauging the strength of the newcomers. Strangely, although he sensed they were not strong, merely at the first-order level, their overly composed demeanor made him deeply uneasy. This showcased the advantage of possessing formidable mental strength. Despite being second-order themselves, Lin Ye and his group could conceal their auras so effectively that the other party could not perceive their true power. He forcibly suppressed the unease within him, adopting the bearing of a minister, and spoke in a low, grave voice. "This is a confidential meeting of the Defense Ministry. Who are you to dare intrude without authorization?" Oh. Those in high positions truly were different. Even when caught red-handed they could twist black into white. Lin Ye let out a soft laugh and spoke slowly, "Enough, let's not beat around the bush. I've long admired your organization's leader. Could you arrange an introduction?" Rather than capturing the man and forcing information out of him, it was better to try a different approach to avoid alerting the enemy. If it didn't work, they could resort to coercion later. At the mention of leader, Lu Feng knew their identities had been exposed. However, judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem intent on eliminating them, rather they appeared to want to join the organization. This left him uncertain and he hesitated, asking, "You wish to join?" Lin Ye's expression turned solemn as he nodded emphatically. I've heard that the leader is immensely powerful and I hold him in great esteem." Regardless of whether Lin Ye and his group were sincere, Lu Feng's plan was to stabilize them first. Since the other party hadn't made a move, it was best for them not to strike first. Without absolute certainty, if the commotion escalated and attracted more people, the situation would only worsen. At the very least, they had not yet been exposed to the upper echelons of the giant city, a favorable outcome. "This matter is not for me to decide. You must undergo a personal examination by the leader." Lin Ye quickly asked, "Then when can you take us to meet the leader?" Lu Feng fell silent, as if pondering whether to bring them before the leader. After a long moment he broke into a smile and retracted his formidable aura. With a gesture of his hand he invited Lin Ye and the others to sit, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. His eyes took on an inscrutable glint. "Soon. The leader has already sent word earlier instructing us to rendezvous with him tonight." He had reasoned it out clearly. Regardless of these people's intentions, since they wanted to meet the leader, he would let them. Given the leader's strength, once they actually met him, could these few possibly cause any trouble? Lin Ye and his group sat down, and upon hearing Lu Feng's reply a gleam lit up in their eyes. They had finally found the main target. In the basement the tense atmosphere eased, but Lin Ye and his companions were still uninvited guests who had not yet formally joined the Greed Abyss Church. The matters that should have been discussed were forcibly halted, too sensitive to be revealed. For a moment the room fell silent, both sides harboring their own thoughts, the atmosphere growing stiff. As the leader, Yu Feng knew the night's purpose. He looked at Boss Zhao, noticing only him and Du Li, and asked, "Zhao Qi, where is your blood spirit?" Zhao Qi, Boss Zhao's real name, trembled at Yu Feng's question, fear flashing in his eyes. He dared not answer nor evade Yu Feng's inquiry, the pressure from both sides equally immense. He lifted his head, his gaze flickering as he glanced at Lin Ye's group before quickly lowering it again. Seeing this, Yu Feng understood, the blood spirit had likely been lost at the hands of these few. Thinking of the meeting with the leader ahead and the lack of several blood spirits, deep worry surfaced in his eyes. The leader's methods were not only eerie but also ruthless toward his own. Would he be forced to take the fall? He glanced again at the composed figures across from him. Perfect, bringing them to see the leader might just fill the gap, sparing himself from disaster. Hearing Yu Feng's question, a faint smile curled on Lin Ye's lips as he explained, "This is all a misunderstanding. I asked Boss Zhao to guide us, but he wasn't cooperative, so a little accident happened. You won't mind, will you, Minister Yu?" Yu Feng forced a strained smile. No, not at all. By the way, I see each of you carrying a blood spirit. What are they for? They'll easily expose your whereabouts." Yu Feng's eyes flickered. Refining blood spirits was the leader's command, and he dared not disclose their purpose. "I'm not sure about that. When you meet the leader you can ask him yourselves." Lin Ye nodded, unbothered by the vague answer, and continued to wait. As long as they met the leader, all answers would come. Amid the silence, Yu Feng's communicator beeped urgently. He stiffened, quickly pulling it out to check the message. His previously anxious expression relaxed. He stood up, nodded to the others, and then turned to Lin Ye's group. "The leader has sent word. Let's go, I'll take you to him." Lin Ye and his three companions rose and followed Yu Feng's group. Instead of leaving through the door they'd entered, they approached a wall. Yu Feng pressed a spot and the wall slid open, revealing a pitch-black passage. Lin Ye squinted, surprised by the hidden passage. Good thing they hadn't acted rashly and alerted them. The passage was dark and narrow, allowing only single-file passage. Yufeng's group prepared took out flashlights. Lin Ye and his team followed, walking forward. After about 200 to 300 meters they reached the end of the passage where a wooden door stood. Yufeng pushed open the wooden door and a foul stench wafted into the passage. It was the smell of a sewer, the passage connected to the city's underground network. Yufeng was the first to crawl into the network, leading the way. When it was Lin Ye's turn, he noticed the door was camouflaged to look like the network wall. Stepping into the sewage, water splashes rose. The stench inside was even worse, nearly making Lin Ye vomit his dinner. The space inside was cramped, forcing them to walk hunched over. The sound of footsteps in the filthy water echoed as they moved forward. Finally Yufeng stopped. He raised his hand, pressing down to signal the group to halt, then listened carefully. Confirming no one was above, he unlatched a lock, pushed open a hatch overhead and climbed out of the underground network. Outside was a parking lot. Lin Ye and the others emerged, taking deep breaths of fresh air to recover. Several cars were parked in the lot, prepared in advance by Yufeng. The group quickly boarded, with Lin Ye's four sharing a car with Yufeng, who led the way. The cars drove along remote roads, encountering no other vehicles or patrol officers. They arrived at an extremely secluded area in the inner city filled with abandoned buildings. Getting out, Lin Ye surveyed the surroundings. With his sharp vision he recognized it as an abandoned mine. The surrounding structures were collapsed, showing signs of forced demolition. The mining machinery had long been removed, nothing of value remained. Yufeng looked at Lin Ye's group with a bright smile and led the way toward a mine shaft. "Follow me. The leader is just ahead." Only Yufeng had been here before. The others observed their surroundings as they followed. The mine shaft was vast, its walls covered in uneven rocks, evidence of manual excavation. The path first descended, then leveled out. The vertical depth was estimated at no more than 20 meters. Ahead several forks appeared, each pitch black like gaping abysses, their depths unknown. Under Yufeng's lead the group wove through the mine, turning left and right. The terrain was extremely complex. Soon a bend appeared ahead with flickering light spilling from the other side. "We're here." Yufeng walked toward the light. Lin Ye and his companions paused, their expressions no longer as relaxed as before. Without a doubt they were about to face the big boss of this instant's mission. Based on the system's usual pattern, it would be a near-death experience. They wouldn't let them complete the task so easily. On high alert they rounded the bend and stepped into the firelight. The mine shaft gave way to a massive underground cavern as large as 3 or 4 basketball courts. Large fire basins lined the perimeter, blazing fiercely. Shadows danced, stretching and twisting like crawling monsters. Though the fire basins were numerous and large, the light failed to reflect off the cavern's rocky walls, leaving the vision dim and murky. Only vague human figures could be seen standing within. A peculiar sensation crept over the four, but it was faint and easily dismissed. Many people stood in the cavern, forming a circle. At its center sat a figure draped in a black robe adorned with strange patterns. The figure kept its head lowered, face hidden beneath a large hood shrouded in darkness. At first glance it seemed the robe held no one, just fabric propped up into a human shape. Except for Lin Ye's group, everyone who entered the cavern turned devout and reverent. They lowered their heads and silently moved to fill the gaps in the circle. Then, led by Yufeng, they placed their left hand over their chest, right hand behind their back, and bowed deeply toward the black-robed figure at the center. Their voices brimmed with fervor. "Greetings, leader. Forgive our lateness." In the dim and eerie cave, silence reigned, broken only by the crackling of the braziers, their flames casting flickering shadows that stretched across the ground. Lin Ye and his 3 companions stood to one side, having made no move since entering, merely observing the surroundings in silence. The black-robed leader remained seated motionless, his entire form shrouded in the dark robe, not even a finger visible. He showed no reaction to Yufeng's voice. The other church members were similarly still, standing in a circle with their hands at their sides. Had it not been for their breathing they would have been indistinguishable from puppets. Yufeng leading those who had followed him and maintained a bowing posture, not daring to move a muscle, sweat beading on his forehead. After a long moment the black-robed leader rose and walked slowly to Yufeng. His movements drew the attention of everyone in the cave, their gazes converging on the bowing Yufeng. Lin Ye and his companions also turned to look. This made Yufeng's back tense, the pressure mounting. The black-robed figure spoke, his voice hoarse and raspy like the scraping of blades, sharp and grating. "It seems you did not take my instructions to heart." The leader's tone carried no reproach, no coercion, only a flat statement. Yet it sent a chill through Le Fong as if his heart were being tightly clenched. "El leader." An unexpected situation arose, he stammered, his voice trembling with fear. The leader's form remained hidden beneath the voluminous black robe, only his deeply unsettling voice emerging. "I will give you a chance to explain." Le Fong felt as if granted a pardon. He swallowed hard and spoke with utmost deference. "Leader, these individuals claim they wish to join the Lanyuan Church. The blood spirit that was destroyed was also damaged by them." Having said this, he bowed and stepped half a pace aside, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Ye and his group. "You wanted to see the leader, didn't you? Now that you have, I hope you are not disappointed." Lin Ye remained composed, his posture straight. Ignoring Le Fong's suggestive look, he fixed his gaze on the black-robed leader. "Are you the leader?" he asked in a flat tone, as if making casual conversation. The church members, who had been utterly still, stirred slightly. Daring to address the leader with such insolence, truly reckless. The black-robed leader remained calm, but his voice took on a note of intrigue at their attitude. "Oh. Since you are here to join, why do you not bow before me?" As the leader formally confronted them, the earlier sense of wrongness intensified. From the moment they entered the cave, there had been a faint, indescribable strangeness. It was not danger nor killing intent, something else entirely. It was as if something was gently tugging at their nerves, influencing their consciousness. The sensation was so subtle that Lin Ye and his three companions had not yet detected it. "We are indeed very interested in the Lanyuan Church. But may I ask a question first?" The black-robed leader was in no hurry, allowing them to inquire. "Can you tell us the purpose of refining the blood spirit?" The black-robed leader took 2 steps forward, and as the distance closed, the strange sensation abruptly intensified. "Do you truly wish to know?" His voice carried an abnormal tremor, as if something else was interwoven within it. Yang Kuhi, Jinzhan and Jiang Chuan maintained their vigilance, yet a flicker of red appeared in their eyes. Very faint. Lin Ye was also affected, but his spirit was stronger than the others, so he did not exhibit the same anomaly. "Of course I do." The black-robed leader moved closer, still the distance between them narrowing to about 5 meters. A laugh emerged from beneath the robe. It was dry and grating, echoing through the silent cave, causing the robe to tremble. "Ha ha ha. Naturally, it is to allow me to break through to the 3rd rank." His laughter ceased. 2 hands covered in red veins emerged from the sleeves. They were not normal human hands, the skin was a pallid gray. The red blood vessels bulged and writhed as if something was growing and spreading within them. He raised both palms and continued, "By absorbing enough blood spirits, I can break through to the 3rd rank." His palms turned upward as if showcasing a great achievement. "But you have damaged the materials I need. How will you compensate me?" As the black-robed leader revealed his purpose, the system issued a task completion notification. Dungeon Task 3: Investigate the purpose of the Lanyuan Church's blood spirit refinement. Completed 4: Destroy the Lanyuan Church stronghold and kill the leader and other members. Upon completing this task, you may return. At last, Task 3 was finished and the system released the final task. As they had guessed, it was related to the leader. As soon as they received the task information, the situation around them shifted. The church members, who had been standing in a circle, moved swiftly and silently at the leader's words, surrounding Lin Ye and his group and blocking the entrance. Meanwhile, the leader continued to approach. 1 step. Another step. As the leader drew nearer, a red gleam appeared in Lin Ye's eyes and his consciousness slipped into a state he did not perceive. It was a craving and greed for power, making him instinctively feel that the black-robed leader was right. For the sake of power, to become stronger, he should compensate. In doing so, he too would become more powerful. Just as the leader was about to amplify this influence, the quiet, gently pulsating spark within Lin Ye's mind suddenly exploded as if provoked. Without warning or transition, the tiny flame surged several times its size in an instant. The fire blazed, burning fiercely. The warm light expanded rapidly, sweeping through his consciousness. A loud buzz sounded in Lin Ye's mind. His consciousness snapped back to clarity, as if breaking through darkness into warm sunlight, emerging from that imperceptible state. The red faded from his eyes, his mind clear. He looked around and realized with a start that they were surrounded by a large number of church members, their escape route cut off, something he had not noticed before. When did they surround us? He had no idea. What about his teammates? He quickly turned to look at them, only to find them standing still, their expressions dazed, a clear red glow visible in their pupils. No. His teammates had fallen victim. When had it started? At the moment they entered the cave. Or when the leader spoke. Such a bizarre technique, and he had not detected it at all. There was no time to think further. He unleashed his full second-rank aura, marshalling all his mental strength, and bellowed, "Wake up!" The sound wave exploded in the enclosed cave. In his right hand an ice-blue crossbow appeared, in his left an armor-breaking blade. Both weapons materialized simultaneously. The Blackrock shield which he had often used was not summoned this time. It could not withstand his current strength and would only be a hindrance. The roar was immensely powerful, carrying a spiritual shockwave that had an immediate effect. His three teammates, whose mental strength was not weak and were on the verge of being influenced, snapped back to alertness at Lin Ye's stimulus. Yang Ku was the first to break free from the state, his body jolting as if struck by electricity. He Jinzhan followed, staggering 2 steps from the sound's impact. Jiang Chuan recovered last. As the red faded from his eyes, he shook his head violently twice, his consciousness clearing. The 3 of them took in the situation before them. They were surrounded, the passage behind them blocked. The leader stood less than 3 meters away, his red-veined hands still outstretched. In such a dire situation they activated their full perception, rapidly assessing their surroundings. Among the surrounding church members the vast majority were first-rank warriors, and the blood spirits were also first-rank. However, 3 among them were second-rank Jin warriors, including Lu Feng. 3 second ranks, either high-ranking members of the Defense Department or the Security Bureau, still wearing the uniforms of those 2 organizations. The 3 companions regained consciousness, the air in the cave solidified, and a surging murderous intent surrounded them. They were among the elite survivors, though their combat experience was brief. Each encounter was a trial of life and death. To survive and grow swiftly required exceptional combat talent and decisive judgment. A single glance at their surroundings was enough to grasp their predicament in a flash. Their retreat was cut off, enemies encircled them, and at the forefront stood an unfathomable guild leader. He Zhangjin clenched his left hand, and a metallic shield materialized out of thin air, its surface thick and edges gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. He slammed it down, producing a dull thud. In his right hand a medieval longsword appeared, and he readied himself for battle. Jiang Chuan stood behind He Zhangjin, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Gone was his earlier shyness, his eyes turned sharp as he rapidly analyzed the situation. 37 enemies, 3 at the second tier, the rest at the first tier. Lu Feng is on the left flank, the other 2 second-tier fighters are on the right and rear, encircling us. As he spoke, a layer of shadow merged with his surroundings, reducing his presence. Yang Ku remained silent, but her body lowered slightly. With a flick of her wrists 2 short spikes appeared in her hands, their tips razor-sharp and glinting coldly. Her aura became elusive, like a hunter poised to strike from the shadows. As they prepared to attack, the black-robed guild leader did not rush to act, his gaze fixed on them. But when he saw the surrounded group conjure weapons and a shield out of thin air, he was stunned. Weapons could be hidden, but a shield half a man's height was impossible to conceal. His eyes flickered beneath the black robe. "Ha!" The guild leader's hoarse, grating voice rang out again, stripped of its eerie undertone, leaving only pure coldness. "It seems you still harbor many secrets. No matter, you will all become my nourishment." The moment his words fell, his palms covered in crimson patterns clapped together sharply. His murderous intent surged forth without restraint. "Kill!" At the guild leader's command, the surrounding cult members' eyes blazed with red light. Weapons in hand, they prepared to strike. Without shouts or roars, the controlled blood spirits in the innermost circle launched the first attack. These blood spirits bore no weapons, felt no pain, and harbored no emotions. Their bodies were their ultimate weapons. Without hesitation, their eyes turned savage like ravenous beasts as they charged at their targets. Some swung fists, others kicked fiercely, their attacks ruthless and precise. He Zhangjin hold the front. Jiang Chuan, Yang Ku flank them. The blood spirits and first-tier warriors on the periphery are yours. Lin Ye's voice was chillingly calm. In the chaos about to erupt, he issued the simplest commands. Though this was their first time cooperating and facing a siege, the 4 quickly assessed Lin Ye's decision and recognized it as the correct course of action. Despite the enemy's numbers, aside from the 3 second-tier fighters and the guild leader, whose strength was unknown but undoubtedly greater, the remaining cult members and blood spirits posed little threat. 2 of them could handle these foes, even swiftly eliminate them before joining forces to deal with the rest. As the blood spirits charged, Lin Ye did not retreat. He immediately raised his ice-blue crossbow, aiming at the nearest second-tier cult member. The man focused on controlling the blood spirits was a half-step slow to react to the incoming attack. At such close range, missing was impossible. A pale blue ice spike radiating freezing cold struck his head precisely. With a bang, the green-tier ice spike pierced the second-tier warrior's defense, embedding itself nearly a third of the way in. The second-tier warrior fatally wounded stared wide-eyed as the red light in his eyes faded. His body crumpled to the ground. The freezing effect activated, encasing most of his body in ice. The blood spirits under his control faltered their relentless attacks, abruptly halting, their gazes turning vacant. As before with the controller's death, they perished alongside him. With a single motion, Lin Ye fired an ice spike, instantly killing a second-tier warrior and several blood spirits. Yang Ku and Jiang Chuan, who were reaping low-tier warriors on the periphery, had been worried about Lin Ye and his companion facing a siege from peer-level foes. Seeing this, their doubts vanished. They fought with full force, swiftly eliminating their targets. The black-robed guild leader had retreated, not yet intervening himself, merely watching as Lin Ye's group cut down his cult members. The low-tier members fell rapidly under Yang Ku and Jiang Chuan's full assault. They could not survive a single exchange. Yet the guild leader showed no sign of grief, as if these deaths were inevitable and inconsequential to him. As the other three acted, He Zhanjin thrust his heavy shield forward, sending a dozen attacking blood spirits flying. He swung his longsword, slicing several blood spirits to pieces in moments, their bodies falling lifeless. His target, however, was not these blood spirits but the other second-tier warrior. With Lin Ye's earlier display, the remaining two second-tier warriors dared not fully focus on controlling the blood spirits. They issued a simple kill command and turned their attention to the enemies before them. One second-tier warrior, seeing a massive shield charging at him, knew he could not withstand it hidden. He sidestepped to evade the shield. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the shield, still a short distance away, flickered and appeared directly before him, as if skipping the gap between them. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Had he misjudged the distance? A heavy thud followed as the shield struck him squarely with immense force. Even as a second-tier fighter, his body could not withstand the blow. He spat blood, most of it splattering onto the shield. His body flew backward uncontrollably, crashing into a brazier. Sparks scattered in the dim cave, briefly illuminating the darkness. After killing one cult leader, Lin Ye casually cut down two nearby blood spirits. He turned his gaze to Lifeng. A chill ran down Lifeng's spine as cold sweat broke out. He had not expected these foes to be so formidable. Of the two warriors of equal rank to him, one was instantly killed and the other was effortlessly sent flying, likely gravely wounded if not dead. You. Lifeng's pupils contracted sharply, but he only managed to utter a single word. A faint whoosh cut through the air as an ice spike carrying bone-chilling cold shot toward his brow. Having witnessed the fate of his two comrades, he knew he could not block the incoming attack. In the face of death, his body unleashed a powerful survival instinct. He jerked his head backward, bending his neck at an impossible angle. The ice spike grazed his forehead, drawing a trail of blood and leaving a deep gash that reached the bone. The searing pain and cold drew a scream from him. The flesh around the wound visibly frosted over with a layer of white rime. The patch of scalp grew numb and lost sensation, frostbitten. Fortunately, it was only a graze. The freezing effect had not fully taken hold. He quickly channeled the blood flow within his body. The warm blood washed over the frozen area, melting the frost into vapor and restoring normalcy. It was not over. After launching an ice spike, Lin Ye drove forward with his legs, his form closing on Lifeng with blurring speed. In his left hand, the armor-breaking blade rose in a sweeping arc, its edge tracing a bright white curve aimed at the neck Lifeng had just straightened. Clang! Sparks showered out. Lifeng reacted with lightning speed. Stung by pain, he stepped back, holding his long alloy blade across his front, his left hand pressed against the blade to parry the heavy, forceful blow. The armor-breaking blade was only of white grade. Its hardness was roughly comparable to the alloy long blade in Lifeng's hands. Yet the blade carried a special property as Lin Ye poured his inner energy into it. Amid the ringing of metal, a clear fissure opened across Lifeng's alloy blade. How is this possible? Lifeng stared in terrified disbelief. This was a custom long blade of the Guard Division. Across the whole megacity, apart from rare weapons forged from high-grade feral beast materials and experimental arms that could not be mass-produced. This blade was said to be the hardest in Lifeng megacity. For a crack to appear from a single collision, he could hardly hide his astonishment. Lin Ye did not unleash his full ability. There was a far stronger leader nearby and he needed to keep himself ready for the battles ahead. His strike blocked. Lin Ye did not stop. He drove his feet, closed the distance again and hoisted his blade high. With a shout, he brought it down in another cleaving stroke. Lifeng remained locked in defense. The crack in his alloy blade unsettled him. Faced with Lin Ye's renewed furious assault, there was no time to counter or evade. He could only keep defending. Snap! A ear-splitting sound of metal parting cut through the air. Lifeng's long blade split in two, the tip flew off and clattered to the distance. With the opponent's weapon severed and nothing left to stop him, Lin Ye's momentum carried on into Lu Feng's chest. The sound of cloth and flesh tearing rang out. A line of blood opened across Lu Feng's chest, then gushed out, soaking his clothes. He cried out in pain, his grip faltered and the sword slipped from his hands. He retreated hurriedly, both hands clamping the wound, but it was too long and too deep. Blood welled between his fingers, pooled and dripped onto the ground. He dared not face Lin Ye any longer and sought to flee to the leader's side, his body shaking with pain. No more than a few steps into his flight, an ice spike from Lin Ye struck his back. Having lost the will to fight, he could neither block nor evade the spike. The ice spike had not hit a vital spot, its raw physical harm against an equal rank was limited, but its special effect was potent. Lu Feng's escape faltered. Lin Ye seized the moment, stepped in with a sharp motion and snapped his neck. He went limp, resentment flickering in his eyes as the red light about him dimmed. The leader remained as before, even as Lu Feng cowered he showed no sign of agitation. He Jinzhan rammed his shield and sent the rank 2 warrior flying, leaving him no breath to recover. "Ha!" he roared, activating his ability and surging forward. The rank 1 church members and the blood spirits who stood in his path were utterly unaffected in the face of his onslaught. At the moment of contact they were hurled away by a force beyond measure. When they struck the ground, even the least injured were left twisted and unable to move. Many were smashed to death, their bodies thudding like sacks and rolling to a stop. With this fleeting barrier gone, he reached the overturned brazier. The wounded man clutched his injury, rolled to his feet and had no thought of further fighting. He scrambled to the black-robed leader's side, trembling with pain, teeth clenched and sweat pouring down. On Lin Ye's side, with Lu Feng dead, none of them dared strike the leader alone. They turned to the remaining church members instead. Yang Ku and Jiang Chuan concentrated on dealing with those men and the blood spirits. Together with those, Lin Ye and He Jinzhan had casually dispatched. Few church members remained. The 4 of them towered over the rest like wolves among sheep. The battle held no suspense. In under 5 minutes the remaining foes lay dead. Only 6 people now stood in the cave. Apart from Lin Ye and his companions, there remained only the leader and the rank 2 member beside him. In the flickering flames the corpses appeared and vanished, blood staining the ground crimson. The scene was an Azura's hell, and Lin Ye and his companions were the merciless Azuras within it. The scent of burning flesh and the metallic tang of blood grew heavier in the cave. Having finished off the riffraff, the 4 regrouped in a line facing the leader, unseen yet composed. He stood motionless, watching them slaughter his subordinates. None could tell what plot lay hidden in his mind. In any case it portended ill, and they tightened their grips on their weapons. "Interesting," the black-robed leader murmured without moving, watching Lin Ye and the others with relish. An ability to suddenly accelerate, the knack for producing weapons from thin air techniques to meld with the environment. He glanced at Lin Ye. "And you, able to resist my mental corrosion? Very good. Once I capture you, these secrets will be mine." He slowly lifted hands veined with red, palms facing each other, fingers interlaced into an uncanny seal. "Followers of Lan Yuan, offer up your final worth." His voice rose and rang. As his words fell, the corpses that He Jinzhan had flung and that Yang Ku and the others had slain suddenly began to convulse. Their wounds ceased bleeding and instead gushed forth thick torrents of black-red mist. The vapors writhed as if alive, twisting and joining into streaming rivulets. Even the blood flowing across the floor turned to red fog, gathering and heading toward the black-robed leader. Even the lone rank 2 member beside him began to emit a faint red haze. The man whose face had borne the pain now contorted in an instant. Lu. Ader, spare me," he cried, his voice hoarse with agony and despair. He collapsed, a red mist poured from his wounds and from his orifices, and his body began to convulse with increasing speed. The red mist gathered and multiplied, his skin withered, his eye sockets hollowed, and the once strong body shrank rapidly. "No!" His cry dwindled, soon a complete desiccated corpse lay on the ground. The red mist surged and spiraled like a living thing, crazily pouring into the leader's mouth and nostrils. His body swelled and rose at a visible rate. The wide black robes were force taut by the swelling flesh, stretched to the limit. As the red mist poured in without cease, his body ballooned with terrifying speed, its skin split and raw red flesh was exposed. A harsh tearing sound filled the air. The black robe was torn apart and a holy crimson monster emerged. It stood 3 meters tall, its flesh a gruesome scarlet, veins bulging and writhing like countless serpents within. Muscles bulged across its arms, each limb thicker than Lin Ye himself. Claws had grown on its fingers, cold and menacing. Its life tier began to ascend, surging up to the peak of rank 2 and still climbing. It continued to rise, though more slowly, finally pausing just a hair's breadth from stepping into rank 3. A titanic pressure rolled outward, shrouding the surroundings. A chill sank into Lin Ye's chest. He knew the true trouble had only just begun. This leader was stranger and far more powerful than he had imagined. Even with the church members dead, the leader could absorb them to climb higher. Fortunately, he had not yet broken that threshold, for now he could only be called a quasi-rank 3. This fight was going to be won for the record. Within the cavern, the firelight continued to dance. A 3-meter crimson monstrosity loomed like a small mountain. The tatters of a black robe still clung to its form, trembling with each breath. Its face retained the outline of a human visage, yet the skin had split and curled back, exposing the dark red muscle beneath. The eye sockets held no pupils or sclera, only 2 pools of crimson light flickered within. Its lips were torn back to the ears, bearing slender needle-like teeth. Pale red saliva dripped from between its fangs as it prepared to roar. A roar shattered the air, echoing through the cave and sending cascades of loose stone tumbling. A formidable aura spread forth, the might of a peak second rank a hair's breadth from the 3rd rank. Fear and pressure surged through Lin Ye and the others, oppressive and palpable. "Careful," Lin Ye said, steeling himself against the onslaught, and no sooner had the word left his lips than the creature moved. Without any forewarning, the 3-meter bulk vanished from where it had stood. The ground it had occupied was rent into a deep pit, stones flung outward in all directions. It moved with near invisibility, its explosive power far beyond that of ordinary second-rank beings, one stride spanning 7 or 8 meters. In an instant it stood before them, aiming at the nearest target, He Jinjian. All of them were battle-hardened and swift to react. He Jinjian's pupils contracted. He held his shield horizontally, knees bent, weight lowered to the ground as his feet dug in like anchors. With a thunderous impact their bodies met. The claws slammed into the shield, the metallic groan of deforming steel pierced their ears. He Jinjian and his shield were hurled backwards, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the earth. He skidded some 10 meters before smashing into the rock wall and coming to a halt. He staggered, internal organs battered, arms numb, the web of his hands split open. Blood seeped down along the edge of the shield. One strike. And a fellow second rank like He Jinjian could not withstand such force. Were it not for the green-grade heavy shield he bore, he would have been grievously wounded. Cough, damn. He Jinjian spat hurriedly, producing a restorative draught to mend his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright. The beast allowed him no respite. It leaned forward and lunged again. From the side came a whoosh, an ice spike struck the creature's right shoulder. The spike pierced the crimson flesh only a fraction of an inch before the swelling muscle blocked it. The freezing property barely took hold, leaving only a fine dusting of frost. With an enraged snarl it tore the ice spike free and flung it aside. It then stirred the red mist it had absorbed. Its swollen crimson veins writhed as its body temperature surged. The pale frost around the wound melted and evaporated, the already tiny puncture sealed at alarming speed. Lin Ye's brow tightened, their prospects were grim. The ice-blue crossbow's physical impact was never great, and now its freezing property had been blunted. His spirits sank. Although the ice spike caused no lasting harm, it served its purpose. The creature's attention was diverted and its assault on He Jinjian faltered for a heartbeat. Yang Ke gripped 2 short daggers and darted with blinding speed to exploit the opening. She swept along the monster's flank and rear, plunging both blades toward the softer muscles of its ribs. The daggers found purchase, but the sensation sent a chill across her features. The blades had sunk into something like living rubber. The muscle contracted in an instant, clamping down on her weapons. Realizing she could not free them, she let go and tried to withdraw, but it was too late. The creature countered with a backhanded swipe. Its claws scored 3 bloody rakes across her left arm, flesh torn and blood spraying. Yang Ke choked out a muffled groan, biting back the pain as she leapt back to put distance between them. Its muscles contract autonomously for defense. If a weapon is stuck, you cannot pull it free. She shouted while retreating. Jiang Chuan, the least martial among them, had been skirting the edge of the fray, observing and using his talent to seek weak points. Hearing Yang Ke, his gaze swept the beast and he made a quick assessment. The nape and the neck below the mouth, the muscle there is paler. Also the back of the knees. His voice came from a corner none had noticed. The information was shared, but reaching those spots posed a problem. The creature was fast, powerful, well-armored, and possessed prodigious regenerative ability. By every metric it outclassed Lin Ye and the others. It drew the short dagger from its waist and cast it aside. The wound ceased bleeding within seconds. The beast turned its head and scanned the group as if selecting its next prey. Its gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Even after becoming the monster, the chairman had not completely lost his reason. He remembered that it was Lin Ye who had roused the other 3 and interrupted his mental corruption. Then kill him first. The monster sprang off the ground charging at Lin Ye. Lin Ye's expression hardened. He chose not to meet it head-on and slid rapidly to his right. He simultaneously triggered his burst ability, his speed leaping. Yet the creature was swifter. Its long arm swept. Lin Ye could not fully evade and a translucent defensive barrier flickered into being around him. The shield barely formed when, crack. Hairline fractures raced across it and it shattered. The strike had reached the ceiling of second-rank power if the barrier could not withstand it. Ethereal shift. At the instant before the blow landed, his second ability activated, rendering him immune to harm. He successfully avoided the blow. Repeatedly cycling abilities and items burned through his reserves. If not for improvements in ability quality that reduced consumption, he would not have lasted more than a few rounds. Clashing steel to steel would be futile, that much was clear. After using the potion, Jinzhan's injuries recovered greatly. He steadied himself, planted his shield into the ground and bellowed, "It's too fast, we must find a way to restrain it." Restrain its speed? Lin Ye raced through possibilities. The ice blue crossbow's freezing trait had proven weak against the creature, but it was not entirely impotent. Moreover, the crossbow could fire a charged shot that delivered second-rank limit damage. Even if a single strike failed, concentrating repeated attacks on the same spot to stack freezing effects might render that part temporarily immobile. With no better plan, they had to try. Jinzhan, hold it one more time. Yang Ku Jiang Chuan, you two keep it occupied. Jinzhan wasted no words. He placed the healing draft in his mouth and lifted his shield to meet the creature. Only he could hope to endure its frontal onslaught. The beast, intent on pursuing Lin Ye, snarled at the sight of the shield barreling toward it. Red light flickered in its eyes. It remembered this shield. It had once blocked its advance. Enraged, it brought a claw down with brutal force. Jinzhan was prepared this time. He dared not take the blow square on. He sidestepped half a pace, angling the shield so as not to absorb the full impact, instead using the shield's face to guide the claw aside. A metallic rasp rang out as metal was scored. Deep gouges scarred the shield's surface and sparks spattered from the strike. He seized the momentum to slide back 3 meters. If this time his wounds were only minor. While the creature's attention remained fixed on Jinzhan, Lin Ye's ice blue crossbow finished its charge. Without hesitation, he loosed the charged ice spike, aiming squarely at the creature's knee, first to cripple its movement. The charged ice spear pierced through the air with incredible speed, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound, shooting straight towards the back side of the monster's right knee. There, the muscle color was relatively light, one of the weaknesses identified by Jiang Chuan. The monster possessed some degree of intelligence but appeared somewhat dull compared to a normal person. Jinzhan took the initiative to attack, completely provoking its anger. The target shifted from Lin Ye to Jinzhan, swiping its claws once more to attack. However, it sensed a threat from the side and rear, attempting to dodge. But this time Jinzhan did not retreat. He firmly braced his shield against the sharp claws, desperately pushing forward. The massive impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he hurriedly consumed the prepared potion. The monster staggered momentarily from the heavy shield's impact. Puff! The charged ice spear hit. The second-tier extreme attack struck a weak point in its defense, with the ice spear embedding itself deep. Simultaneously, the freezing characteristic erupted within its body, with white frost rapidly spreading from the point of impact. The monster let out an unprecedented roar. This blow truly harmed it. The frost, much stronger than a normal ice spear, had frozen a significant part of its leg. The muscle's autonomous contraction ability was suppressed by the low temperature, making its leg movements noticeably stiff. It instinctively lifted its leg to try to move the joint, the ice cracking with a ka-la sound. With its movements restricted and body injured, the monster let out a massive roar, revealing its sharp white teeth. The red mist within it swirled, directing towards the frozen right leg in an attempt to alleviate the damage. The internal freezing effect at the knee was extremely strong and not as easily dissolved by body heat as the surface. Seizing this opportunity, Jinzhan tilted his shield, using the monster's unstable leg as a chance to roll away and create a safe distance. The potion inside him took effect, rapidly healing the wounds. Effective! Lin Ye shouted, continue to distract and harass it to draw its attention. Without needing much more prompting, the healing Yang Ku had already moved. She picked up a short spear from the ground and circled to a side where the monster couldn't see her. The 2 short spears turned into shadows, stabbing fiercely towards the monster's body. As the attack approached, the monster attempted to retaliate, but its right leg's mobility was restricted, causing its turning speed to plummet. The short spear successfully pierced its body, and Yang Ku instantly released her grip, her figure flickering as she retreated several meters away. The monster wanted to chase, but the frozen area on its right knee limited its movements. Successfully drawing its attention, this created an opportunity for Lin Ye to attack and gave He Jinzhan time to recover from his injuries. Lin Ye began the second charge. The ice blue crossbow required 3 seconds to charge and the process couldn't be interrupted. He could only rely on his teammates to buy time. Jiang Chuan, who had been circling on the periphery, produced a bow of low quality, merely white grade. Taking it out as a means of distraction was already sufficient. He knocked a metal arrow onto the bowstring, gripping the bow body with one hand while holding the bowstring and arrow tail with the other, pulling back. The bowstring was pulled into a full moon with ease, even emitting a distressing creak sound from the bow body. The white-grade equipment couldn't withstand the full force of a second-tier survivor. He did not aim for the previously identified weak point but instead targeted the monster's eyes. This was to instill a sense of crisis in the monster, forcing it to evade his attack and thereby buying time. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated and the arrow transformed into a dark light heading straight for the monster's eyes. Sensing the threat, the monster tilted its head and dodged the incoming arrow. Boom. The arrow suddenly exploded as it passed in front of its eyes. Metal shards flew out, piercing into the monster's fist-sized eye. Roar. The monster closed its injured eye, its roar echoing through the cave. Continuously receiving attacks had driven its anger to the extreme. Red light flared in its eyes and the blood mist within surged almost to the surface. It rapidly melted the frozen areas. Taking advantage of this time, He Jinzhan's body recovered somewhat. He gritted his teeth and stood up, gripping the heavy shield once again as he approached the monster. The three took turns harassing, managing to buy enough charging time for Lin Ye. Get out of the way. The second charged ice spear was shot out, targeting the same spot, which was the monster's right knee. Upon hearing the sound of something slicing through the air, the monster recalled the pain from the previous attack, leaving a deep impression. Suddenly it flashed to the left, trying to evade. However, its frozen right leg lacked power and the distance it could dodge was insufficient. It did not entirely avoid Lin Ye's attack and the ice spear pierced into the outer side of its right thigh. Though it did not hit the optimal spot, the freezing characteristic erupted once more. The ice that had barely receded due to the blood mist at the knee became severe again, reinforced by the new effect. The monster's entire right leg was covered by a thick layer of frost. It struggled to move its right leg. The ice layer continuously cracked and congealed. The effect of the blood mist weakened, unable to quickly melt the frozen areas. It was delayed. At least before the frost melted away, this creature wouldn't be able to escape. Its movements were greatly restricted and the threat level dropped sharply. Of course, killing it directly was not so easy. The ice spear was significantly less effective against non-weak points and would be quickly dissolved by the blood mist. This was the best outcome. The remaining task was how to completely kill it. After transforming, the monster not only had high defense but more crucially the blood mist absorbed within it could provide a continuous source of energy. The wounds would heal rapidly, including the freezing effect, which would be countered by the blood mist. Lin Ye did not want to use powerful items until the very last moment. Thus, to kill it, the blood mist had to be dealt with first. As Lin Ye charged for the third time, he shouted loudly, "Continue attacking, let it continuously expend blood mist. I refuse to believe that the blood mist is infinite." He Jinzhan was the first to charge, and at this time he did not use the shield for defense but raised it high and slammed it down onto the monster. The metal shield, weighing several hundred pounds, spun through the air with a dull whooshing sound, crashing towards the monster's face. The monster reacted extremely quickly, swatting the flying shield away with one hand. Bang! The metal shield was struck hard, its surface bending and deforming, flying off to a corner of the cave. Seizing this opportunity, the three attacked the immobilized monster together. Its defense was inadequate and several wounds appeared on its body, but then the blood vessels twisted and the wounds healed rapidly. The group encircled the monster, constantly moving around it. Whenever they spotted an opportunity, they would attack with all their might. Lin Ye's third charged ice spear was already prepared. This time he aimed for the back side of the monster's left knee. As it retaliated against Yang Ke's attack, Lin Ye swiftly and decisively launched the ice spear. It successfully struck the left leg, freezing both of its knees. Its body instantly lost balance. Rumble. The ground trembled as the monster's massive body fell to the ground. It pushed itself up with its hands, trying to stand. But the frozen knees refused to obey the movement, stiffening, preventing it from standing up directly. The four exchanged glances, joy shining in their eyes. The monster was down and unable to rise, reducing the threat to a minimum. Next came the slow grind. They would eventually wear down the red mist within it and complete this task. Their thoughts were good, but the monster had not completely lost its fighting capability. It lifted its head, opening its terrifying jaw. No sound emerged. A deep red mist surged from its mouth. The red mist spread rapidly, covering almost half of the cave. Hold your breath. Don't inhale. Lin Ye reacted the fastest, warning everyone. No sooner had he warned them than he realized something was wrong. The red mist could seep through the skin even without direct inhalation. As the red mist touched his bare arm, a burning sensation surged through him and tiny red spots appeared on the surface of his skin. The pain was not severe, yet it was immensely distracting. Worse still, the earlier sensation of his mind being eroded returned with the red mist. This time the intensity was several times greater than before, flooding his consciousness with an insatiable craving for power and a surge of rage. Not good. Lin Ye marshaled all his mental strength, elevating his resistance to erosion to its utmost limit. The ice blue crossbow continued to charge as he guarded against the monster rising while checking on his teammates' condition. Having been affected once before, the three were now each resisting in their own way. He Jinzhan covered his mouth and nose trying to block the red mist, but his body trembled. Yang Ke moved swiftly, quickly retreating beyond the mist's reach, yet the wound on her left arm, freshly healed from a previous scratch, began to smoke as the red mist corroded it. Jiang Chuan was the most at ease. He had been on the periphery all along, now relying on his talent to hide in the shadows, temporarily unaffected. The worst off was he Jinzhan, who had borne the brunt of the monster's attacks multiple times. The red mist's effects were eerie and potent. If this continued, he would surely falter soon. If he were to be controlled by the monster, the situation would become even more dire. The mental erosion intensified, but the fire seed in his mind blazed fiercely, once more suppressing the erosion within his consciousness. Firing another ice spike, Lin Ye flashed to He Jinzhan's side. With a burst of power from his right leg, he kicked He Jinzhan squarely on the rear, sending him tumbling out of the red mist's range. Watch him, keep him out of trouble. Jiang Chuan emerged from the shadows, arriving at where He Jinzhan had landed to check on him, replying, "Got it." Relying on the fire seed's ability to fend off the monster's mental erosion, Lin Ye approached it once more. He must not let it rise nor allow it to break the freezing effect on its knee. The monster sensed Lin Ye's actions within the red mist and lifted its massive head. Its eyes blazed with crimson light, manifesting tangible fury as it fixed its gaze on Lin Ye. "You." Its voice was hoarse and muffled, vibrating through the mist. Its plan thwarted rage drove it to speak. This was its final trump card, but with too few blood spirits, the red mist it had conjured was mostly devoured, leaving little behind. It could neither satisfy its need to break through its limits nor fully cover the cave, leaving numerous gaps. Had these few not damaged several blood spirits, it might have succeeded. Its body was still recovering and the frost continued to melt. Fortunately, Lin Ye had exchanged for the fire seed in the abyss of despair, otherwise today would have been far more troublesome. Whoosh! The charged attacks did not cease, tightly restricting the monster's movements. The other three teammates could not approach, and relying on Lin Ye alone, the monster could not be slain. A stalemate ensued. Each time a trace of crimson flickered in Lin Ye's eyes, the fire seed in his mind erupted, cleansing his consciousness and keeping him lucid. He continuously swapped energy stones, landing another blow on the monster. The stalemate lasted about 3 minutes. Lin Ye noticed the red mist's concentration was decreasing. The monster's internal blood mist reserves were already scarce, expended on spreading the red mist, healing frost damage and mending its wounds. Under this triple drain, the red mist dwindled rapidly. It too realized this, but it could not ignore its physical injuries. As it opened and closed its mouth, it reabsorbed some of the expelled blood mist, causing the red mist's coverage to shrink drastically. The red mist, which had once blanketed half the cave, now only enveloped a 5 to 6 meter radius around it. Lin Ye's ice blue crossbow completed another charge. Thud. An ice spike shot forth, striking the same spot on the monster's right knee. This was no one knew how many attacks. The monster's entire right leg from the thigh down was frozen solid into an ice pillar, unyielding no matter how the blood mist churned. Its left leg was slightly better, merely immobile, as Lin Ye had not focused on it. The ice slowly melted under the blood mist's influence, but its range of movement was extremely limited. The monster lay prostrate, supporting itself on its arms like a trapped beast. Its crimson glowing eyes fixed on Lin Ye, brimming with murderous intent and blazing fury. It was not foolish, yet knew that if it dragged on, it was doomed. Roar! The monster suddenly changed tactics. It no longer tried to stand, but used its arms to drag its frozen legs, crawling toward Lin Ye. It was not fast, but the three-meter behemoth scraped across the ground, its claws gouging deep cracks, exuding immense pressure. Lin Ye stared at the monster, sweat beading on his forehead as he retreated, maintaining distance. The red mist moved with the monster, its range shrinking again to about 3 meters. By now there was no need to expand the blood mist. Lin Ye, closest to it, was still over 5 meters away, outside the mist's reach. But the monster, blinded by rage and fixated on killing the one who ruined its plan, failed to notice this detail. At the cave's edge, He Jinjan was fine, having recovered thanks to Lin Ye's quick action that got him out in time. The red mist shrank and paled, making everything within clear to see. Yang Ku drew a slender sword, circling to the monster's flank, seizing an opportunity to stab at its back. Jiang Chuan knocked an arrow and shot, with bolts exploding on the monster's body, leaving scorched marks. Voices rang out simultaneously, the blood vessels on its body are thinning, the blood mist is nearly spent. Damn it! He Jinjan took deep breaths, cursed, and rose again. He found his battered shield in a corner and, gritting his teeth, charged at the monster. Lin Ye watched it all, showing neither joy nor letting his guard down. The ice blue crossbow charged steadily, continuously applying the freezing effect to the monster, controlling the field. The monster kept crawling. Its arms alternated, forward claws embedding into the stone floor, pulling its massive body along. With each crawl, the ground gained several terrifying gouges. The other's attacks landed on it, leaving wound after wound. But the monster merely churned its internal red mist to heal, its murderous gaze locked on Lin Ye as it inched forward. As if fixated on Lin Ye. Until the red mist was entirely gone, its wounds multiplied and the damage it took grew heavier. Its aura began to drop from quasi-third rank to second rank peak, then down to mid-second rank. Its strength reverted to what it was before becoming a monster. As its power waned and defenses fell, the damage Lin Ye and his team inflicted increased. When the last trace of blood mist dissipated within it, the monster's body began to shrink, slowly contracting from 3 meters back to a normal human size. The crimson muscles faded to a pallid gray, revealing the gaunt body of a middle-aged man. Now his face was unrecognizable, his body covered in cracks, his original appearance lost. Lin Ye and his team did not relax if they stared at the corpse for a long while. Only when all signs of life vanished and the system notification arrived did they confirm the guild leader was truly dead. Dungeon Quest Team Shared 4. Destroy the stronghold of the Greedy Abyss cult and kill the guild leader and other members. Completed. Return condition complete. All dungeon quests completed. Return. Lin Ye looked at his 3 teammates. He Jinjan was in the worst state, having been struck multiple times by the transformed guild leader. Yang Ku had also injured her arm, though not severely. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, had stayed on the periphery providing combat details and support and had taken little damage. Lin Ye signaled to them and chose to return directly. In the Apocalypse Tower, room 666, Lin Ye's figure materialized. He let out a long breath, finally back. This team dungeon wasn't particularly difficult. Working together, the 4 of them could barely hold the enemy at bay, at least not being completely overwhelmed. He still had trump cards left unused, and the other 3 likely had their own life-saving measures they hadn't employed. Having slain too many in the dungeon and endured a prolonged battle, the stench of blood on him was thick and inescapable. He went to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, scrubbed himself, meticulously changed clothes, and sat down by the bed. Settling this team trial dungeon. 1. Basic supplies obtained, rewarded with 30 survival points. 2. Mission 1 completed, rewarded with 300 survival points. 3. Mission 2 completed, rewarded with 500 survival points. 4. Mission 3 completed, rewarded with 1000 survival points. 5. Mission 4 completed, rewarded with 2000 survival points. Settlement complete. Tallying rewards: 1. Survival points 3832. Settlement chests 2-3. Energy stones 38. Reinforcing settlement interface. Reinforcement complete. 1. Survival points 7662. Settlement chests 4-3. Energy stones 76. Luck was on his side this time, all rewards doubled. Lin Ye opened his personal information panel. Personal information: name Lin Ye, ID 0666666666, rank Transcendent, second order, physique 23, strength 23, agility 23, spirit 23, energy 23, survival points 10, talent settlement interface, reinforcement abilities: burst green, ethereal green, combat basics, blade LV 015100, evaluation: a cannon fodder of paltry strength, now qualified to peek outside the room. So will you open the door and step out? In the dungeon, whenever he had time, he practiced alone with his armor-breaking blade. His swordsmanship experience grew, but he could feel the rate of improvement slowing. After all, he was just fumbling on his own. Allocate. As before, he distributed the survival points evenly. Each attribute could increase by 5. 1, leaving 20 points, less than the system's minimum increment of 0. 1, to be saved for next time. All attributes reached 28. 1, putting him at the late stage of the second order. His body was tempered, muscles grew tougher and denser, skin resilience increased and defense rose in tandem. His perception sharpened, expanding his awareness range. With his strength enhancement complete, he checked the time. The dungeon's time ratio differed this time. He had spent nearly 4 days inside. In the Apocalypse Tower it was now around 9 in the evening of the second day. The elite team channel had several messages. He skimmed through them, mostly intel and resource exchanges. Notably, Chen Long had entered the dungeon almost simultaneously but hadn't emerged yet, spending even more time inside than him. Fortunately, his friend's avatar was still active, confirming he was alive. Hope he makes it out safely. Lin Ye lined up the settlement chests and opened them all at once. Items appeared one by one. The first thing he noticed was a blueprint. Level 2 room blueprint upgrades a level 1 room to level 2. The system didn't lie. The drop rate for level 2 room blueprints had indeed increased and he hit the jackpot on his first try. Unfortunately, this dungeon's objective wasn't monster hunting, leaving him with nothing but meat and no other materials. To upgrade the room, he'd need to buy first-order spirit cores from others. The next 2 items were potions, 1 medium recovery potion and 1 medium healing potion. Now at the second order, low-grade potions had greatly diminished effects on him, unable to satisfy his robust physique. To achieve the same results he needed medium-grade potions or higher. The next item was a card. Status sustained card, type item, quality green, description: upon use maintains the bonus attributes at the state of the moment of activation for 5 minutes with no consumption. Effective only for second order transcendence and below. Evaluation: savor the battle. Reading this, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with thought. No consumption during use, this was a treasure. Both his abilities were formidable, but his body couldn't sustain them, forcing him to use them intermittently. He feared being drained dry. This card perfectly filled that gap, allowing him to perform consistently. He imagined that state, strength and speed multiplied several times. Ethereal form activated, defensive barrier up. Attacks below the second order limit couldn't even touch his clothes. Stronger strikes would be completely nullified by ethereal form, ignoring all physical damage, absolutely invincible. Thinking of the 3 cards he had, each was top-notch with functions that could only be described as absurd. He stored the card and picked up the 5th item. Efficient cultivation, type special, quality green, description: a room special effect that accelerates plant growth by 25 within the room with a small chance of beneficial mutation. Evaluation: beneficial mutations exist, but so do harmful ones, please discern carefully. A special effect, but useless to Lin Ye as he had no plans to grow plants in his room. He could sell it to Li Yi, who grew plenty of things. The remaining 3 items were all material selection packs, 1 white quality and 2 green quality. After opening the chests, the haul was mediocre. Only the room upgrade blueprint and the status sustain card caught his eye. The rest were expendable, purchasable with energy stones at worst. He stored all items into his storage ring. Next step: upgrade the room. He needed 5 first-order spirit stones and directly messaged Lin Jixia. After waiting a while, he got no reply. She was likely in a dungeon, unable to use the chat function. He opened the elite team channel and sent a message. Anyone here? Soon someone responded. Li Yi, I'm here. Need to buy potions. Lin Yi, yes, do you have medium grade ones? You'll have to wait, my herbs haven't grown yet so I can't make them. Lin Yi had only meant to tease her, but he stumbled upon a startling revelation. She could craft medium grade potions. From her tone, she only lacked herbs of the corresponding grade. Perfect timing, he decided to sell her the room special effect had just obtained. He sent Li Yi a private message with the efficient cultivation appraisal info. Li Yi, Blade Bro, how much? I'll buy it. Lin Yi pondered and set the price at 200 energy stones, which matched his expectations. After all, it was a lasting effect even if not directly tied to combat power. Selling it cheap to team members would disrespect the energy stones and himself. A virtuous cycle of mutual growth was the best outcome. The deal was done, 200 energy stones in hand, and Li Yi even sent thanks. Blade Bro, from now on my veggies are free for you, hee. Clearly the effect was a huge help to her. Besides Li Yi, 2 other team members were online. The rest were still in dungeons. He spent 20 energy stones to successfully buy 5 first-order spirit cores. All room upgrade conditions were met. Lin Yi murmured, upgrade. As with the first upgrade, the space rippled outward and the room began to expand. The smooth ceramic tiles receded, replaced by wooden grain textures that spread across the entire floor. The floor transformed into solid wood planks. The walls, once rough, became smooth and pristine, coated with a transparent crystalline film. The window expanded downward, connecting to the floor to become a floor-to-ceiling window. Finally, the door changed from solid wood to a heavy metal one, exuding a sense of security. He opened the room panel and rearranged the layout, making it more spacious and logical. Room information: Level 2, Energy 2855, consumes 300 energy per 24 hours, Area 60 SQM. Facilities: Restroom, Simple Workbench, Water and Electricity. Blueprints: Multipurpose Kitchen, Storage Chest, Decomposition Chamber. Special Effects: Slow Healing. Upgrade requirements: Level 3 Room, Blueprint 1, Tier 2, Core 5, Energy Stone 50. Evaluation: The room has basic facilities, making it a safe and comfortable shelter. Adding more special effects would make it even better. The room area reached 60 square meters, more than double its previous size, instantly dispelling the cramped and oppressive feeling and lifting his spirits. With his strength enhanced and the room upgraded, the next step was to purchase high-tier equipment and powerful items to bolster his foundation. He opened his storage ring and inventoried his belongings. After the dungeon's consumption and previous earnings, he now had 1332 energy stones. It fell short of the major guild's reserves, but it was sufficient for now. He glanced at his armor-breaking knife, a white-quality weapon adequate for Tier 1 creatures. However, during the last team dungeon it proved ineffective against Tier 2 targets. It was time to replace the blade. The wind-running boots and energy-guarding amulet were green quality, so there was no rush to change them. The frost blue crossbow, also green quality, could damage Tier 2 transcendence. Yet a flaw emerged: the ice bolt speed was too slow against mid to late Tier 2 opponents. Under full defense they could block the ice bolts. Moreover, the charged mode had a critical weakness: a 3-second firing interval. In that time someone like him could deliver multiple fatal strikes. The next priority was to strengthen melee combat, leveraging his blade techniques to enhance his direct fighting capability. Next was defense. While the energy guarding amulet could block Tier 2 limit attacks, it was an energy guzzler, especially after being shattered and needing to reform. Coupled with the energy consumption of his two skills, his internal energy was insufficient. He needed to pair it with armor-like defensive gear to maximize survivability and combat duration. Then came consumables: recovery potions, healing elixirs. His stock was insufficient. Mid-grade ones were even scarcer, with only 2 bottles from the dungeon reward, insufficient for critical situations. After finalizing his shopping list, he opened the trade channel. The merged channel was a different world. In the old floor channel, with a few hundred survivors out of 1,000, the available items were limited. Now, with over 50,000 people gathered, the variety of goods was dazzling. Tier 1 Core 20, Note 5 energy stones each, bulk discount, PM for bargaining. Tier 2 Beast hide, note intact and undamaged, price negotiable. Cloud piercing bow, white note. Tier 1 ranged weapon, long range, high accuracy, 35 energy stones. With the expanded trade scope, a search function was added. Without time to browse, he directly entered keywords: knife green. Serrated hunter's knife, green note, made from Tier 2 insectoid exoskeleton, serrated edge, retrievable with chain, 130 energy stones. He clicked to view the appraisal. Serrated hunter's knife, type weapon, quality green. Description: crafted from a Tier 2 insectoid's hard exoskeleton, the blade has serrated edges for tearing effects. Specialty: sawtooth tear, inflicts continuous bleeding damage on unarmored or lightly armored targets, slowing wound recovery. Evaluation: a crude and savage hunting tool. Not bad, but the specialty was too singular. Against heavily armored monsters it was useless. Next. Flame blade, short knife, green note with flame burn effect, 140 energy stones, firm price. Flame blade, short knife, type weapon, quality green. Description: forged from volcanic rock iron, imbued with weak fire elements, inflicts burn damage on hit. Specialty: burn, deals high temperature damage on hit, slows healing speed. Evaluation: no need for a lighter to start a fire. Blazing bow, green note, long range, high power with built-in burn, specialty, 180 energy stones, PM to discuss. The third item overlapped with his frost blue crossbow, so spending extra was unnecessary. At this point a thought struck him: should I go straight for blue quality? Once it emerged, he couldn't shake it. Blue quality weapons corresponded to Tier 3 transcendence. He estimated the price between 500 and 800 energy stones, consuming most of his wealth. Yet weapons were the foundation of survival. He was practicing blade techniques, and close combat would become his primary output. Skimping on this could cost him his life in a dungeon, rendering any savings meaningless. With that in mind he searched again, changing the keyword to knife blue. The results were sparse, only 4 or 5 blue items listed on the trade channel, countable on one hand. Blue weapons were indeed rare. Among the 50,000 residents of the building only a few were for sale. Crucially, each one bore the same message. Temporarily not for sale, display only. Display only, not for sale. At key positions different guild names were marked. The purpose was obvious, advertising their guilds. Well, his desire to splurge was dashed, so he had to filter for green quality weapons again. After some searching a blade caught his eye. Frost Blade Green Note, forged from the spine of a Tier 2 Frost Wolf King, dual specialties, 200 energy stones, slight negotiation possible. He locked onto it and opened the appraisal. Frost Blade type weapon, quality green. Description: made from the spine of a Tier 2 Frost Wolf King, tempered with cold iron. The blade is perpetually veiled in a thin frost, cool to the touch. It measures 3 feet 2 inches with a balanced weight suitable for agile blade techniques. Specialty 1 Frost Chill reduces target speed by 15 on hit. If the stronger the target, the shorter the duration. Specialty 2 Ice Shatter / infuses energy to release a frostwhite blade arc, dealing 50 extra damage to frozen or slowed targets. Evaluation: Frost Falls Blade strikes prey, shatters. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Dual specialties. 1 for slowing, 1 for burst damage. And Ice Shatter / dealt bonus damage to frozen and slowed targets. His Frost Blue crossbow already had a freezing effect. Ice bolts inflicted freeze on hit, pairing perfectly with this blade's slow and Ice Shatter /. The two pieces of equipment were a perfect match. Ice Bolt for freeze control, blade for stacking slow, and Ice Shatter / as the finisher. With this combo even a Tier 2 limit target would be finished. Must secure it. 200 energy stones, expensive for a green tier item, but this blade was a perfect match for him, worth every stone. Frostblade 150 energy stones deal. Green tier gear typically valued between 100 and 150, but this blade had dual traits, 1 for control, 1 for burst, working in tandem. It was undoubtedly a top tier green piece. After sending the message he waited half a minute for a reply. Good eye, brother. I've used this blade, it's quite handy. If not for... forget it. 200 energy stones truly not steep. 160, I'm serious, Lin Ye replied immediately. 180 minimum. Any lower, I'd rather keep it than sell cheap. A normal haggle. Lin Ye was about to push further when the seller sent another message. Wait, hold on. Lin Ye paused mid-bargain. Why the stop? His mind raced, then his brow furrowed slightly. What, someone made an offer? The seller didn't reply immediately, waiting nearly 2 minutes. Sorry, brother. Someone offered 200 full price. If you can raise your bid, I'd still prioritize you since you came first. Lin Ye's brow tightened. Not because of the price hike, but the timing was too convenient. Was it a bluff, or was there truly a buyer at full price? Had barely been negotiating when a 200 energy stone offer popped up. Either someone genuinely wanted it or the seller had rigged the price. Who's the buyer? Can't say. Lin Ye had no intention of raising his offer. Forget it, he replied curtly. He gambled on whether the seller truly had another buyer. The blade was decent but far pricier than other green gear. Lin Ye only considered the high price because it perfectly complemented the ice blue crossbow. That didn't mean he'd be played for a fool. A dozen seconds later the seller messaged again. Alright, truth is it's someone from the War Fury Guild willing to pay 180. If you can match 180 energy stones, it's yours, first come first served. The War Fury Guild. Them again. Those 3 words stirred a subtle unease in Lin Ye. 180. What's the War Fury Guild's reputation like? Can they really afford that many stones? The seller didn't reply. Lin Ye didn't press closing the chat to browse the forums. His words weren't baseless. The War Fury Guild's infamy was an open secret across the tower. The recent exposé by Baixiaoxing had nearly laid them bare. Bullying, extortion, taking dues from recruits with no follow-through. Survivors on floor 88 had plenty of genuine complaints. Besides, if a deal was solid, why haggle with him after supposedly finding another buyer? After about 3 minutes the seller replied. How about 170? I'll trade now. The War Fury guy was pushy and I'd rather not deal with them. The price was inflated, but the ice blue crossbow paired perfectly with this blade. That crossbow had saved his life more than once, he owed it that much. Deal. 170 energy stones and the frost blade was his. The moment the transaction completed, a long blade gleaming with a frosty blue aura appeared in his hand. The blade was 3 feet 2 inches long with a dark gray body veiled in a thin layer of white frost. It felt icy to the touch but not painfully cold. More like touching a cool jade on a scorching summer day, refreshing and smooth. He weighed it in his hand. The balance was perfect. Neither too light nor too heavy, fitting naturally, much like his old armor-piercing blade. Lin Ye swung it in his room, leaving faint white mist trails in the air. This was the quality of a blue-tier item, worlds apart from white-tier gear. He stored the armor-piercing blade in his ring. From now on, the frost blade was his main weapon. The white-tier blade would serve as backup. Just as he was about to close the trade channel, a message popped up in the tower chat. War Fury Guild Zhao Duo, Lin Ye, you snatched my blade. You'd better explain yourself. Lin Ye smirked at the message. Causing trouble on the first day of merging floors, after getting shut down by Baixiaoxing last night, now they came for him. Was the War Fury Guild a stubborn stain? He didn't reply in the tower channel. With over 50,000 eyes watching, there was no point in public bickering. The survivor named Zhao Duo, seeing no response, sent another. War Fury Guild Zhao Duo, turtle hiding in its shell. Is that all floor 66 has? Oh ho. Here we go again. The War Fury Guild's been lively lately, stirring trouble everywhere. Bro, ignore them. They're all bark. Blade, no need to mind those clowns. In the tower channel the spectators were already hyped. The last Baixiaoxing incident had humiliated the War Fury Guild, and now this fresh drama, onlookers wouldn't miss the entertainment. Lin Ye still ignored them. Exchanging insults with such people yielded nothing, a waste of time and a risk of exposing his info. As for pulling a Baixiaoxing and going all out, he wasn't that foolish. Baixiaoxing had used ruthless tactics for massive gains, crushing any threat to his intel monopoly. What about him? A few taunts and he'd foolishly spend 1000 energy to mess with them. The War Fury Guild had too many members and he didn't have that many energy stones. There was still business to do. He continued spending. After another sweep of the trade channel, he spotted a pair of arm guards. Dark steel arm guards, green note, essential for melee brothers, block without worry, 130 energy stones. Dark steel arm guards. Type equipment. Quality green. Description: forged from refined dark steel, lightweight and sturdy, contouring the arm. Engraved with shock-absorbing patterns to effectively disperse impact. Trait: resistance reduces impact force on arms by 20. Review: blocks blades, blocks swords, blocks fists, just can't block a wife's slap. Lin Ye's mouth twitched at the review. The system was getting more whimsical. Still, the item was practical. Had mainly used the blade, often needing to parry. With low blade skills extending his arm left it vulnerable, a good pair of arm guards would boost his close combat survivability. He sent a private message. Arm guards still available. Yes, yes. For you, brother, 125, my regular customer price. Regular customer. This was our first conversation. 100. Lin Ye named his price. Bro, that's rock bottom. I already cut 5 from the 130 tag. Any lower ID make no profit. You know how hard dark steel is to get right. 115. Trade now. After a few seconds of silence the seller agreed. Deal, you're straightforward, so am I. Spending 115 energy stones, the dark steel arm guards were his. He slipped them onto his right arm. They adjusted automatically, the black dark steel gleaming with a faint luster. He flexed his arm, no hindrance to movement. Next were consumables. Recovery potions were essential. He searched the trade channel. Plenty of sellers. He picked 2 mid-grade energy potions, 1 recovery and 1 healing potion. After a fierce round of haggling he spent 180 energy stones. Tomorrow he could ask Li Ye about her potions. With that plus his existing stock, recovery supplies were sorted. Lastly, full body armor for comprehensive defense. Kong Weiyu's current armor was white, so Lin Ye had to purchase one from another player. Serpent scale armor. Type armor. Quality green. Description: woven from the scales of second-tier black scale serpents, lightweight and form-fitting. Trait: resilience reduces physical damage by 23. Appraisal: the serpent says my scales are worth more than I am. A single unremarkable trait, yet its true strength lies in its lightness, imposing no hindrance to movement speed, making it an ideal match for the Gale Step boots. This was acquired as contingency gear, for moments when internal energy ran critically low and replenishment wasn't immediately feasible. Better to convert energy stones into tangible combat power than hoard them idly. The seller asked for 165 energy stones. Lin Ye negotiated it down to 140 and the deal was sealed. He slipped the serpent scale armor beneath his clothes, its presence entirely concealed from view. The scales clung coolly against his skin at first, then, within seconds, automatically adjusted to a gentle ambient warmth. All purchases were now complete. Lin Ye sat on the edge of his bed and tallied today's expenditures. Frostveil blade 170. Serpent scale armor 140. Black iron bracers 230. 4 vials of assorted elixirs 180. Total 720 energy stones. Of his original 1300 plus energy stones, nearly half had vanished, like water slipping through clenched fingers. Yet gazing upon his newly assembled battle-ready ensemble, Lin Ye felt no pang of regret. Poverty is temporary, life is eternal. With this gear, and sustained status cards at his disposal, he would dare face the Black Robe Guild leader in his transformed state unknown. How audacious is that? Just as he was about to close the trading channel and rest, a pinned announcement blazed across the tower's main chat, gold-lit, dazzling, impossible to ignore. The last time such a pinned notice appeared, Bai Xiaosheng had spent 1000 energy stones to forcibly trigger it, annihilating a member of the Berserker Guild in under a minute. This time, however, the announcement originated from the Berserker Guild itself. Survivor, Berserker Guild Xiao Zhan issues tower-wide announcement effective immediately. The Berserker Guild imposes a trade embargo on the following guilds: Bai Xiaosheng Highplay Squad, Break Formation Guild and Apex Walkers. Any sale of green quality or higher equipment or intelligence to members of the above guilds shall be deemed an act of hostility toward the Berserker Guild, with all consequences borne solely by the perpetrator. Lin Ye stared at the notice, reading each word slowly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Me? On the list. Instantly the tower's chat channel erupted. A trade embargo? Seriously? Are they appointing themselves the tower's property management office? Laughable. I'll sell to whomever I please. What can they do about it? Don't dismiss it lightly, the Floor 88 crew is ruthless. Their top-ranking status wasn't earned by luck. I'm a lone wolf, I sell to whom I wish. Can they bite me? Friend, don't tempt fate, they can bite. Ever heard of the Dual Arena invitation card? That costs 1000 energy stones per forced activation, and frankly I'm not worth that much. So what? Does the Floor 88 Mega Guild even need energy stones? Some scoffed, others grew anxious, and most simply fell silent. Lin Ye read the announcement without visible emotion. Anger served no purpose here. In the Endtime Tower only energy stones conferred real authority, without them even the loudest voice carried no weight. He opened the Highplay Squad channel. Li Wawa, we've been named. Why us? What did we ever do? The Floor 88 crowd always acts like this, ignore them. Zhang Curson, they issue an embargo just like that. What colossal nerve. Hold on, let's see how Bai Xiaosheng responds first. We're collateral damage, Bai Xiaosheng is their primary target. Lin Ye remained calm, I'm here. He scanned the thread and reassured every squad member before turning his attention to Bai Xiaosheng's likely response. Bai Xiaosheng's last counterstrike had been decisive: 1000 energy stones spent to force an announcement, opponent eliminated in under 60 seconds, execution flawless and merciless. This time the challenge was overt, a public decree of blockade clearly aimed at seizing the title of the tower's strongest guild. For Bai Xiaosheng to sustain its intelligence operations, passive endurance was impossible, open suppression demanded open resistance. 10 minutes passed. Then on the tower forum Bai Xiaosheng posted a new thread, concise, unwavering. Official statement from Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng remains neutral in all factional conflicts. Yet our clientele spans the entire tower, and no survivor who trades with us shall face threat or reprisal. Should any suffer retaliation due to association with Bai Xiaosheng, we accept full responsibility. Posted by Bao Datong, guild leader of Bai Xiaosheng, direct, unflinching and defiant. You threaten sellers. We guarantee their safety. Clash of wills, neither side yielding an inch. Ha! They've hoisted themselves on their own petard, the Berserker Guild thinks it's running customs control. The fight hasn't even started yet, don't rush to pick sides. I've already chosen mine, full support for Bai Xiaosheng. Brother, what does call mean? I've nearly forgotten pre-collapse slang. It means support, your memory's failing pal. The Berserker Guild fell silent. Their golden announcement still glowed atop the channel, but beneath it mockery and irony multiplied while no one dared engage further with their decree. Xiao Zhan uttered no second word, perhaps plotting something deeper. In the squad channel Lin Ye typed a single line. Your strength lags behind theirs, avoid direct confrontation. Contact me or Qianlong immediately if trouble arises. Understood. Just as Lin Ye assumed the matter had settled, and awaited developments, a fresh intelligence alert from Bai Shaoxing seized everyone's attention. Bai Shaoxing Intelligence Dispatch. Phase 3 of the End-Time Tower, Projections. Speculative Intelligence, 70 Credibility. Based on cross-verified sources Phase 3 may introduce the following changes. 1. Apartment doors will forcibly open daily for a set duration exposing survivors to unknown threats within the tower. 2. Interfloor passageways may emerge enabling direct contact between survivors across different levels. 3. New mission types may appear, potentially involving floor conquest or resource raids. Note these projections remain unconfirmed by system validation. Bai Shaoxing will continue monitoring and updating. Doors opening by force. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply, a chill ran down his spine. Is this true, or mere speculation? Hadn't the system declared apartments absolutely safe? Yet recalling Bai Shaoxing's flawless record, Lin Ye reluctantly accepted the grim possibility. Fortunately Phase 2 had only just begun, 13 days remained before Phase 3 commenced, granting them precious time to prepare and strengthen. As soon as Baixiasheng's speculative intelligence was released, the building channel fell silent for a moment. Then the chat channel erupted completely. Forced opening of room doors. Am I seeing things? It's over, it's over. I heard noises from the corridor outside my room before the last dungeon, and my instincts tell me it's extremely dangerous. What does floor passage mean? Can different floors interact? Then the Berserker Guild could come straight over and attack me. Who are you? Why would they attack you? I insulted their guild leader. Brother, take care. Don't panic. Baixiasheng himself said the credibility is only 70, there's still a 30 chance it's wrong. 70 isn't high enough. Go check Baixiasheng's intelligence accuracy yourself. Resource snatching. Snatch whose resources? Snatch mine. I barely have enough for myself. The channel's message scroll rate was even fiercer than on the day of the server merge. Tens of thousands of people were all talking at once. Lin Ye scrolled quickly, browsing the ever-refreshing messages. After watching for a while he could roughly discern 3 types of people. The first type was panicked, wanting to weld their doors shut so no one could enter. The second type were the rational analysts calculating the possible timing of the third phase's arrival and proposing countermeasures. As for the third type, they were selling things. The doors are opening in the third phase. Check out the 5 elements maze. Set it up at your doorstep and anyone who comes will get lost. Limited stock, first come first served. Selling a Tier 2 tech civilization domestic service robot, 90 new, all functions normal, used for only 3 days, like new, sanitized, reluctantly letting it go. This really was. Lin Ye was amused by these 2 posts. There were always people doing business no matter the time. After his laughter subsided he composed himself and reread Baixiasheng's speculation. Of the 3 pieces of information the first was the most deadly. Forced opening of room doors. The room was the survivor's sanctuary, the only safe zone. Eating, sleeping, recovering, storing supplies, everything happened here. Opening the door meant exposing oneself naked to danger. What lurked in the corridors no one knew. The system had never told anyone. The second and third pieces of information were deeply interconnected. The appearance of passages between floors meant the building would not only face the existing threats outside the doors but also survivors from the same floor and even other floors. This made the situation in the Doomsday building far more complex and chaotic. Take Baixiasheng and the Berserker Guild for instance, their conflict was immense. But actions were restricted within the rooms, leaving them in a state of mutual verbal abuse, with forceful measures serving only as a deterrent. Once the doors opened and floors became interconnected, large-scale guild wars became possible. Lin Ye switched to the Elite Squad channel. The messages had already filled a screen. Li, the third phase doors will open. What do I do? The herbs haven't grown yet, so I can't harvest them early. What if something gets in and ruins all of them? Zhang Kurson, at a time like this you're still worried about your herbs. Liang Zhengwen, survival is the priority then and nothing else matters. Zhang Kursen, I'm just afraid that when the time comes. The channel fell silent. Lin Ye replied, 2 things. First, maximize your strength within 13 days, break through if you can. Second, even if you can't break through, max out your equipment and consumables to buy as much time as possible. See if Chen and I can come to help you then. Zhang Kursen, alright, that's the only option for now. At most it had been only 10 days since he crossed over, and the changes during this period were drastic from one day to the next. No one could predict what would happen in the near half-month. They could only take it step by step, enhancing their strength as quickly as possible to maximize their chances of survival. After spending most of the day purchasing equipment and processing information, he finally had some leisure. Lin Ye stood up and took out the Mystic Frost blade. The blade shimmered with a faint white frost. The cool sensation from holding it traveled from his palm to his forearm, invigorating his spirit. He opened the skill panel. Melee Basics Blade LV015100. The experience was low. What surprised him was that in his brief exchange with Lu Feng, though only a few moves, the experience had increased by 1 point. He knew that gaining 1 experience point now required half an hour of solo practice. He tried to recall all his blade-wielding combat experiences in dungeons and repeated a few effective moves from that time. He cycled through the 4 basic moves: chop, slash, lift and thrust. The panel didn't react, but Lin Ye wasn't impatient. He continued practicing. 5 minutes later. Melee Basics Blade LV016100. It went up. This was several times faster than his random practice. Even so, to reach 100 experience and level up, how many swings would he have to make in his room? Lin Ye's mouth twitched. But having experience confirmed he was on the right track. He memorized the 4 moves and began repeating them. 7 minutes later the experience reached 17. It was 2 minutes slower than before. Keep going. 10 minutes later 18. He felt it was correct, it was indeed slowing down again. Although his ability was constantly feeding back blade techniques, it was like a drop in the bucket, unable to stem the exponentially increasing time consumption. If only he had a systematic basic blade technique or skill. Basic blade technique. Thinking of this, his mind turned and he opened the trading channel. Search blade technique, blade skills. Several results did appear. Broken Army Blade Art Fragment Note Tier 3 Blade Art missing the latter half, 380 energy stones. Blazing Slash Art Note best used with fire attributed weapons, 300 energy stones. Phew. So expensive. Judging by the names, these were advanced types. He didn't know how the system recognized the techniques obtained by survivors. Most likely, unlike other abilities, they couldn't be directly instilled into the mind, skipping the learning process. Better to look at cheaper ones first and figure out how to use them. With Baixiasheng's speculative intelligence in mind, he dared not spend energy stones recklessly. Every stone from now on had to be used on the edge of the blade to maximize strength enhancement. Scrolling down. Basic Blade Technique Manual Note learned from a martial arts enthusiast before crossing over, hand-drawn into a booklet. Covers some basic blade forms, footwork, coordination, power techniques, etc. 15 energy stones. 15 energy stones. The price wasn't high and it was basic, perfectly suiting him. Next was bargaining. After a fierce earth-shattering battle, he successfully secured it for 9 energy stones, saving 6 precious stones.